Burdened by debt, a patrolling guard unexpectedly stumbles into the enigmatic realm known as the Trial of the Gods. Meanwhile, the ordinary girl Song Qingxiao embarks on a perilous quest to track down a murderer, battling through a deadly arena where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blue are unleashing a dual crisis upon her. With lethal tasks in an infinite stream and a passionate journey of growth, intertwined with themes of female empowerment and poignant emotion. L Connections, a high-octane adventure awaits one that intertwines wit and courage in a fantastical tapestry, beckoning you to engage. Chapter 1. The choice point 10 minutes prior, an incident report was received on Changyan Street, located on the eastern side of the municipal hall. Upon receiving the news, Song Qingxiao hastily made her way there. This locale lies at the heart of the imperial capital, in close proximity to the technology university attended by the Shi family. Should the ensuing chaos affect the institution, it could provoke discontent from the royal Shi family. To this day, the advent of constitutional monarchy has significantly diminished the royal family's influence. However, they continue to wield immense prestige, status, and wealth. Their noble lineage provides formidable support, ensuring the Shi family remains firmly perched atop the societal hierarchy. The university is home to the empire's most exceptional talents, with each individual who passes through its gates exuding an air of distinction. Even the guards stationed at the entrance carry themselves with an air of superiority, and when conversing with Song Qingxiao, there's an unmistakable hint of condescension in they. Ertona, we have received an alert approximately 30 meters around the corner. A disturbance has erupted. As you are aware, this is the technology university, the guard declared, his tone tinged with arrogance. We cannot allow this unrest to encroach upon our grounds, lest the municipal government receive complaints from the university. He harbored doubts about the woman's ability to resolve this predicament. Song Qingxiao donned an ill-fitting patrol guard uniform. Her physique was exceedingly frail, her complexio pallid. Long, heavy bangs obscured half of her eyes, and her demeanor exuded an air of fragility, lending her an appearance that seemed ill-suited for the role of a guard. While the Imperial Guard system did employ female personnel, most of these women were relegated to clerical positions, far removed from patrolling or conflict resolution. Only a select few of noble lineage and exceptional prowess were identified during their academic years and subsequently trained for roles in specialized departments. Among the patrol guards, there were indeed formidable women, robust and capable of holding their own against men. The guards at the academy found it perplexing that the department had chosen to recruit such a seemingly delicate individual. I understand, she said, perceiving the discontent in the middle-aged guard's eyes. Her lips moved slightly as she murmured, I will ensure that the unrest does not affect this place. She made this promise, for this role was hard-won, a position she had pursued for an extended period. The duties of a patrol guard bore no connection to her field of study. She had just graduated, having dedicated herself earnestly to her studies and achieving commendable results. Yet, despite her academic accomplishments, they offered little assistance in her quest for employment. Though the times were advancing rapidly, her humble origins and ordinary lineage hindered her prospects. Her father's past criminal activities left a blemish on her record, marking her as ineligible for secure and comfortable positions within the municipal departments. Through her relentless efforts, she secured a 2-month probationary period. However, the members of the security team harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards her. The captain had previously warned her that should she fail to fulfill her duties or receive any complaints, she might be dismissed from the team. I will resolve this issue promptly, she declared, her voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve that demanded attention. She was a person with no retreat regardless of the circumstances. She was determined to rectify this predicament. The sun was obscured by layers of ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. The towering edifices at the entrance of the technological university, owned by the Shi family, accentuated Song Qing's insignificance and ordinariness. As she hurried towards the scene of the disturbance, she brushed past numerous distinguished individuals entering the campus, feeling as inconspicuous as an ant. In her youth, she had once fantasized about gaining admission to this prestigious imperial university, aspiring to become a sought-after talent in various industries upon graduation. Regrettably, Some aspirations cannot be realized through mere effort. The gates of this institution would not swing open for her. Song Qing sprinted swiftly, the words of the campus security ringing in her ears like a clarion call. She reached the tumultuous location in mere minutes. Changyan Street is situated at the nexus of the eastern and western intersections in the heart of the imperial city, with the far west characterized as a chaotic zone, notoriously dubbed the slum. Renowned for its filth, disorder, and degradation, it is a hotbed of various factions, frequently beset by crime. Often, even when the authorities are alerted, the security personnel may be reluctant to intervene. In general, various factions possess a clear understanding of their relationship with the authorities, knowing well that disturbances should not extend beyond their own territories, let alone encroach upon Changyan Street, a locale recognized for its proximity to a prestigious technological university, which has become an unofficial stronghold of the Shi family. No one is inclined to stir trouble here, as it could lead to unwelcome complications. Today, however, a group of ruffians has congregated in this area, appearing quite youthful and exuding a sense of reckless audacity typical of those who have just begun to navigate the complexities of life. Song Qing felt a weight of unease settle in her heart. Had the crowd consisted of adults invoking the name of the Shi family to intimidate, it is likely that fear would have compelled them to disperse swiftly. Yet, faced with this band of knave youths, the situation could prove to be considerably more troublesome. Disperse, disperse. The gathering comprised about a dozen individuals, and Song Qing raised her voice, declaring, "This is not a place for disturbances. I urge you to leave at once." Her words captured the attention of the young men, who instinctively turned to face her. Each of them towered over her in stature, and clad in her security uniform, she appeared rather comical in their eyes. The group paused momentarily before erupting into derisive laughter. "Get lost?" warned a particularly fierce-looking youth. "Mind your own business. This is Changyan Street. Right beside us is the Shi family's technological university." The boys encroached upon her, and she endeavored to stand tall, akin to a rabbit inadvertently stumbling into a thicket. Due to the commotion, several vehicles in the distance had been halted. In the midst of the chaos, a young man in a black car casually glanced out the window, catching sight of Girl ensnared by a pack of ferocious youths, appearing as though she might be torn to shreds at any moment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a bloody conflict seemed inevitable. His curiosity was not particularly piqued, nor did he possess a meddlesome disposition. He discerned the violent fear radiating from Song Qingxiao, yet her actions stood in stark contrast to her trepidation. The woman seated opposite him in the vehicle noticed his gaze and followed it to the unfolding scene, languidly stretching her arms. "This girl is doomed." She was utterly convinced of this, yet the next moment she heard the young man speak. "Yu Qi, go resolve the trouble." A respectful reply emanated from the front of the car, and as the door swung open, the woman across from the young man furrowed her brow slightly. On her first day of work, Song Qingxiao had nearly encountered a mishap, but fortunately, the situation had been resolved satisfactorily. Though she had spent the entire day on edge, she had not received any complaints. As this anxious day drew to a close, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With only 2 narrow alleys separating her from home, the western part of the city became perilous after nightfall. She quickened her pace, and suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed in the air, growing louder by the moment a torrential downpour was imminent. With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the dark alley. Large raindrops began to pelt down, and before Song Qingxiao could raise her hand to shield her face, she spotted a figure clad in a raincoat, braving the storm, striding toward her. Through the deluge in this moment and at this location, encountering such a figure is ominous. Instinctively, she lowered her head as the wind and rain lashed against her. Song Qingxiao shivered involuntarily, feeling an eerie chill emanating from him, mingled with a faintly sweet, metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Tension coursed through her entire being as the figure approached, his towering stature rendering the narrow alleyway feel like a trap from which she could not escape. The kind of person who strolls alone down such a path at night is not to be trifled with. She hunched her shoulders, striving to diminish her presence. As he drew closer, on the verge of brushing past her, she clenched her fist tightly, unwilling to let go. In the next instant, she sensed him raise his arm. It felt as though a constrictor had coiled around her neck. Desperately, she reached out to grasp his hand, but he wielded a dagger, thrusting it towards her throat. She was like a helpless grasshopper, her fingertips barely grazing his elongated fingers, which were soaked with rainwater, cold as if devoid of any warmth. The powerful thumb, anchoring the dagger, seemed to possess an unexpected protrusion. Before she could comprehend it, he twisted the blade, evidently intent on severing her life. The assailant exuded an air of confidence, striking successfully before swiftly retracting. Blood gushed from the wound in her throat, quickly mingling with the rainwater. Song Qingxiao collapsed to the ground, convulsing as thun. Who is this person, and why must she be killed? A multitude of questions widened her eyes. The significant loss of blood caused her pupils to dilate. Was she nearing death? This thought flashed through her mind, immediately followed by another, exploding within her consciousness. Is this the trial of the divine? Chapter 2. The Divine. 10:9-8. The rapid depletion of blood rendered Song Qing's awareness increasingly hazy. She recalled her mother. Numerous forgotten scenes began to materialize in her mind as the eerie countdown persistently continued. 6, 5, 4, 3. Her fingers twitched. Her thoughts were on the verge of disintegrating, her body succumbing to numbness, the sound of rain fading from her ears. Only the relentless thumping of her heart, mingled with the countdown, echoed in her ears, too. She was not ready to die. She had just graduated and had finally secured a job to make ends meet, having worked only a single day. After narrowly escaping trouble on her first day, she did not wish to perish silently in this narrow alley. Once the rain ceased tomorrow, perhaps someone would pass by, yet they might not spare her lifeless body a second glance. Is this the trial of the divine? Summoning every ounce of strength, she managed to move her lips, rainwater flooding her mouth and mingling with the blood trickling down her chin. The will to survive eclipsed her fear of death. Yes. As this thought barely settled in her mind, in the next moment, her fingers moved gently, and instead of the cold, damp cobblestones, she grasped a smooth floor. She was no longer in the dark alley that had nearly claimed her life. It seemed she was accompanied by others, and she heard the sound of heavy breathing. Welcome to the trial space of the divine. Song Qingxiao gasped, abruptly sitting up and opening her eyes. Surrounding her were several individuals, either seated or standing, their faces etched with terror as they turned to look at her. There were no howling winds or torrential rains, nor were there the haunting melodies once heard in the dark alleys before the brink of death. She scarcely had time to scrutinize her surroundings, instinctively reaching to touch her throat. In the moments leading to her loss of consciousness, her throat had been pierced, and she vividly recalled the sensation of the dagger plunging into her flesh. Song Qingxiao's complexion turned ashen as her hand grazed her throat. It felt smooth and unblemished, devoid of any wounds, and she found herself breathing easily. The earlier scene of her murder felt like a haunting nightmare. She raised her arm, her left hand still stained with dried blood, serving as a testament to the reality of her previous ordeal, dispelling any notion of madness. Murmuring to herself, her body trembled uncontrollably, and those around her regarded her with a hint of trepidation. The events that had transpired far exceeded Song Qingxiao's comprehension, yet she surmised they were intricately linked to the voice that had echoed in her mind moments before. Striving to maintain her composure, she pushed herself off the ground, perhaps influenced by the recent crisis that instilled in her an instinctive wariness of this alien environment. She observed the peculiar nature of this place, shrouded in a gray mist that enveloped the surroundings, leaving only a clearing of approximately 30 square meters, bereft of any adornments. About 7 or 8 individuals stood nearby, keeping their distance, eyeing her with caution. Where is this place? A young woman clad in a crimson dress, her high-heeled shoes clicking against the ground, adjusted her hair and, unable to contain herself, inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The group exchanged glances, hesitating to speak in the presence of a stranger. Her gaze swept across each individual in the clearing, ultimately resting on the last to arrive, Song Qingxiao. Her appearance was the most unsettling. She donned a drenched garment, stained with dark brown splotches of blood on her chest and sleeves. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion ghostly pale, with lips devoid of color, evoking a sense of despair and repulsion, as if she had just endured a traumatic event. It was evident that Song Qingxiao hailed from a troubled background, for as the woman's gaze lingered on her, it mirrored the other's sentiments tinged with apprehension, mingled disdain and contempt. Newcomer, who are you? What is your name? And how did you arrive here? Following suit, she sought a spot slightly distant from the others, curling her body in on itself. Impatience grew among the group, and a voice cut through the tension, demanding, "Did you not hear?" The speaker was a burly man clad in a fitted tank top that revealed extensive tattoos on his arms, exuding an intimidating aura. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and it seemed that within this space, the others held a heightened wariness towards him, instinctively keeping their distance. Song Qingxiao was still gasping for breath, the lingering aftermath of the daggers piercing, leaving a profound impact on her. The suffocating sensation clung to her like a shadow. Although the wound on her neck had curiously vanished, she was still significantly affected, lifting her chin and elongating her neck as she breathed, producing audible sounds. "I am Song Qingxiao. That I do not know how I arrived here, it strikes me as peculiar." She refrained from mentioning the enigmatic voice that had surfaced in her mind, nor did she allude to the phrase trial of the gods. The others, upon hearing her words, appeared to harbor no suspicions. The woman who first inquired merely scrutinized the bloodstains on her clothing, evidently intrigued by the events that had transpired before her entrance into this realm. Such reactions indicated that all individuals present had likely arrived in this space abruptly. It seemed they had all received some enigmatic summons to participate in the trial of the gods, inexplicably transported to this peculiar dimension. Judging by their attire, some, like the woman who first spoke, were clad in formal dresses, while others, such as a stout middle-aged man in the distance, donned business attire. Clearly, before entering the trial of the gods, each person had been engaged in various activities at different times and locations. She counted, realizing that there were a total of 9 individuals present, including herself. Apart from the questioning woman and the intimidating, burly man, there was a stout middle-aged gentleman, approximately in his 40s. Beside him sat a refined gentleman wearing glasses, while on the other side were 2 youthful adolescents, their features still soft with youth. In the eastern corner sat a woman clad in professional attire, her figure slightly plump, and adjacent to her, about 2 meters away, was a young male doctor in a white coat, arms crossed and brow furrowed. He propped himself up with his hands and stood. "I propose that in such a setting, we should first arrange ourselves in a circle and introduce one another, so we may become acquainted." As soon as the man finished speaking, the fierce-looking brute let out a derisive laugh. "Who do you think you are? Why should anyone listen to you?" Chapter 3. The space. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged gentleman's lips curled down slightly before he quickly regained his smile. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began. Song Qingxiao, feeling disoriented in this unfamiliar setting, remained on edge, still grappling with the shock of entering this mysterious space. Her upbringing and the life-and-death experiences she had just endured rendered her acutely sensitive to the subtle expressions of others. She noticed the bespectacled man's disdain and dislike for the burly figure before her, intertwined with a hint of trepidation. "My name is Zhou Jing, and I work at the Municipal Center in Dongji Province. I possess several years of professional experience." As he spoke, a sense of confidence illuminated his countenance. Dressed impeccably and exuding a refined demeanor, he indeed embodied the image of a municipal official. The moment his introduction concluded, the wary gazes of those around him softened considerably. In such an alien environment, where everyone was a stranger and on guard, the mere fact of his government affiliation offered a modicum of reassurance. Even the imposing figure, upon hearing Zhou Jing as self-introduction, tempered his fierce expression. Sensing that his identity had calmed the crowd, Zhou Jing appeared somewhat exhilarated, and when he encouraged everyone to sit in a circle, his request met with less resistance than before. Meanwhile, Song Qingxiao's body remained uncooperative, her hands trembling incessantly. Her appearance drew considerable attention, a consequence of her recent arrival and her clothes being soaked and stained with blood, making the wariness and aversion directed toward her all the more pronounced. She laboriously shifted her body a little closer. And Zhou Jing spoke up. "Let us first discuss our respective identities and the circumstances that led us here, sharing all that we know." He cleared his throat, saying, "After all, this place is rather peculiar. There are neither doors nor windows, and aside from the 9 individuals present, There is no other sound. I have tried. As Zhou Jing finished speaking, a male doctor clad in a white robe withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing a state-of-the-art smartphone in his palm. There is no signal here. Calls cannot be made. Upon his utterance, panic swept across the faces of the crowd. In this modern age, where technology has advanced by leaps and bounds and network satellite signals nearly blanket every corner of the globe, the inability to make a call due to lack of signal posed a grave concern. Chaos erupted as many began to check their own phones, while the woman in the red dress, evidently without a bag suitable for her phone, leaned sideways to observe the teenager beside her, who was struggling to retrieve his phone from his backpack. After a moment of futile fiddling, he looked up in disappointment and shook his head. My phone also has no signal. After inspecting their devices, those who had brought phones confirmed the absence of signal. Zhou Jing set his phone down, and his words incited alarm among several present, yet Song Qingxiao sensed something amiss. Just as this thought formed in her mind, someone quickly raised a question. Impossible. The speaker remains the male doctor who first mentioned the loss of signal on his phone. His expression grave. I suddenly found myself in this place during work hours. If this is a case of abduction, no one possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Upon hearing a rebuttal, Zhou Jing's demeanor shifted, as though his authority had been challenged, and he became somewhat displeased. Nothing is impossible. He straightened his posture, asserting, given your attire, you appear to be a doctor and should possess a certain understanding of medications. If an assailant utilized a hallucinogen to render you unconscious in a brief span of time, then transported you to this prepared location, your mind and vision, influenced by the substance, could create illusions regarding the events that transpired, leading you to believe you arrived here in a state of wakefulness. Zhou Jing's tone was resolute, his voice deep and resonant. He emphasized his emotions through his body language, compelling many to resonate with his hypothesis, as evidenced by their expressions of agreement. Impossible. Song Qing lowered her head, tightening her lips upon hearing this assertion. Emotionally, she wished to believe Zhou Jing's words. However, rationally, she found it difficult to accept. Before entering this enigmatic trial of the gods, she had been murdered by a stranger, and in her final moments, she chose to enter this trial, only to discover her resurrection. Her wounds vanished. This situation felt surreal, akin to a dream. Yet, the remnants of blood on her body and the grime between her fingers attested that her prior ordeal was not mere illusion. Moreover, from the information she currently possessed, it was evident that Zhou Jing hailed from Dongji province, while she herself originated from the west street of the imperial capital. This was sufficient to illustrate that all 9 individuals, herself included, could potentially come from various regions within the empire. Boldly considering the state of her damp hair and uniform, soaked by the rain, it suggested that the individuals present not only arrived from different locations but also under disparate circumstances and times. Upon her entry into the space, when Zhou Jing began to speak, the doctor noted the loss of mobile signal, which implied that none of them had been in this realm for an extended period. Thus, prior to this, they had not observed the signal issue. Taking all these factors into account, Song Qingxiao daringly speculated that it was impossible for anyone to orchestrate a gathering of individuals from different times, places, environments, and varying ages and genders within a relatively similar time frame. Not even with prior preparation could this be accomplished, unless the orchestrator were a deity. The thought of the voice echoing in her mind made her shiver. Impossible. The doctor once again refuted Zhou Jing's assertion, this time with a more somber tone. His persistent contradictions irked Zhou Jing, particularly as those around her seemed to resonate with her hypothesis. The doctor's repeated denials darkened Zhou Jing's expression, prompting her to raise her voice. On what basis do you make such claims? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak amidst the rising tension. Their gazes flitted between the doctor and Zhou Jing, as if searching for a figure to rally behind. Due to the potential for human interference with mobile signals, I discovered that the watch on my wrist also ceased to function. As he spoke, he sighed, tilting his wrist downward so that everyone could see more clearly. Song Qingxiao lifted her head and noticed that the watch's hands were now uncontrollably spinning. This phenomenon appeared to be influenced by the magnetic field, leading me to suspect that we were likely ensconced in a mysterious space. The doctor's words sparked a wave of panic among the crowd. Strangely, upon hearing this, Song Qingxiao felt as if her long-held suspicions were being validated, and her previously tense body began to relax somewhat. Chapter 4. The trial. The doctor's statement caught Zhou Jing off guard, and upon seeing the watch on the doctor's wrist, the crowd was engulfed in alarm. The woman in the red dress murmured, "Could it be that what I heard earlier was not merely a figment of my imagination?" Her voice trembled slightly, prompting a nearby boy with a backpack to turn and inquire, "Did you hear the prompt for entering the trial of the gods?" His eyes were filled with trepidation, as the notion of events transcending scientific explanation left everyone visibly shaken. The doctor furrowed his brow and glanced at the watch, which continued to spin erratically. "It seems everyone has indeed heard the trial of the gods," he asserted with certainty, aside from the woman in red and the boy who spoke. The others exchanged glances, none daring to dispute him. Clearly, the doctor's words held truth. Prior to entering this enigmatic space, everyone had heard a mysterious prompt. Song Qingxiao hugged her knees, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The events of the evening had left her in a state of heightened tension, an instinctive sense that what was to come might fundamentally alter her future. Who was the first to enter this trial space of the divine tonight? The doctor posed the question, having previously raised concerns regarding the loss of mobile signal and the uncontrollable malfunction of watches due to magnetic interference. He swiftly became the cornerstone of reassurance for most, effortlessly seizing the conversational authority that Zhou Jing had desperately sought. His inquiry met with no dissent. Even the previously defiant giant turned to look around, scratching his head. A timid girl seated to the left of Song Qingxiao raised her hand. "It should be me." Her voice was soft, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with straight black hair framing her youthful face, which bore an expression on the verge of tears. "When I entered, there was no one here," she spoke, tears glistening in her eyes. "Then she came in." The girl indicated towards a woman dressed in a professional suit, her figure ample. The woman, somewhat resigned, admitted, "Yes, after I entered, it was Zhou Jing." The doctor nodded, "And then it was I." Following him were a boy carrying a backpack, a middle-aged, stout man, the giant, a woman in a red dress, and finally, Song Qingxiao herself. "Was there anything different before you entered?" The doctor's inquiry drew everyone's gaze towards the girl, who felt overwhelmed under their scrutiny, on the brink of tears, her nose reddening, and her eyelids fluttering. No. It was the same as now, just no one. Surrounded by thick fog, she called out for a considerable time upon entering, yet found no one in response, which instilled a sense of fear within her. She eventually settled in a central location, awaiting the arrival of others. From the girl's words, it was evident that she was exceedingly timid, her age contributing to a somewhat cowardly disposition. The doctor posed several questions, yet none elicited any useful information. Currently, the only knowledge that Song Qingxiao possessed was that everyone had been summoned by some mysterious force into the trial space of the gods. However, she had no clues as to how they might escape. She speculated that, since this place was named the trial space of the gods, it could be inferred that they would soon face a series of trials. Her eyelids fluttered incessantly. Having arrived last, her situation was particularly precarious. Confronted with an unfamiliar environment and the uncertainty of what lay ahead, she suspected that the earlier arrivals might be concealing certain truths. The most troubling aspect was that she had arrived during a perilous time and had brought nothing with her. It was unclear when they might leave this place, and the lack of food and water posed a significant dilemma. The current circumstances remained a mystery to all, and remaining idle was not a viable option. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she suggested, "I propose that we each venture forth to explore this location and swiftly seek a means of escape." However, the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, coupled with the dense fog and the peculiar manner of their arrival, necessitated caution. The doctor recommended that groups of 2 or 3 individuals form together to investigate in 4 distinct directions, hoping to uncover what lay beyond the fog and ideally discover a path leading out of this enigmatic realm. Zhou Jing felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing this, likely due to the doctor's words undermining his previously established authority, which left him harboring a sense of resentment. He frowned in opposition, stating, "Exploring the surroundings? None can ascertain whether there is danger here. Since we all entered based on the auditory cues, it would be wiser to wait and see if that mysterious voice resurfaces." The group's opinions diverged into 2 factions. One group, represented by a burly man, leaned towards following the doctor's directives. The other, including the woman in the red dress, preferred to heed Zhou Jing's suggestion and remain in place, awaiting further instructions. The woman in the red dress flicked her hair and her gaze flickered. "In that case, perhaps those willing to venture out could do so while we wait here for news." Upon her utterance, a plump woman scoffed derisively, her disdain evident in her eyes. Before she could speak further, the doctor interjected, reminding everyone of the gravity of the situation. Despite Zhou Jing's stubbornness, he refrained from voicing any further dissent. Although the group felt a palpable fear of their surroundings, they had no better alternatives and thus complied with the doctor's guidance. Among the 5 men present, the burly figure clearly possessed a significant advantage in this unfamiliar environment, prompting many to express a desire to team up with him. Next in line was the doctor, whose logical clarity and meticulous nature appealed to others, followed by Zhou Jing, who worked at the municipal center. As for the short, stout middle-aged man and the youth with a backpack, their appearances and ages led several women to exclude them from consideration. After considerable deliberation, the doctor aligned himself with the well-dressed, voluptuous woman, while the burly man joined forces with the lady in the red dress. Zhou Jing chose to accompany the boy with the backpack, leaving the middle-aged man, the timid girl who had entered the space first, and Song Qingxiao to form a reluctant group. Judging by the strength of their respective teams, it was evident that Song Qingxiao's group was the weakest. The middle-aged man cast a disapproving glance at Song Qingxiao, then at the timid girl, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, upon realizing that protesting would be futile, he begrudgingly accepted the arrangement. The 4 teams set off in different directions, each taking a step into the unknown, a task that was undeniably daunting. After a moment of hesitation, the doctor took the lead, guiding the voluptuous woman towards the thick fog. Song Qingxiao, feeling anxious, followed the middle-aged man and the girl in the opposite direction. As they stepped into the fog, an all-too-familiar sense of mystery surged in Song Qingxiao's mind. Welcome to the trial of the gods. Simultaneously, a series of cards appeared in her mind's eye, their sudden emergence sending a chill down her spine. Her senses heightened to their peak. The panicked screams of the girl and her group echoed in her ears, indicating that she was not alone in receiving this ominous alert. "Stop screaming!" The short, stout middle-aged man barked, his voice filled with menace. In such an environment, fraught with unknown dangers, the eerie silence surrounding them became unsettling, and the girl's screams sounded hauntingly tragic, sending shivers down their spines. The middle-aged, stout man felt a sense of disdain from others, being relegated to the same group as the young girl, which already left him quite displeased. The sudden turn of events exacerbated his agitation. The girl's voice, tinged with tears, echoed hauntingly in the air, clearly startling the man. Upon hearing her utterance of the word death, both the girl and the middle-aged man shuddered involuntarily. Song Qingxiao, disregarding their exchange, found her attention captivated by the cards in her mind. These cards, adorned with a black background and red patterns, were arranged in 3 rows of 3. And merely gazing at their designs evoked a sense of suffocation. She suppressed the chilling sensation and began to observe the patterns, pondering their significance for a while but arriving at no conclusions. However, she noted that there were a total of 9 cards. There were also 9 individuals who had entered the trial space of the gods, and the correlation between the number of cards and participants piqued her curiosity. The ominous feeling intensified as the middle-aged man continued to mutter angrily. The significance of the number of cards remained a mystery, and Song Qingxiao was equally uncertain about how to escape this trial space. Cold sweat surged from her palms, slick and clammy, and the remnants of blood on her hands appeared somewhat sticky under the deluge of sweat. This easily conjured memories of being killed in her mind, particularly in such an unsettling environment, amplifying her unease. She instinctively reached out to touch the spot on her neck where she had previously been stabbed. In the next moment, a notification echoed in her mind. Object selected. She licked her parched lips and lowered her gaze to behold a dagger, approximately the length of her palm. The blade was as thin as a silkworm's wing, and under the faint light in the thick fog, as she slightly turned her palm, the dagger glimmered with a silvery sheen. The short, stout middle-aged man was oblivious to her peculiar behavior, continuing to berate the sobbing girl. Although Song Qingxiao did not comprehend the origin of the dagger, in such dire circumstances, possessing a means of self-defense felt like a stroke of immense fortune. While she remained uncertain about the dagger's efficacy in this enigmatic realm, she discreetly concealed it within the folds of her sleeve, using the garment to hide her newfound weapon. Just as Song Qingxiao completed this task, the surrounding fog began to dissipate at a discernible pace, illuminating the space and revealing the figures of the middle-aged man and the girl. "I must be cursed to be stuck with 2 useless beings," the man exclaimed, seemingly venting his fears through his insults. The girl, though seething with indignation, dared not voice her anger. After a tirade, the middle-aged man appeared to tire of his outburst and paused, muttering, "This cursed place is truly sinister." He shook his head, preparing to speak again when the girl suddenly let out a startled cry. "Do you wish to die?" The black mouse cord continued to sway, and the stout man wore an expression of utter despair, as if he had encountered the most terrifying creature in existence. With a tremor of his hand, he flung the mouse from his grasp and cradled his head with both hands. A young girl extended her hand, cradling a phone enveloped in a pink rabbit shell, her face etched with horror. "This is my phone, but I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket." Her tear-soaked eyes were fixed on Song Qingxiao, bewildered as to how it had come to be in her possession. Observing the pitiable girl, so frightened that her soul seemed to have fled, Song Qingxiao took several deep breaths to muster a semblance of calm. "Did you perhaps take it in your hand when you entered?" The girl, with a look of sheer disbelief, attempted to mimic the stout man's earlier gesture of discarding the phone, but upon hearing Song Qingxiao's question, she hastily shook her head. "No." Her teeth clacked together as she spoke, producing a clack, clack, clack sound. As the surrounding fog began to dissipate, allowing for a dim light to filter through, Song Qingxiao noticed the abnormal twitching of her cheek muscles, clearly a manifestation of her extreme fear. Earlier, when the doctor mentioned the phone had lost signal, she had taken it out to check, and she was certain she had placed it in her clothing pocket. The young girl added, "No, however, before entering this space, I was playing on my phone." Her words reminded Song Qingxiao of the dagger concealed within her sleeve, and the short, stout middle-aged man beside her seemed to recall something as well. Yes, when I entered here, I was also holding a mouse." Their exchange suggested that the items chosen by those present might be linked to the final moment before entering this realm, objects they had either held or touched. Song Qingxiao's pupils dilated, and her right hand instinctively covered the dagger on her left arm. If her suspicions were accurate, the dagger she now possessed could very well be the weapon that the unfamiliar man had used to attempt her life earlier. With this understanding of the origins of these items, the middle-aged man appeared to relax slightly. "You obtained a phone, I got a mouse. Hey, what did you get?" He turned to look at Song Qingxiao, who lowered her eyelids and shook her head. "Nothing." She chose to conceal the existence of the dagger. Chapter 6. Desolation. Since receiving the notification and entering this space, she had yet to grasp the true nature of this so-called trial of the gods, and the clues available to her were limited. After splitting into teams to exit the previous space, they received a task prompt, and 9 cards appeared in her mind. Their connection to the 9 individuals who had entered the space remaining unclear, until she could clarify the circumstances. The presence of a dagger offered Song Qingxiao a modicum of reassurance. "As I entered, I happened to be on my way home from work when an unexpected incident occurred." Song Qingxiao did not mention the encounter with the assailant. The middle-aged man did not suspect her of lying. After all, given the current situation between him and the girl, the items they held were related to their entry into the trial of the divine. However, whether it was the girl's mobile phone or the mouse he had discarded, in this place, they evidently served no purpose. The stout man instinctively thought it was normal for Song Qingxiao to have entered the space without anything in hand. Even if she had retained something, it was likely of little use. Nevertheless, he glanced at her, noting her disheveled appearance. After entering the space, though the wound on Song Qingxiao's neck had vanished, her hair and clothes were drenched from the rain, with her long hair matted with mud, clinging to her face. The heavy bangs, soaked, obscured half of her visage, and the stark contrast between her dark hair and pale skin rendered her complexion eerily bloodless. She seemed to be unnerved by this strange environment, trembling uncontrollably. The middle-aged man glanced at her briefly before turning his head away with evident disdain. In contrast, the timid girl, despite her own fears, appeared far more pleasant to behold than her disheveled counterpart. "Did you receive any prompts?" The surrounding fog had dissipated significantly, granting at least a modicum of visibility to the middle-aged man, which alleviated much of his unease. He tilted his head back, mimicking the tone of the doctor from earlier in this enigmatic space, and adopted an air of authority as he inquired about the 2 girls. Song Qingxiao remained silent. The young girl appeared quite innocent, and when questioned, she answered candidly, "Yes, upon our entry, I received an image." Like Song Qingxiao, she had envisioned 9 cards adorned with mysterious patterns in her mind, though their purpose remained elusive. The peculiar designs on the backs of these cards unsettled her. "What about you?" At this juncture, Song Qingxiao speculated that all 9 individuals who had entered this mysterious realm must have received similar prompts. Perhaps the key to exiting this space lay within those clues. Since the messages they received were identical, she saw no reason to withhold her own experience. Thus, when the girl spoke, she nodded in affirmation, indicating that she too had received the same prompt. The middle-aged man's expression shifted for a time, seemingly grappling with the potential significance of the cards, eventually conceding that he had indeed received a similar message. This revelation was met with eagerness from the young girl. After a moment of silence, Song Qingxiao softly reminded them. The space has vanished. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the girl appeared to awaken to the realization, lifting their gazes to survey their surroundings. The fog had lifted somewhat, yet it had not completely cleared, and the light and visibility were only marginally improved compared to before. The individuals found themselves in an open clearing, shrouded in a dense, gray mist from which faint shadows emerged, resembling monstrous entities poised to devour. The space where they had previously lingered had vanished entirely, leaving the three disoriented and uncertain of their original direction. A sense of despair washed over the middle-aged man. "Damn it," he exclaimed, "what on earth is this place?" The young girl trembled, her fear palpable. Song Qingxiao, too, felt a surge of trepidation as she once again touched the dagger hidden within her sleeve. The blade's sharp edge provided a modicum of reassurance amidst the unsettling ambience. Summoning her courage, she cautiously scanned her surroundings, hoping to identify a distinctive landmark to prevent becoming lost in this enigmatic realm. Among the 4 teams formed by the 9 individuals who had entered this space, Song Qingxiao's team was the weakest. The girl, timid and young, found herself in a situation where she could hardly offer assistance. Merely avoiding being a burden was a considerable feat. The middle-aged man, seemingly older and presumably more experienced, bore a lecherous gaze, his earlier irritation, nearly culminating in violence due to the girl's startled cry, rendered him equally untrustworthy. Though Song Qingxiao lacked confidence in such an unfamiliar environment, she had no choice but to rely on herself. "We must first locate a suitable place and ascertain our direction," she stated, taking a deep breath. "To escape this place, we must at least regroup with the others to find an exit." At this juncture, no better alternative presented itself. Both the middle-aged man and the young girl expressed their agreement with Song Qingxiao's words. Once a decision had been reached, the middle-aged man swiftly endeavored to establish his authority as the leader among the 2 girls. He beckoned to the young girl, stating, "We are unaware of any potential dangers in this place. It is prudent that we do not separate. Allow me to take your hand." He puffed out his chest, issuing commands, and upon observing Song Qingxiao's disheveled appearance, a look of disdain flickered in his eyes as he instructed the young girl. "You hold on to her." It was evident that he had forgotten Song Qingxiao's name, yet she paid it no mind. She had grown accustomed to the sensation of being overlooked. And furthermore, she sensed that in this enigmatic space, surrounded by strangers, a lesser presence might prove advantageous for her. The young girl obediently grasped the middle-aged man's hand, simultaneously holding onto Song Qingxiao. She seemed quite frightened. Once she had taken hold of both the middle-aged man and Song Qingxiao, she clutched tightly, regardless of Song Qingxiao's unclean hand. It was apparent that the young girl hailed from a well-off family, as her parents had evidently sheltered her. Her palm was soft and delicate, a clear indication that she had never engaged in household chores, resulting in such a refined texture. "Do you still need your mouse?" As the group prepared to depart, Song Qingxiao cast a glance at the mouse abandoned on the ground and quietly spoke. With so few resources at her disposal, she was uncertain of what the future might hold. Having something to hold on to, even if its utility was limited, offered her a semblance of security. Although the middle-aged man had previously dismissed the mouse as useless, upon realizing that Song Qingxiao desired it, he was reluctant to let her take advantage of him. When she posed her question, he naturally replied, "Of course," as he bent down to retrieve it. The 3 of them grasped hands and chose a direction to proceed, walking for about 10 minutes without encountering any signs of life. The ground was overrun with a profusion of weeds, which grew increasingly dense the further they ventured, soon reaching their ankles. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Doctor?" Zhou Jing. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but as their phones and watches ceased to function in this desolate area, the middle-aged man grew increasingly impatient. They were drawing closer to the immense shadow they had first spotted, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their palms and backs. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" "Zhou Jing, Zhou Jing." Song Qingxiao moistened her parched lips and flexed her arm, feeling the presence of the dagger. Her heartbeat, which had briefly slowed, began to race once more. This situation was becoming troublesome. The distance between them suggested that should any danger arise, they might be unable to assist one another. Moreover, Song Qingxiao keenly sensed the middle-aged man's escalating agitation. Her upbringing and the near-fatal encounter with a stranger that night had heightened her awareness of potential threats. She needed to remain cautious around him. The 9 cards in her mind had not changed for the time being, leaving her uncertain as to whether this was a fortuitous sign. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, the middle-aged man finally succumbed to his frustration, forcefully kicking the bushes ahead. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, his foot met empty air, and before he could retract it, he stumbled and fell, dragging down not only himself but also the young girl he had been gripping tightly, along with Song Qingxiao, who was desperately holding on to her. Chapter 7. Desolation. The girl let out a piercing scream, her voice echoing hauntingly in the eerie stillness of the surroundings. "If you scream again, I swear I will end you." The girl's cry abruptly ceased, and the ensuing silence deepened the unsettling tranquility, as if the three of them were the sole inhabitants of a desolate city. The middle-aged man, teetering on the brink of collapse, felt a surge of negative emotions, fear, anxiety, and exhaustion boil over, manifesting in a violent outburst. His eyes reddened, his expression twisted in rage. He struck her with a resounding slap, yet it failed to assuage his fury. Raising his fist, he swung another blow toward the girl's head. Stunned by the blow, the girl instinctively released her grip on Song Qingxiao, attempting to shield herself, emitting muffled whimpers. A previous slap had already left her lip cracked and bleeding, and now the middle-aged man's punch altered her complexion drastically. If this continued, it would surely lead to tragedy. Instinctively, Song Qingxiao intervened. Having grown up in the violence-ridden western districts of the capital, where slums and chaotic streets were rampant, she was all too familiar with the harrowing sensation of fear that accompanied such brutality. She comprehended the trepidation that enveloped the young girl in such an environment. Even the slightest rustle could evoke sheer terror. She herself endeavored to suppress her own fears, wary of attracting any peril. The girl's character was inherently timid and frail. Having been toppled by the middle-aged man and startled into a scream, she had already received a slap in return. In his irrationality, the man might very well inflict further harm upon her. The trio's journey thus far had been arduous, and should the girl suffer any serious injury, the remaining two would face the daunting task of escorting her while also locating the other 6 members of their team. Moreover, they would need to find a way out of this space, which would prove exceedingly challenging. Of course, the paramount reason for Song Qing's concern was not solely her compassion for the girl, but rather her anxiety that if the middle-aged man were to cause the girl any harm, the equilibrium of their group would be irrevocably disrupted. With only 2 members remaining, she and the man would be alone together, undeniably heightening her peril. The middle-aged man, with a history of violence, might very well resort to aggression again during their search for an escape, leaving her in a precarious predicament. Contemplating these thoughts, Song Qing grasped the dagger concealed beneath her arm, prepared for any sudden aggression from the man, while forcefully leaning her shoulder against him, imploring, "Do not strike her." Her voice was somewhat hoarse, audible only to herself, as she felt the urgency of her blood coursing through her veins, her heart pounding relentlessly. Perhaps it was the middle-aged man's stocky and unrefined physique, or perhaps the fear and exhaustion he had accumulated during their arduous journey. When Song Qingxiao collided with him, he released the girl and collapsed to the ground. Fueled by anger, he attempted to rise again and strike. Without hesitation, Song Qingxiao bore the numbing ache in her shoulder from the impact and summoned all her strength to drag the incapacitated girl away from the middle-aged man. Striving to distance them, she then demanded in a stern voice, "Do you intend to kill her?" Her timely intervention caused the man to hesitate in his actions. The girl trembled like a leaf, her cheeks rapidly swelling with the marks of his fingers. Fear had rendered her utterly timid. She was so cowed by the man that she could scarcely muster the courage to weep aloud. Instead, she curled her legs and cowered behind Song Qingxiao. None of them knew how to escape this place, and it was already a considerable challenge for the 3 of them to seek an exit together. Song Qingxiao carefully considered her words, wary of provoking the middle-aged man further and risking additional turmoil. She gripped her own arm tightly, her palm pressing against the hilt of a concealed weapon beneath her clothing. If someone were to suffer an unfortunate incident, it would diminish our strength, and that would be of no benefit to us, she stated. Though not one to speak excessively, her words struck a chord, softening the man's demeanor. He visibly calmed, and Song Qingxiao let out a subtle sigh of relief. She continued, "We have yet to locate Zhou Jing and the others. If they arrive and we find an exit, injuring someone would only complicate matters." She mentioned this point, which not only offered a glimmer of hope to the middle-aged man, but also sought to subdue him, urging him to moderate his behavior. These words had a remarkably positive effect. The middle-aged man suppressed his anger, brushed off the debris from his clothes, and with a cold snort, rose to his feet. He was the first to slip, and given his size, his fall was more severe than that of the 2 girls. As he stood up, he inhaled sharply, his right leg felt somewhat uncooperative, and he limped painfully, finding movement more laborious than before. Once he regained his composure, Song Qing surveyed the surroundings. This area was lower than where the others had fallen earlier. Judging by the ground beneath his feet, it appeared to be a staircase, long overgrown with weeds that had concealed the steps, compounded by the dim environment which had led to their momentary misstep. Aware of this, the group proceeded with increased caution, following the staircase downward as they began to explore the new territory. Time passed without their notice until the black silhouette that had been shrouded in fog finally drew closer. It resembled a factory shed. The three initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a sudden tension in their scalps. In this unfamiliar place, the appearance of an unknown structure raised concerns about potential dangers. They grasped each other's hands and entered, finding the interior darker than the outside. It appeared to be an abandoned factory, astonishingly spacious, containing only a dozen large vats and nothing else. The vats were covered with heavy lids, and the contents within were a mystery. Exhausted and famished, they hesitated to lift the lids recklessly and, after deliberation, decided to first search the surrounding area before proceeding further. The site of the building suggested the possibility of an additional exit. Once discovered, it would offer an escape from this cursed place, a path to liberation. The middle-aged man seemed to regain some strength, and the trio thoroughly searched the factory. Song Qingxiao silently committed the layout of their traversed paths to memory. Time passed unmeasured as they wandered. Eventually, their physical endurance waned, leaving them utterly fatigued. The initial excitement and hope in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a deepening gloom that rendered him increasingly taciturn, his demeanor growing more perilous. Ultimately, the sound of their empty stomachs echoed in the silence, prompting them to find a place to rest. "Do you have any food?" The middle-aged man extended his hand towards Song Qingxiao. She had already sensed something amiss about him. Her hand was tightly grasped by the girl beside her, while her other hand clutched the middle-aged man. After being struck by him, the girl had lost the courage to approach, clinging to Song Qingxiao like a lifeline, her grip unyielding. This left Song Qingxiao unable to maintain her hold on her dagger, causing her inner anxiety to mount. "No." She released her grip on the middle-aged man's hand, feigning a stretch of her arm while secretly continuing to grasp the hilt of her dagger. The middle-aged man took note of her actions, having observed several such movements. In this tense moment, he inquired darkly, "Why do you keep touching your arm?" His suspicion was palpable. Song Qingxiao managed a smile, feigning composure. "When I fell earlier, my arm was bruised. I scraped my skin, and it bled." Upon her utterance, the middle-aged man dispelled his doubts. Having sustained considerable injury after the three individuals tumbled down the steps, he now felt a lingering pain in his right leg. He shifted his gaze from Song Qingxiao to the young girl who was attempting to distance herself from him, his eyes darkening with an ominous glint. "Do you have any food?" As he spoke, the girl trembled, and upon the conclusion of his words, she hastily shook her head, replying, "No." Fearing that the man might doubt her, she opened her pockets and even unbuttoned her coat to prove her honesty. Song Qingxiao, distracted by the cards lingering in her mind, felt a surge of alarm at the girl's actions. In such a precarious situation, her movements were exceedingly perilous. Regrettably, her youth rendered her oblivious to this truth. The middle-aged man's expression gradually shifted, his demeanor evolving as well. Song Qingxiao shook off the girl's firm grip on her hand and lowered her voice to reprimand her. "It is evident to everyone that you possess no food." As she spoke, she gave the girl a gentle shove, ostensibly pulling her clothing closer together. The middle-aged man curled the corner of his mouth. "Number one. Come here a bit." He beckoned to the girl, licking his lips. Chapter 8. The game aside from the girl's naive simplicity. Both the middle-aged man and Song Qingxiao had already begun to harbor suspicions of one another. The middle-aged man had previously struck someone, and he was concerned that if he found a way to escape this space, the girl might seek retribution. Consequently, none of them expressed the desire to reveal their identities. They referred to one another based on the order in which they had entered the space. The girl was designated as number 1, while Song Qingxiao, having arrived last, was assigned the number 9. After being called out by the middle-aged man, the girl, despite her usual dullness, sensed something was amiss. She had just been struck by him, and the memory of his menacing expression lingered in her mind, instilling a deep sense of dread. When he summoned her, she instinctively shrank back and sought refuge behind Song Qingxiao, stifling a whimper that threatened to erupt into tears. "I said, come here." The middle-aged man, noticing her lack of response, darkened his expression and began to rise, which only intensified the girl's fear. She clutched Song Qingxiao's arm desperately, as if she were a lifeline. Song Qingxiao, feeling the weight of the situation, began to sink deeper into despair. With no water, no food, and no means to contact others. The search for an exit from this space was becoming increasingly futile, pushing the limits of their sanity. The man was clearly on the brink of collapse. Once malevolent thoughts took root, it would be as if he had unleashed a caged beast. Number 6. Although Song Qingxiao was slightly older than the girl, her frail physique rendered her vulnerable, even if the middle-aged man was not particularly strong. The inherent difference in physical strength between genders would place her in a perilous situation should a conflict arise. Fortunately, she still possessed a dagger, a clandestine weapon that, as long as its existence remained undisclosed, might afford her a glimmer of hope in the final moments. However, prior to that, should the middle-aged man discover the dagger, her chances of survival would dwindle to nothing. As Song Qingxiao contemplated this, she felt her breath grow increasingly labored. Having narrowly escaped death that evening, she cherished her life more than ever and endeavored to persuade the middle-aged man to regain his composure. Yet, the words that had previously quelled his anger seemed to have lost their efficacy. After a prolonged period without any sign of comrades, and with no exit in sight, the absence of food and water had rendered the man exceedingly impatient. Following his remarks, as the girl cowered in hiding, his already scant patience was entirely depleted. He rose and approached the two girls. "Now, be silent," he commanded, casting a calm yet piercing glance at Song Qingxiao, a malevolent glimmer flickering in his eyes. "We cannot escape." The grease from his scalp mingled with cold sweat, clumping his hair into disheveled strands. His eyes were bloodshot, with veins bulging at his temples, and this unsettling expression intensified the sense of danger in contrast to his composed tone. "This is the realm of demons. It has imprisoned us here, and we cannot escape. Do you understand?" With a neurotic tilt of his chin, he continued, "There is no food, no water. We cannot endure for many days." "Calm yourself." The girl, terrified, wept softly, yet she recalled the earlier incident of being struck. Daring not to raise her voice too loudly for fear of attracting the middle-aged man's attention and incurring further harm, "Tell me where the exit is. Tell me where food and water can be found, and I shall immediately regain my composure." He bellowed, his emotions oddly shifting to a rapid calmness, even managing a sardonic grin. After all, we're all destined to perish. Might as well indulge before the end. Number 1. I shall say this one last time. Come here. The environment and reality finally stripped away the veneer of civilization that cloaked the middle-aged man, and the very concern that had long haunted Song Qingxiao came to fruition. The girl pressed herself even tighter behind Song Qingxiao, as if wishing to curl into a ball. When the middle-aged man reached out to seize her, she emitted a shrill, piercing scream. In that moment of peril, she unleashed an immense potential, clinging tightly to Song Qingxiao's neck. As the man attempted to grasp her, her hold constricted painfully, nearly suffocating Song Qingxiao. "Help! Help!" she cried. The middle-aged man, now exerting his full strength to pry her away, left Song Qingxiao, ensnared by the girls, gasping for breath and utterly unable to assist her. The man, panting heavily from exertion, found his frustrations heightened by his inability to prevail. Without a second thought, he swung his fists towards the girl's face and head. After a couple of strikes, the girl's arms, which had been clinging to Song Qingxiao's neck, loosened slightly, allowing her to finally break free. "Help!" the girl cried, her legs flailing in desperation. As Song Qingxiao regained her composure, she rushed to attempt to shove the middle-aged man away. The two women understood that if they did not resist simultaneously, the situation could become far more dire. Once the man succeeded, the girl would be left to face him alone. The middle-aged man, freeing one hand, easily swatted Song Qingxiao aside. His action inadvertently liberated one of the girl's hands, which she used to claw at his face. Her long nails left a deep gash running diagonally from the center of his left brow down to his right cheek, even grazing his eyeball. This fierce resistance only served to infuriate him further. He abandoned his initial intent and, retrieving the mouse he had acquired upon entering the space, gripped it tightly before striking it forcefully against the girl's head. Simultaneously, he seized her hair, wrapping the mouse cord around her neck in a matter of moments. Cough. Ah. The girl desperately clawed at her throat while attempting to grasp his hand, but his expression was menacing. "You little wretch, dare to strike me. I'll kill you." Her eyes gradually filled with blood, her complexion shifting from a pale blue to white, as her legs thrashed helplessly and she emitted a feeble, dying gasp. By the time Song Qingxiao unsteadily rose to her feet, the girl's pupils had begun to dilate. She struggled instinctively, leaving 2 long marks on the grass as her heels scraped against the ground. Her face was pale, drooping helplessly to one side, and her bloodshot eyes gradually lost their luster. A scene of brutal violence unfolded before her, sending chills down Song Qing's spine. The middle-aged man was singularly focused on killing the girl, having already dismissed Song Qing as a threat in his mind. Thus, he harbored little caution towards this frail woman. Moreover, subconsciously, he likely believed she posed no danger to him. After all, a smart person would refrain from provoking him at such a moment, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. In such a hellish place, survival was a struggle for all three. If he were to meet his demise, she stood no chance of escaping alive. These thoughts led the middle-aged man to remain oblivious to Song Qing as he tightened his grip around the girl's neck. Yet, Song Qing's gaze had turned icy. She had carefully analyzed the situation. Once the man laid hands on the girl, he would no longer be able to escape. This presented a prime opportunity. And she understood precisely what needed to be done. She merely had to breach that barrier. Memories of nearly being stabbed to death in a narrow alley flooded her mind. And the hope for survival outweighed the psychological burden of taking a life. She seized the dagger concealed within her sleeve and lunged at the man from behind, her body pressing against his as she plunged the blade into his throat. With a determination born from desperation, she aimed for a decisive strike. Failure was not an option. The consequences of such a misstep were beyond what Song Qing could endure. She forcefully pulled the middle-aged man backward, tilting his head towards the sky as her feet clung tightly to his shoulders, her single arm wrapping around his face with an iron grip. The middle-aged man erupted in a torrent of curses, but Song Qingxiao, clutching a dagger, plunged it forcefully into his throat. Emulating the deadly maneuvers she had memorized from assassins, she twisted the blade with fervor, deepening the wound. Warm blood gushed forth, and as his back pressed against her chest and abdomen, his dying struggles nearly suffocated her. He attempted to retaliate, striking out with his fists and pushing down with his feet, even striving to rise. Yet, Song Qingxiao dared not release her hold. Despite the blood soaking her palm, slick and repulsive, fearing that he might survive, she suppressed her terror and reached for his wound. The blood streaming from the injury trickled down his neck, drip, drip, drop onto her chin and the corners of her mouth, and with each breath she took, it felt as though the crimson liquid flowed into her mouth, inducing waves of nausea. The middle-aged man gasped, each breath sounding as if he were choking on the blood. A sound that evoked memories of a scene in the alley, prompting her to grip even tighter. His resistance waned, his body convulsing weakly in its final throes. Until at last, his hand fell limply, leaving him with nothing but instinctual twitches. At this moment, even if the middle-aged man were to cling to life, death was surely imminent. Assured that she had severed his lifeline, Song Qingxiao finally exhaled, trembling uncontrollably. Her legs, weary from exertion, felt uncooperative as she relaxed, and she was acutely aware of her blood-soaked hands. The brief struggle had drenched her body in a profusion of cold sweat. While the corpse of the middle-aged man lay heavily upon her, akin to an immense mountain, she gasped silently, her chest aflame with pain as she lay still for a moment, allowing her limbs to regain some strength. Once she felt capable of commanding her body, she pushed the now motionless figure of the man aside. Due to his stout frame, he rolled over once before coming to a halt, his face smeared with blood and dirt, a visage of utter terror. Chapter 9, the beginning. Originally, 3 cards were arranged in a row, with 2 of them in the upper left corner now turned over. At the instant the photographs of the middle-aged man and the young girl appeared on the cards, Song Qingxiao found herself momentarily breathless. On the first card, the middle-aged man donned a black suit, his face adorned with a smile, and beneath it, the name Zhao Rongqiang was inscribed. If Song Qingxiao's intuition served her correctly, this must be his name. These cards had only manifested after the participants entered the fog, remaining silent until the deaths of individuals 1 and 6, at which point the 2 cards flipped over. Did this signify that the turning of these cards came at the cost of their respective owners' lives? If Song Qingxiao's hypothesis was accurate, what further developments might arise following the revelation of these cards? She recalled the earlier moments spent with individuals 1 and 6, searching for an escape route within this realm. Was it possible that their initial attempts to discover an exit were misguided? The true clues to depart from this place might very well be concealed within these cards. A thought surged through Song Qingxiao's mind, and she vaguely sensed that she had begun to discern the right direction. Reflecting on her entry into this space, she remembered the prompt that inquired, "Do you wish to enter the trial of the gods?" Upon entering, there were a total of 9 individuals present, with the cards arranged in 3 rows of 3. Following the demise of 2 individuals, the 2 cards in the upper left corner had flipped over. Summarizing the information she had gathered, Song Qingxiao felt she was inching closer to grasping the essence of the task. The trial required self-inflicted conflict. And the reason for the odd number of participants likely indicated that only one would ultimately survive and escape this realm. Realizing this, a shiver coursed through her. While it was fortunate to uncover the task's clues through the necessity of self-preservation, the current circumstances were not in her favor. All 9 participants had received the same prompt. And aside from the deceased 1 and 6, the remaining 6 should have already perceived the anomaly. Her sole advantage lay in the knowledge that the flipping of cards was a result of the deaths of 1 and 6. However, as time passed, the others would inevitably come to realize this as well. Once they did, this advantage would swiftly transform into a vulnerability for Song Qingxiao. After all, she was in the same group as number 1 and number 6, both of whom had met their demise at her hands. Naturally, the remaining members would be increasingly wary of her. In this task, only those who survive until the end possess the conditions for escape. Women, in comparison to men, face significantly greater peril. If Song Qingxiao wished to survive, she would need to eliminate the other 6 individuals. Setting aside whether she possessed the strength and stamina to kill everyone while under their scrutiny, among the remaining men, number 3, Shou Jing, aside, number 4, the doctor, was experienced and cautious. Due to his profession, he was accustomed to life and death. Once the game commenced, he would likely overcome psychological barriers more swiftly than the average person, rendering him a formidable adversary. Additionally, number 7 was a burly giant, robust and imposing, making him a challenging opponent as well. Yet, regardless of how dire her circumstances appeared, Song Qingxiao was unwilling to resign herself to fate. Having narrowly escaped death, she refused to perish quietly in this game. She gripped her dagger tightly, thankful for this hidden advantage. In an unexpected turn during her struggle with the middle-aged man, she managed to overpower him. This dagger might very well offer her a lifeline in the trials to come. Little did Song Qingxiao realize that this very object, which had nearly claimed her life, had unexpectedly become her beacon of hope for survival, as if fate were playing a grand jest upon her. After calming down, Song Qingxiao cautiously concealed the dagger once more. The lingering, viscous taste of blood still seemed to haunt her senses, prompting her to retch twice. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the grotesque visage of the middle-aged man, now lifeless. His current state bore no resemblance to the photograph on the card. The stark contrast sent shivers down her spine. With 2 members of the team now deceased, the surrounding environment grew increasingly ominous. However, there was no time for Song Qingxiao to dwell on such fears. The body of a young girl lay nearby. A victim of the middle-aged man's brutality, her neck ensnared by a mouse cable, and her clothing torn asunder. While she was fortunate in her demise, the corpse of the middle-aged man presented a more daunting challenge. The evident knife wound on his neck posed a significant risk. Should it remain undisposed of and later discovered by others, Song Qingxiao's secrets would be laid bare, greatly heightening her peril. It was imperative to conceal the middle-aged man's body. Yet, where could she possibly hide him? The area was surrounded by grass, and a dilapidated factory loomed in the distance, but there was little available for concealment. Each large vat stood about half a person's height, each topped with a heavy lid. When they had passed earlier, uncertainty about the potential dangers lurking within had deterred them from recklessly lifting the lids. Now, recalling this detail, it was evident that the vat would serve as the ideal hiding place for the corpse. With this thought in mind, Song Qingxiao braced herself against the ground and rose to her feet. Her body swayed slightly. In the throes of her earlier tension during the act of killing, she had felt nothing. Now, as the adrenaline subsided, a wave of panic washed over her, making her head spin and her vision blur. At this moment, it was not a time for her to succumb to distress. She bit down hard on her tongue and shook her head, confirming her bearings before making her way toward the location of the factory embedded in her memory. The third card in the upper left corner flipped over, revealing the woman in a red dress smiling at the camera. She belonged to the same group as the burly man on card number 7. The moment the card was unveiled, it signified that the man had already made his move against her. It felt akin to a signal once the assault commenced. The ensuing carnage would claim more lives. As her closest companions fell one after another, the remaining survivors would transform into hunters, venturing out in search of prey. Time was fleeting for Song Qingxiao. Having completed this grim task, she stifled her inner turmoil and nausea, reaching out to hoist the body of the middle-aged man designated as number 6. The weight of the deceased was particularly burdensome. The man's body temperature was steadily declining, and the heaviness of his flesh bore down on her, nearly overwhelming her strength. Blood oozed from the wound on his neck, trickling down like fine threads onto her shoulder and arm, seeping into her clothing, leaving both a slick and irritating sensation. The lifeless hand of the corpse dangled beside her, swaying slightly, and the fact that she had taken his life only intensified her psychological burden. The journey thus far had been arduous, and upon reaching the factory, Song Qingxiao felt nearly drained of all her energy. She cast the middle-aged man's body aside and, with great effort, pushed open the lid of a large vat. Initially, she held her breath, fearing that something might emerge from within, but once the lid was lifted, a wave of relief washed over her. The vessel contained only a small amount of what appeared to be murky water, its opacity accentuated by the dim light. With considerable effort, Song Qing managed to push the stout, middle-aged man's corpse into the liquid, producing a resounding splash. She then secured the lid and prepared to eliminate the traces she had left along her path. In areas stained with blood, she scrubbed vigorously. For those stubborn marks that resisted removal, she concealed them with earth. Some scenes could not be entirely obscured, thereby necessitating the application of similar cover-ups elsewhere to mislead any potential onlookers temporarily. Yet, the discerning eye would readily perceive that this was undoubtedly her primary area of activity. Even so, Song Qing felt she had no other recourse. Fleeing would only render her akin to a headless fly, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering a pursuer. Should she confront one directly, her chances of survival, even armed with a dagger, were slim due to her depleted stamina. It was wiser to lie in wait. Hidden among the numerous large vessels, each securely covered with heavy lids. Having inspected the water within, she deduced it was indeed foul. For anyone to locate her among these containers would require not only extraordinary luck but also a considerable amount of time. This time would afford her the opportunity to rest. And in the fleeting moment when a lid was lifted, she might launch a surprise attack. She identified the vessel that contained the sixth corpse, opting instead for a nearby one. She removed the lid, slipped inside, and replaced it securely. As the dim light was gradually obstructed by the lid, she could not discern whether it was her psychological state or some other factor that rendered the water enveloping her lower body frigid and piercing, foreboding that should she falter, this place might very well become her final resting ground. Once she ensured her clothing and hair were completely concealed, Song Qingxiao began to focus on the prompts echoing in her mind. During her preparations, she realized that the cards in her consciousness had already been largely revealed. Card 1 represented a young girl. Card 6 depicted a middle-aged man. Card 8 illustrated a woman in a red dress. Card 5 portrayed a young boy. And even Card 3, featuring Zhou Jing, had been unveiled. Chapter 10. Self-Contradiction. The death of the woman in the same group as the burly man represented by Card 7 did not come as a surprise to Song Qingxiao, after all. Once the giant discerned the rules, it was only a matter of time before he would eliminate the woman in red to secure his own survival. His robust physique made it relatively easy for him to extinguish her life, yet it was ironically tragic that the woman in red, filled with joy of being grouped with the towering figure in this unfamiliar space, believed his imposing presence would provide her with safety, unaware that this supposed safeguard could swiftly transform into her death knell. However, what astonished Song Qingxiao is Zhou Jing's demise alongside the survival of the professional woman represented by Card 2, who was in the same group as the doctor. Crouching within the large vat, Song Qingxiao hugged her knees tightly, striving to maintain her composure and clarify the threads of insight swirling in her mind. She felt fragile and vulnerable. The slightest oversight could cost her dearly. She had previously been preoccupied with transporting corpses, tidying up the scene, and remaining vigilant against potential ambushes in her surroundings. Consequently, she had not promptly noted the sequence of death between Zhou Jing and the youth. The cause of Zhou Jing's demise could only be deduced through her conjecture. There were possibly two explanations for Zhou Jing's death. One possibility was that two members of the team simultaneously perceived a shift in the consciousness card's hints, speculating on the method of escaping the space, and thus harboring murderous intent towards one another. During their struggle to eliminate each other, both could have realized the other's intentions, resulting in a mutual demise. However, this scenario seemed rather unlikely, as although the game provided everyone with a tool in hand upon entering the space, few, like Song Qingxiao, were fortunate enough to wield a weapon as formidable as a dagger. Engaging in a barehanded fight without any weapons made it difficult for both parties to simultaneously lose their lives. Another possibility remained, that either Zhou Jing or the youth, upon achieving victory, was ambushed by members of another group during a moment of vulnerability. The mere thought of this caused Song Qingxiao to shiver involuntarily, causing the water in the vat to ripple slightly. Whether it was the unnaturally quiet environment or her heightened anxiety, she could hear the gentle sound of water colliding with the vat's walls. This situation was untenable. Instantly, she became more alert, clutching her legs tighter together. Resisting the instinctive tremors of her body proved to be no easy task. She exerted every effort to maintain control. Even her breathing became cautious. If the survivor from Zhou Jing's team had fallen victim to an ambush by others, it would imply that the locations within this space were interconnected, and it was merely a matter of time before others would find her. The individual responsible for the demise of the survivors within Zhou Jing's team could very well be the doctor or the second female, perhaps even the burly man. Song Qingxiao held her breath, her delicate brows knitting together in contemplation. Initially, she perceived the doctor as an astute individual, cautious and endowed with remarkable observational skills. Upon realizing that this game might be propelled by self-inflicted harm, she surmised that the career-oriented woman could pose a significant threat. However, at this juncture, 5 out of 9 individuals had perished, and among the 4 teams, 3 had encountered calamity, with 1 team entirely erased, yet the woman in red remained inexplicably alive. Was it possible that upon discerning the game's true nature, the doctor still adhered to moral principles, upholding a noble character? No, that was implausible. After entertaining such a notion, Song Qingxiao swiftly repudiated it. Prior to this, her acquaintance with the doctor was superficial, gleaned solely from their brief interactions in the previous realm. During those fleeting encounters, when Zhou Jing sought to assert his dominance and establish absolute authority among the group, there was a palpable sense of dissent among the others. The doctor refrained from impulsive retorts. Instead, he subtly addressed issues regarding the loss of control over mobile phones and watches, skillfully steering the situation from the shadows. When chaos ensued and the group found themselves devoid of a guiding force, he solidified his position and compelled the others to heed his directives. In this regard, the doctor's acumen far surpassed that of Zhou Jing. It was evident to all that in such an alternate dimension, wielding authority and maintaining a dominant stance afforded one a considerable advantage. Either the second profession woman recognized the peril posed by the doctor and fled in advance, concealing herself in a refuge akin to her own. However, such an environment is fraught with danger, especially when she becomes the prey and others assume the role of hunters. Indeed, for a woman to be alone in such a scenario is exceedingly perilous. While Song Qingxiao pondered this predicament, the cards within her consciousness shifted once more. The card in the bottom left corner was flipped over, revealing the smiling visage of the burly man, number 7. This individual, whom Song Qingxiao regarded as formidable, difficult to contend with, and distinctly dangerous, had met his demise. Biting her lip tightly, Song Qingxiao realized that among the 4 survivors, including herself, she had taken refuge, and the burly man must have fallen to the hands of the other 2 individuals, judging by stature and physical prowess. The former surpassed both the doctor and the professional woman significantly. It would not be an easy task for either of them to eliminate number 7 in a one-on-one confrontation. However, should they join forces, they would indeed possess a chance of success. It appears her initial suspicions were valid, for reasons unknown. The doctor had refrained from slaying the woman in red and had instead forged some form of alliance with her, resulting in the elimination of the burly man. With number 7's demise, she remained the sole survivor. The doctor, in his quest to escape this realm, would inevitably seek her out. As this realization struck her, Song Qingxiao tensed. The dagger concealed within her sleeve pierced through her garment, embedding itself into her flesh. The pain slightly rekindled her rationality, yet it also quickened the flow of blood within her veins. She clutched her phone tightly in one hand while gripping the mouse cord with the other, the icy water within the tank sending shivers of cold coursing through her. At such a moment, the sound of footsteps grew progressively louder. It was indeed not a figment of her imagination. The voice of the second professional woman echoed ominously. Number 9? This voice, at that moment, resonated like a call from a demonic realm. Chapter 11. Carnage. The instant the voice of the second professional woman pierced the air, an uncontrollable shiver ascended along Song Qingxiao's spine, swiftly spreading throughout her entire being. The sensation of having her throat pierced by a knife, teetering on the brink of death, surged anew. Instinctively, she tilted her head back, yearning for a deep breath. The tank was already cramped, its heavy lid blocking all light, and the murky water enveloping her lower body created an oppressive atmosphere, rendering the air itself painfully thin. As soon as Song Qingxiao raised her neck, her movements froze, and she slowly exhaled the breath she had been holding. Stiffly, she touched her throat with the back of her hand, forcing herself to remain calm in the face of her terror of death. Number 9. The second professional woman continued to call out, her voice drawing nearer. The sound of footsteps seemed to indicate that she had indeed entered the factory. Number 9, where are you? The voice grew increasingly close, accompanied by the rustling of grass beneath her steps. which occasionally seemed to pause. Song Qingxiao's alertness heightened, and at that moment, she felt as if her body was split in two. It felt as though her soul had departed, allowing another self to witness her body curled up in the water tank, motionless. With a pallid complexion resembling that of a corpse, reminiscent of the moment she had been stabbed in the throat in the alleyway. "Come out." The voice of the second professional woman was not constant, indicating that she was now moving about within the factory. Aside from this, Song Qingxiao heard no other sounds. In her consciousness, a prompt indicated that 3 cards remained unturned, suggesting that the doctor was still alive, perhaps observing coldly from some hidden vantage point. Song Qingxiao's heart raced increasingly as the footsteps of the second professional woman grew nearer. Apart from the rustling of clothing brushing against the side of the tank as she passed and the sounds of the grass, the professional woman refrained from calling out loudly again. This eerie silence only heightened the sense of dread. After a few moments, the footsteps gently approached the edge of the tank where Song Qingxiao was concealed. In her heightened state of awareness, she became acutely sensitive to sounds, as if something lightly tapped against the rim of the tank. The second professional woman's whisper, laced with a hint of amusement, broke the stillness. "I've found you." The tone and cadence of that statement nearly provoked a scream from Song Qingxiao. Yet, sensing something amiss, she instinctively bit down on her tongue to suppress the urge, fearing that any sound would lead to her immediate discovery. However, even without vocalizing her fear, her body reacted with sheer terror. Her pores opened wide. Cold sweat streamed down in torrents, and her body began to cool rapidly, trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, after the professional woman tapped on the tank and spoke, she did not hear any sound emanating from within. She quickly departed once more. Approaching the opposite side of the tank, she lightly tapped again, lowering her voice to say, "I see you." At this moment, Song Qingxiao felt her rigid body relax slightly, realizing that the professional woman had not truly discovered her. Rather, she was merely feigning discovery in an effort to locate her. Such behavior indicated that the doctor was likely lurking nearby, waiting for the professional woman to uncover her, only to strike with lethal intent. Her heartbeat quickened, nearing the point of inducing a sensation of impending faintness and suffocation. This was not an opportune moment for her to succumb to unconsciousness. She bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading within her mouth, evoking memories of the blood that flowed when she had killed the middle-aged, stocky man known as Six, a wave of nausea surging uncontrollably in her throat. The minor wound on her tongue, exacerbated by her anxiety and fear, brought only a dull ache, prompting her to bite down several more times. The pain served as a meager distraction, allowing her to regain a semblance of composure. After circling around, the professional woman, not having detected anything unusual, grew impatient. She called out several more times before abandoning her pretense of gentleness. "Is she not here?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Song Qingxiao felt almost certain that the doctor was nearby. Perhaps the doctor had also realized that the professional woman's ruse had been uncovered. He ceased his movements, rendering his breathing inconsequential, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "Impossible." In the vastness of space, this once trustworthy man now spoke words that sent shivers down the spine. The body of number 1 lay nearby, yet number 6 was missing. He methodically analyzed the situation. The ground was trampled. Number 9, being exceptionally astute, had deliberately tampered with the scene to obscure our judgment. The doctor's words permeated the air, reaching the ears of Song Qingxiao. Curiously, throughout her life, marked by humble lineage and lowly status, with a father who had faced misfortune and a mother who succumbed to alcoholism, few had ever deemed her intelligent. She gently moved her fingertips to caress the dagger, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. The doctor continued. However, she had overlooked a crucial detail, a simple statement that raised Song Qingxiao's heart to her throat. "If I am not mistaken, number 6 body must have been dealt with by her, dragged to this location." The doctor paused for a moment before continuing. "The weight of a person varies, and thus the depth of their footprints differs. She carried number 6. Hence the imprints left behind were more profound, and the disturbance in the underbrush was greater." Song Qingxiao lifted her chin, her lips pressed together as she gasped for breath. The doctor seemed to take a few steps closer, nearing her hiding spot. "Perhaps it is concealed over here." Indeed, as the doctor had stated, carrying a person's weight leaves a more significant mark. Even if Song Qingxiao later endeavored to conceal her actions, she could not deceive the keen-eyed. The sound of knocking resonated, as if the doctor had curled his fingers, gently tapping the rim of the vat. "Here, this side, or perhaps that way." Upon hearing these words, the professional woman seemed to retreat several steps, her voice tinged with caution as she asked, Is she inside there? It was unclear. She might have hidden away alone. Or perhaps she remained with the corpse of number 6. The doctor pondered for a moment, and the professional woman, steeling herself, inquired, "Shall we uncover these lids?" As soon as she made the suggestion, the doctor paused briefly, then smiled and replied, "Why not find some dry grass to ignite beneath this vessel?" As he spoke, it appeared he gestured with an object in his hand, the sound of click, click resonating, reminiscent of a lighter igniting. When the flame erupted with a faint boom, Song Qingxiao also noticed it. The lighter left behind by number 7 was finally put to use. The doctor's suggestion, under these circumstances, was undeniably sinister. Song Qingxiao trembled, instinctively reaching out to lift the lid of the vessel as she grasped her phone. Yet in the next moment, she recalled the earlier incident where the professional woman struck the rim of the vessel. The doctor employed the same psychological tactic, first manipulating the professional woman while he aimed to lure Song Qingxiao out. What should she do? Song Qingxiao's heart felt like it was in a tug-of-war, struggling with her predicament. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for her. All three of them were stained with blood, a testament to their unwavering will to survive. It appeared the professional woman and the doctor had formed an alliance, and if she were discovered, the danger would be immense. As I begin to count, 1, 2, 3. It would be prudent for you to reveal yourself. The doctor spoke, his gaze shifting toward the large vats within the factory. 1, 2. His tone elongated with each count, and before he could reach 3, the professional woman, having not strayed far, interjected, "Why not move these vats aside to take a look?" The doctor acquiesced to her suggestion, and their footsteps grew closer to the hiding place of Song Qingxiao. Among the few suspicious vats previously indicated by the doctor, they now approached her concealed refuge. In her state of anxious alertness, she keenly sensed the doctor's fingertip gliding across the vat's surface, his nail scraping against the rim, producing a faintly unsettling sound. This sensation rendered Song Qingxiao acutely aware of her vulnerability, akin to being the fish on a chopping block. In the next moment, the doctor's finger shifted away from the vat where she was hiding, as he pointed to another vat, declaring, "Lift this one." When the lid was removed, it emitted a harsh creaking sound. Evidently, fortune was not on the doctor's side, as the professional woman expressed her disappointment. "It's empty." Of the 3 vats the doctor had selected, he first chose one that neither contained the 6th corpse nor harbored Song Qingxiao's concealment. Should her hiding place be discovered first, she would find herself in grave danger. Conversely, had the vat concealing the 6th corpse been uncovered initially, it might have allowed Song Qingxiao to evade detection, granting her a sliver of hope. Fortune evidently favored Song Qingxiao. After another deliberation, the doctor and the professional woman jointly lifted the lid, causing her to gasp in shock. The body of number 6 was unceremoniously discarded headfirst, feet pointing upward within the confines of the tank. At that moment, as the professional woman beheld the corpse of number 6, her voice trembled, caught between a sigh of relief and a renewed sense of trepidation. The tank was vast, and from their vantage point, the features of the middle-aged man remained obscured. Only his legs, elevated, were visible. The doctor furrowed his brow and instructed the professional woman, "Climb to the edge of the tank and take a look." He wished to ascertain how Song Qingxiao had dispatched the middle-aged man and whether she had concealed herself beneath the body. Clearly, the professional woman was quite obedient to the doctor's command. After a moment of hesitation, she tremulously ascended, discovering that the stout figure of number 6, after being cast into the tank by Song Qingxiao, filled it to the brim. His head bent forward at an angle that was utterly impossible for a living person to achieve. The visage, partially submerged in murky water, was only faintly discernible. Upon glancing at it, the professional woman was seized by terror. "No, number 9 is not here." With a resounding thud, she fell to the ground. The doctor appeared somewhat disappointed. "Really not here? Then let us search elsewhere." As their conversation reached this juncture, Song Qingxiao, who was concealed within the tank, tightly shut her eyes, her top body relaxing slightly. The two had seemingly reached a tacit agreement of cooperation. Their combined efforts in such dire circumstances significantly enhanced their chances of survival, as evidenced by the fate of the imposing number 7 at their hands. Once these 2 individuals departed, the fragile alliance would inevitably dissolve under the passage of time, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The lifelong rivalry between the professional woman and the doctor had resulted in mutual suspicion and even self-destruction. Only one remained. And it was only then that Song Qingxiao could hope for a glimmer of survival. She had just begun to relax, her mind still in a state of emptiness, preparing to explore the cues in her consciousness when, in the next moment, The large vat she occupied was violently struck. It had been placed there for an indeterminate length of time, its base now sunken into the ground. The initial force of the impact merely caused the vat to wobble. Yet a second collision swiftly followed. Chapter 12. Entrapment. The sudden upheaval sent a shiver down Song Qingxiao's spine. Before she could react, the resounding bangs reverberated around her. After a few more strikes, the vat, succumbing to the force of the blows, began to topple. As it tilted, the heavy lid slid off, releasing the water within. And propelled by inertia, Song Qingxiao tumbled out from her concealed space. She instinctively cradled her head with her arms, and her shoulder collided forcefully with the adjacent vat. In such a perilous moment, to avoid being captured and killed as she emerged, Song Qingxiao gritted her teeth against the pain and refrained from rising. Instead, she rolled twice on the ground, feeling a slight increase in distance from the source of danger that had struck the vat before finally using her hand, still clutching the mouse, to support herself against the fallen vat and stand up. Indeed, you were hiding inside. The doctor who had previously claimed to leave had not departed at all. Instead, they had feigned an intention to exit, likely to deliberately lower Song Qingxiao's guard, planning to force her out when she let her defenses down. In the fleeting moment when Song Qingxiao tumbled out of the tank, the doctor and the professional woman should have instinctively advanced to restrain her. However, as Song Qingxiao rolled on the ground, she created a distance that enabled her to evade their grasp, causing both to hesitate. The loss of the prime opportunity to eliminate Song Qingxiao filled the doctor's eyes with a flicker of regret. He scrutinized her. Externally, Number 9 appeared utterly disheveled. The security uniform, saturated with blood and murky water, clung to her form, while her hair lay in disarray, her complexion pale, lips pressed tightly together, and nostrils flaring with rapid breaths. Her eyes shone with an astonishing intensity, reflecting vigilance, wariness, and an insatiable yearning for survival. Upon entering the space, this woman had been the most overlooked. Her unremarkable appearance and lackluster demeanor, coupled with her blood-soaked state, rendered her easily forgettable among the nines, likely leaving no impression of her name. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous woman had, against all odds, eliminated both a man and a woman from her group in this trial akin to a survival competition, thus becoming a source of trouble for the doctor. I have indeed underestimated you. The doctor kept his hands tucked in his pockets, his gaze drawn to the hand that Song Qingxiao was using to support herself against the tank. The back of her hand was gaunt, marred by several abrasions. Yet she seemed impervious to pain as she gripped a frayed mouse with considerable force, enough to reveal the outlines of her knuckles. The cable of the mouse dangled precariously, and upon closer inspection, one corner of the mouse was missing, with traces of blood still visible upon it. As the doctor scrutinized Song Qingxiao, she, in turn, observed the two individuals before her. It was evident that slaying the formidable figure known as Number 7 had not been an easy task for them. Both bore the marks of their struggle, their faces and bodies displaying various wounds. The doctor's once pristine uniform was now tattered, and her professional demeanor had diminished significantly, marred by blood. The precarious situation, with Song Qingxiao outnumbered, caused her heart to sink. Yet, in such a critical moment, maintaining composure was imperative. Any hint of panic could lead to her swift demise at their hands. Though the three stood in opposition, Song Qingxiao noticed that there was a slight gap between the doctor and the professional woman, indicating a tenuous alliance. Steeling herself, she endeavored to steady her breathing, forcing calmness upon herself. Her previously injured arm throbbed with a dull ache, making it difficult to maintain a grip on her trembling phone. Number 2. Song Qingxiao stiffly lifted the corners of her mouth in a semblance of a smile and raised her gaze. Throughout her life, she had cultivated a habit of caution and was not particularly articulate. However, necessity compelled her to speak, attempting to sow discord between the two who had formed this temporary alliance. I am truly surprised. How did you manage to survive? The doctor was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a statement from Song Qingxiao upon being discovered. Among the 9 who entered the trial space, they had formed 4 teams, and now, apart from the 2 of them, each team had only one survivor remaining. She extended her tongue and licked her parched lips, which appeared exceedingly dry due to anxiety and dehydration. Having gone without water for an extended period, compounded by the excessive perspiration from previous bouts of nervousness, she was already severely dehydrated. As her tongue brushed against her cracked lips, Song Qingxiao felt a sharp sting from the fissures. To escape this space, mutual destruction might be the only recourse. Why had the doctor not terminated you? Why had you survived? Her vigilant gaze scrutinized the 2 individuals before her. not missing a single subtle expression on the face of the second professional woman, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the doctor. Upon hearing her words, the doctor's eyelids lowered slightly, his expression momentarily chilling, but in the next instant, he regained his composure and said with a smile, "Have you received any indication that leaving this space requires mutual destruction?" He casually placed one hand in his pocket and pretended to nonchalantly step forward. As he moved, he observed that Song Qingxiao reacted swiftly, instinctively adjusting her position to maintain distance from them. The doctor's gaze fell upon the hand that hung down, grasping her phone. He noted that since she had tumbled from the tank, that hand had remained by her side, motionless. Was it due to injury sustained while killing the first and sixth individuals, which impaired her mobility, or was it the result of her fall from the tank? Once No. 9 entered the space, he spoke little aside from his self-introduction. However, he unexpectedly began to speak, leaving one to ponder whether he sought to sow discord between himself and number 2, or if he was injured and wished to buy time through conversation. As he mulled over this, he slowly moved closer to Song Qingxiao, mirroring his actions. Number 2, a professional woman, also approached, and together they formed a pincer movement towards Song Qingxiao. During the demise of number 1 and number 6, Song Qingxiao noticed their movements and felt a surge of anxiety. Yet she dared not betray the slightest sign of distress. In such dire circumstances, any display of fear or anxiety would invite the two before her to pounce like wolves, tearing her apart. Clenching her teeth against the excruciating pain in her shoulder, she summoned all her strength to raise her left arm, which had suffered the impact. The agony caused her facial muscles to twitch slightly, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down her back. Struggling to steady her trembling hand, she pointed to her head, conveying a silent message. "You should have received the hint." The doctor paused at her gesture, his previously advancing footsteps halting abruptly. The professional woman too became vigilant, stopping and casting a puzzled glance at the doctor. At that moment, no evidence suggested that leaving this place necessitated the act of taking another's life. The doctor spread his hands, indicating his status and position, asserting that there was no need to resort to murder and invite trouble. Yet, the specter of No. 7's demise lingered. Song Qingxiao pressed further, and the doctor, having evidently anticipated this inquiry, responded without hesitation, "That was because he intended to kill us. We acted solely in self-defense." Regardless of whether people choose to believe it, the professional woman should, on the surface, hold faith in such notions. Song Qingxiao tugged at the corner of her mouth, a minuscule gesture that caused her chapped lips to split once more, letting forth delicate droplets of blood that moistened them. "You lie. You spared number 2 because you were aware that in a place like this, should only one person remain alive, you would be no match for number 7. In other words, the reason the doctor refrained from eliminating number 2, leaving her in existence, was purely to utilize her as a bargaining chip for survival. Chapter 13. Crisis. Song Qingxiao had been contemplating the rationale behind Dr. Number 4's decision not to kill the professional woman, number 2. It was not until the demise of the robust number 7 that she finally grasped the situation. After the game commenced in earnest, Song Qingxiao regarded both the doctor and the brute as the most formidable adversaries. Likewise, the doctor would inevitably assess the challenges at hand, recognizing No. 7's formidable physique as the principal threat. In terms of intellect, the doctor was certainly no less capable than others. However, this game demanded more than mere intellect. It also tested physical strength and combat prowess. Should the doctor eliminate the professional woman, he might not prevail against number 7. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to vanquish number 7, the retaliatory force from the latter would undoubtedly inflict injury upon him. In such an environment, the likelihood of surviving with injuries would significantly diminish, and should he encounter another survivor, he might easily fall victim to them. Under these circumstances, forming a temporary alliance with another individual would be far more advantageous than facing the challenges alone, thereby greatly enhancing their chances of survival. The doctor's earlier utterances, filled with deceit, would not be trusted by any of the 3 survivors. What he claims about his unwillingness to take the initiative to kill here, and that the act of eliminating number 7 was compelled, is nothing but a fabrication. His words starkly contradict his deliberate pursuit of Song Qingxiao. However, the second woman, a professional, is unlikely to be oblivious to this contradiction. She is not of the naive and innocent age of the deceased first girl, nor is she like the 8th woman in the red dress, who possesses mere beauty without depth. Her willingness to collaborate with the doctor suggests a keen awareness that in this environment, a falling out with him could jeopardize her survival as a woman attempting to leave alone. To manipulate such a woman with simplistic provocation would not sway her unless faced with more pragmatic concerns. Song Qingxiao swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain composed. The current predicament sees the three of them at odds. Having just been thrust out of the vat, she suffered a jolt that severely impaired her mobility. Coupled with hunger and exhaustion, having languished in the murky water of the vat for an extended period, she was drenched in sweat from fear, sapping her strength. At this moment, her ability to stand was solely supported by sheer willpower. Though the doctor and the professional woman bore wounds from their struggle with the burly number 7. These injuries did not significantly hinder their mobility. Both were likely enduring their own trials of hunger and fatigue, akin to Song Qingxiao's plight, yet the doctor, being a man, and the professional woman, with a physique more robust than Song Qingxiao's frail form, undoubtedly held an advantage. Number 2. Now the entire space is left with only the three of us. Song Qingxiao carefully considered her words, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to an irrevocable fate. As she spoke, both the doctor and the professional woman advanced toward her, the distance between the three of them narrowing. At that moment, turning to flee was not a judicious choice. Song Qingxiao felt a surge of anxiety, repeatedly tempted to reach for the concealed dagger, yet each time this thought arose, she forcefully suppressed it. Should she reveal the dagger, although it might momentarily intimidate the doctor and the professional woman, both would inevitably perceive her as a threat, compelling them to collaborate against her. Moreover, the dagger could only achieve surprise victory. With her current abilities, she could not possibly eliminate both individuals simultaneously. We are both women. It would be quite easy for you to kill me, she mused, her expression increasingly composed in the face of danger. But after I am dead, how will you survive? Number 2. At that moment, Song Qingxiao's peril became a concern for the professional woman. The doctor still held the upper hand in their encounter. Have you considered cooperating with me? After we eliminate the doctor, we can address other matters when it is just the two of us. She calmly discussed her life and death, objectively analyzing the situation for the professional woman. Number 2. Look at my level of danger. It is comparatively lower than that of number 4. You are physically stronger than I am, making it far easier for you to kill me than to kill number 4. Her words left the doctor bemused, while a half-smile appeared on number 4's face. Before she could speak, the doctor noticed from the corner of his eye that the professional woman's advance towards Song Qingxiao had halted. This action revealed that Song Qingxiao's words struck a chord deep within the heart of the second individual, stirring her emotions. The doctor's smile faltered, his expression gradually solidifying. Is it so easy to kill you? He too paused, turning to scrutinize the professional woman's face. Number 2, you cannot possibly believe her words. Can you? The doctor observed that as he spoke, the professional woman had subtly retreated a few steps, widening the distance between them, forming a triangle with number 1 and number 6. Initially, he and the professional woman were the closest, both drawing nearer to Song Qingxiao. However, her words effortlessly disrupted this delicate equilibrium, inciting the professional woman to adopt a defensive stance. She was in the same group as number 1 and number 6, both of whom had perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. She had been the first to initiate the killings. Could such a perilous figure truly be considered manageable? The professional woman continued to retreat in small increments, the three of them now forming an equilateral triangle, maintaining a certain distance from one another, plunging the situation into a stalemate. Although the doctor continued to speak, regret gnawed at him internally. The fact that Song Qingxiao could eliminate number 1 and survive number 6 indicated that she was no ordinary adversary. He should not have overthought it. Allowing her the opportunity to speak further, he ought to have adhered to his original plan, collaborating with number 2 to eliminate Song Qingxiao, and then dispose of number 2 to escape this cursed place. Number 2's expression oscillated between shades of uncertainty. This was no ordinary gamble, where one could lose mere rice or money. If they lost this bet, they would forfeit their lives. Observing this tense scenario, Song Qingxiao hastily interjected. Number 6 harbored murderous intent toward us, and I was compelled to ally with number 1 to retaliate. Her words hinted that the death of number 6 was orchestrated by herself in collusion with number 1, implying that she had merely survived by sheer luck. Such a revelation greatly emboldened number 2, instilling in her a sense of possibility that if she were to join forces with Song Qingxiao to eliminate the doctor, she might also find herself fortunate, like Song Qingxiao. Perhaps in their struggle against the doctor, both the doctor and Song Qingxiao might perish together, allowing her the chance to emerge as the ultimate victor of this trial. Having resolved her thoughts, number 2 cast aside her earlier indecisiveness. As she turned to face the doctor, a glint of murderous intent and vigilance sparkled in her gaze. The doctor sighed, a hint of regret in his demeanor. It appears you have made your decision. Alas, I too wish to survive. Number two's gaze turned frigid. Moreover, you wish to kill me. Otherwise, why have you never inquired about my name during our collaboration? The doctor refrained from asking her name, as he had already planned for her demise. Once she was dead, the card that belonged to her would flip, and he would inevitably learn her name. Given the current circumstances, all pretenses had been cast aside. There was no longer a need for further embellishment. The outcome was far from ideal for the doctor, yet it was unavoidable. As the two women closed in on him, he gradually retreated until his back pressed against the large vat containing the corpse of the middle-aged man who had been number 6. With no room left to escape, he turned his face, his gaze settling upon Song Qingxiao. He no longer concealed the chilling intent to kill within him. In that fleeting moment, Song Qingxiao felt as though she were being targeted by a venomous serpent. She understood that the doctor had discerned her vulnerability and had chosen her as his first victim, planning to eliminate her before turning his attention to the professional woman, thereby alleviating the strain of confronting two adversaries simultaneously. In the doctor's eyes, she had become the selected soft target. At this juncture, Song Qingxiao found herself in genuine peril. Chapter 14. Life and Death. Song Qingxiao observed that, due to the doctor's choice, a barely concealed smile appeared on the face of the second professional woman. At this point, they were ensnared in a predicament from which retreat was impossible. The survival of each individual was at stake, and compassion for others was a luxury no one could afford. Perhaps only the last one standing would be granted freedom. The alliance between her and the second professional woman was exceedingly fragile. She could only devise means to preserve her own life, relying on no one else for salvation. At this moment, retreat was not an option for Song Qingxiao. Should she falter, the professional woman would undoubtedly withdraw as well, leading to the dissolution of their temporary alliance and resulting in dire consequences for her. With this thought in mind, Song Qingxiao's resolve grew firmer. Having conserved his strength, the doctor would not spare the second professional woman any better fate. If the second professional woman could grasp this reality, perhaps she might lend a hand during the doctor's attempt to eliminate Song Qingxiao, providing her with a moment of reprieve. Just as Song Qingxiao opened her mouth to speak, the doctor, having made up his mind, naturally denied her the opportunity to voice her thoughts. It was precisely because of a momentary overconfidence that Song Qingxiao had managed to sway the second professional woman, which had led to the doctor's ire. The instant her lips parted, the doctor lunged at her without hesitation. When Song Qingxiao struck at no. 6. She capitalized on an unexpected moment and relied on the dagger she held to deliver a decisive blow. However, now, confronted with a true adversary, she realized the magnitude of the pressure bearing down on her. Her body had long since reached its limits, sustained only by sheer willpower. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, sluggish and unresponsive. The doctor withdrew his hand from his pocket, forming a fist as if to strike at her eyes. In a moment of desperate instinct, she tilted her head to evade the blow, but her fatigued legs could not support such a sudden movement. In that critical moment, her left hand, clutching the mouse, instinctively swung towards the doctor's fist, attempting to leverage his force to steady herself. In that initial clash, Song Qingxiao already displayed signs of weakness, revealing to the doctor that she was nearing her breaking point. Although the doctor's first strike missed its target, it left several crimson streaks on the back of his hand from the shattered mouse. Yet, she too did not emerge unscathed. While she managed to dodge the punch aimed at her eyes, the doctor's hand still grazed her cheek. As he stumbled forward, she cautiously turned, taking a breath as she edged closer to the professional woman, only then realizing the faint sting on her cheek. In that moment, she dared not touch her face, but she sensed that her cheek had likely been scraped, with droplets of blood beginning to emerge. As the doctor launched another attack, she noticed something gripped in his hand, presumably the hidden weapon he had kept concealed until now. Struggling against the urge to reach for her dagger, she gasped for breath. The doctor, having failed in his initial attempt, halted his forward charge and pivoted back around. In his right hand, he clutched a pen, its cap removed, the nib stained with flesh and blood, evidently having just grazed Song Qingxiao's delicate cheek. Realizing this, Song Qingxiao felt a rush of dread. The doctor had aimed for her eyes. Fortuitously, she had evaded the attack, or the consequences would have been dire. With their positions reversed, the doctor wasted no time and lunged once more at Song Qingxiao. Learning from his previous misstep, he barreled towards her, but this time, she was not as fortunate. Her body lagged behind her thoughts, and she was struck by the doctor, sending her sprawling backward. Once on the ground, her fate was sealed. However, she was fortunate to be near a large vat containing the 6th corpse. Upon collision, her head struck the vat with a resounding thud. Although the impact was significant, the vat cushioned her fall, but the doctor's arm bent menacingly, his elbow pressing heavily upon her. Instinctively, she fought for survival, hurling her mouse and phone at his face. Yet her feeble resistance was of little consequence to him. He swiftly subdued her, preemptively striking her temple to mitigate any vigorous retaliation. Soon, Song Qingxiao's gaze grew vacant, and the hand that clutched her phone began to droop limply. The phone clattered to the ground, and as the doctor reached for the mouse in her other hand, she inexplicably gripped it with tenacity. After a couple of forceful tugs, he finally wrested it from her grasp. Her head spun dizzily, the dilapidated factory swirling around her as her stomach churned violently. She could hear the rhythmic thumping of her arteries echoing in her mind. In that fleeting moment, she felt an acute awareness of death's imminent approach. Her eyes must have been bloodshot, the doctor's grotesque visage blurred and indistinct, merging with the image of her assailant from the dark alley, who had nearly plunged a dagger into her. Facing peril twice within a single day, it seemed unlikely that anyone else in the world could experience such extraordinary circumstances as she had. Her arms felt as heavy as lead, and her body seemed to belong to another, her consciousness on the brink of detaching from her physical form, were it not for the faint breath sustaining her. Song Qingxiao felt she might have already succumbed to unconsciousness, perishing at the hands of the doctor. The arm constricting her throat tightened progressively, almost fracturing her windpipe. The sensation of suffocation was eerily familiar. She moved her fingers, which dangled limply at her sides, revealing a concealed dagger nestled within her sleeve. With a gasp, she opened her mouth in a desperate attempt to breathe, her chest rising and falling weakly as one hand struggled to push the doctor away, seeking a chance to gasp for air. In that moment, her efforts were akin to a feeble attempt to halt a moving train, as the doctor dismissed her meager resistance entirely. However, the professional woman nearby paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene. She was astute. The thoughts that had crossed Song Qingxiao's mind were equally clear to her. She understood that once Song Qingxiao was dead, she would undoubtedly be the doctor's next victim. Regardless of whether the rules of the game dictate that only one may survive, having witnessed the doctor commit murder firsthand, he could not possibly allow himself to be spared. She should seize this opportunity to rescue Song Qingxiao, and together they could confront the doctor. However, her resolve began to waver upon witnessing the scene before her. The doctor had retained his strength, and the hand tucked into his pocket was not merely due to injury, but concealed a pin sharp enough to inflict harm. A look of hesitation crossed her face, and in the next moment, her footsteps began to retreat. This outcome had been foreseen by Song Qingxiao, yet its actual occurrence still filled her with profound despair. The professional woman's sudden faltering ignited her resentment, yet in that moment, she found herself unable to muster even a shout of anger, as her chest tightened with the onset of oxygen deprivation. She shook her arm, feeling the dagger hidden within her sleeve begin to slip downward. Revealing her trump card at such a time was exceedingly perilous, yet Song Qingxiao found herself devoid of alternatives. Should she endure any longer, she feared she would perish at the hands of the doctor before she could even draw the dagger. At this juncture, her only recourse was to fight with all her might. Whether she lived or died was now a matter left to fate. Fortunately, in the next moment, a turn of events unfolded, and Lady Luck once again smiled upon her. Chapter 15. Crucial. The vastness of this space was certainly something the doctor had come to understand as he navigated through it. At this moment, he could not afford to kill the second professional woman. Allowing her to escape would render the task of locating and capturing her in such an expansive area quite formidable. Especially in the absence of water and food, he could not guarantee his endurance for long. Prolonging the situation would only serve to his detriment. Rather than let this opportunity slip by, one might as well eliminate the professional woman to avert future complications. As for Song Qingxiao, she is already teetering on the brink of death. Dispatching number 2 and then dealing with her would be a trivial task. Number 2 was not far from the doctor, and as soon as she made a move, the doctor reacted in kind. He seized her hair, pulling her backward. She let out a startled cry, her face pale, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp onto something to steady herself. Yet, the doctor offered her no respite. He plunged the pin that had previously sliced Song Qingxiao's cheek into the professional woman's face and neck. In that moment, survival instinct took precedence, and there was no room for hesitation. The professional woman emitted a piercing wail, reaching out to claw at the doctor's eyes. The explosive strength of a person facing death is formidable, and the doctor's assessment was correct. The professional woman's resistance was far more fervent than that of Song Qingxiao. Her legs thrashed against the ground, quickly creating 2 long grooves in the dirt. Her body writhed like a fish, struggling fiercely, her pelvis raised high, as if she might overpower the doctor in her frantic bid for survival. With her long fingernails, she transformed them into weapons. Digging into the doctor's eyes at this critical moment, a hiss escaped the doctor's lips as his eyes were assaulted. And with one hand, he gripped the professional woman's hair with such force that it seemed he might rip her scalp from her head, causing her to involuntarily tilt her head to one side, exposing her neck, which had been punctured multiple times by the pin. The pin's nib was bent, tinged with flesh and blood. The area where it had pierced gushed forth a torrent of crimson. A harrowing shriek escaped the career woman's lips, her jaw taut, her head attempting to writhe, as if to escape her predicament. The tables had turned. The peril Song Qingxiao had previously endured now befell her adversary. Each time the pin plunged into flesh, her body stiffened, the veins on her neck bulging. As the pin was withdrawn, the flow of blood intensified. She ought not to have succumbed so readily, but her instinctive flight had cost her the initiative. Song Qingxiao slumped against the vat, sliding to the ground. Her limbs felt alien, detached from her being. The blow to her temple had yet to dissipate its effects. She gasped for air, like a fish out of water. The career woman's agonizing cries echoed in her ears, the rustling of the grass as her legs thrashed about. Through her blurred vision, Song Qingxiao observed the doctor, his back turned to her, tending to the second career woman. Both were engaged in a fierce struggle for survival, their lives hanging in the balance. Unnoticed, she, propped against the vat, had slowly opened her eyes, a murderous glint gleaming in their bloodshot depths. Having faced the specter of death, Song Qingxiao found herself increasingly composed in these critical moments. She was acutely aware that she was at her limit, her strength nearly depleted, even with the doctor's back turned, and her dagger concealed. She knew that staggering forward would, at best, wound him, with little prospect of delivering a fatal blow. Moreover, the sounds emanating from the throat of the professional woman grew increasingly faint, revealing the toll she had suffered at the hands of the doctor. It seemed inevitable that he intended to extinguish her life. It was merely a matter of time. To rush forward now might inadvertently aid her demise, allowing the doctor the opportunity to turn his lethal intentions upon me instead. It would be wiser to conserve my strength and await a more opportune moment. I repeatedly urged myself to remain calm, daring not to make any unnecessary movements, focusing solely on my breathing to regain my vitality. The doctor had dismissed her as a corpse, oblivious to the subtle tremor in her hand, where a dagger gradually slipped from the tightly bound sleeve, ultimately resting in her palm, a lifeline grasped with fervent resolve. The professional woman's neck had endured multiple stabbings, resembling a lotus pod, her struggles waning, and her cries diminishing to mere whispers. Blood gushed from each wound, coalescing and cascading downward. Her pupils dilated, her body instinctively convulsing as she neared the brink of death. The card representing the second professional woman had already been turned, and it was only when the doctor confirmed her lifelessness that he released her arm, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, the pen he had wielded in the act of murder had warped beyond recognition. He glanced at it before discarding it carelessly. Blood stained his hands, and as he breathed heavily, he inadvertently smeared the crimson marks onto his clothing. Turning to glance back, he spotted Song Qingxiao leaning against a large vat, supporting herself with her hands, her breath barely a whisper, yet still alive. He had not anticipated that this seemingly easy adversary would persist beyond the expected, enduring until this very moment. The doctor blinked forcefully, the pain from the scratched eyeball unbearable. A total of 9 cards lay before him, 7 of which had already been revealed, leaving only the central card and the adjacent right card shrouded in a dark background with red patterns. It seemed to signify that once the right card was unveiled, the individual represented by the central card would have the chance to survive. In this cursed place, the doctor felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Even if the prospect of leaving was merely a fleeting conjecture, he was unwilling to relinquish hope. He knelt and crawled, gripping the mouse tightly, inching towards Song Qingxiao. At that moment, having just eliminated what he perceived to be the most threatening professional woman, he believed Song Qingxiao had lost her will to resist, rendering her as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, and thus he lowered his guard. In his haste, he relaxed his vigilance. As he wrapped the mouse cord around Song Qingxiao's neck, he failed to notice the tension building in her body. The cord encircled her throat, and the doctor, familiar with the act of tying the knot, felt a sense of triumph, as if success was already within reach. A smile crept across his face, but in the next instant, As he tightened the cord with the intention of extinguishing Song Qingxiao's life, the girl, who had appeared to be as fragile as a sack of loose sand, suddenly summoned all her strength, ensnaring his thigh with her legs. All the energy she had conserved surged forth in that moment. The doctor, caught completely off guard, felt his body tipping towards Song Qingxiao, and in his moment of shock, he beheld her eyes, which had been squinted shut, now wide open. In the congested and murky depths of his eyes, his panicked expression was reflected. Before he could steady himself by bracing his hands against the ground, Song Qingxiao had already raised her hand, plunging the prepared dagger towards his neck. The faint sound of flesh being sliced echoed in his ears, a sound he was all too familiar with, subtle enough to be overlooked. Had it not been for the proximity of the blade to his ear, he might not have heard it at all. The doctor wondered where Song Qingxiao had procured such a weapon, lamenting his own negligence, having believed victory was within his grasp, only to find himself ensnared by her. In the face of peril, he felt a swelling in his neck, a sensation that eclipsed pain, akin to being struck with a punch, leaving him utterly weak. Instinctively, he released his grip on the mouse cord around Song Qingxiao's neck, attempting to cover his wound instead. Seizing her opportunity, she denied him any chance to react further. Gritting her teeth, she exerted all her strength, attempting to twist the dagger deeper into the gash on the doctor's neck. In that moment, every second counted. The one who faltered first would meet their demise. Chapter 16. Survival. Much like the unexpected ambush against the sixth target, this situation was palpably more perilous. And the doctor proved to be a far greater adversary than the sixth. Drawing upon every ounce of her strength, Song Qingxiao locked her legs around the doctor's thigh. He, in turn, constricted her neck with one hand while grasping the mouse cord, and with the other, he wrestled to pry the dagger from her grip. They were so close that they could perceive the murderous intent flickering in each other's eyes. Song Qingxiao felt as though her fingers might be shattered under his relentless pressure, while the doctor desperately fought to seize the dagger from her hands. This was her sole trump card. The dagger held profound significance for her. She was determined to survive, to emerge from this ordeal with the dagger in hand, seeking the assailant who had once attacked her in the alley. Should the physician seize the dagger now, her hope for survival would dwindle to naught. With this thought, Song Qingxiao relinquished her attempt to push the doctor's hand away from the mouse wire, enduring the suffocating sensation as her hand clasped tightly around the dagger's hilt, pressing inward with all her might. The two were in close proximity. She could distinctly observe the doctor's clenched jaw and the throbbing veins at his temples. The engorged vessels in his neck pulsed violently, and she felt a twinge of regret for her earlier panic, realizing she had missed the opportunity to strike decisively. The doctor, gritting his teeth against the pain, exhaled sharply through clenched jaws, a hint of blood's metallic sweetness mingling with his breath. One of his eyes was swollen shut, while the other was wide open, beads of sweat dampening his hair, his facial muscles contorted in agony. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. The mouse wire tightened its grip, rendering her breathless. Her arms and legs felt as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds, leaving her nearly powerless to grip the dagger any further. Was this to be her end? In that instant, a fleeting thought of number one crossed her mind. Like her, number one had found herself ensnared by a deadly wire around her neck. The visage of the doctor merging with that of number 6, resembling a grim reaper wielding a scythe, intent on harvesting her life. Yet, she was unlike number one. When number one was slain, she had no means of resistance, but she still possessed the dagger. Upon reflecting on her predicament, Song Qingxiao felt a surge of determination, her previously unfocused gaze sharpening with newfound brilliance. She was resolute. She refused to meet the same silent end as number one. She yearned to survive, having painstakingly grown up, successfully graduated, and secured employment. She did not enter this space to perish, to become merely a stepping stone for others to depart. Clenching her teeth, she mustered her strength and lunged forward to strike the doctor's face with her head. Although she believed she had expended all her energy, the force was not particularly great. Fortunately, they were positioned closely enough for her to make contact, producing a dull thud. The doctor, one hand constricting her neck while the other struggled to pry her fingers away, was already at a disadvantage. The unexpected blow caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that this woman, in such dire straits, could still retaliate. He let out a startled gasp, instinctively loosening his grip on her hands. The tension between them had reached a breaking point, where even the slightest shift could lead to dire consequences. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qingxiao gritted her teeth, enduring the pain of suffocation, and grasped the dagger, thrusting it inward with renewed vigor. Blood splattered forth, trickling down her palm and arm. All her strength was expended in these two actions. Failure would render her incapable of further resistance. She plunged her consciousness deep within her mind, focusing on the cards, two of which remained unturned. Her body had already begun to convulse, her resistance proving futile. The doctor's weight bore down on her, as if to extinguish her final breath. The frigid ceramic of the vat pressed against her back, the unfortunate number 6, deceased by her hand, undoubtedly glaring at her from beneath the vat's base. Eyes wide and lifeless. The corners of Song Qingxiao's mouth twitched, the pressure constricting her neck gradually lessening. The mouse cord that had been tightly wound around her throat slipping from the doctor's grasp. Within her mind's eye, the card on the right, with excruciating slowness, finally turned over. The doctor's refined, smiling visage appeared atop it, his name, Lu Yixuan, materializing beneath. She had prevailed. Air flooded her lungs anew, Song Qingxiao gasping for breath. Her body devoid of strength, incapable of even the slightest effort to dislodge the doctor's corpse from atop her. Tremulously, she extracted the dagger from the doctor's neck. A simple action that required several attempts before succeeding. A prompt echoed within her mind. Trial completed, spatial departure in 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxiao's lips stretched into a smile more akin to a grimace. She had succeeded. The means of escape, as she had surmised, required the final survivor. The card representing her consciousness, the central one among the 9, signified that all 8 other entrants into the space had perished. 10, 9, 8. The countdown resounded as Song Qingxiao coughed violently and retched, exerting herself to shove the doctor's body aside, allowing it to slump to the ground, striving to sit upright. With the mouse cord still ensnared around her neck, she hesitated for a considerable time before reaching out to yank away the perilous object that had nearly claimed her life. Carelessly pushing it aside, the countdown continued, 2, 1. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, and in the next moment, a thunderous clap resonated. Lightning cleaved the sky, and torrential rain cascaded down upon her, stinging her face. The mingling scents of rain and earth were far from pleasant. Yet they were infinitely preferable to the inexplicable, oppressive gloom that had enveloped the space. Song Qingxiao remained sprawled in the position where she had collapsed after being grievously wounded, as if all that had transpired was naught but a fleeting dream. Were it not for the dagger clutched tightly in her hand, and the still fresh blood of the doctor that the rain had yet to wash away from her palm, she might have doubted the reality of the night's events. Her throat burned with a sharp pain as she gazed up at the night sky, illuminated by the frenetic flashes of lightning. The rain struck her face with a rhythmic patter, seeping into her eyes and mouth. She swallowed twice, finally feeling the undeniable truth of her existence. It seemed as though a new awareness stirred within her, yet at that moment, Song Qingxiao dared not investigate further. This narrow alley was fraught with danger. She had no knowledge of how long she had lingered in this space since departing from her reality. Nor did she wish to encounter the man who had nearly taken her life once more. Her current state offered little resistance against any potential assault. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of rainwater, she steadied herself against the wall and slowly rose, her steps unsteady as she made her way toward home. Fortunately, she was not far from home now. From a distance, she spotted the familiar entrance, which was secured with a rusty iron lock splashed with red paint, bearing the ominous inscription "Repay the Debt." What once filled her with dread now brought a profound sense of relief. Chapter 17. Points the front door was barred to her. So Song Qingxiao climbed through the rear window into the house. The thunder outside rumbled incessantly, while within, her mother lay in a drunken stupor, oblivious to the harrowing experiences she had just endured. Watermarks remained by the window, remnants of her passage, yet she lacked the strength to clean them. The window rattled violently against the storm, producing a persistent clack, clack, clack. Song Qingxiao collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained, even reluctant to move a finger. In her right hand, she clutched the dagger, as if its presence could provide her solace. The haunting memories of taking a life surged within her, and she felt as though the taste of blood lingered in her mouth, causing turmoil in her chest. Turning her head, she heaved a few dry retches, expelling some water before settling into a semblance of calm. Only then did she have the presence of mind to heed the notifications in her mind. The card that had previously appeared in her consciousness vanished upon her departure from that realm, replaced by a brand new interface displaying her available points, 200. This was likely a reward for completing the trial. Tentatively, she focused her thoughts on the points, and a redeemable interface manifested in her mind's eye. A cursory glance revealed a limited selection, with the most conspicuous item in the first column, imperial currency. Each denomination of 100,000 was clearly marked with the required points for redemption, 20. Since the dawn of her memory, Song Qingxiao's family has never been affluent. Her father vanished after a criminal escapade in his youth, leaving behind a mountain of debt, while her mother succumbed to alcoholism. It was through her exceptional academic performance and the royal subsidies for outstanding students, along with loans, that she managed to complete her education. Presently, she still bears the burden of student loans, a pressing reason for her urgent quest for employment. The 200 credits she possesses could be exchanged for a substantial sum, enabling her to pay off her debts and live a less frugal life. Had she not endured the harrowing trials of this night, where she nearly lost her life in that enigmatic realm, such a sum would undoubtedly have held immense allure for her. However, the preceding ordeal has left her in a state of heightened vigilance even after her escape from that space. The mouse line the doctor had fastened around her neck has been torn away, and the doctor himself has perished at her hands. Yet the shadow cast by these events lingers, instilling in her a perpetual sense of danger, as if the life-threatening crisis had not truly been averted, rendering her unable to find solace. At this juncture, the evidence is too compelling for Song Qingxiao to delude herself into categorizing the night's occurrences as mere figments of her imagination. The trial of the gods is undeniably real. She has fought tooth and nail within that space to grasp a fleeting chance at survival. A foreboding intuition gnaws at her, suggesting that the success of the first trial does not guarantee her safety henceforth. This may not be the conclusion, but rather the commencement of a perilous game. The rules of the real world do not apply here. Those who wish to survive must exert every ounce of their strength. These points are hard-earned. Although the allure of money is strong for her at the moment, Song Qingxiao values her life more than the prospect of sudden wealth. Without hesitation, she eliminates financial gain from her plans. Beyond monetary wealth, the interface of her consciousness offers the possibility of exchanging points for firearms, ammunition, daggers, machetes, and whips. The exchange price for a new firearm is 100 points. However, bullets also require points, with each bullet costing 50. While Song Qingxiao has yet to fully grasp the rules for earning points, her total is a mere 200, prompting her to frown. Beneath the weaponry options lies the possibility of altering and enhancing her lineage, which requires precisely 200 points. She tentatively reaches out with her mind. Receiving a notification, once a lineage is selected, it cannot be changed. Adjacent to the lineage alteration is a mysterious emblem, which indicates a special reward. This emblem, requiring exactly 200 points for exchange, does not display the same clarity as the preceding options of currency, weaponry, or lineage alterations, suggesting that it pertains to something unknown. Song Qingxiao hesitates momentarily, perhaps due to her limited points, as her choices are scant. Money is not a consideration for her at present. While firearms and ammunition could ensure her safety, they are overly conspicuous and thus not a reliable fallback for an unexpected victory. The prospect of altering and enhancing her lineage piques her curiosity, yet what captivates her the most is that emblem-marked special reward. She feels an instinctive sense that something awaits her within that emblem. After much deliberation, she grits her teeth, forsaking the option to alter or enhance her lineage, and instead opts for the special reward. A prompt echoes in her mind. Do you wish to choose the special reward? Taking a deep breath, Song Qingxiao affirmed her choice, embracing the gamble that lay ahead. The prospect of a special reward held both allure and uncertainty, promising either disappointment or unexpected delight. Reclining on the ground, she bit her lower lip in anticipation. Upon confirming her decision, a prompt reverberated through her mind, accompanied by a surge of agonizing pain. It felt as though her neural pathways were under immense strain, threatening to overwhelm her consciousness. Despite steeling herself for the exchange, Song Qingxiao teetered on the brink of oblivion. In a moment of desperation, she clutched her dagger and unhesitatingly slashed her thigh. The blade grazed through her rain-soaked garments, leaving a shallow cut in her flesh. This minor pain paled in comparison to the torment in her mind, yet it served as a crucial anchor, preventing her from succumbing to unconsciousness. A deluge of unfamiliar knowledge flooded her awareness, pushing her mental faculties to their absolute limit. Her mind felt feverish, her vision blurred, and despite closing her eyes, she was plagued by a disorienting dizziness that threatened to induce nausea. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly as Song Qingxiao struggled to assimilate the reward. When it was over, she felt even more drained than after her life-or-death struggle against number 4. She gasped for air, her body drenched in cold sweat, her clothes clinging to her like a second skin. haunted by the lingering echoes of the preceding torment. She cautiously steeled herself to examine the prize she had so dearly earned. As soon as the thought emerged, the phrase 9-character secret order naturally surfaced in her mind. Before she could delve deeper, her consciousness stretched like a taut string, reaching an ultimate point, before snapping with a resounding bang, causing Song Qingxiao to faint instantly. Chapter 18. Rewards. Having endured the experience of being killed, entering the trial space, and ultimately escaping death, Song Qingxiao should have found it difficult to sleep. Yet, this fainting spell resolved many of her issues. However, her slumber was anything but restful. The events from the trial space morphed into her nightmares. She repeatedly saw those 9 cards, her heart racing with trepidation at the thought of them revealing her face, and she dreamed of number 6 and the doctor whom she had slain. The doctor's visage was exceedingly ghastly, with blood-red eyes glaring as if intent on strangling her neck, poised to end her life. Gasping, Song Qingxiao clutched her throat, her eyes widening in alarm as she breathed heavily. The sweat on her body mingled with blood that had been washed away by the rain, each breath reminding her of the suffocating stench of blood from the space. Without hesitation, she discarded her outer garment and wiped the sweat from her brow. In her palm, she tightly grasped the murderous dagger. Upon realizing this, her instinctive tremor sent the dagger flying from her hand. It clattered to the ground with a metallic clang, and amid her rapid breaths, she recalled something. After emerging from the trial arena, it seemed she had received a reward and exchanged it for a mysterious gift, obtaining a 9-character secret order. Unfortunately, she lost consciousness shortly thereafter, leaving her uncertain whether it was mere fantasy or a genuine occurrence. As she contemplated this, the secret of the 9-character incantation naturally emerged in her consciousness. The invocation of the incantation necessitates the assistance of mental energy to achieve an offensive purpose. In the era of empires, the common understanding of martial arts among the populace primarily revolved around punches and kicks aimed at strengthening the body, whereas the concept of a word-based technique like the 9-character incantation was entirely foreign to her. Presently, it appeared that the 9-character incantation lacked any lethal potency, leaving her somewhat disheartened. However, having made her choice, she felt no room for regret. Perhaps due to the tumultuous events of the night, her mind was in a state of extreme tension. Following the guidance of the 9-character incantation, she effortlessly sensed the presence of mental energy within the ocean of her consciousness and endeavored to awaken it. This process, however, was fraught with difficulty. After numerous attempts, she finally managed to form the hand seal. Even so, Song Qingxiao felt remarkably fatigued, her stomach gnawing with hunger. As dawn began to break, she paused her practice, rose to tidy herself, and sought food to satiate her hunger. In a corner of the room, her mother lay inebriated, sprawled amidst a chaotic array of belongings, oblivious to the fact that her daughter had just escaped from the brink of death. Seizing the moments before work, Song Qingxiao dragged her mother onto the bed, prepared food and water for her, and then prepared to leave. The shadows of the previous night's alley haunted her, prompting her to take a longer route to the security office, where she arrived slightly late. Inside the changing room, several tall female guards were donning their uniforms. Upon her entrance, their lively banter ceased, and all eyes fell upon her. A newcomer? The members of the guard knew well that a frail newcomer had arrived, and they awaited with eager anticipation for the moment when this individual would be so frightened as to flee in terror. Song Qingxiao lowered her head slightly and replied softly, She was not donned in uniform, and amidst a group of robust female guards, she appeared exceedingly fragile. Her long bangs cascaded down, partially obscuring her face, preventing the other guards from seeing her eyes. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, prompting one woman to let out a derisive laugh, laced with contempt and provocation. I truly cannot fathom how the higher-ups could recruit such a useless person as you. It utterly diminishes our standards. No sooner had the woman finished speaking than the others erupted into laughter, joining in, while she reached out to shove Song Qingxiao. Yet, before she could utter another word, she noticed Song Qingxiao lifting her head and casting a calm glance in her direction. The woman then caught sight of the deep bruises and lacerations encircling Song Qingxiao's neck, the skin marred and purplish, evoking a sense of danger. It was no wonder that her previous tone had seemed somewhat off. This newcomer bore such grievous injuries, yet remained silent. The aggressive female guard instinctively swallowed hard, her throat tightening with unease. Step aside, I need to leave. Song Qingxiao inhaled deeply, lowering her head once more as she shifted to allow the woman passage. The surrounding individuals remained oblivious to any irregularities. Song Qingxiao merely glanced upward for an instant, her view obstructed by the female guard who had pushed her. Consequently, no one detected her unease. A few individuals departed in succession, while Song Qingxiao pressed herself against the cabinet. Amidst the tap-tap of footsteps, a female guard inquired, "Any news from Gao Linlin's side?" The mere mention of that name caused an immediate tension to envelop Song Qingxiao, whether it was mere coincidence or not. She recalled the first girl who perished within the trial space. As the card flipped over, the name inscribed beneath it read, Gao Linlin, having been missing for 3 days. It was said that connections were established with the municipal hall, and Olden happened to be overseeing this matter. Clenching her jaw, Song Qingxiao stifled the impulse to pursue them for information, striving to calm her agitated emotions. She intended to retrieve her uniform from her locker to prepare for work, only to discover that her locker had been forcibly opened, now secured with a new lock. Her other uniform was carelessly tossed into a corner of the storage cabinet. Alone in the changing room, Song Qingxiao donned the uniform and seized the opportunity to withdraw the dagger from her bag, cradling it in her palm. She fidgeted with the dagger. Although she had narrowly escaped death by its edge, she had also wielded it to take a life. Its design deviated from that of a conventional dagger, measuring approximately 15 to 16 centimeters in length, with a blade and hilt forming a crescent curve, rendering it remarkably weighty. The tip was exceedingly sharp, featuring an extended cutting edge, and the blade itself was somewhat thick. After examining it from various angles, Song Qingxiao noticed a peculiar totem resembling a leaf etched on the back of the hilt. The uniquely shaped dagger did not resemble any ordinary dagger that lingered in her memory. Coupled with the totemic insignia, she believed that her ongoing investigation might eventually unveil the identity of her assailant. She recalled the killer's presence, the contours of his fingers gripping the blade, and the haunting melody he hummed in the aftermath of his violent act, along with his silhouette. Song Qingxiao narrowed her eyes, uncertain whether she had offended someone or if the assassin had acted on a whim. Regardless, she found herself entangled in a web of troubles and knew she must exercise greater caution. With a silent sigh, she concealed the dagger within her sleeve. Upon her departure, she fortuitously encountered someone sent by Captain N to summon her. Captain N, the head of the Western District of the security team where she worked, was a robust man in his 40s, his demeanor rife with agitation. As Song Qingxiao entered, he stood conversing with someone, his peripheral gaze entirely dismissive of her presence. The Western District had long suffered from a shortage of personnel. His voice boomed with fervor, likely demanding reinforcements from higher-ups. Song Qingxiao lingered by the desk, her eyes drawn to the cup of water before Captain N. With his attention wholly captivated by the conversation, she silently formed a seal with her hands, cautiously attempting to channel her mental energy. Under the pressure of her force, the surface of the water began to ripple gently. Captain N seemed to sense something amiss, instinctively pausing mid-sentence and turning his head. The office fell into a profound silence as Song Qingxiao stood there, her gaze lowered, as if the earlier peculiar sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. Chapter 19. Welcome. Captain N furrowed his brow. After concluding the call, he dragged a chair over and sat down, crossing his arms while scrutinizing Song Qingxiao. He remembered this newcomer, who had just joined the guard team yesterday, a recent graduate, introverted and reticent. The personnel patrolling the guard hall were typically robust and boisterous, making her presence quite striking. However, inexplicably, in just a day, this newcomer began to evoke a different impression in him. Uncertain of the reasons for her summoning by superiors, Captain N decided to set aside his thoughts. Originally, he had intended to dismiss Song Qingxiao, as the guard team had not conducted a thorough background check when enlisting her. It was only later that they discovered her father's criminal record. Yet, upon seeing Song Qingxiao now, Captain N reconsidered. The guard team does not harbor idlers. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer and tossed them towards Song Qingxiao. Recently, someone has been assigned a task to locate a missing girl. The documents landed on the table with a sharp thud. Upon hearing Captain N's words, Song Qingxiao pressed her lips together, instinctively recalling the name she had overheard earlier outside the changing room, Gao Linlin. This name shared a connection with the first girl who perished in the trial space, and she found herself genuinely intrigued by the matter. Captain N had entrusted her with a task that perfectly aligned with her intentions. A flicker of emotion crossed her face as she reached for the dossier on the table. Observing her action, Captain N averted his gaze with an air of restraint. The team cannot spare anyone else for such a simple matter. See if you can uncover any clues. He expressed no attempt to conceal his disdain. And after uttering these words, he gestured for Song Qing to step outside. The roles of the patrolling guards and the investigative departments have always been distinctly defined. Regarding the case of Gao Linlin's disappearance, it was likely that other teams had been unable to uncover any leads, prompting the involvement of the guardhouse. With this thought, even before she had opened the dossier, Song Qing felt a strong intuition. Gao Linlin, who had vanished, was indeed the first girl who perished in the trial space. In today's rapidly advancing technological era, any disappearance caused by human intervention will inevitably leave traces, unless it pertains to something as incomprehensible as the trial space, which transcends mortal understanding. Exiting Captain Anne's office with the dossier in hand, she found a quiet spot to open it. Inside, 2 documents and a photograph slipped out. She bent down to retrieve it, and the smiling face of the first girl materialized before Song Qing, causing her to instinctively clutch the photograph tightly. Gao Linlin had gone missing 3 days prior while attending a prestigious school in the capital. Just before the incident, she had been conversing with a classmate over the phone when the signal abruptly cut off, leading to her sudden disappearance. After her classmates noticed something amiss and alerted the authorities, the police scrutinized the surveillance footage, revealing her mysterious disappearance from the camera's view, with no trace in any nearby recordings. Attempts to locate her mobile phone using technology proved futile, as if she had vanished into thin air. A student from a well-off family with an uncomplicated background, she had no financial disputes nor conflicts with others, rendering the possibility of revenge or harm against her implausible. The higher-ups had already disseminated her information across various districts of the capital. After all, the longer a person remains missing, the greater the likelihood of them having met with foul play. Consequently, the case was ultimately handed over to Captain Anne of the Western District Guard. The first subject had already perished within the trial space, and the resolution of this case seemed destined to remain inconclusive. However, this incident served as a dire warning. The trial space is not merely a game. Death within its confines is irrevocable, with no remains to be found, leaving one merely another entry in the missing persons files, akin to the first subject. This also confirmed a crucial detail for her. The first subject had gone missing 3 days prior, while Song Qingxiao had entered the trial space only the night before. Interestingly, when others calculated the timeline, the first subject remarked that Song Qingxiao had entered the space merely 10 minutes later than her. This indicates that the individuals chosen for the trial space do not necessarily enter at the same time or place, but rather at random. The absence of fixed rules within the game signifies that she cannot adequately prepare in advance. With this understanding, Song Qingxiao grew increasingly wary of the impending trial. She could hardly inform Captain Anne of the unfortunate news regarding Gao Linlin's demise. During these past few days, under the guise of investigating the case, she diligently practiced the Lin technique from the 9-character secret command, while simultaneously curtailing her sleep. Each day, she devoted considerable time to running and exercising, endeavoring to bolster her physical strength in preparation for the impending trials that might await her. As more than half a month passed, tranquility enveloped her surroundings. However, Song Qingxiao remained vigilant. The investigation into Gao Linlin's disappearance yielded no new clues or developments. Fortunately, Captain Anne did not harbor any expectations regarding her. His intentions to dismiss her once her 2-month probationary period concluded becoming increasingly apparent. The wound on her neck had scabbed over, yet remnants of it lingered. Through diligent exploration, she discerned patterns in the application of her spiritual energy, and after rigorous practice, she distinctly sensed its growth. The once tenuous spiritual energy had solidified significantly, bringing forth undeniable advantages. The sea of consciousness, which had previously been as fine as a hair, had now expanded several-fold. Such progress enabled Song Qingxiao to execute her techniques with far more presence than before, a marked improvement in just a few short days that left her quite content. A month later, however, the anticipated summons from the trial space did not arrive, making her wonder if her earlier apprehensions had been excessive. Yet, the more serene the atmosphere became, the deeper her fear grew. She found herself sleeping even later, exercising her spiritual energy with greater fervor. Additionally, she procured 2 daggers and fashioned a simple binding strap to conceal them close to her body within her garments. Song Qingxiao prepared easily digestible food for Tang Yun and sat down in front of her. Due to years of heavy drinking, Tang Yun had lost most of her hair, appearing far older than her actual age, her hands trembling to the point where she could barely hold chopsticks. She stared at Song Qingxiao for a long while, seemingly unable to recognize her own daughter. In Song Qingxiao's memories, her mother was rarely this lucid, making their time together exceedingly scarce. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Even the act of calling her mother felt immensely challenging. They sat in silence for a considerable duration until Song Qingxiao opened her mouth to speak. Suddenly, a long-forgotten notification echoed in her mind. You are about to enter the trial of the divine. Song Qingxiao's expression shifted dramatically. The announcement came too abruptly. At that moment, she could not afford to concern herself with Tang Yun. Instinctively, she rose and moved towards another room, unable to glance back at her mother's reaction or spare a moment to explain. The next instant, as she stepped forward, the scene transformed. She was no longer in her old, dimly lit room, but enveloped in the familiar chill of the trial space from her memories. Welcome to the trial of the divine. She blinked, and in the fog-shrouded clearing, the ominous muzzle of a gun was aimed at her face, the cold barrel pressing against her forehead, forcing her to retreat several steps. A mocking voice of a man echoed, "Welcome." Chapter 20. Arrival. This sudden turn of events caused Song Qingxiao's hair to stand on end, sending a chill coursing through her body and breaking her into a cold sweat. In a moment of crisis, she instinctively formed her fingers into a seal, attempting to invoke the Ling technique to momentarily restrain the armed assailant and evade this lethal strike. However, in the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through her mind. She recalled the scene after completing her last trial task, when she exchanged points for items. At that time, her options included firearms and ammunition, albeit at a steep price. The cost for a firearm was set at 100 points, while each bullet was valued at 50. Such formidable weaponry would undoubtedly attract those willing to exchange for it, yet unless one possessed an abundance of points to squander. The remaining points after acquiring a firearm would limit the number of bullets one could obtain. Based on her previous trial experience, the total number of participants could reach up to 9. Assuming that a single bullet could guarantee a kill, in a scenario with 9 individuals present, one would require at least 8 bullets, certainly not a trivial sum. Furthermore, as this was Song Qingxiao's second trial, the presence of a gunman suggested that everyone involved had likely undergone at least one prior trial. Those who had survived the last trial and exchanged for items should possess their own self-defense techniques, and the gunman, armed with bullets, would certainly need to consider conserving ammunition for self-preservation. In a scenario where ammunition is precious, he would not easily pull the trigger. A single shot may not guarantee death, and wasting bullets could foster enmity. Upon entering the trial space, the reason for encountering this individual brandishing a firearm may stem from intimidation and other motives, rather than a genuine intent to kill. The most plausible explanation is that the gunman seeks to exploit this opportunity to gauge each person's instinctive reactions and to unveil their hidden cards, thereby acquiring more information to enhance his survival chances in this trial. In moments of imminent danger, one's instinct for self-preservation will inevitably kick in, making it the prime opportunity to reveal one's vulnerabilities. In the previous trial, Song Qingxiao emerged victorious in combat precisely because she retained her most powerful trump card, catching the doctor off guard. She is acutely aware of the significance of such a trump card at this moment. The 9-character secret order undoubtedly stands as one of her greatest assets. As thoughts raced through her mind, Song Qingxiao forcefully relaxed her hand, which had instinctively formed a seal, suppressing her fear. With one hand, she grasped the gun's muzzle in an attempt to wrest it away, while the other hand stealthily inched toward her waist. Prior to entering the trial space, she had procured 2 daggers, discreetly concealed by a belt she had fashioned, while the other dagger was strapped to her wrist, cleverly hidden beneath her sleeve. This was a precautionary measure, a means to secure a backup plan. Her actions were purely instinctive. Should her earlier assumptions prove erroneous, she would still need to retaliate for her survival. However, before her fingers could reach her garment, a rough hand lunged toward her. Grasping her abdomen where nothing lay, her carefully prepared dagger had vanished without a trace. Startled and alarmed, she felt a surge of murderous intent due to the actions of the burly man. In the next instant, the gun that had been pressed against her face was withdrawn. A tall, robust man flashed a cold smile at her, his gaze icy as he commanded, "Raise your hands." The man's demeanor indicated, as Song Qingxiao had anticipated, that he was not inclined to fire the weapon readily. She took a deep breath, hesitatingly lifting her arms as she noticed the malevolence in the gunman's eyes. A curved dagger was firmly pressed against her flesh, secured in place by a bandage. For reasons unknown, the dagger concealed within her abdomen had vanished upon entering this realm. Yet the one that had accompanied her during her previous trial, stained with the blood of her foes, remained. As she raised her arms, her sleeves gradually slipped down, revealing her slender wrists. Anxiety gripped Song Qingxiao, her heart racing at the thought that the dagger hidden on her forearm would be exposed if her sleeves continued to slide. She bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, unable to raise her hands any higher. She endeavored to hunch her shoulders, attempting to feign a look of fear. The armed man harbored no suspicion regarding her demeanor. As he spoke, one hand wielding the gun, he struck body, not sparing her chest, back, or legs. Perhaps earlier instinctive gesture of touching her abdomen misled him. After completing his actions, he lifted his gaze to observe's raised arms. Her sleeves had slid upward due to the motion, revealing a portion of her forearms. Consequently, the man refrained from further inspecting her arms, satisfied that she concealed no weapons. He then tilted his head slightly, directing his chin in a dismissive manner, and spoke disdainfully. "Over there, number 3. Lowered her eyelids, her heart still racing with trepidation. It was not until the man raised his gun, aiming it at her once more, that she forced herself to regain composure, deciding to comply with his command and move to the corner. From the way the man addressed her, she realized that 2 individuals had already entered the trial space before her arrival. In the western corner, she noticed a frail young man, bespectacled and seemingly refined, though somewhat reserved. He too appeared to have been subjected to the man's coercion, his demeanor cautious. When their eyes met, he adjusted his glasses, the reflective lenses obscuring his gaze, yet sensed he was also scrutinizing her in return. Although only 3 individuals occupied the space, the atmosphere was palpably tense, imbued with an unsettling sense of malice, peril, and vigilance that transformed into an eerie pressure, rendering it difficult to breathe. She chose a spot approximately 2 meters away from the glasses-wearing individual and keenly sensed the tension that enveloped him the moment she settled down. It was as if any slight, superfluous movement on her part would provoke an immediate and violent retaliation. The environment of the testing space resembled her initial experience. It remained an expanse shrouded in thick fog. Out of the corner of her eye, she scrutinized the 2 men present, speculating on their order of entry. Visually, the burly man wielding a firearm appeared exceptionally formidable, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. Clad in a snug tank top that showcased his well-defined arm muscles, an unmistakable indicator of his inherent danger, especially with a weapon in hand. However, Song Qingxiao did not underestimate the man with glasses. During her first trial, the robust individual known as Number 7 had met his demise at the hands of a doctor. If the participants in this trial were all survivors from the initial elimination round, each one posed a significant threat. The unsettling memory of her missing dagger, prepared prior to entering the testing space, lingered in her mind, particularly as the pain from the blows dealt by the armed giant still throbbed. His strikes, though not excessively forceful, were calculated enough to inflict meaningful harm without pushing her to the brink of desperation, thus attempting to undermine her performance once the trial commenced in earnest. She had yet to comprehend the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the dagger when another woman materialized within the space. Mirroring her earlier experience, this latecomer seemed caught off guard, swiftly finding a gun pressed to her head as the giant's voice resonated in the air. "Welcome." The woman was evidently startled. Her body twisted instinctively as she took a step back. With a flick of her right hand, a crimson whip slithered from her wrist like a serpent, striking towards the burly man. After holstering his firearm, he retreated, using the gun to shield his face. A sharp crack resonated as the whip's tail made contact with the barrel, producing a distinctly crisp sound. Observing this, Song Qingxiao discerned the considerable force behind the woman's strike. Perhaps she had enhanced her physique or elevated her bloodline. Undeterred by her initial failure, the woman attempted another lash. The man, having taken 2 steps back, bore a faint mark on his gun barrel where the whip had struck. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, grinning as he said, "My dear, it was merely a jest." His demeanor contrasted starkly with how he had treated Song Qingxiao earlier. The whip-wielding woman stood resolute, brandishing her weapon, her expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, her gaze icy and vigilant as she contemplated the truth of the man's words. Song Qingxiao observed this scene, perceiving the burly man as a formidable threat within the trial, which only intensified her murderous intent. She did not empathize with the woman's plight, nor was she incensed by the man's disparate treatment of her and the whip-wielding woman. This man's rough exterior belied a meticulous nature. He had exchanged points for a weapon of significant deterrent power, yet such an item, while possessing immense lethality, was also highly conspicuous. Once he entered the trial, it became nearly impossible for him to conceal himself, aware that he would become a target. He utilized his firearm to compel the other participants to reveal their true strengths and capabilities. Chapter 21. The task this time. The participants in the trial were undoubtedly more seasoned than those in the initial trial. The woman with the red whip faced the gun-wielding brute with a mocking demeanor. Though her eyes betrayed a simmering anger, those allowed to re-enter the trial were far from naive. The red whip woman was acutely aware of the man's intentions and recognized that she had inadvertently revealed her vulnerabilities. In the surrounding space, Song Qingxiao and others remained silent, as the brute's actions served to unveil the secrets of the others as well. Although the red whip woman harbored murderous thoughts towards the brute, the trial had yet to commence, and mutual distrust permeated the air. She was wary of the gun in the brute's possession, apprehensive that a confrontation between them could lead to mutual destruction, leaving them vulnerable to opportunistic onlookers. In this tense atmosphere, the red whip woman suppressed her inner fury, casting a fierce glare at the brute before vigilantly observing the others. She chose a seat opposite Song Qingxiao and her companion. The gunman wore a cunning expression, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. Before long, another figure emerged in the space, prompting the brute to raise his gun once more. The others remained silent. Even the red whip woman, who had previously suffered a setback, waited eagerly for the unfolding drama. "Welcome," the brute began, but before he could finish his sentence, the newly arrived individual pleaded for mercy. "Please, don't kill me." The newcomer, a middle-aged man around 40, sported slick, jet-black hair combed back, revealing his forehead. Clad in a pristine suit, he appeared somewhat out of place, and as the brute pressed the gun to his head, beads of sweat visibly formed on his forehead and nose, oozing forth at an alarming rate. The heavily armed man clearly did not anticipate that the newcomer would react in such a manner, revealing a look of surprise on his face. However, to guard against the possibility that the fifth individual was merely feigning innocence, he continued to brandish his weapon, directing the barrel menacingly at the center of the fifth's forehead, forcefully pushing forward with such strength that the fifth staggered back several steps. This turn of events caused the others in the confined space to furrow their brows in concern. Song Qingxiao cautiously speculated that perhaps the fifth was a novice. Yet, she swiftly dismissed her own conjecture. The expression on the fifth's face did not betray the panic one might expect from someone unexpectedly thrust into such a perilous situation. Beyond fear, his countenance bore traces of resignation and acceptance of fate. "Do not kill me." The onlookers observed the scene in silence. After a prolonged pause, disdain surfaced on the man's face as he lifted his leg and kicked the fifth's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Scram, worthless." The fifth lay helplessly on the floor, unable to rise for quite some time. Eventually, filled with despair, he managed to get up, but he dared not crawl towards Song Qingxiao or the bespectacled individual, nor did he wish to approach the woman with the red whip or the burly man. Ultimately settling in the farthest corner from the group. "I do not wish to die. I have just converted my points into money and have not yet enjoyed a few days of good fortune," he muttered, uncertain to whom his words were directed. Song Qingxiao glanced at him. He cradled his head in his hands, tugging at his hair as if on the brink of collapse. His once sleek, slick-back hairstyle now fell disheveled over his forehead, appearing greasy and repulsive. From the fifth's ramblings, it became clear that he had exchanged his points for monetary indulgences, confirming his status as the worthless individual the armed man had described. Consequently, no one was inclined to divert their attention back to him. Yet number 5 continued to converse with herself. At that moment, another figure materialized in the space, a burly man, gun in hand, aimed it at the newcomer just as before. Before he could utter a word, the newcomer seized his gun-wielding hand, split his legs, twisted his upper body, and executed a shoulder throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. Number 6's movements flowed seamlessly. The burly man was caught off guard by the turn of events. With a resounding thud, his body hit the ground, and the gun he clutched fell with a clatter beside him. Upon witnessing this, Song Qingxiao instinctively attempted to rise, while the bespectacled man also supported himself off the ground. The woman with the red whip gripped her weapon, eager to take action. Each of them sought to seize the opportunity to wrest the gun from the fallen man. However, number 6 acted with swifter resolve the instant the gunman fell. She stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the weapon. To everyone's astonishment, despite being thrown down, the gunman maintained a tight grip on his firearm. Even though his stubbornness caused him pain, he refused to relinquish his hold. As number 6 approached, he bore the agony and lifted the gun, aiming it at her, warning, "Step back a little, I'm serious." As he spoke, number 6 straightened, letting out a cold snort as she retreated a few steps to create distance. Seizing this moment, the gunman cautiously began to rise, his expression marked with vigilance. The newly arrived number 6 was a strikingly beautiful young woman, with 2 short braids cascading down either side of her shoulders, her head adorned with a pink scarf tied in a bow. She wore a blue plaid short vest paired with a matching low-waisted skirt, revealing her long legs and slender waist. However, her earlier actions in subduing the burly man rendered her capabilities far from negligible. Up to this point, 6 challengers had entered the trial space. Although Song Qingxiao harbored a disdain for the gun-wielding brute, she could not deny that his actions had, in fact, provided her with a wealth of valuable information in a remarkably short period. Those who entered earlier had a distinct advantage over the later arrivals. Among the 6 challengers currently in the space, the individual with the most comprehensive understanding was undoubtedly the first to enter. At present, Song Qingxiao observed that, aside from herself, the bespectacled figure seemed devoid of any discernible abilities, but that was a matter for another time. The gun-toting giant was robust, wielding a weapon of considerable lethality. His hesitation to recklessly discharge his firearm suggested that his ammunition was limited, with the possibility of possessing merely a single bullet. Following her entrance into the space, the 4th female contestant arrived shortly thereafter. Upon entering, she encountered the armed man, brandishing a striking red whip that left an impression upon the barrel of his gun. This indicated that the whip was likely no ordinary implement, but rather a weapon obtained through point redemption within the trial space. Moreover, the fact that the whip could mark the gun's barrel not only hinted at the weapon's extraordinary nature, but also suggested that the 4th female possessed remarkable strength, possibly enhanced through her lineage or physical constitution. From this perspective, if the woman with the red whip had indeed made such preparations, it would imply that her points were substantial. The source of the points is the rewards received after completing the trials. The composition of these points remains unclear to Song Qingxiao, and she is uncertain whether they are related to acts of violence. Nevertheless, it is evident that if the woman with the red whip possesses a substantial amount of points, there are only 2 possibilities. Either she has participated in numerous trials, thereby accumulating points, or she excelled in the initial trial, securing a significant number of points. Regardless of which scenario is true, it is sufficient to demonstrate that the woman with the red whip is an extraordinary and formidable character, deserving of Song Qingxiao's attention. As for the 5th participant, his performance appears to render him the weakest in this trial. The 6th participant, upon entering, swiftly incapacitated the armed man. And although she did not reveal the nature of her weaponry or tactics, her quick reflexes suggest she is adept in combat skills, nearly putting the armed man at a disadvantage. Currently, Song Qingxiao's only advantage lies in the fact that she has not revealed any of her trump cards under the threat of the armed man. In comparison to the armed brute, the woman with the red whip and the 6th participant, both of whom are deemed dangerous, she likely poses little threat in the eyes of the other trial participants. The atmosphere in the space grew subtly tense, aside from the 5th participant, who sat isolated in the corner. Song Qingxiao and the bespectacled individual were relatively close, while the remaining 3 occupied their respective positions. After a brief pause, the armed man rose, and as no new participants entered the space, Song Qingxiao pondered whether this trial was limited to just 6 individuals when, at last, a notification regarding the game appeared in her mind. Protect the populace, failure results in annihilation. As Song Qingxiao's expression shifted, she raised her head to find the other individuals in the space displaying a look of surprise, evidently each having received the task notification. Chapter 22. Notification. Protect the people. Failure will lead to annihilation. This time, the trial notification was not only delivered with remarkable swiftness compared to the previous instance, but it was also exceedingly direct, sparing everyone the anxiety of speculation and clearly outlining the nature of the trial. What surprised and unsettled Song Qingxiao was that, in addition to the task details, there was also a reward notification accompanying this mission. Complete the task to receive a reward of 1,000 points. This remuneration was indeed extraordinarily generous, in stark contrast to her previous ordeal, where she narrowly escaped death after eliminating 2 individuals and ultimately received a mere 200 points. This time the clues were clear, and the rewards so bountiful that an ominous feeling began to stir within her. It was as if the promise of these 1,000 points served as a bait, intended to lure her in. The initially fervent thoughts that ignited upon seeing the points gradually cooled. She recognized that anything too peculiar was likely fraught with danger. Frowning slightly, she refrained from acting impulsively. Casting a glance at the others, she noted the expressions of the remaining 6 individuals. Initially marked by astonishment, they soon returned to a placid demeanor, revealing little The burly man with the gun sat on the ground, his finger unwaveringly poised on the trigger. The woman with the red whip bore an air of haughtiness, her gaze lowered behind her spectacles. The newly arrived individual, designated as 5, clutched his head, appearing utterly timid, while 6, arms crossed, was the first to speak. It seems that everyone has received the task notification. The words of the 6th individual shattered the eerie silence, and though no one spoke out, none dared to refute. This trial task was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. The group was on high alert, each trying to extract information from the others to enhance their own chances of survival. Indeed, the task prompt had been received, perhaps filled with immense confidence in her abilities. The 4th, the woman with the red whip, was the first to acknowledge it. Her gaze swept across the space before finally settling on the 5th man, who appeared the weakest among them. The others were well aware of his situation from his earlier soliloquy. Even the 6th, who had entered later, knew that he had squandered the points he earned in the previous trial for monetary indulgence. Upon his arrival for this trial, he was immediately reduced to a state of despair when a burly man pointed a gun at him, pleading for mercy without a thought of resistance. Such a person, it seemed, had little hope of surviving in this brutal trial. The 4th woman's expression as she looked at him was akin to gazing upon a corpse. Rising to her feet, she pointed at him and inquired, "5th, what is the content of your task prompt?" At the moment his name was called, the 5th man trembled violently. The 4th woman pressed him boldly for the details of his task prompt, while the surrounding individuals observed with cold indifference. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, none were willing to speak on his behalf, fearing the wrath of such a formidable opponent as the 4th. I curled my legs up, burying my face between my knees. Although the expression on his face remained obscured, the tremor and terror in his voice were unmistakable to all. He could scarcely articulate his words. Number 4, seemingly growing impatient, brandished her long whip with a swift motion, creating a resounding crack that echoed through the air before it landed heavily on the ground with a sharp thud, sending shivers down one's spine and raising goosebumps across the skin. Even though that lash did not strike anyone, Song Qingxiao could vividly imagine the agony it would inflict upon a victim. "I don't know. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Number 5 appeared to be on the verge of collapse, suddenly bursting into inconsolable tears. In a desperate attempt to evade Number 4's whip, he swiftly rolled over and scrambled towards the direction of the thick fog, pleading, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me." As those around him regained their composure, they prepared to intercept him. However, Number 5 had initially distanced himself, sitting apart from the others. His cowardice and perceived uselessness drew disdain, as they believed that from the very beginning of the trial, his distance would make it easy to eliminate him. Thus, they had not considered his solitary position. Now, as he fled, it was too late for them to pursue. Number 5's figure quickly vanished into the dense fog, his cries and pleas abruptly ceasing. "Welcome to the trial of the gods." This heralded the official commencement of the game. The space vanished in an instant, leaving the surrounding individuals lost from sight. Instinctively, Song Qingxiao closed her eyes, and a rhythmic tock-tock-tock echoed in her ears, reminiscent of the sound made by an ancient clock as it ticked away the seconds. Startled, she quickly opened her eyes and soon beheld a countdown timer before her. 119, 59, 59. The sudden shift in circumstances filled her with unease. She blinked, and the numbers remained, confirming that this was no mere illusion. The final digit continued to decrease alongside the persistent tock-tock-tock in her ears. 119, 59, 54, 119, 59, 51. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingxiao touched the dagger concealed on her arm, forcing herself to remain composed, striving to avoid being distracted by the incessant countdown and the ominous ticking. She noticed a new choice appearing behind the task prompt in her consciousness. Should she enter the scene? 10, 9, 8, 7. The relentless countdown sent her into a flurry of panic. She had yet to grasp the nature of this so-called scene, yet as she observed the numbers dwindling before her, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. She remained uncertain about what kind of scenario awaited her upon entry and whether it would pose any danger. The sound of tapping resonating in her ears, along with the digits before her, eluded her understanding for a brief moment. She dared not contemplate the repercussions of not entering the scene. In that moment, Song Qingxiao harbored immense disdain for the rules of this game, which left her perplexed and utterly helpless. Each of her choices demanded meticulous consideration, for she feared that a misstep could cost her life. After 2 agonizing seconds of indecision, the countdown in her mind had already reached 3. She could no longer afford to waver. Taking a deep breath, She gritted her teeth and resolutely decided to enter the scene. As she made her choice, her instinct led her to grasp the dagger concealed at her wrist, adopting a defensive stance. The alert tone in her mind ceased. Yet the peril she had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, she was prompted once more to make a choice: medical personnel or patient. Anxiety coursed through her, her back drenched in cold sweat as the recurring dilemma tightened its grip on her. With the countdown looming again, she found herself cursing under her breath before ultimately selecting medical personnel. The moment she made her decision, her surroundings transformed once more. The thick fog dissipated, revealing a pristine office. A man clad in a white coat stared at her in silence, and she bit down hard on her lip to stifle the gasp that threatened to escape. Chapter 23. Interference. A chill began to rise from the soles of Song Qingxiao's feet, swiftly spreading through her limbs and bones. Under the intense pressure of anxiety, her blood coursed rapidly through her veins, and a tingling sensation enveloped her scalp. One hand pressed firmly against the dagger bound to her other wrist. Her entire being trembled. The doctor seated behind the desk, his gaze fixed upon her, was unmistakably the very challenger she had slain during the last trial. Fearing that her overwhelming stress might conjure illusions, she forcefully shut her eyes. Upon reopening them, the doctor remained there, clad in a pristine white coat, his demeanor exuding a calmness that bordered on indifference. Adorning his white coat was a name tag that read, Lu Yixuan. His arms rested on the desk, one hand grasping a form, causing his sleeve to slightly ascend and reveal a portion of his wrist, where the watch he had previously showcased during the inaugural trial, now erratically moving due to magnetic field disturbances, rested. The desk was meticulously organized, featuring a computer and a capped pen laid atop a medical record. This pen was all too familiar to Song Qingxiao. Her cheek twitched slightly as she recalled the spot where the doctor had once drawn blood with it, a wound that had long since healed yet now throbbed with a faint ache. Song Qingxiao felt at a loss, yearning to retreat from the doctor. Yet her body remained frozen, unresponsive to her commands, rooted in place. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, the persistent tick-tock echoing in her ears, reminiscent of a ticking time bomb, instilling a sense of impending doom that threatened to obliterate her at any moment. Are you all right? The doctor's gaze lingered on Song Qingxiao, a frown creasing his brow. His voice bore an odd quality, flat and devoid of any superfluous emotion, evoking a sense of mechanical rigidity. Song Qingxiao's memory lingered on their final confrontation. Her throat seemingly still ensnared by the doctor's grasp, a suffocating pain resurfacing once more. Without the need for a mirror, she was acutely aware that her complexion must be exceedingly ghastly at that moment. The peculiar occurrences that followed had stretched her nerves to their breaking point. Had she not noticed that the doctor did not lunge at her with lethal intent the instant she appeared, she would have surely succumbed to despair. The frantic pounding of her heart intertwined with the rhythmic ticking in her mind, nearly drowning out the doctor's voice. She fought against the encroaching fear, repeatedly urging herself to remain composed. She had entered the trial space, where every event transcended her conventional understanding. Furthermore, the doctor was not as terrifying as she had initially thought. Having slain him once, she could certainly do so again. She touched her wrist, where a dagger was secured, its presence calming her tumultuous heartbeat significantly. Are you all right? The doctor inquired once more, his gaze falling upon her hand that clutched her arm. Song Qingxiao's body stiffened, and she swallowed several times, summoning immense willpower to suppress her instinctive reactions. With deliberate slowness, she released her grip on the dagger and nodded. The action seemed to drain every ounce of strength from her body. The doctor furrowed his brow, as if questioning the sincerity behind her declaration of "I am fine." Ultimately, however, he chose not to dwell on this matter. With a stiff motion, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a peculiar smile. It's good to hear you are fine. I have reviewed your resume. Although your experience is somewhat limited, our hospital is currently in need of staff. He set the papers aside and rose to his feet. Song Qingxiao, welcome to our hospital and to our team. His smile bore a disquieting quality, failing to instill any sense of ease. Instead, it evoked a chilling memory in Song Qingxiao, reminiscent of the photograph from the card that had been turned over after the doctor's demise during the last trial. Next, I will have Nurse Zhang show you around the hospital to help you familiarize yourself with the environment. You may also take this opportunity to change into your uniform. After experiencing a series of events in such rapid succession, Song Qingxiao now felt somewhat numb. She observed the doctor calling for someone, and with a resounding click of the door, a figure entered. She thought that if the person summoned by Lu Yixuan were a familiar face from her memories, she might not be surprised at all. Yet, The scene she envisioned did not materialize. Instead, a young woman, approximately 25 or 26, entered wearing a pristine nurse's uniform, her hair meticulously tucked beneath her cap. Grasping the doorknob, she inquired, "Dr. Liu, did you call for me?" Her voice resonated with a crystalline clarity, infusing the eerily silent office with a spark of vitality. Upon noticing Song Qingxiao standing within the confines of the office, the woman beamed, her lips curving into a delightful arc that revealed a pair of playful and charming canine teeth, in stark contrast to Liu Yixuan's smile, which was unnervingly rigid. Her expression exuded an authenticity that momentarily eased the tension coiling within Song Qingxiao, akin to a string poised to snap. Indeed, the doctor nodded, introducing Song Qingxiao's identity and outlining her assigned duties, to which Nurse Zhang responded with an affirmative gesture. As Song Qingxiao emerged from the doctor's office, she was drenched in perspiration, resembling someone who had been pulled from the depths of water. She continuously wiped her forehead with her hand. Her legs, taut from excessive anxiety, felt uncomfortable upon relaxing. With each step, her soles throbbed with a prickling sensation, creating an illusion as if she were traversing a path strewn with thorns barefoot. The incessant tap, tap, tap echoed in her mind, while the numbers before her eyes continued to retreat swiftly. Our hospital is classified as a heavy psychiatric institution, governed by stringent closed management protocols. As Nurse Zhang guided Song Qingxiao through a lengthy corridor, she provided insights into the hospital's circumstances. At this moment, Song Qingxiao realized a rather troublesome predicament. The tap-tap resounding in her mind demanded her utmost concentration to comprehend Nurse Zhang's words, lest she inadvertently overlook them. The setting of this trial differs significantly from the previous one, presenting a far more intricate situation. Currently, her understanding of the circumstances is minimal, and her mind is rife with uncertainties. Some matters require her to navigate through them independently. At this juncture, being distracted by the incessant tapping in her mind could lead her to overlook crucial clues. In such a scenario, the acquisition of information becomes increasingly advantageous for her. Setting aside the earlier distress caused by the doctor's presence and the persistent tapping sound, as well as the countdown, she learns from Nurse Zhang that she is currently situated within a psychiatric hospital, which operates under a closed management system, meaning limited interaction with outsiders. Song Qingxiao strives to disregard the peculiar noise, yet her demeanor leads Nurse Zhang to misinterpret her state, eliciting a smile. However, we have designated supplies. Vehicles arrive every 5 days. Amidst the disruptive tapping, Song Qingxiao keenly perceives a pivotal piece of information within the nurse's words, linking it to something significant. She feels as though she has grasped a critical insight, yet the distracting noises, the countdown, and the shifting scenes, along with the bizarre appearance of the doctor, continually disrupt her train of thought. The clues seem tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. In this unsettling context, Song Qingxiao gradually becomes agitated. Nurse Zhang turns to her and states, "Our hospital accommodates a total of 27 patients, 6 doctors, and 11 nurses. However, with you included, that becomes 12. Nurse Zhang paused momentarily, noticing that Song Qingxiao was frequently wiping away sweat, her complexion pale and her frame frail. Since exiting Dr. Liu Yixuan's office, she had remained silent, allowing Nurse Zhang to do all the talking. Sensing the unease, Nurse Zhang halted her steps and, feeling a pang of guilt, inquired, "Have I been speaking too much?" "Not at all." Song Qingxiao hastily shook her head. She believed she was exerting considerable effort in her response, yet to Nurse Zhang, it appeared as though her head merely swayed gently. Upon hearing this and observing her demeanor, Nurse Zhang assumed the new colleague was merely shy and introverted, prompting a light-hearted smile. "Are you feeling a bit apprehensive due to the change in jobs? This is a psychiatric hospital, and particularly a facility for severe mental illness. Most of the patients here have tendencies towards aggression. It's natural for newcomers to feel a bit anxious." Song Qingxiao listened intently, fearing that any distraction might cause her to miss a single word. Nodding in agreement with Nurse Zhang's observations, she replied, "Yes." While her emotional tension was palpable, it was not solely due to entering a psychiatric institution. However, since Nurse Zhang had provided a plausible excuse for her anxiety, Song Qingxiao readily accepted it. As anticipated, Nurse Zhang offered her words of reassurance. "There's really no need to be so frightened. We all felt this way when we first arrived, but over time, we acclimatize." She smiled, adding, "After all, they are patients, and we shouldn't hold it against them too much." The sunlight streamed through the corridor's glass, casting a warm and gentle glow on Nurse Zhang's face at that moment. "Just take your time," she encouraged. The sound of tap 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 resonated through the air as Song Qingxiao turned to face her. Above her cheeks, a countdown had transformed into 119, 51, 23. She blinked, and the numbers shifted to 119, 51, 18. Nurse Zhang continued to smile. Yet Song Qingxiao could not help but contemplate her current mission, the protection of the populace. From Nurse Zhang's words, she gleaned that this was the intensive psychiatric ward, where patients might exhibit aggressive behaviors. Was her task to safeguard these doctors from potentially lethal patients? She attempted to raise her hand to massage her throbbing head, but after several futile attempts, she found herself unable to move independently. The day's stimuli had been overwhelming, leaving her still in a state of disarray. Noticing her struggle, Nurse Zhang reached out to her. The moment her fingertips brushed against Song Qingxiao's palm, it was as if an electric shock coursed through her, prompting an instinctive desire to pull away. "Oh, your hand is so cold," she remarked. Nurse Zhang seized Song Qingxiao's hand firmly, disregarding her feeble resistance. In fact, upon observing Song Qingxiao's defensive posture, she chuckled and said, "Your expression resembles that of some patients in our facility." Though the comment was made without malice, it struck Song Qingxiao like a clarion call, causing her to lift her gaze. After completing her statement, Nurse Zhang insisted, "We work on a 5-day rotation, and during our shifts, we must reside at the hospital. Since you are new and may not be accustomed to it, why not share a dormitory with me?" She paused for a moment before continuing, "Come, let me first show you the dormitory and get you changed." The sound of talk, talk, talk persisted, with the countdown now displaying 119, 46, 57. 5 days. Song Qingxiao noticed that Nurse Zhang had mentioned this term twice in succession. The vehicle arrives every 5 days, and the nurses rotate shifts every 5 days. She sensed that this time frame must be crucial to their mission. Yet the incessant distractions in her mind and the numbers before her continually diverted her attention, preventing her from calming down to ponder. She felt a restless unease. What exactly did 5 days signify? Nurse Zhang continued speaking, gesturing toward the buildings within the compound for Song Qingxiao to observe. She nodded perfunctorily, striving to slow her breathing and not be swayed by her emotions. 5 days, the sound of the talk of an old-fashioned clock ticking away in her mind. The countdown before her, the mission to protect the populace. All these clues intertwined, forming a singular thread, time. 5 days, the talk of the clock. All pointed to the essence of time. The mission to safeguard the people likely bore a temporal constraint as well. As for the peculiar countdown displayed before her, which had now diminished to 119, 44, 27, she vividly recalled that it had first appeared to her as 119, 59, 59. She had been startled by this sudden occurrence, and immediately, the weight of the mission compelled her to make choices, leaving her no time to contemplate. Upon entering the scene, she encountered the doctor she had killed, further precluding any attention to the numbers. Upon deeper contemplation, this number appears as a countdown, and upon calculation, it precisely amounts to 5 days. In other words, this sequence of digits likely signifies her countdown for this particular mission. She must fulfill her duty of protecting the populace within 5 days. With this realization, Song Qingxiao found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to feel relieved for uncovering such a crucial clue or to be engulfed by a heightened sense of urgency due to the impending deadline. In Chapter 24, titled Ambushed, having chosen her identity, Song Qingxiao entered the trial scenario as a nurse. According to Nurse Zhang, this facility operates under a completely enclosed management system, where medical staff rotates every 5 days. This 5-day time frame aligns perfectly with the countdown displayed before her. However, the trial did not provide her with accommodations post-shift, indicating that the mission is strictly confined to these 5 days. Should she fail to complete her task within this period, there would be no escape. She glanced once more at the task prompt within her consciousness. Protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Completion of the mission, 1,000 points. Song Qingxiao took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, as the countdown before her transformed to 119, for 118. The ticking of the clock resonated like a death knell. And despite the scene being bathed in sunlight and enveloped in tranquility, it sent chills down her spine. Having arrived at this juncture with no option for retreat, panic would serve no purpose. She resolved to remain calm, to ascertain the full extent of her circumstances, and to uncover the intricacies of the trial, with the hope of departing expeditiously. You see, over their last year, Xiaoyu cultivated some plants that thrived remarkably well. Nurse Zhang was enthusiastically introducing a corner of the hospital to Song Qingxiao, who held her breath, focusing intently and disregarding the distracting countdown numbers in her mind, fearful of missing even a single word. This isolated psychiatric hospital was not particularly large, consisting of two main areas, a 5-story building and a recreational space. The leisure area on the ground floor was deserted. According to Nurse Zhang, the hospital housed 27 patients within the same building, yet Song Qingxiao found the surroundings eerily quiet. Through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the towering walls outside the recreational area, which effectively obscured all outward views, creating a secluded environment. This place was remarkably memorable, with a routine that was quite structured. Nurse Zhang was very attentive to Dr. Lu's instructions and, having been tasked with teaching Song Qingxiao, she was diligent and responsible. The lights in the wards turned on at 6 o'clock, prompting the patients to rise to wash their faces and brush their teeth, while we assisted with trimming their nails and hair. She elaborated on the duties of the nursing staff and mentioned that their working hours were divided into 2 shifts, the day shift from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Due to a shortage of personnel, the workload was substantial, and night shifts might be required, making it rather arduous. As Nurse Zhang spoke, a fleeting complexity flickered in her gaze, hinting at a sense of guilt. However, Song Qingxiao was not truly here for work. Her task duration was merely 5 days. If she failed to accomplish her mission within that time frame, her life would be at stake, leaving little room for concern about the hardships involved. She eagerly anticipated mastering her tasks in the shortest time possible, hoping to gain insight into the intricacies of the trial missions. Undeterred by the persistent tap-tap sound echoing in her mind, she pressed her lips together and allowed a faint smile to grace her face. I sincerely wish to learn diligently and become acquainted with my responsibilities. If feasible, please assign me to the night shifts. Her proactive request garnered considerable favor from Nurse Zhang, as in that fleeting moment, Song Qingxiao distinctly sensed a softening in the nurse's gaze. In this perilous and bizarre trial space, where one could lose their life at any moment, the presence of such a gentle and kind-hearted individual as Nurse Zhang momentarily clouded Song Qingxiao's mind. Soon, Nurse Zhang took her hand, urging her to suppress any awkward feelings. "Qingxiao, you are truly wonderful. However, since you just arrived today, there is no need to rush. Let us familiarize ourselves with the work this afternoon, and you should rest well tonight. We can discuss the night shifts tomorrow." Initially, the lower bunk had been hers. But following Song Qingxiao's earlier request for extra hours, this warm-hearted woman unceremoniously packed her belongings and moved to the upper bunk, while changing clothes. Nurse Zhang thoughtfully allowed space for Song Qingxiao, granting her a brief moment of solitude. The reminders in her mind remained unchanged, but having grown accustomed to the rhythmic tap-tap of the clock, she gradually learned to control herself and multitask. Yet, she still found herself puzzled by the events she had witnessed earlier with the doctor, feeling an unsettling sense that it was no mere coincidence. As a group of individuals simultaneously entered the trial space, they remained oblivious to their roles within the unfolding tasks. She suppressed the thoughts swirling in her mind, donned her uniform, and stepped out. Nurse Zhang awaited her outside, and upon seeing Song Qingxiao, she smiled and handed her a name tag. "While you were changing, I took the liberty of collecting your name tag," Nurse Zhang remarked. As she spoke, Song Qingxiao noticed that Nurse Zhang also wore a name tag on her chest, inscribed with the name Zhang Xiaoyu. The tag bore Song Qingxiao's name in handwritten form, and Nurse Zhang continued to explain. "Since you just arrived and time is of the essence, your official work badge has yet to be produced. In a few days, once it is completed, you won't need to wear this temporary tag, which will make things more convenient." Song Qingxiao nodded and hung the name tag around her neck. Following Nurse Zhang towards the ward area, the hospital's intensive care unit was categorized into primary and secondary levels. As they ventured deeper into the patient zone, Nurse Zhang's voice softened, as if she feared disturbing something delicate. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Her soft-soled shoes glided across the floor, rendering her footsteps nearly soundless. However, our hospital does not have many patients, and their conditions are quite severe, hence there are no subdivisions. In the distance, the entrance to the patient area loomed. The colossal iron door cleaved the ward in two. The door stood 3 layers high, and peering through its crevices revealed a long, dark corridor, ominously reminiscent of a gaping abyss ready to swallow one whole. Nurse Zhang inserted the key into the lock, and with a creaking sound, the lock clicked open. She pushed the door, which emitted a harsh, grating noise, prompting Song Qingxiao to frown slightly. A cold breeze swept through, and faintly, Song Qingxiao seemed to hear someone weeping. A mournful and desolate sound. She glanced at Nurse Zhang, who appeared either oblivious to the sound or simply accustomed to it, her expression unchanged. Goosebumps spread across her arms as the three iron doors swung open, and Song Qingxiao felt as though she had stepped into an entirely new realm. Though she remained within the same building, the administrative offices and dormitories occupied by the medical staff seemed freshly painted in a pristine white, with bright windows and modern furnishings. The patient ward was predominantly adorned in pale blue, with doors and windows crafted from special materials. A corridor stretched through the center, flanked by patient rooms on one side and the on-duty doctor's offices and treatment rooms on the other. Adjacent to the elevator stood the nurse's station, while at the far end of the corridor, a window was firmly barred with iron, as if sunlight could not penetrate. The sound of soft sobbing grew more pronounced, and Nurse Zhang finally caught wind of it. Turning to comfort Song Qingxiao, she inquired, "Are you afraid?" Song Qingxiao shook her head. Her gaze fell upon the countdown clock, which now read 1:19, 21:36. At that moment, nothing seemed more terrifying. She forced herself to disregard the ominous numbers and peered through the glass into the ward. To her left, two beds housed patients who sat vacantly, their expressions blank and their eyes fixated upon her, movements rigid and unblinking. The force with which she was pulled back was overwhelming, causing Song Qingxiao to lose her balance. Her knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed onto the floor. The force that grasped her did not relinquish its hold even after she fell. Instead, it dragged her backward, swiftly pulling her approximately a meter away from Nurse Zhang. This truly seemed to forge an inextricable bond with the sensation of being choked. Cough, cough. Song Qingxiao struggled to breathe, reminiscent of a prior trial where a doctor had constricted her neck with a mouse cord. Yet again, she found herself ensnared in a trial. Chapter 25. Acquaintance. The individual who had restrained Song Qingxiao possessed immense strength. As the grip tightened, she felt as though a slender cord was digging into her flesh. Searing with pain, her airway was constricted, rendering her unable to inhale fresh air. Song Qingxiao tilted her head back, her face turning a shade of blue from the lack of oxygen. Instinctively, she reached for the dagger concealed on her wrist, yearning to alter her predicament. However, in that fleeting moment, reason triumphed over instinctual reaction. Perhaps informed by her previous experience of being choked, she quickly regained her composure, weighing the pros and cons. Here she was in a hospital, with witnesses present. The dagger was her trump card. Revealing it too soon would not serve her interests. Moreover, Nurse Zhang was still nearby. While she might endure some hardship from being restrained, her life was not in immediate peril. Conversely, exposing her secret weapon could lead to a significant loss of leverage. With this thought in mind, Song Qingxiao redirected her raised hand, reaching back to grasp the assailant who lurked behind her. All of these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. After being dragged a meter or two, Nurse Zhang seemed to snap back to reality, exclaiming, "Qingxiao." As anticipated by Song Qingxiao, she hurried forward, attempting to assist in extricating her from the perilous situation while calling out for her colleagues. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the treatment room, and soon others from the nurse's station joined in. The door to the ward swung open, and a throng of patients emerged, their expressions frozen in shock. In those fleeting seconds, Song Qingxiao felt as though time had stretched infinitely. Nurse Zhang rushed to her aid, seemingly causing the assailant to stumble to the ground. However, this did little to alleviate Song Qingxiao's predicament. The individual clinging to her identification badge did not relinquish their grip. Instead, they tightened their hold, and amidst the chaos, she felt a pair of feet pressing down upon her shoulder, intensifying the pressure around her neck. The situation had escalated to a more perilous level. Despite her desperate attempts to wriggle free, Song Qingxiao found herself ensnared. Fortunately, help arrived from the treatment room. As nurses from the station rushed over, united in their efforts, they managed to subdue the individual who was dragging Song Qingxiao. Yet, this struggle took a toll on her. And ultimately, Nurse Zhang retrieved a pair of scissors to sever the rope constricting her neck, thus alleviating the threat to Song Qingxiao's safety. "Are you all right?" Nurse Zhang inquired with concern, handing the scissors to a colleague before leaning down to assist her in rising. As the air returned, Song Qingxiao inhaled deeply, tasting the faint medicinal scent. The constriction in her trachea provoked a violent cough, and she blinked rapidly, forcing tears from her eyes. Gripping the arm of Nurse Zhang, she could not articulate her distress, merely shaking her head with effort. Nurse Zhang appeared somewhat disheveled, her cap askew, and several bloodstains marred her chin, where the wounds oozed and had begun to swell. Leveraging Nurse Zhang's support, Song Qingxiao rose and turned to observe the individual restrained on the floor. Upon catching sight of the patient, her coughing stilled, pupils constricting as a fleeting glint of menace flashed in her eyes. Lying on the ground, the robust number 6, adorned in a blue-striped patient gown, met her gaze with a smile that seemed oddly sinister, while two strong nurses held him down. In his grip was the very badge strap that had previously ensnared Song Qingxiao's throat. Cough, cough. After a couple of coughs, Nurse Zhang, still visibly concerned, gently patted her back while asking, "Are you all right?" Number 6 was swiftly escorted away by others towards the elevator. "I'm fine," Song Qingxiao managed to reply. And upon hearing her voice, Nurse Zhang visibly relaxed. This is a new patient who arrived today. Perhaps, during Dr. He's examination, he suddenly acted out, causing the injuries. She pointed towards the examination room behind Song Qingxiao, where the door stood ajar. Following her gaze, Song Qingxiao nodded. Her throat ached fiercely, and it seemed her skin had been bruised. Nurse Zhang leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "Fortunately, the wound isn't deep, but it still requires some iodine for disinfection." With a downcast gaze, she sighed softly. To avoid such situations, it appears that wearing a work badge is inadvisable. There was a hint of regret in her expression, yet she soon brightened, gesturing to the name badge on her chest. However, a special name badge like this one should be ready in a few days, at which point Qingxiao will be just like me. Not wearing this is of little consequence. As more patients emerged, the corridor quickly filled with several individuals, each wearing a vacant expression resembling lost souls. She tidied her hair and adjusted her cap. Song Qingxiao glanced at the injury on Nurse Zhang's chin. "Nurse Zhang, your chin is nothing to worry about," she reassured. Nurse Zhang paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile, her eyes crinkling with kindness. "They are patients. We cannot hold grudges against them." Her tone was gentle and imbued with immense patience, as if the gruesome wound on her face did not stir any ire within her. Song Qingxiao's gaze flickered, and the remaining nurse remarked, "Sister Xiaoyu is the kindest person here." Turning her head, Song Qingxiao noted the name badge on the nurse's chest, Wang Xiaoli. The incident that transpired earlier left Song Qing with a multitude of doubts swirling in her mind. After being intimidated by number 4, number 5, in a state of panic, activated the trial scene, catching everyone, including Song Qing, off guard. They had no time to inquire about the tasks of the other trial participants before being compelled to enter the scene, following a series of choices. Once they embarked upon the task, they had only just begun to grasp the general timeline of the mission without having discerned any clues when they encountered number 6, suffering a setback at her hands. The countdown displayed, 1:19, 17:51, and the mounting pressure of time coupled with the incident involving No. 6 caused Song Qing to furrow her brow. Currently, it appeared that she and number 6 were positioned in opposition within the task scene, one as a medical staff member, the other as a patient. The prompts within her consciousness remained unchanged, still indicating, "Protect the populace, failure results in annihilation. Complete the task, 1,000 points." This suggested that the previous minor incident had not breached the conditions of the task. It was highly likely that this trial would unfold similarly to the last, only triggering prompts and altering the mission once the participants turned against each other and casualties occurred, thus enabling the surviving trialists to glean the mission details. If this logic held true, number 6's immediate aggression upon seeing her conform to the rules of the game. However, Song Qing recalled the moment when No. 6 first appeared in the space. Upon her entrance into the trial realm, a burly man had aimed a gun at her, and number 6 had reacted swiftly, demonstrating remarkable agility. Not only did she manage to avert danger, but she also subdued the man, nearly disarming him in the process, which indicated her considerable combat prowess and substantial level of threat. Although she assumed the role of a patient upon entering the scene, Song Qingxiao was acutely aware that this was merely an adaptation to the rules of the game. Number 6 was not a genuine patient. Such a person, if truly intent on causing her harm, would undoubtedly succeed. She couldn't help but touch her neck, where the wound still throbbed with a fierce pain. Number 6 should comprehend that she was clad in a nurse's uniform, surrounded by others, and that they were within a hospital, a setting where the participants were often in competition or even in opposition to one another. In such circumstances, making a rash move would be futile, even if it were a sneak attack. What, then, was her intent? The question swirling in her mind went unanswered. Wang Xiaoli observed Song Qingxiao's gesture of touching her neck and wondered if she felt a twinge of fear. Perhaps even more terrifying events awaited them. Across from the operating table was a patient room that had recently been attacked. Having been bitten by a snake once, one becomes wary of ropes for a decade. As she approached, she instinctively turned to survey her surroundings, ensuring no one was behind her. In that fleeting moment, as she turned her head. Her gaze passed through the glass of the patient room and fell upon a bed where number 5 sat, now clad in a blue-striped hospital gown, trembling and shivering. It seemed he sensed Song Qingxiao's gaze. He lifted his head, and upon locking eyes with her, this timid man with greasy hair widened his eyes in a look of tearful terror before hastily lowering his gaze. After encountering number 6, a familiar face reappeared in the task scenario. Song Qingxiao bit her lip and lowered her eyelids, shielding her expression from view. Chapter 26. The gunshot in this trial. There are a total of 6 participants. Currently, within the hospital, 3 individuals have emerged, including Song Qingxiao, amidst the rhythmic ticking of the second hand. A sudden ding resonated from the elevator as the doors slid open. A spark of realization illuminated Song Qingxiao's mind. She instinctively felt she was on the verge of grasping an elusive clue. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, an unexpected hand landed heavily upon her shoulder. Hey! The sharp sting radiated from the point of contact. The earlier ambush by number 6 had left her on high alert, and the suddenness of the touch prompted her to instinctively pivot on her toes, shifting her body aside. She braced her back against the edge of the control panel, leaning slightly backward, and turned to confront the individual who had startled her. The person was a nurse, not one of the 6 trial participants. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in soft-soled shoes that rendered her movements utterly silent, making her presence almost ghostly. Song Qingxiao's earlier evasive actions had been somewhat conspicuous, rendering her slightly embarrassed. As she raised her hand, the nurse's eyes widened in recognition. "New arrival?" she exclaimed. After posing the question, she continued to muse aloud. "It seems there have been quite a few newcomers lately." The nurse's words carried an intriguing weight, causing Song Qingxiao to narrow her eyes at that moment. Beneath the countdown timer, she observed the nurse's identification badge pinned to her chest, which bore the name, Tu Xiaoyan. Upon realizing her previous reaction had greatly affected Tu Xiaoyan, who appeared somewhat displeased, Song Qingxiao found herself in a delicate situation. Without having fully grasped the nature of her current trial and its tasks, she hoped to cultivate amicable relations with this group of colleagues in order to glean more information beneficial to her mission. Understanding the importance of earning their goodwill, she noticed Tu Xiaoyan's frown as she spoke, prompting Song Qingxiao to rapidly devise a response. She raised her left hand to massage her shoulder, her face betraying a semblance of restrained pain, while casting a glance at Nurse Zhang. "What's wrong?" Nurse Zhang inquired with evident concern upon witnessing Song Qingxiao's gesture. "It seems like you were injured when kicked." Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaoyan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Nurse Zhang elaborated. A newly admitted patient unexpectedly attacked Qingxiao, injuring her neck. As she spoke, and with Song Qingxiao's consent, Nurse Zhang prepared to pull down her collar to examine the shoulder that had been struck. Standing at 168 meters, Song Qingxiao was not diminutive. However, the nurses at this psychiatric facility were also of considerable height. After pulling aside the collar, Nurse Zhang gasped lightly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, there's quite a bruise." Number 6 was rather forceful. At that moment, she recalled how the assailant had gripped the work badge's cord around Song Qingxiao's neck with both hands while using her feet to press against her shoulders, leaving swollen marks on either side. Upon learning the circumstances, Tu Xiaoyan's face manifested a look of guilt. She took a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and personally applied it to Song Qingxiao's injury while saying, "By the way, our hospital may be receiving a new addition. Dr. Zhou is currently preparing to meet him. If he stays, our hospital will have another doctor." The skin on Song Qingxiao's neck had been chafed by the rope, and the application of iodine caused a slight sting. Yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the news she gleaned from Tu Xiaoyan's words. She recalled Tu Xiaoyan's earlier remark, "It seems there have been particularly many newcomers lately." Tu Xiaoyan did not specify whether these newcomers referred to medical personnel or patients, leaving open the possibility that they encompassed both, such as herself and the previously observed individuals. Numbered 5 and 6. Now, with the impending arrival of yet another doctor, she could not help but speculate about the identity of this new doctor. If those participating in the trials entered the same scenario, aside from the 3 already present, there remained the bespectacled man, the armed brute, and the woman with the red whip, who had yet to appear. The new doctor mentioned by Tu Xiaoyan would likely be one of these 3. The hospital's ward spanned 5 floors, and according to Nurse Zhang, there were 27 patients in total. It remained uncertain where the other 2 trial participants might be among them. Not only did Song Qingxiao feel as though her heart had been jolted, but even Nurse Zhang and the others engaged in conversation were taken aback. Tu Xiaoyan's hand trembled as she held the cotton swab, inadvertently poking Song Qingxiao's injured neck, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. Wang Xiaoli was somewhat taken aback, while Song Qingxiao felt an unsettling twitch in her eyelids. She was acutely aware of the hospital's exceptional soundproofing. She had experienced it firsthand, despite being in the same building, with 27 patients on one side and the medical staff's offices and dormitories on the other. She had not heard a single sound from the patient area during her interview with Lu Yixuan. It was only after donning her nurse's uniform and accompanying Nurse Zhang, as they opened several iron doors, that she began to hear the faint cries of patients. The sudden loud bang that had just resonated seemed to emanate from the opposite side of the building, where the medical staff's offices were located. What kind of noise could travel such a distance? Moreover, that sound did not resemble something merely falling or breaking. It bore an unsettling resemblance to the discharge of a firearm. In that instant, Song Qingxiao envisioned a gun-wielding brute and licked her parched lips. Tu Shaoan had mentioned that newcomers were arriving, yet the gunman, the bespectacled man, and the woman with the red whip had yet to appear. The new doctor could very well be one of them, and the gunman seemed to be a likely candidate. The ache in her neck from being choked by number 6 intensified, and her breathing quickened. Following the gunshot, she acutely sensed the chilling presence of death, a potent intuition honed from her past brushes with mortality. Immediately, she focused on the alerts within her consciousness, and as anticipated, the message that had previously read, "Protect the populace, failure results in erasure, complete the task, 1,000 points," shifted in an instant to, "Protect the populace, failure results in erasure. Task completed, points 950. The rewards have changed." When Song Qingxiao lifted her head, her eyes revealed a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Although it was highly likely that someone had perished in the hospital following the gunshot, it indeed confirmed her earlier speculation that only with a death would this trial truly commence. She narrowed her eyes, gazing past Tu Shaoan and the others, through the glass wall of the ward, and noticed that number 5 had raised his head. He too was evidently startled by the earlier gunfire, his face betraying an unmistakable look of terror. Upon noticing Song Qingxiao's gaze, number 5 clasped his hands around his head, slowly bowing down, his body beginning to tremble once more. Ah! That piercing scream resonated sharply, laced with a chilling despair that was unsettling, especially within such a quiet and eerie environment, making it all the more horrifying. "Let us go see what has transpired," Nurse Zhang urged anxiously. Since Song Qingxiao was new, she took her along, while Tu Shaoan and Wang Xiaoli remained behind with the other staff at the nurse's station to comfort the patients. The sound of gunfire seemed to emanate from the direction of the medical staff's office, and Nurse Zhang hurriedly retrieved her keys to unlock the 3 heavy iron doors. In the midst of the chaos, she did not forget to apologize to Song Qingxiao, explaining, "I'm sorry, Qingxiao, you just arrived today, and I should have introduced you to the environment." Her hurried explanation conveyed a sense of unease, "But I have no idea what is happening." "It's all right. Let us first ascertain the situation and see if we can be of assistance. As for familiarizing myself with the environment, I still have time," Song Qingxiao replied. As she uttered those words, the sound of tap 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 persisted in her ears, and the numbers before her transformed into 119, 627. Seemingly mocking her assertion of "there is still time," Song Qingxiao blinked, stifling the pain in her throat as she swallowed, suppressing her growing anxiety and attempting to disregard the ominous digits. Upon exiting the ward, they were greeted by a cacophony from outside, the din seemingly emanating from below. Nurse Zhang hurried to the elevator, pressing the button, and it arrived promptly. Song Qingxiao followed her inside. The elevator's harsh, white light cast an eerie pall over the confined space, and silence enveloped them. The only sound was Nurse Zhang's labored breathing, betraying her inner turmoil. When Song Qingxiao turned to glance at her, she noticed Zhang's head hung low. The light illuminated her figure, revealing a pale forehead beneath which her eyes were shrouded by the shadows cast by her brow. Song Qingxiao could only faintly discern the tightness of her lips. As the elevator descended to the next floor, the doors opened with a chime. Yet Zhang remained motionless until Song Qingxiao gently prompted, "Xiaoyu." It was as if Zhang had been jolted awake, and she dashed forward. The medical office area seemed to have been startled by the recent gunshot. Several individuals had gathered outside a doctor's office. When Zhang and Song Qingxiao arrived, the commotion within the office was palpable. Song Qingxiao's gaze fell upon a man slumped in a chair, his body leaning backward against the seat. His head grotesquely tilted toward the door. His arms hung limply at his sides. He had succumbed to death. A conspicuous blood hole marred his forehead, the result of a bullet wound, while the force of the gunshot left a tapestry of purplish bruises beneath the surrounding skin, resembling a mass of writhing earthworms upon his scalp. His eyes remained open, and the blood, not yet fully congealed, trickled down from the wound, cascading over his brow, the tip of his nose, and into his eyes, ultimately pooling beneath his cheek in a rhythmic drip, staining his pristine white doctor's coat with vivid crimson splotches. Perhaps taken aback by the sudden assault, he retained a semblance of his former smile, the corners of his lips curling upwards in an eerily sinister manner, reminiscent to Song Qingxiao, the visage of the deceased practitioner from the last trial, as depicted on the card that had been turned over. A name tag pinned to the doctor's uniform read, Zhouyu. Chapter 27. Human life. Nearby stood a nurse, one hand clasped over her mouth, the other gripping a firearm. Her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. The piercing scream that had pierced the air earlier must have originated from her. Song Qingxiao glanced at her name tag, Zhu Xiaoke. The burly man on the ground was being restrained, yet he continued to struggle fiercely, 2 security guards and the nurse unable to subdue him. His legs flailed wildly. His face twisted to one side under the weight of his captors, veins bulging at his temples. His complexion flushed a deep crimson. Song Qingxiao's gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the gun held by the nurse, swallowing hard. "Let go of me," the man bellowed. And upon witnessing the scene before her, Nurse Zhang swayed unsteadily. As she spoke, she hurried toward Dr. Zhou's direction, with Song Qingxiao trailing closely behind her. "Sister Xiaoyu." She took 2 steps forward, gripping the gun as if it were a scalding hot potato, her expression betraying a desire to discard it, but lacking the courage to do so. Song Qing's gaze flickered momentarily, seizing the opportunity to comfort her. She tentatively reached out to touch the weapon. Nurse Zhang remained oblivious to her action, preoccupied with examining Dr. Zhou. Behind Dr. Zhou, the pristine white wall was marred by a splatter of blood, the bullet having penetrated his skull. From the signals resonating in her mind, Song Qing understood that he was beyond salvation, yet she refrained from voicing this grim reality, allowing Nurse Zhang's attention to drift away. Her hand gently rested on the shoulder of the sobbing Zhu Xiaoke, gradually sliding downwards as she sensed the tension in her body, clearly frightened. Song Qing's hand lingered momentarily on the back of her hand, before her fingertips cautiously found the gun, its barrel warm, exuding the searing sensation of having discharged a bullet in the act of killing. In that instant, Nurse Zhang was still focused on Dr. Zhou's condition. While the terrified nurse trembled, and security personnel along with 2 nurses restrained the burly man, no one noticed the flicker of excitement in Song Qing's eyes at that moment. Her heart began to race, nearly leaping into her throat. Such an opportunity was rare. If the man's gun could find its way into her hands, this trial would undoubtedly be fortified with an added layer of assurance. What had transpired? She deliberately lowered her tone, fearing that the tremor in her voice might startle the nurse wielding the gun. The intensity of the situation surged through her veins, amplifying her senses. The sound of her heartbeat echoed loudly in her mind, nearly drowning out her own voice. Ultimately, her hand was deftly placed in the small nurse's palm, who offered no resistance, almost submissively allowing her to grasp the firearm. In that fleeting moment, Song Qingxiao experienced a brief surge of disarray, quickly followed by a firm tightening of her lips. With a slight exertion of strength, the nurse relinquished her hold on the gun. As the weighty weapon settled into her grasp, Song Qingxiao could scarcely believe how seamlessly events had unfolded. A glimmer of joy involuntarily flickered in her eyes as she clutched the gun tightly, her fingers resting perilously on the trigger, refraining from any excessive movements for fear of awakening the others in the room and exposing her actions. Zhu Xiaoke released her grip on the gun, cradling her face in her hands, and with great effort, spoke. "Recently, Dr. Li has left, and the hospital is preparing to recruit several new doctors to fill the vacancies. Dr. Zhou is here today to interview the newcomers." Song Qingxiao stifled her excitement, fixated intently on her, terrified of missing even a single word. However, amidst the unfolding chaos, the new arrival brandished the gun, and calamity ensued. "Have we called the police?" Song Qingxiao inquired, her tone steady as she gradually attempted to conceal the weapon within her pocket. The trembling nurse, in a state of helplessness, shook her head. "The call cannot go through." Her voice resonated with a despair that carried an ominous undertone. "An hour ago, we received news that an accident occurred while repairing the road down the mountain, severing the only route for descent. The signal tower has also collapsed, and it will take 5 days to restore." In essence, this meant that for the next 5 days, This psychiatric facility would become a sealed crucible. Such a scenario had been within Song Qingxiao's initial expectations, but it was only now that she received confirmation from the nurse's lips. Although a fatal incident occurred shortly after entering the scene, it also revealed some valuable information. The trial location is situated within a psychiatric hospital, and the populace she is tasked with protecting must undoubtedly be the individuals within the institution. The unexpected demise of Dr. Zhou, which resulted in a deduction of 50 points from her score, indicates that the doctors are certainly included among the protected populace. Before she could tuck her firearm into her pocket, a series of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Song Qingxiao keenly sensed a gaze directed towards her. Instinctively, she glanced up and saw Lu Yixuan along with two other individuals clad in medical attire descending at the doorway. Among them was a frail man with spectacles in a white coat. Upon noticing Song Qingxiao's gaze, he instinctively adjusted his glasses, the reflective lenses obscuring the emotions in his eyes. The first thing those entering the office were drawn to was the gruesome state of Zhou Yu's demise. However, it was the bespectacled man who first took note of her. Although he quickly diverted his attention like the others, Song Qingxiao could not shake off the chilling sensation that had pricked the hairs on the back of her neck in that fleeting moment, a palpable malice lurking beneath. Including the bespectacled man, 5 players had emerged in the trial, leaving one, the fourth red whip woman, yet to be seen. The bespectacled man hurriedly followed Lu Yixuan and the others into the room, casting a glance at the burly man pinned to the ground. And a slight smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes. Nurse Zhang quickly stepped aside as the 2 doctors approached for examination, shaking their heads in disappointment. He had already lost vital signs. Song Qingxiao was already aware of the news, but after Lu Yixuan announced Dr. Zhou's demise, several nurses still emitted sighs of regret. In that poignant moment, she noticed the bespectacled man shaking his head as well. His expression bore an air of feigned sorrow, and as Song Qingxiao stood beside him, she glimpsed his half-lowered eyelids beneath the frame, his gaze somewhat indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the announcement. Driven by a woman's intuition, she was certain that prior to entering this room, the bespectacled man had already gleaned the news of Dr. Zhou's passing from his subconscious awareness. Let go. The burly man on the floor continued to struggle like a cornered beast, perhaps acutely aware of the stakes at hand, which made his resistance all the more fervent. The 2 security guards and a nurse, faces flushed with exertion, strained with all their might, but were nearly unable to subdue him. "Release me," he cried out, thrashing fiercely. His garments distorted from the struggle. Had this not been a psychiatric hospital where nurses, security personnel, and doctors constantly faced the potential volatility of patients, he might have already escaped. Chapter 28, The Prelude. Bring the restraints and sedate him, the new doctor instructed with composure, his brow furrowed. The route down the mountain is blocked, and calls cannot be made. First, let us tidy up here. Dr. Zhou's body will be temporarily placed downstairs. Let us confine this individual for the time being. Let go of me. The burly man's neck veins throbbed violently as he grasped the ground in a frantic manner. As soon as the physician's words echoed in the hospital, Nurse Zhang swiftly retrieved a syringe and medication from a small refrigerator adjacent to Dr. Zhou's office. With a swift injection, the man's struggles diminished, allowing the nurse and security personnel, restraining him, to exhale a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, as the man succumbed to his incapacitation, the bespectacled man narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and subtly adjusted his glasses. He turned to glance at Song Qingxiao, only to find her gaze fixed upon him as well. He quickly averted his eyes. The atmosphere in the hospital shifted dramatically following these events. Dr. Zhou's lifeless body was lifted from the chair, while the burly man was escorted by 2 security guards, preparing to be placed in a high-security observation room. Clearly, the hospital staff intended to treat him as a patient with a serious affliction in the days to come. Once inside the high-security observation room, he was restrained and administered medication, monitored around the clock. It seemed that he had barely entered this trial ground before becoming utterly incapacitated. After observing in silence, the bespectacled man unexpectedly spoke. Song Qingxiao noticed his inquiry, his gaze lingering momentarily on her, ultimately settling on the pocket of her nurse's uniform, where she had concealed the firearm belonging to the burly man, which she had discreetly taken from Zhu Xiaoke. She had clutched it tightly, fearful to release her grip. And as the bespectacled man inquired, her palms began to sweat profusely, nearly causing her to lose her hold on the weapon's grip. The inquiry from the bespectacled man was evidently directed at her, and she was acutely aware of it. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Song Qing, who lowered her head in silence. Zhu Xiaoke spoke once more, recounting the background of the armed man. The hospital was currently understaffed due to Dr. Li's departure and Dr. Was absence, prompting the recruitment of several new doctors, including this individual, who had interviewed today and was preparing to commence employment. Perhaps it was the subdued state of the brute, coupled with the elapsed time since Dr. Zhou's incident, that had allowed Zhu Xiaoke's emotions to stabilize considerably compared to earlier. For reasons unknown, this person wielded a firearm. She had heard him bellow from outside, followed by the sound of gunfire. Upon entering, Dr. Zhou had. The words she spoke sent a shiver down Song Qing's spine, reminding her of her own entrance into the scene. She glanced up at Lu Ishuan, who still bore the visage of the man she had slain in the previous trial. Had she not already acclimated to the environment and mentally prepared herself, it would have been exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure in his presence. After all, the man who had nearly taken her life, only to be killed by her own hand, now appeared before her once more, an unsettling jolt to her psychological defenses that was truly indescribable. At this juncture, from Zhu Xiaoke's words, Song Qing could almost deduce the sequence of events that had transpired upon the armed man's entry into the trial scenario. Upon entering the testing space, they had immediately received their mission prompts, followed swiftly by the fourth contestant, the woman with the red whip, who, unable to contain herself, attempted to extract information from the timid fifth contestant, hoping to glean some insight into the mission details. Unexpectedly, number 5 was startled by the woman with the red whip. Before her whip could descend, he dashed away in a flash, leaving everyone unprepared as the mission unfolded. During the course of the task, Song Qingxiao boldly speculated that, much like herself, the armed man might also experience a prompt and a countdown in his mind the moment the trial officially commenced. Such abrupt changes could easily induce a sense of unease, followed by the emergence of a decision regarding participation in the mission, necessitating a swift resolution. At this juncture, the individual's psyche would be stretched to its limits. Those who had survived the initial trial possessed a vigilance far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The man must have understood that even an immediate entry into the trial scenario could entail peril, yet he found himself with no alternative. In fact, at that moment, his mental state was taut as a bowstring. The sudden sound of the ticking seconds, the countdown displayed before him, coupled with the imminent choice to be made, incrementally heightened the pressure. As the scene shifted, his level of alertness and wariness reached a critical point where even the slightest provocation could provoke a violent response. This provocation became evident to Song Qingxiao upon encountering Lu Ishuan, regardless of one's psychological resilience. The accumulation of successive stimuli could lead to a potential breakdown when confronted with the visage of someone they had previously killed. The moment Song Qingxiao entered the mission scenario and laid eyes on the doctor, she could not help but tremble uncontrollably, instinctively reaching for the dagger strapped to her arm. The response of the burly man was likely akin to her own. The appearance of Zhou Yu undoubtedly became the proverbial last straw that shattered his remaining semblance of reason. In a swift moment, he acted decisively, resulting in the demise of Dr. Zhou. Upon realizing this, Song Qingxiao could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. She had witnessed the fate of the armed man, who, in an instant, transitioned from the role of caregiver to that of a patient, shifting from an active participant to a passive one, rendering all advantages nullified. This underscored the notion that the choices made upon entering the scene were not genuine choices at all. The varied reactions and psychological fortitude of each individual could lead to disparate outcomes. Had she, upon formally entering the scene amid a series of provocations, reacted impulsively like the burly man upon seeing the doctor, even if she managed to eliminate him once more, the ultimate outcome could have mirrored that of the man, subdued and transformed from a caregiver to a patient, ultimately succumbing in the trial. This particular test, despite its clear task prompts and generous rewards, presented dangers far surpassing those of the previous trial. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingxiao struggled to lift her gaze to meet that of the bespectacled man clad in a doctor's uniform, who happened to be observing her as well. Their eyes locked, each harboring heightened caution towards the other. The armed man's failure to pass the psychological assessment before entering the task rendered him ineffectual. If every contender who chose the role of caregiver faced a similar trial, it was evident that the bespectacled man had maintained his composure and successfully secured a position as an intern in the hospital, suggesting his remarkable capacity for restraint, cunning, and psychological resilience. In a similar vein, when in the spatial realm, The performance of the bespectacled man and Song Qingxiao was rather unremarkable. At least from the perspective of the bespectacled man, Song Qingxiao, when confronted with a gun, appeared rather ordinary compared to the subsequent entrance of the two women. Numbered 4 and 6 into the trial space. Her successful induction into the organization now warranted a reconsideration of her capabilities. And the bespectacled man could no longer underestimate or dismiss her. Song Qingxiao let out a silent sigh, realizing the predicament she found herself in. Chapter 29. Consequences. Zhu Xiaoka stammered as she recounted the events, and the attention of the onlookers finally shifted, just as the bespectacled man desired, to the weapon in question. "Where's the gun?" inquired the doctor who had entered alongside Lu Ishuan. The bespectacled man instinctively lowered his gaze, while Song Qingxiao, gripping the gun, found herself in an internal struggle. In such a moment, possessing multiple firearms represented an assurance of safety, the significance of which was self-evident. However, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation and the difficulty she faced in retaining the weapon. After the security personnel arrived and subdued the newcomer, she thought, "I will hold onto the gun." Zhu Xiaoka, caught off guard by the question, quickly scanned the office, clearly flustered, and unable to recall into whose possession the gun had ultimately fallen. Those who had entered the office had yet to depart, although the armed brute had been subdued. He remained untransferred to the medical ward. The bespectacled man's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, Song Qingxiao, unwilling to allow him to seize the initiative, promptly declared, "It is with me." She raised her wrist, revealing the gun resting in her palm. Upon catching sight of the weapon, a flicker of excitement danced in the bespectacled man's eyes, yet upon hearing Song Qingxiao's words, his gaze darkened with a hint of foreboding. Had he taken the initiative to speak first and proposed a search for weapons, Song Qingxiao would have found herself in a precarious position. Concealing the firearm would have been futile, and if it were discovered on her person at that moment, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, by voluntarily surrendering the weapon now, it naturally diverted any thoughts of malfeasance from others. The bespectacled man's scheme had faltered, and he swiftly regained his composure. Song Qingxiao continued, "Miss Zhu was overwhelmed with fear earlier and entrusted the gun to me for the time being." Such an explanation aroused no suspicion, as everyone was aware of Zhu Xiaoka's reaction when the gun was initially mentioned. The two doctors nodded in agreement, and after the weapon was found, one of them suggested, "Xiaoka should securely store the gun and lock it away. Once the road leading down the mountain is repaired in 5 days, we shall report it to the authorities together." After the doctor spoke, Lu Ishuan took out his phone to check the time, a gesture that evoked memories for Song Qingxiao the first trial, when had discovered a lack of signal on his device. This made her grip her clammy palms tighter. The atmosphere in the hospital had grown increasingly oppressive and sinister. As the burly man was escorted by 2 security guards toward the ward, while the deceased Dr. Zhou was lifted and placed into a body bag. Bloodstains still lingered in the office, and sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the fine particles of dust floating in the air. Everyone instinctively held their breath, proceeding with utmost caution, which only intensified the eerie silence enveloping the room. The zipper of the body bag was being pulled up at an agonizingly slow pace by the nurse, emitting an unsettling sound. Song Qingxiao lamented the duck that had flown away, though she was fortunate not to have acquired a firearm. The bespectacled man had similarly failed to gain an advantage. Moreover, she still had a chance, within the allotted time for the task, as long as she remained vigilant about who possessed the weapon. Perhaps she could devise a means to procure it. The sound of hasty footsteps approached, and before the figure arrived, a female voice called out, "Has something happened to Dr. Zhou?" As she spoke, a woman clad in a doctor's coat hurried into the room, followed closely by the previously absent woman in the red whip attire, also dressed as a doctor. Upon seeing her, Song Qingxiao felt a slight sense of relief. Now all 6 test participants were finally assembled. The 4th participant quickly noticed the bespectacled man and Song Qingxiao in the office, their eyes meeting in unison before they instinctively averted their gazes, as if they were strangers to one another. The doctor who had just arrived had been in the ward area and rushed over upon hearing of the incident. The 4th participant was one of the newly inducted doctors, accompanying her as an intern. Once the situation here was resolved, the bespectacled man departed with the late-arriving doctor who, while Lu Ishuan accompanied the 2 nurses to attend to Dr. Zhou's body, Song Qingxiao and Nurse Zhang were tasked with tidying up the office, and by the time they emerged, the sun had begun to set, signaling the hour for dinner, with calls echoing from the cafeteria. In the hospital, a heavy pall of sorrow enveloped everyone following the demise of Dr. Zhou. Nurse Zhang and her colleagues were particularly affected. While Song Qingxiao was increasingly burdened by the ticking clock, the numbers before her now reading 1:14, 53, 21, with merely 4 days and 19 hours remaining for her tasks. After completing her nightly ablutions and lying on her bed, Song Qingxiao found that her taut nerves remained unrelaxed. The lights had been extinguished by Nurse Zhang, and the hospital, shrouded in darkness, exuded an indescribable eeriness. Perhaps it was due to her current predicament, but she felt an omnipresent sense of peril surrounding her. During the day, the sounds from the ward were muted, yet the silence of night amplified even the faintest noises. She could hear someone softly singing, their voice echoing in the stillness. As she closed her eyes, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap resonated in her mind, an unyielding presence. When she opened her eyes, even in the dimness, the display reading 109, 47, 35 remained strikingly clear. "Qingxiao, are you asleep?" Nurse Zhang inquired as she turned to glance down from her upper bunk. In the waning light, her complexion appeared pallid. Her long hair, which had been tied up during the day, now cascaded down, framing her face. The moonlight filtering through the curtains elongated the shadows of her hair upon the wall, resembling a multitude of tendrils, as if they were reaching out to ensnare Song Qingxiao. "Not yet," Song Qingxiao replied, her voice unexpectedly raspy, revealing her parched throat. Nurse Zhang, assuming her hoarseness stemmed from the day's ordeal, dismissed any concern regarding the peculiarity of her tone and offered reassurance. "Are you still pondering over the events of the day? Do not fret too much, rest now. In 5 days, everything will be resolved." 5 days hence, the quandary of Song Qingxiao remains unresolved. The echoes of the task's directive linger in her mind. Akin to the afternoon's reminder, safeguard the populace, failure results in obliteration. Task completion, 950 points. Countdown, 109, 45, 55. The sound of the antiquated clock in her mind grows increasingly burdensome, impossible to disregard. This trial is set within a psychiatric hospital, with 6 participants, divided between medical personnel and patients. She recalls the previous day when Nurse Zhang provided an overview upon her arrival, detailing the hospital's circumstances. There are a total of 27 patients, 6 doctors, and 12 staff members, including herself. Among the 27 patients, numbers 5 and 6 are likely included, leaving her as the sole nurse. As per the account of Zhu Xiaoke from Dr. Zhou's office, it was mentioned that Dr. Li has departed and Dr. Guo is on leave, indicating that 2 out of the 6 doctor positions are currently vacant. However, the newly arrived trial participants, the bespectacled man and the woman with the red whip, have filled these gaps. The gun-wielding brute has slain Dr. Zhou, consequently forfeiting his choice and becoming a patient himself. Thus, with Dr. Zhou's demise, a vacancy has arisen among the 6 doctor roles, resulting in a deduction of 50 points for Song Qingxiao. In contrast, the number of patients has increased by 1, beyond the original count of 27 cited by Nurse Zhang. A vague sense of having grasped a crucial clue washes over her. Yet she teeters on the brink of connecting the dots. The mental prompt remains unchanged, and she scrutinizes the notification of task completion, 950 points, sensing something amiss. What exactly is amiss? Beneath the veil of night, she gazed with wide eyes, lost in contemplation. A faint, ethereal melody drifted from afar, while the digits before her receded. 109, 41, 27. 109, 41, 26. 109, 41, 25. 109, 37, 31. Suddenly, Song Qingxiao sprang upright, her abrupt movement causing the bed to emit a jarring creak. She was drenched in cold sweat, her mind racing with a grave issue that she had previously overlooked. Misled by the task prompts, she had believed that the crux of this trial lay solely in the protection of the populace, with failure resulting in obliterations. And the entire mission spanning merely 5 days. Following Dr. Zhou's murder today, which incurred a deduction of 50 points, she had assumed it merely triggered the task's alert. The countdown persisted, 5 days stretched taut like a string in her mind, incessantly reminding her of the significance of time, nearly causing her to forget that while the completion of the task promised 1,000 points, each loss of life would cost her 50 points. What would remain for her when the points were exhausted? If, in this mission, the individuals she was to protect were healthcare workers, then with a total of 18 doctors and nurses, 1,000 points would suffice, assuming a deduction of 50 points per person. Yet, recalling the last trial's demand for participants to turn against one another, Song Qingxiao harbored an unsettling suspicion that matters would not unfold so simply. Should the populace she was tasked to safeguard include doctors, nurses, and patients, the total number would indeed be substantial. When these individuals gathered together, their numbers totaled a staggering 45. Should the fatalities surpass half, her points would be entirely deducted, and she might not survive the stipulated 5 days of the task. She could perish within the mission itself. Under what circumstances could a hospital witness such a high mortality rate in merely 5 days? She finally recalled a grave concern she had overlooked earlier today in the ward area, after being startled by Tu Xiaoyun's pat on her shoulder. Upon entering the trial scene, she had the option of selecting either medical personnel or patients. Thus, during this trial, was it possible that those receiving the mission also had two choices? Were there protectors of the populace, as well as trial participants intent on slaughtering them? Chapter 30. Initiative. The incessant, discordant melody of Iya grated on her nerves. Song Qingxiao closed her eyes, acutely aware that this task's prompts were unequivocal, with substantial rewards, indicating a significant dilemma. If her conjecture was correct, then upon entering the scene, the trial participants had the option of choosing between medical staff and patients, suggesting that the mission could indeed be divided into two opposing factions. One faction would engage in slaughter, while the other would seek to protect. The vanquished would meet their demise. This mirrored the scenario of the initial trial, which was divided into two major camps, permitting mutual annihilation. The death of Dr. Zhou resulted in her losing 50 points. Song Qingxiao grasped her hair in frustration, her expression growing somber. Did this imply that if her hypothesis held true, there existed a faction of trial participants assigned the task of killing civilians? If she could identify and eliminate one, would her points increase by 50? A thought surged within her mind, causing her heart to race with exhilaration. She bit her lip, and only then did she begin to grasp the essence of her task. If she could identify the trialist whose primary focus was slaughter and eliminate the sources of danger, she might complete the trial and escape this spatial scene within 5 days. The mission of protecting the populace was not a passive endeavor. Rather, it seemed to demand her proactive engagement. The trial rules permitted mutual hunting, and initially, she had been misled by the prompts, finding the goal of protecting the populace too ambiguous. Upon encountering the term protect, she had prematurely assumed that this mission would not require the same brutality as the last trial. However, she soon realized that this trial remained a competition of elimination, albeit more ruthless and intense than the first. Among the 6 trialists, except for her, the armed brute had already been incapacitated. Among the remaining 4, numbers 5 and 6 had chosen patience, while number 4, a woman with a red whip, and a bespectacled man had opted for doctors. It was unclear who among them was the protector and who had received the prompt to be a slayer. If she could not discern their roles, her only recourse would be to devise a method to eliminate them one by one. Under the night sky, the numbers before her continued to count down with a soft thud. 109, 1726. Nurse Zhang, above her, slept deeply, undisturbed by the commotion caused when Song Qingxiao had previously risen. She felt a chill engulf her, her fingers brushing against the dagger, and her expression gradually settled into calm. Just as Nurse Zhang had not yet reached out to nudge her, Song Qingxiao instinctively opened her eyes and sat up. Observing your peaceful slumber, I noticed that daylight had already broken. Nurse Zhang, evidently having groomed herself, was impeccably dressed. Today, you shall accompany me to work. Our hours extend from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, followed by a night shift from 8 in the evening until 8 the next morning. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingxiao quickly roused from her drowsiness. She bent down to put on her shoes, and by the time she finished her morning routine, the clock had already struck 7. During breakfast, Nurse Zhang regarded her with a hint of concern, noticing the bloodshot veins in her eyes. Is it because of Dr. Zhou's matters yesterday that you did not sleep well? You appear rather fatigued. Song Qingxiao shook her head and glanced around the dining hall, a space designated for medical staff, enclosed by transparent glass. Outside, nurses were efficiently managing patients clad in hospital gowns as they dined. The cafeteria featured 2 serving windows and 2 long tables. Since Nurse Zhang and Song Qingxiao arrived early, they found the place empty. Once they settled with their meals, others began to trickle in. It was apparent that Nurse Zhang was well-liked, as the incoming nurses gradually took their seats nearby. While engaging in conversation with Nurse Zhang, Song Qingxiao kept an eye on the newcomers. At the entrance, a male and female doctor entered, the very doctors who had led the patient with the red whip yesterday. The male with glasses and the patient were both conspicuously absent. A sigh of relief washed over her. Song Qingxiao nodded and cast a glance at the listless Zhu Xiaoka beside her. Xiaoka, did you also have a restless night? She prodded the food on her plate with a fork, her complexion ashen, appearing in even worse spirits than Song Qingxiao. Clearly, witnessing Dr. Zhou's death yesterday had profoundly impacted her, resulting in a restless night. When Song Qingxiao called her name, she numbly lifted her head, taking a moment to respond with a soft, It seemed the recollection of yesterday's events darkened her expression further. I've known Dr. Zhou for quite a while. It's truly regrettable, she lamented. With that, she lowered her gaze again, on the verge of tears. Song Qingxiao paused, setting down her fork, and gently patted her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Strangely enough, she began, how could the newcomer have a gun in his possession? Where did that weapon come from? This question sparked a discussion among the nurses. Indeed, how did it come to pass that a gun was fired out of the blue? Where did the gun originate? The conversation, as Song Qingxiao had hoped, shifted to the topic of the firearm. After a brief silence, she lowered her voice and inquired, what happened to the gun in the end? Is it secured? She remained fixated on the matter of the weapon. Following the incident, the gun had been entrusted to Zhu Xiaoka for safekeeping and was ultimately locked away. In such a vast hospital, the only way to uncover the weapon's whereabouts was to extract information from Zhu Xiaoka. It's been secured, she continued. Dr. Lu insisted that the gun be treated as evidence and locked up under old Huang's watch, with him holding the key. Once the road is repaired and we have a signal to report, the weapon can be handed over. Upon hearing these words, Song Qingxiao experienced a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the discovery of the gun's whereabouts, while the concern revolved around how she could procure the key from Lu Yixuan and discreetly retrieve the firearm. As someone glanced at the time, it became apparent that it was getting late. Several nurses hastily finished their meals, and Song Qingxiao followed Nurse Zhang into the patient ward, commencing her official duties. On her first day of work, she took a moment to review the duty roster, noting that the doctor on call the previous night was Lu Yixuan. The attending physician for the day was surnamed Hu, a male doctor whom Song Qingxiao had encountered earlier in the cafeteria. Following his name was that of an intern, Jiayu. Song Qingxiao speculated that, given the circumstances of the bespectacled man accompanying Dr. Hu the previous night, he was likely an intern under Dr. Hu's guidance and may have been admitted to the hospital through an interview conducted by him. In other words, barring any unforeseen events, the bespectacled man had likely undergone a trial himself, and it was quite possible that Dr. Hu was a former participant who had perished at his hands. The doctor on duty that night was a woman surnamed O, which was a curious coincidence, as she would be accompanied by the woman with the red whip, number 4, leading to an anticipated encounter. A day had elapsed since the task commenced, and the countdown timer now read 99, 56, 31, with 4 days remaining for the trial. The forthcoming hours promised to unleash a far greater tempest. In the 31st chapter, titled Outbreak, during breakfast, Song Qingxiao gleaned from Zhu Xiaoka that the key to the locked gun was in Lu Yixuan's possession, prompting her to pay close attention to the location of Lu Yixuan's duty room. Seizing the opportunity while Nurse Zhang was preparing medication for the patients, the other nurses were diligently occupied, and the ward was far from tranquil. The patients on the 3rd floor were creating quite a commotion. She stood at the nurses' station, which was conveniently positioned directly opposite the door to Lu Yixuan's on-call room. The door was ajar, and the curtains on the glass wall had been drawn back, revealing a dimly lit room that obscured any discernible figures within. Great Father in heaven, someone was singing loudly, their voice rising and falling melodiously. She turned her head momentarily to glance, noticing several individuals gathering at the entrance of room 19. After a brief pause, Song Qing took advantage of the distraction, quietly edging closer to the doctor's on-call room, careful not to draw attention to herself. The nearer she approached the door, the more taut her nerves became. She tentatively pushed against the slightly ajar door, which creaked open with a soft squeak. The office was modest in size and unlit, with curtains drawn tightly on both sides. Standing at the threshold for a moment, she surveyed her surroundings. The clamor from room 19 was overwhelming. The patients singing had irked others, inciting a cacophony of voices as several nurses rushed to mediate the dispute. In such tumultuous circumstances, the office remained eerily silent, indicating that Lu Yixuan was not present. Nurse Zhang continued her preparations for the subsequent patients, oblivious to her presence. Uncertain of Lu Yixuan's whereabouts, she gently pushed the door wider, her figure agilely slipping into the doctor's on-call room, and with a deliberate motion, she slowly closed the door behind her. with a soft click. The light from the corridor and the surrounding din were effectively sealed outside, leaving the room enveloped in an unsettling darkness and silence. Song Qingxiao stood quietly in place for a moment, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dim light before she slowly made her way toward the desk. In the shadowy environment, the computer tower within the office emitted faint sounds of operation. She moved cautiously, wary of making noise by touching the chair, lest she draw the attention of those outside. To the left of the desk lay the computer tower, while to the right stood a small cabinet with sliding doors, atop which rested a locked drawer. Grasping the handle of the cabinet, she was about to pull it open when a soft, eerie male voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "What are you doing?" Startled, Song Qingxiao instinctively reached for her waist, where her dagger was concealed, and swiftly turned her head. Supporting herself against the desk, her abrupt movement caused the keyboard to shift, inadvertently brushing against the mouse, which caused the previously darkened screen to flicker back to life. In the ensuing glow, she beheld the curtain being drawn aside, revealing Lu Yixuan lying rigidly on an examination table. One hand grasped the curtain, while his expression bore an unsettling curiosity directed at her. The visage of that face was indelibly etched in her memory. Even if it were reduced to ashes, she could never forget it. Although she was aware that she was in a trial scenario and recognized that the Lu Yixuan before her was not the same individual she had fought and ultimately killed in the last trial. The sudden appearance of that face in such a context still sent a chill down her spine. Under the pale blue glow of the screen, his complexion appeared a ghastly white, with eyes as dark as bottomless whirlpools. Song Qingxiao, suppressing her innermost feelings, gradually lowered her hand that was poised over the dagger, respectfully stating, "The patient in bed 19 is causing a disturbance. Xiaoyu requests your presence." Lu Yixuan had remained in the office, fully aware of her actions upon her entrance. Yet he refrained from speaking until this moment. As Song Qingxiao hastily concocted an excuse, she pondered how she might defend herself should Lu Yixuan doubt her sincerity. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, Lu Yixuan's gaze settled upon her face, calmly scrutinizing her for an extended period. It was only when Song Qingxiao braced herself for his impending rebuke that Lu Yixuan slowly rose to his feet. As he stood, his white doctor's coat parted, revealing the attire beneath. He wore a white shirt, and a key, threaded with a crimson ribbon, faintly shone through the delicate fabric from the pocket of his shirt. Indeed, a commotion had erupted in room 19. The patient in bed 1, belting out a tune, had incited the discontent of those in adjacent beds. And the situation was far more dire than Song Qingxiao had anticipated. Nurses attempted to intervene. Yet the patient in bed 1 was still restrained by two individuals clad in blue-striped hospital gowns, their grip forcing the singer's face against the glass window, distorting it almost beyond recognition. Through the glass, Song Qingxiao locked eyes with the beleaguered singer, who was being yanked by her hair yet continued to mumble her song. "Stop singing. Please, stop singing." The patient in bed 2, seething with rage, grasped the singer's hair and slammed her head against the glass, the resounding thud echoing through the air. But the singer appeared oblivious to the pain. In a fit of rage, the patient proved difficult to restrain, overwhelming several nurses. The surrounding patients, seemingly influenced by the escalating tension, began to exhibit signs of agitation. Zhang Xiaoyu, pushing a cart laden with medication, rushed over in an attempt to separate the two fighting patients. However, the enraged individuals possessed an extraordinary strength, rendering the nurses incapable of pulling them apart. The woman, who had her hair forcibly gripped, was repeatedly struck and soon sustained a gash on her head, blood splattering and trickling down the transparent glass. Witnessing such a scene, the nearby patients erupted in terror, emitting piercing screams. Some began to tear at their own garments, clawing at their faces until flesh was laid bare and bloodied. Chaos ensued, the glass window resonating with heavy thuds as the blood continued to spread, and the singing patient's breath grew faint. The nurses retrieved restraint straps, but upon seeing this, the patients became even more agitated, thrashing wildly. In the confusion, someone was shoved against the medication cart, causing the contents to scatter across the floor with a loud crash, plunging the ward into further disarray. In the midst of the turmoil, Lu Yixuan activated the call bell. While Song Qingxiao witnessed Zhang Xiaoyu being pinned to the ground by a female patient, who was choking her with a fierce expression. Alarmed by the sight, she rushed forward to pull the patient away, but the aggressor clung tenaciously to Zhang Xiaoyu, refusing to relent until Lu Yixuan arrived, seizing the assailant by the collar and sternly proclaiming, "Anyone who disobeys will face electric shock treatment." Upon the utterance of that cry, the patient faltered, enabling Lu Yixuan to successfully pull her away from Zhang Xiaoyu, who lay gasping for air on the floor. Her eyes were clouded with tears, her neck bearing the bloody imprints of the patient's fingers, her eyes scarlet. She clutched her chest, coughing incessantly, her entire frame trembling. Dr. O, accompanied by the fourth red-whipped woman and several nurses, arrived to quell the disturbance. The singing patient from bed number 1 was taken away for treatment, while the others involved in the altercation were confined to the intensive care unit. A minor conflict had nearly spiraled into a major catastrophe. Although no one had actually died, ghastly streaks of blood remained on the glass window of ward number 19. With the patient from bed 1 removed, and the patients from beds 2 and 3 detained for fighting, ward 19 was suddenly vacant. 2 nurses used cloths to wipe away the congealed blood from the glass, while Song Qingxiao tended to the wounds on Zhang Xiaoyu's neck. She was still trembling, evidently traumatized by her near-fatal experience. Song Qingxiao, not adept at offering comfort, silently disinfected the wounds. Zhang Xiaoyu's body was covered in injuries, her nurse's uniform torn, her hair disheveled, her cap lost in the fray. A long silence passed between them before Song Qingxiao finally inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, her voice wavering, whether to reassure Song Qingxiao or to console herself. "They're patients, they didn't mean it. Leave request today, due to certain matters. I have yet to complete my writing. Hence, I kindly request a day off." Chapter 32. The killing intent in the distance. Lu Yixuan and Dr. O appeared rather disheveled, having each endured minor scrapes during the earlier dispersal of patients. Engaged in conversation, they seemed to be exchanging work-related information. While speaking with Dr. O, Lu Yixuan gestured towards the duty room, conveying some information that ultimately caught the attention of Song Qingxiao. He extracted a set of keys bound by a red cord from his pocket, presenting them to Dr. O, who subsequently stowed them away in the pocket of his medical uniform. Observing this scene, Song Qingxiao instinctively lifted her gaze towards the distant figure of the woman known as number 4, who stood with her head bowed, conversing with an injured nurse. Seemingly unaware of her scrutiny, it appeared that number 4 sensed Song Qingxiao's gaze as she turned her head. Leaning against the wall with a slight smirk playing on her lips, her eyes exuding arrogance and disdain. With arms crossed, her right hand subtly beckoned towards Song Qingxiao, her middle finger raised in a taunting gesture. Song Qingxiao's expression darkened. She would not be ensnared by number 4's provocation at this moment. Lowering her head to evade the latter's gaze, she prepared to converse with Zhang Xiaoyu when she perceived a mocking tissage emanating from number 4. Before departing the ward area, she briefed Song Qingxiao in the work diary. The first floor served as the activity zone, encompassing the cafeteria and recreational spaces, while the second floor housed male patients. As she spoke, she produced a large set of keys and handed them to Song Qingxiao, stating that the third floor accommodated female patients, and the fourth floor was designated as a restricted area for those with severe mental illnesses. The keys, numbering over a dozen, were meticulously labeled, indicating the distinct purposes of each. She seemed to have emerged from the shadows of her previous injuries, her demeanor tranquil and even adorned with a smile. Having tidied her previously disheveled hair, regrettably, she could not locate her lost nurse's cap and ultimately departed the ward with a hint of disappointment. The presence of number 4 lodged in her throat like a thorn, while those around her busied themselves mechanically. The prompt in her mind remained unchanged. Her score still at 950, she had hoped for an opportunity to ascend to the 4th floor but had been thwarted at every turn. As time trickled away and night approached, the hospital remained eerily still, yet Song Qingxiao sensed an undercurrent of tension in the air. The countdown in her line of sight ticked down to 87, 55, 36, with just over 3 days remaining for the task. Each trial participant existed in a peculiar state of calm. The nursing staff on duty that night was sparse. Zhang Xiaoyu, having rested for a day, felt considerably rejuvenated and was naturally required to return to work. Due to the shortage of personnel, all nurses were compelled to act independently. Song Qingxiao was assigned to the 2nd floor, distributing medication for patients in rooms 6 through 10. Among these medications were those containing sedative components, ensuring that patients would swiftly drift into slumber after consumption. She watched each individual complete their dose until she entered room 9, where her gaze immediately fell upon number 5. Lying in bed, having been in this psychiatric facility for less than 2 days, number 5 already appeared listless. Upon seeing Song Qingxiao enter with the medication, his eyes widened and his mouth gaped, betraying a desire to flee, yet an evident fear that held him in place. The patient sharing the room obediently accepted a small vial of medicine and swallowed it. When it came to number 5, his complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Please, Don't kill me, he pleaded softly. As Song Qingxiao extended the medication towards him, he vehemently resisted. Too afraid to reach out. I pose no threat to any of you. His face was one of despair as he continued. Please, I just want to live. Number 5 appeared utterly terrified, his words spilling forth in a disjointed manner. Song Qingxiao pondered the implications of his speech, and at that moment, a long-dormant alert finally stirred in her mind. Protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Task completed, 900 points. The deduction of 50 points indicated that, just moments prior, someone had perished within the confines of the hospital. Song Qingxiao furrowed her brow, despite her efforts to conceal her emotions. The fleeting astonishment in her eyes was keenly observed by number 5. Please don't kill me. Once we leave this dreadful place, I will give you money, lots and lots of money. At this juncture, who would still wish to discuss money? If she could not safeguard the lives of those present, losing points might very well cost her life. She had no time to engage in idle conversation with number 5. Her singular focus was to ascertain who had acted and who had succumbed. Several other wards still had nurses on duty, and Doctor who was on shift, had yet to depart. It was hardly an opportune moment to eliminate number 5. Although he was cowardly, he was still a man, and any struggle would undoubtedly create a commotion. It was her night shift, and time was abundant. With this thought, Song Qingxiao picked up a vial of medicine and offered it to number 5. Of course, you must take the medicine first. Her face betrayed no emotions. Yet she refrained from taking immediate action, which evidently allowed number 5 to exhale in relief as he obediently accepted the medication and swallowed it in front of Song Qingxiao. After he ingested the drug, Song Qingxiao promptly pushed the cart out of the ward and locked the door behind her. Having secured the cart, she pressed the elevator button for the 3rd floor, where Zhang Xiaoyu and others were busy administering medication to patients. The light in Dr. O's duty room still shone brightly, and through the drawn curtains, she could discern Dr. O seated at his desk, engrossed in some document. There were no cries of anguish or alarm emanating from the medical staff's office area or dormitory, which was peculiar considering a death had occurred. Song Qingxiao promptly pressed the elevator button again, intending to ascend to the 4th floor. Strangely, she had initially taken the elevator to reach the 3rd floor, so it should have stopped there, yet now it indicated that it had ascended. She merely glanced around to check on the whereabouts of others on the 3rd floor. However, it seemed odd for anyone to be moving about at such a late hour. The nurses were occupied, and the patients had taken their medication, preparing for slumber. Who would venture to the 4th floor at this hour? As Song Qingxiao pondered these matters, the alert in her mind shifted once again. Protect the populace. Failure leads to obliteration. Task completed, 850 points. In merely a few minutes, another life had been extinguished. This situation was clearly amiss. She could no longer afford to wait for the elevator and hurriedly dashed towards the adjacent emergency exit, where a staircase led upward. It was seldom used. The lighting dim, and the walls somewhat weathered. Her silhouette stretched long in the faint illumination, nearly enveloping the entire corridor. Looking down along the iron railing, one can behold the depths of the 1st floor, resembling an abyss that seems to stretch into infinity. The 4th floor is designated as the intensive care unit, where patients are confined in isolation. Among them, the 2 individuals from Bed 1 and Room 19, who were assaulted during the day, are also detained here. Furthermore, this floor houses the notorious individual responsible for attempting to strangle Song Qingxiao yesterday, as well as the armed brute who shot Dr. Zhou. The patients admitted here exhibit extreme aggression, necessitating constant supervision. During the day, Song Qingxiao had heard from Zhang Xiaoyu that the 4th floor is replete with surveillance cameras. As she ascended via the emergency exit and pushed open the security door, she instinctively raised her gaze. The corridor was eerily silent, illuminated by the ghastly glow of cold lighting, casting a foreboding aura over the 4th floor. Surveillance cameras, spaced mere meters apart overhead, had been silently shattered. The door to the monitoring room stood ajar, revealing a figure clad as a nurse, slumped over the desk, the state of which, alive or deceased, was uncertain. The surveillance feed displayed nothing but static, indicating that someone had indeed intruded prior to her arrival. A chill gripped Song Qingxiao's heart. She could not afford to investigate the nurse further, for an assailant had already made their way up. With a swift motion, she kicked the partially open door shut, securing it with a resounding thud, lest the nurse, if still alive, become the target of a lethal intruder during her absence. Chapter 33. The deceased. The layout of the wards on the 4th floor differs significantly from that of the 2nd and 3rd floors. One side is designated for specialized treatment rooms, while the other comprises patient wards. Given the extreme aggression exhibited by the patients residing here, it is imperative that, In addition to nurses and doctors, security personnel are also stationed to maintain order. An incident had occurred in the monitoring room. After she ascended the stairs and closed the door with a crisp sound, an unusual silence enveloped the corridor. No one emerged to investigate, not even from the nurse's station, which was eerily quiet, an occurrence far from normal. Song Qing felt an uneasy tension tightening in her throat as she consciously slowed her pace, edging along the wall. As she passed the entrance to room 1, she found the door tightly locked, with no lights illuminating the interior. The faint corridor light allowed her a fleeting glimpse. Aside from medical equipment, the bed lay vacant, indicating that no one resided there. Merely witnessing this scene left Song Qing on high alert. Once assured of the absence of occupants, she swiftly darted into the treatment room on the opposite side. This room remained secured as well, the doorknob firmly locked, preventing her from gaining entry. Having inspected 3 rooms without encountering anyone, she approached the 4th. Just as she was about to reach for the keys hanging from her side, her peripheral vision caught sight of the adjacent room. Despite the darkness, its door appeared ajar, not fully closed. An antiquated television mounted on the wall emitted a monotonous loop of designated content, its presence almost ghostly. Exhaling slowly, Song Qing clenched her hand into a fist and cautiously advanced toward the room. Indeed, the door was not locked. The latch rested against the bolt, leaving a narrow gap. The corridor's light streamed through this opening, illuminating the bed within. The bed was in disarray, and Song Qing held her breath. One hand gripping the dagger concealed at her waist while her other hand gently pushed the door with her fingertips. The door creaked open slowly, allowing an increasing amount of light to spill into the room. The bed was unoccupied, and the restraints on either side lay scattered beside it, as if hastily torn away. On the floor lay a nurse, motionless, a silver medication tray overturned, its contents strewn across the ground. This scene attested to the fact that the intensive care unit had recently housed a patient, and the nurse had been attacked while delivering medication. Song Qingxiao cautiously stepped inside, holding her breath in fear that even the slightest sound might betray her presence to someone lurking in the shadows. As she released the door, it lost its resistance and began to close gently, obscuring her figure. The air was permeated with the scent of medication and antiseptic, devoid of any metallic tang of blood. She reached down to check the nurse's neck and found warmth, the pulse of the artery faintly beating, indicating that she had merely lost consciousness after the assault. The door's latch clicked against the frame, producing a soft click that sent a shiver down Song Qingxiao's spine. Instinctively, she grasped the dagger at her waist and rose to her feet. In the next moment, the lights in the corridor outside extinguished abruptly, plunging the room into an engulfing darkness where visibility was utterly lost. Song Qingxiao darted to the side of the door, refraining from any rash movements. Someone on the 4th floor was hiding in the shadows, likely aware of her presence. The 100 points she had previously lost might have been a bait to lure her into a trap. With the door ajar and the outside lights extinguished, it was highly probable that her adversary had secured a position, patiently waiting for her to reveal herself, poised to deliver a fatal blow at the opportune moment. Hiding here and refraining from venturing out is utterly impossible. Her duty is to safeguard the populace. On the 4th floor alone, 2 patients have been admitted today, alongside 3 on-duty nurses, security personnel, caregivers, and other patients. Should anything happen to these individuals, the repercussions would be dire. Tonight, 2 lives were lost, resulting in her points being deducted to a mere 850. Should further deductions occur, her own life would be perilously at stake. Song Qingxiao grasped the doorknob, steadied her breath, and pulled the door open. Outside lay an eerie silence, as if the entire 4th floor had been rendered devoid of life. Fortunately, the prompt in her mind remained unchanged, her remaining points still resting at 850, indicating that even in her trepidation, her adversaries were not entirely without restraint. Cautiously, she retrieved the key that Zhang Xiaoyu had entrusted to her, locking the door behind her. In the tranquil darkness, the keys clinked together, producing a sharp clang. With poise and composure, Song Qingxiao completed this task before edging forward along the wall. In such an environment, her senses were heightened to their utmost. Her heartbeat raced, and the rush of blood left her extremities cold, accompanied by a parched feeling in her mouth. With one hand trailing along the wall and the other resting at her waist, she soon encountered the doorframe. Following its contour, her hand brushed against the heavy door. Pressing her back against it, she exerted no force. Yet, with a creak, the door swung open, revealing that it had not been locked. The atmosphere within the room felt peculiar. Having danced on the brink of life and death before, she was acutely attuned to such an aura. sensing that something untoward had transpired inside. She pressed her back against the door and pushed it open. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she vaguely discerned the figure of a person lying on the bed. She paused for a moment, noting the absence of any other presence in the room. Cautiously, she approached the bedside and reached out to touch the foot of the bed, where her fingers brushed against a pair of feet. They were not yet cold, of considerable size, unlike the 2 female patients brought in today for a brawl. As expected, she took 2 steps forward along the edge of the bed and lowered her gaze for a closer inspection. Although her view was unclear, she immediately recognized the gunman by his height, build, and hair. His hands were bound, restricting his mobility, and his head hung at an unnatural angle on his left shoulder, indicating that his throat had been broken. He had clearly lost his life. What surprised Song Qingxiao was that among the 6 challengers, the gunman was the first to be eliminated. If he was indeed one of the 2 who had perished tonight, could he have been an ally? Or had the trial space automatically designated him as a patient upon entering the scene? When the incident occurred tonight, the one who killed the gunman right under her nose was either the bespectacled man, the 4th, or the 6th, all of whom held animosity towards him. At the start of the trial, with the gunman disarmed and subdued, it was only natural for the others to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Had no one acted first, Song Qingxiao would have been prepared to do the same. But who had ultimately slain the gunman? She swiftly exited the ward, leaving the door ajar. In that brief moment, as she contemplated further exploration, the prompts in her mind shifted once more. To protect the populace is paramount. Yet failure leads to obliteration. Task completed, 800 points. However, another 50 points have been lost, indicating that even in this moment, there are those still perpetrating murder. Under the cover of night, a hunter roams freely, harvesting lives. Song Qingxiao bit her lip, resolved to hold nothing back. She moved swiftly along the wall, first searching the left side, leaving no corner unexamined, including the restroom at the end of the corridor, before shifting her focus to the opposite side of the ward. Each time she reached a patient room door, she would gently push it open. Inside, the rooms varied. Some were vacant, while others housed patients who, after receiving sedatives, had succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly unaware of the calamities unfolding outside. It was not until she arrived at the 23rd ward, adjacent to the nurse's station, that Song Qingxiao finally discovered another victim. The door to the 23rd ward was locked. However, through the glass wall, she could still discern a figure half reclining at the foot of the bed, pinned down by the iron bars of a modified hospital bed. The upper body sagged downwards, adopting a hanging posture, with hair cascading down to obscure the face. Although her features were indistinguishable, the hairstyle was familiar to Song Qingxiao. This must be one of the 2 women involved in the altercation in room 19 earlier that day. She was the second deceased that Song Qingxiao had uncovered that night. According to the point system, there was still another corpse to be found. Yet, having nearly circled the 4th floor, she had encountered no assailant nor discovered any additional bodies. The only area yet to be inspected was the nurse's station. Chapter 34. The mantis. Song Qingxiao cautiously approached the nurse's station, growing increasingly wary as the situation unfolded. The nurse's station, originally oriented towards the corridor, has been repositioned, with a duty nurse who should have been seated against the rear wall now placed outward, her back turned towards Song Qingxiao, who is pressed against the adjacent ward. The nurse is sprawled over the desk, her face buried in her bent arms, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Beneath the desk, to the right of her feet, a large shadow lurks, as if someone is hiding. In such circumstances, even if the nurse is unharmed, she would likely remain silent if coerced. Song Qingxiao stood against the wall for a moment, the coolness of the surface seeping through her thin garment into her limbs. She licked her upper lip and retrieved the dagger concealed at her waist. The perspiration in her palm quickly dampened the hilt of the dagger, prompting her to grip it more firmly as she cautiously approached the nurse with her back turned. Before she drew near, she extended her hand to touch the nurse's head. The moment her fingertips made contact with the skin, Song Qingxiao discerned that it did not belong to a corpse. The nurse was alive, yet for reasons unknown, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. To protect herself from potential ambush, Song Qingxiao seized the nurse's collar, pulling it up forcefully to shield herself. Though an unconscious person lacks the strength to resist, their body remains heavy. It took all of Song Qingxiao's strength to hold the nurse steady, preventing her from toppling to the side. She ceased her tugging and took a step forward. The shadow beneath the collapsed nurse's feet remained still. With one hand gripping the dagger and the other cradling the unconscious nurse, Song Qingxiao swiftly extended her leg to probe the lurking darkness. Indeed, as she had anticipated, A shadowy figure lay concealed, yet it was not the hunter she had envisioned. As her toes grazed the individual, he seemed to lose his equilibrium, collapsing as though the support of his bent legs had been abruptly removed. With a gentle tug from Song Qingxiao's foot, he fell softly to the ground, landing with a thud, motionless. This unexpected scenario took Song Qingxiao completely by surprise. From his physique, it was evident that he was a man, presumably alive, nearly rendered unconscious like the nurse. The man lay curled on his side, draped in the dim light of night, and she discerned that he was clad in a uniform, identifying him as a hospital security guard. Each night, 2 guards were assigned to patrol the heavily monitored area on the 4th floor. At this moment, 1 guard lay incapacitated here. Where, then, was the other? Among the trial participants, 2 had been detained in patient guise on the 4th floor, with the body of a heavily armed man displayed in the ward, yet the whereabouts of the 6th remained a mystery. Having patrolled nearly the entire floor, she had taken a cursory glance into each room, finding no other hiding places for the trial participants. If someone had indeed ascended to the 4th floor to commit murder right under her nose, where could they have vanished? After the lights went out, nearly everyone in the 4th floor ward succumbed to slumber, amplifying even the slightest noise, especially in her heightened state of vigilance. If someone were to escape through the safety passage, she would surely hear them. The chilling reality of a person vanishing without a trace, coupled with the unknown fate of a fellow guard on the same floor, haunted her thoughts, as he had silently perished within the confines of this hospital building during her search. What manner of individual possesses such extraordinary abilities? Could it be that this person has the power to traverse the heavens and the earth, eliminating foes without a trace? Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, dripped from her forehead, and her entire being trembled. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but Song Qingxiao quickly dismissed her suspicion. This was inconceivable. Even if the trial space harbored such supernatural skills, it was implausible that among the initial participants, anyone could possess an invisibility technique that allowed them to remain unseen for such an extended period. If the perpetrator truly lurked on the 4th floor, he or she must be concealed in the shadows, waiting for another opportunity to strike. At that moment, time was of the essence. With each passing second, she fretted that the alerts in her mind would change once more, indicating yet another death. When the earlier alert of a fatality had surfaced, she had rushed to the 4th floor, her immediate focus drawn to the monitoring room. At that time, the door to the monitoring room was ajar, and a nurse lay slumped over the desk. Eager to uncover the identity of the assailant, she had hastily refrained from entering to investigate further, merely locking the door in a flurry. She had not taken the time to discern who the nurse was, nor had she considered the possibility of others hiding within the room. In retrospect, it was indeed a grave oversight. Song Qingxiao's eyelids twitched, and she inhaled sharply. Simultaneously, the previously silent red indicator light above the elevator flickered, followed by a crisp ding. The elevator doors, which had remained firmly shut, swung open with a resounding clang, illuminating a corner of the 4th floor. She tilted her head back, still clutching the small nurse, when a swift crack of a whip sliced through the air, clearly aimed at her. The slender silhouette of the woman in number 4 emerged at the elevator doors, the light stretching her figure to an almost grotesque length, nearly engulfing the entire wall of the opposite ward, reminiscent of a demon arisen from the depths of hell. She had come prepared, having concealed herself within the elevator, resolutely intent on taking the life of Song Qingxiao. The two were perilously close. Instinctively, Song Qingxiao hurled the nurse in her arms aside, crouching down beneath the nurse's station. However, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of number 4's whip. Upon entering the space, she had witnessed a brief confrontation between number 4 and a gun-wielding brute, a sight that had left an indelible mark on her memory. Number 4's crimson whip had likely been exchanged from the trial space. She had seen it strike the barrel of the brute's gun, leaving a discernible mark. The gun, too, was a product of the trial space, and even that whip had not left it unscathed. If that whip were to strike her, even grazing her skin, she would likely suffer severe injury, severely impairing her mobility. With this thought in mind, Song Qingxiao tightly gripped her dagger and, with a powerful thrust of her legs, propelled the small nurse, who had fallen to the ground without support, several inches away. This force not only sent the nurse tumbling, but also allowed Song Qingxiao to roll away in the process. Fortune smiled upon her in that instant, as the next moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air as the whip descended upon the surface of the nurse's station. With a sharp crack, the marble top shattered, the table, supported by 4 sturdy wooden legs, merely adorned by a thin veneer of wood on the exterior. Once the marble surface fractured, The table lost its balance and, with a thunderous crash, collapsed. The fragments of crushed stone and splintered wood erupted, lacerating the exposed skin of Song Qingxiao's cheeks and neck. The damaged table firmly pinned the security guard and the young nurse to the ground. Chapter 35. The Capture of Cicadas. Documents, computer monitors, and various debris lay scattered across the floor. The points indicated in her consciousness remained unchanged, signifying that the collapse of the nurse's station desk, which had trapped the unconscious nurse and guard, had inflicted some degree of harm, though not fatal. The attention of number 4 was evidently fixated on Song Qingxiao, with a clear intent to end her life. However, she was not concerned that number 4 would mercilessly strike down these two defenseless individuals. Enduring the pain, she managed to crawl forward 2 paces in an attempt to escape the range of number 4's attack. The whip, approximately 3 meters long, lashed out, forcefully halting her advance and compelling her to remain in place. As number 4 stepped out of the elevator, she stomped her foot, causing the elevator to tremble. A figure leaning against the interior of the elevator slowly toppled over with a thud, crashing to the ground and sending a cloud of wooden splinters and dust into the air, effectively jamming the elevator doors and preventing them from closing. The light within the elevator illuminated the previously impenetrable darkness of the 4th floor. Upon realizing that number 4 had obstructed her escape route, Song Qingxiao instinctively retreated. To her right lay the direction of the safety passage she had initially intended to ascend, which was also one of her possible escape routes. Number 4, fully aware of her intentions, stepped to the right upon exiting the elevator, wielding her long whip in a sweeping motion that nearly sealed off her path. On the other side lay the glass window leading to the restroom in the outer corridor. However, due to the peculiar nature of the hospital, the window had been barred with iron, rendering escape impossible. Although it was a dead end, she found herself devoid of options. She turned and fled, momentarily startling the woman with the red whip, who then scoffed, "Do you really think you can escape?" The murderous intent of number 4 was palpable. In the dim light, she caught a glimpse of the dagger clutched in Song Qing's small hand and recalled with disdain, "What a useless fool with a gun, unable even to discover this." Song Qing silently lamented her misfortune, retreating toward the glass window while encountering the woman with the red whip. It was indeed her most unfortunate day. The dagger, which she had kept hidden as a secret weapon, had far too early been revealed before number 4. In comparison to the long whip, her short blade was utterly constrained and could not showcase any advantages. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air, and she felt the wind rush past, sending shivers down her spine. The whip aimed directly at the back of her head. If it made contact, it would surely leave her incapacitated, at the mercy of number 4's lethal intent. This woman was resolute and decisive, evidently prepared for a swift resolution. Earlier, when she had sought refuge beneath the table, the presence of nurses and security there had not deterred number 4 from striking without hesitation, illustrating her disregard for human life. At the elevator entrance, another individual had collapsed, and in a fleeting moment, Song Qing noted the security uniform he wore. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this individual should be one of the security guards on the 4th floor. Regrettably, he has fallen into the clutches of the 4th entity, likely due to his previous demise, which consequently led to Song Qingxiao being penalized with a deduction of 50 points. All these factors serve to illustrate that the 4th mission stands in stark contrast to Song Qingxiao. She exhibits no concern for the lives of those in the hospital. Instead, she embodies a harvester of lives, a hunter whose primary focus is on killing. As the whip descended with the force of thunder, the situation became exceedingly perilous, paradoxically. Song Qingxiao found a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. With no means of evasion, even if she were to miraculously escape the grasp of the 4th entity. Several patients remained on the 4th floor, along with 3 unconscious nurses and security personnel. Should the 4th fail to eliminate her, it could easily resort to slaughtering these individuals to expedite the completion of its mission. An excessive loss of life would have catastrophic repercussions for her. While she might evade danger temporarily, she could not escape it indefinitely. Failure in her mission would lead to obliteration, binding her eternally within the trial space. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the 6th entity remained unknown, adding to her precarious predicament. Unless she devised a strategy to eliminate the 4th, her immediate crisis would remain unresolved. With this thought in mind, Song Qingxiao steeled herself, halting momentarily. She tilted her head to the left, causing her body to lean sideways. Her shoulder collided with the wall of the ward, and the whip, initially aimed at the back of her head, narrowly missed her as it fell at an intricate angle. Although she had evaded swiftly, her feet were not entirely retracted, and the tail of the whip grazed the edge of her right foot. As she forcefully withdrew her leg, the whip sent one of her shoes crashing to the ground with a resounding bang. The once smooth tiles shattered upon impact, resembling a spider's web in their fracturing. With a swift, barefooted roll, Song Qingxiao narrowly evaded the blow. Though the whip didn't make direct contact, the residual force sent a jolt of numbness through her foot. Gripping her dagger in one hand, she pushed off the ground, nimbly retreating towards the elevator entrance. Incompetent fool. Number 4, witnessing her maneuver, flicked her wrist once more. The crimson whip, under her command, darted forth like a venomous serpent, its forked tongue aimed at Song Qingxiao. The mere act of dodging these attacks had already begun to deplete Song Qingxiao's stamina. Cold sweat poured from her in copious amounts, and beads of perspiration coalesced into rivulets that streamed down her forehead, stinging her eyes. Yet, she dared not even blink. As the whip descended once again, Song Qingxiao was forced to use the security guard's corpse as a shield, diving into the elevator. The whip struck the guard's back with a sickening thud, tearing through his clothes and leaving a gruesome gash in his flesh. Song Qingxiao's back slammed against the elevator wall, leaving a dent in the inner panel. In the dim light, she observed the woman with the crimson whip standing just beyond the elevator doors. Her movements as she retracted the whip lacked their previous fluidity. Instead, she frowned, appearing somewhat strained. A realization dawned upon Song Qingxiao. While number 4 had undoubtedly acquired weaponry and likely enhanced her physical prowess, her limited points meant she couldn't have done too much. Her stamina wasn't inexhaustible. After a series of strikes, even as Song Qingxiao struggled to evade, number 4 must also be feeling the strain. The greater the power exerted with each lash, the more energy it would demand from her. Having ascertained that her opponent was not without vulnerabilities, Song Qingxiao regained her composure. Seizing the opportunity presented by the red whip woman's momentary distraction, she swiftly exited the elevator. Being trapped inside was tantamount to courting death. The red whip woman, exerting all her strength, cornered her against the wall of the elevator. Just as it seemed she was on the verge of claiming her life, her efforts fell short, igniting her fury. After several failed attempts to take a life, the fourth figure began to grow impatient. The narrow confines of the hospital corridor were far from accommodating. With no other recourse, Song Qingxiao leaned against the glass as the whip cracked, striking the surface with a piercing sound. The sharp crack resonated through the air, and the glass shattered under the impact, sending shards cascading downwards. Chapter 36. The yellow bird fragments of glass hurtled towards the fourth figure, momentarily halting her whip's motion. Instinctively bending down, she narrowly avoided the sharp debris that flew over her head, sustaining no injury. Undeterred by her initial failure, Song Qingxiao swiftly grasped a larger shard of glass and forcefully snapped it. The resounding clang echoed as the glass broke, its jagged edges piercing her flesh, blood seeping forth. Yet, amidst the overwhelming tension and adrenaline, the pain in her palm was nearly forgotten. Raising the substantial piece of glass, she seized the moment while the fourth figure was still off guard and hurled it once more, aiming directly for her face. The fourth figure turned her head just in time, the glass narrowly grazing her cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qingxiao fled, recognizing that confronting the fourth figure head-on was anything but prudent. Through their brief skirmishes, she had come to grasp the extent of her adversary's prowess. In the face of peril, she deeply assessed the disparity in strength between herself and number 4. She had originally concealed 2 trump cards, a dagger and the Ling character technique. However, the dagger had been prematurely revealed, rendered nearly useless under the oppressive force of the long whip. The potential of the Ling technique remained unexploited. Yet given her current abilities and feeble mental power, its execution would at best allow her to suppress number 4's movements for a mere second or two. In critical moments, even a fleeting second might prove life-saving, but in this instance, such a brief respite would scarcely alter the overarching situation. Moreover, with the dagger's exposure, number 4 would be on high alert, placing her in an even more precarious position. In contrast, while number 4's stamina waned from wielding the whip, its formidable power was undeniable. As she drained her own strength in the desperate bid to escape, Song Qingxiao found her own vitality slipping away, leaving her in a similarly dire state. Furthermore, as a hunter, number 4 showed no concern for collateral damage, leaving Song Qingxiao perpetually on the defensive. To eliminate number 4, she would need to devise a different strategy altogether. On the opposite side of the corridor, the lights had all extinguished, and the feeble illumination from the elevator failed to reach the farthest corner on the 4th floor. The sound of footsteps echoed like the beating of war drums, merging with the rapid thumping of her heart and the frantic gasps for breath, almost shattering Song Qingxiao's eardrums. Number 4's relentless pursuit loomed ominously behind her, wielding the long whip with increasing aggression, drawing ever closer. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingxiao felt the wind whip past her ears, accompanied by the sharp cracks of the whip striking the ground as she neared the surveillance room. Within this space, there may lie the sixth individual. Should this person harbor ill intentions, a sudden emergence through the door could plunge her into grave peril. Perhaps it is merely a figment of her imagination. Yet she cannot shake the feeling that the sixth person lurks on the other side of the glass, observing from the shadows. The thoughts in her mind are taut like a bowstring, pulled tighter with each passing moment. Nevertheless, the present circumstances leave no room for hesitation. Aware of the impending danger, she dares not falter. The fourth individual has resolved to end her life, and any momentary pause could lead to her relentless pursuit. Summoning her resolve, Song Qing quickened her pace and dashed past the locked surveillance room. In the darkness, the door to the monitoring room remained closed, and the scenario she had envisioned did not unfold. Song Qing propelled herself towards the safety door. With a whoosh, a whip sliced through the air, and with a creak, she forcefully pushed open the heavy safety door. The light from the emergency exit streamed through the crack, and perhaps due to her prolonged sojourn in darkness, she instinctively squinted at the illumination, even though it was not particularly bright. A sharp, searing pain surged through her. The spot where the whip had struck felt as if a wound had been carved open and smeared with chili oil. Cold sweat erupted from Song Qing in an instant. This torment clung to her like a relentless parasite, unbearable in its intensity. Without needing to look, she knew her hand must be drenched in blood. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she thrust the door open and, seizing the fleeting moment before the fourth individual could exert force again, she nimbly slipped inside. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, the chain mechanism rattling ominously as she hastily made her way toward the staircase. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as the fourth individual, with a grim expression, pushed the door open. Initially blinded by the sudden light, she squinted her eyes and soon spotted Song Qingxiao, who had descended several steps down the staircase. Did she think she could escape? At this juncture, the fourth person had no intention of letting go easily. She was determined to eliminate Song Qingxiao tonight, by exterminating all the trial participants and reaching the required number of kills. She could complete her mission and depart from this testing space ahead of schedule. Song Qingxiao clutched the railing of the emergency staircase, trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured down her face, soaking her hair and clinging to her pallid, almost azure complexion, giving her an appearance of impending doom. In one hand, she gripped a dagger, her hand stained with blood, the source of which was unknown. The staircase comprised a dozen or so steps, and she was nearly hanging on the railing, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this scene, the fourth individual's eyes gleamed with delight. She surmised that Song Qingxiao could not run much longer. The only reason for her continued flight was mere futile struggle. With this thought in mind, the fourth individual pursued her without hesitation. As Song Qingxiao attempted to escape, the fourth individual, seeing her prey trying to slip away, would not allow her to escape any further. She swiftly raised her whip and lashed it towards Song Qingxiao. With a sharp crack, the whip struck. Indeed, Song Qingxiao was no longer as agile as before. As she attempted to dodge, her footing faltered, and her waist pressed against the railing, nearly causing her to tumble over. The whip struck the railing with a resounding clang, delivering a heavy blow to the iron handrail, causing the paint to peel away. The railing trembled, emitting a persistent buzzing sound. She had already discerned that Song Qingxiao could no longer evade, and with this lash, even if it did not strike a vital spot, it would surely drain her of strength once more. Song Qingxiao raised her hand, gripping the dagger, feigning an intention to hurl it at number 4. It appeared as though she had been cornered, prepared to relinquish her only means of defense. A victorious glint shone in number 4's eyes as the whip lashed out towards Song Qingxiao with blinding speed, coinciding with her throwing the object in her hand. Amidst the cacophony, she seemed to hear a clink in the air, reminiscent of various metals colliding, which did not resemble the sound of a dagger. This thought flashed through her mind. And in the next instant, before she could turn her head, she heard Song Qingxiao's muffled cry of pain. Ugh! Although the woman with the red whip had turned her head away, she was certain that the whip had indeed made contact with flesh. At that moment, Song Qingxiao's arm had indeed been grazed by the whip. A pain so profound it defied description, as if all strength had been siphoned from her entire arm. The agony caused her arm to tremble uncontrollably, but the whip, having brushed against her body, landed heavily against the iron railing she had been leaning on, producing a resonant sound. Due to the proximity and the whip's excessive length, the residual force was overwhelming. The whip's tail, upon touching the iron railing, wrapped around it twice, tying itself in a knot and securing tightly. In Chapter 37, behind, the whip's tail was firmly entangled in the handrail, and despite her exertion, she could not pull it free, her body being yanked down the steps by the recoil of this force. Amidst the sound of nailing, the weapon that Song Qingxiao had hurled at the red whip woman collided with the wall behind her, dislodging some of the peeling paint before ultimately landing with a resonant clang. One end of the whip was ensnared, while the other remained firmly grasped in her hand, creating a graceful arc in the air without being dislodged. After enduring relentless pursuit from the red whip woman, this was the moment Song Qingxiao had been waiting for. The formidable weapon had been neutralized, rendering her adversary momentarily powerless. Seizing the opportunity, she suppressed the ache in her arms, her uninjured right hand gripping the still swaying whip. And with a vigorous tug, she startled her opponent, who instinctively stumbled down 2 steps. As the distance between them diminished, the red whip woman quickly regained her composure, her malevolent intent replaced by sheer terror. This woman was indeed remarkable, ruthless and resolute. Upon realizing her precarious predicament, she instinctively relinquished her weapon and attempted to flee. However, Song Qingxiao could not permit her escape. Their missions were fundamentally opposed, and after being relentlessly hunted, a deep-seated enmity had developed. Under no circumstances would she allow the red whip woman to evade her. Although the distance between them was not great, driven by desperation, the red whip woman surged forward, discarding the whip and swiftly ascending 2 steps. The situation had abruptly reversed, transforming the hunter into the hunted, eager to escape. After a night filled with relentless pursuit, both parties had expended considerable energy, and Song Qingxiao was equally determined to conclude the encounter swiftly. It is imperative to prevent the fourth from escaping this secure stairwell. For above the 4th floor lurks the enigmatic 6th, whose intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Should the 4th manage to evade capture, despite my relentless pursuit to bring her to her end, the 6th could seize the opportunity, taking advantage of the situation. As the 4th made her initial stride, increasing the distance between them, I hastened to close the gap, her elongated silhouette overshadowing me. In that critical moment, I, Song Qingxiao, could no longer conceal my true capabilities. With urgency, I formed a seal with my hands, drawing an invisible boundary to ensnare her. My mental energy coalesced into a powerful, compressing the surrounding air, while the Ling incantation, guided by my will, subdued the 4th. In an instant, her footfalls felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, the air around her compressing, rendering her breathless. Time seemed to stand still, and within the span of mere seconds, the 4th's complexion turned ashen. She could not dismiss the words I had uttered earlier, realizing that her current predicament was inextricably linked to my presence. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that I, whom she deemed as frail and inconsequential as the 5th, possessed such a formidable ability. This hidden strike caught her utterly off guard. The Kayan aspect of the Ling incantation, however, was limited by the tenuous nature of my mental energy, capable of restraining her for only 2 or 3 fleeting seconds. Yet, for the 4th, those moments stretched interminably. In that brief interval, I advanced, my fingertips brushing against her garment, seizing hold of her. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Number 4 heard the rhythmic ticking of a clock echoing in her mind, as the countdown before her flickered twice. The oppressive force restraining her gradually began to wane. A look of ecstasy lit her eyes as she sensed the weight confining her body diminishing. Her previously motionless leg began to accelerate forward. 1 second. Just as her raised hand hovered in the air, Song Qingxiao seized a dagger with her right hand and thrust it towards her waist. Ah! Number 4's expression of ferocity faltered, and an involuntary gasp escaped her lips. As the blade pierced her flesh, an icy sensation coursed through her body before pain could even register in her mind. Instinctively, she reached for Song Qingxiao's wrist that clutched the dagger, seizing the moment as Song Qingxiao took hold of her. In their struggle, both lost their balance and toppled against the staircase railing, producing a resounding thud. The earlier stab had already inflicted injury upon number 4, and the loss of her weapon dealt a heavy psychological blow. Now, as Song Qingxiao subdued her further, her rationality crumbled instantaneously. Enduring the headache that followed the depletion of her mental energy, Song Qingxiao hooked the long whip that had fallen to the ground with her toes. Lifting it deftly, Releasing her grip on the dagger, it clattered to the floor with a clang, bouncing twice before being kicked aside amidst their struggle. Grasping the whip's body, she wrapped the supple length around number 4's neck twice as the latter fought desperately against her restraints. Number 4, unwilling to succumb to her fate, wore an increasingly fierce expression. Ignoring the wounds at her side, she grasped Song Qingxiao's small frame tightly, her grip reminiscent of a constricting python. Fully aware that relinquishing her hold would lead to her demise. "You shall not escape," she gasped, her earlier haughtiness dissipated, replaced by a pallid complexion, disheveled hair, and eyes brimming with malice and defiance. In her desperate last stand, number 4 exerted considerable strength, her embrace of Song Qingxiao tightening to the point where it felt as though her bones might fracture. The wound on her left arm, grazed by the long whip, throbbed painfully as she applied pressure. Unperturbed by her words, Song Qingxiao formed her hands into seals once more. She had already expended much of her mental energy to ensnare number 4 and dared not hold back any longer. Drawing an imaginary boundary, she declared, "Imprison." The smugness on number 4's face swiftly morphed into panic as the sensation of losing control over her own body returned. Her grip on Song Qingxiao's arm faltered, and the upward curve of her lips gradually descended, creating a rather bizarre expression. Deep down, she understood that Song Qingxiao was nearing her limits, and this spell might not hold her captive for long. 1 second, it felt as if her entire being had been momentarily frozen, slowly regaining strength. Before number 4 could revel in this fleeting moment, Song Qingxiao seized the opportunity, breaking free from her grasp and forcefully thrusting her away. The iron railing of the safety corridor stood at just over a meter high, barely reaching number 4's waist, with her body still lacking full control. She lost her balance and tumbled headlong outwards. Ah! The anguished scream that escaped her lips was swiftly stifled by the constricting whip around her neck, morphing into a muffled groan. Chapter 38. The Incident. The whip's end entangled with the railing, while the other end was firmly grasped by Song Qingxiao. Subject 4 plummeted rapidly, descending over a meter, as the long whip tightened around her neck. The force of her body was forcibly ensnared by the whip, and with a crack of breaking bones, Subject 4 did not have the time to emit a cry before her breath ceased. Song Qingxiao clutched the whip tightly, wrapping it around her hand twice to prevent slipping. The force of Subject 4's descent caused her body to collide against the railing, making it sway uncontrollably. Her palm burned painfully from the whip's friction, and after exhausting her mental energy, a splitting headache ensued. Upon colliding with the railing, she saw stars before her eyes. Relying solely on her willpower to persevere, the instant Subject 4 perished, the alert in her mind indeed transformed. Protect the populace, failure results in annihilation. Task completed, 850 points. As Song Qingxiao had anticipated, with Subject 4's demise, her points had increased. Having eliminated a rival, the tension in her mind relaxed momentarily. She endured her fatigue, wrapping the whip around the railing and tying a makeshift knot. After catching her breath and feeling considerably better, she promptly retrieved the dagger she had previously discarded on the ground and concealed it once more within her clothing. After a moment's hesitation, she dragged her weary legs up the steps, where a set of keys given to her by Nurse Zhang lay abandoned in the corner. Previously able to deceive the 4th individual and seize the opportunity to eliminate her, Zhang Xiaoyu's provision of this key was undeniably instrumental. While it was understandable that all personnel on the 4th floor were rendered unconscious, the inexplicable commotion had also led to an eerie silence on the 3rd floor. With no one having ventured upstairs to investigate thus far, the mission remained incomplete. 2 of the 6 challengers had perished, leaving only 3 others, excluding Song Qingxiao. The trial was far from over, and she was compelled to remain within the scene. With the dawn of tomorrow, it was inevitable that someone would notice the anomalies on the 4th floor. Thus, she aimed to leave no traces behind. Song Qingxiao touched her head, contemplating the hat and shoes she had lost during the skirmish on the 4th floor. These items were standard issue, and given the abundance of nurses in the hospital, it was unlikely that her identity would be discovered. She cautiously peered outside, observing that the head of the woman wielding the red whip hung limply against her shoulder. The wound that Song Qingxiao had inflicted on her waist continued to bleed profusely, trickling down her thigh and pooling at her feet. Drip, drip, drop. While the woman had succumbed to death, the weapon remained intact. The red whip was formidable and could be exchanged within the trial space, allowing for its transport in and out of the realm. Naturally, Song Qingxiao desired it. Time was of the essence, and as she reached for the whip, The moment she unfastened one side, the weight of the woman's body caused the whip to slip swiftly from her grasp. The corpse of the fourth individual slid down with the force, the whip tightening around her neck and emitting a chilling sizzle as it slipped away, ultimately causing her body to plummet straight to the first floor. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed from below, the sound so loud that it likely resonated throughout the entire building. Song Qing, with her keen eyes and swift hands, grasped the long whip that was sliding down under the influence of gravity. The moment she heard the sound of number 4 hitting the ground, she gasped and furrowed her brow. Before she could fret over whether this noise would attract the hospital staff's attention, a prompt in her mind underwent another transformation. Protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Task completed. 800 points. The 50 points awarded for eliminating number 4 were swiftly deducted again within this brief span, signaling yet another life extinguished. Who could it be? Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the safety passage on the 4th floor, her expression shifting between unease and apprehension. Was it number 6 who did this? The patients on the 4th floor were deep in slumber, and the on-duty nurse had been incapacitated. Given number 6's prowess, committing murder at this moment would be as effortless as breathing. Song Qing's palms trembled. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth, hastily coiling the retrieved whip around her hand. She slowed her pace and turned to descend the stairs. She had already squandered considerable time in the safety corridor. Lingering here was ill-advised. Although the 4th floor housed patients, attending doctors, and security personnel, her current state rendered her incapable of offering any salvation. If number 6 truly intended to take a life, she regrettably resolved to temporarily forego those points, prioritizing her own survival. With her determination solidified, she pushed open the door to the safety corridor on the 3rd floor and vanished through it. Just then, the door to the 4th floor safety corridor was slowly pushed open, revealing a pair of eyes peering through the crack. The corridor had returned to silence, save for the faint marks left by the whip on the iron railing, still whispering tales of the earlier ferocity of the struggle. The air still lingered with the metallic scent of blood. After a prolonged silence, the door creaked shut once more, banishing the feeble light from the emergency exit. The 3rd floor was eerily quiet. Upon emerging from the corridor, Song Qingxiao felt as if she had stepped into another realm. Her clothes were drenched in cold sweat, clinging tightly to her body. Dust and debris marred her face and neck, accompanied by numerous small cuts. Her arm bore the marks of injury. The edge of her left palm struck by the whip of number 4. In the throes of tension, she had merely registered the pain, but now, in the aftermath, she realized the wound was grievously deep, flesh mangled and raw. Her palm was riddled with jagged gashes from shattered glass, rendering her unable to grasp anything. Tonight's mission to eliminate number 4 had left her in a most disheveled state. A piercing scream morphed from sheer terror into sobs as Song Qingxiao exited the lounge. The nurses on the 3rd floor, drawn by the sound, hurried towards the doctor's station. As she stepped out, she found several on-duty nurses weeping. Among them was Zhang Xiaoyu, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon spotting Song Qingxiao, she stammered, "Qingxiao, oh, Dr. O is dead." Chapter 39. Who is it? Song Qingxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her astonishment barely concealed. Instinctively, she took a couple of steps forward as the door to the on-duty doctor's office swung open, revealing a group of night shift nurses, their faces etched with panic. In the early morning, Song Qingxiao entered the office where the furnishings remained unchanged. The curtain hanging behind the desk had been drawn aside, revealing a temporary resting bed behind the chair. In the dim light, Dr. O lay on this examination bed, seemingly asleep. The patient in bed No. 15 had refused to take their medication. A nurse on duty, with her hands covering her face and her shoulders trembling, appeared utterly terrified. She was evidently the first to discover Dr. O's lifeless body. The commotion was considerable. As the nurse spoke through her tears, she explained that such occurrences were commonplace in the hospital. When patients lost control of their emotions, they often resorted to extreme actions. With the night shift comprising few nurses, it was inevitable that assistance could not be promptly summoned. Typically, when doctors heard such disturbances, they would intervene to assess the patient's conditions and administer appropriate remedies. However, the upheaval caused by the patient in bed number 15 had escalated, leading to several individuals being chased. Dr. O had yet to emerge, prompting my inquiry. To my dismay, upon arrival, I discovered that something had indeed befallen Dr. O. The soft weeping of the young nurse intertwined with the buzzing in my ears, and amidst the tapping sounds echoing in my mind, Song Qingxiao's complexion shifted between pallor and hue. Initially, when her points were deducted, she presumed that the deceased was from the 4th floor. particularly considering the presence of the exceedingly dangerous patient number 6 above. Regardless, Song Qingxiao never anticipated that the casualty would be Dr. O, who had been accompanying patient No. For in this trial, who had perpetrated this act? Furrowing her brow, she involuntarily took 2 steps forward, extending her hand to touch Dr. O's neck. Her body was not yet entirely cold, indicating she had only recently passed away. Her eyes remained open, her face still bearing the vestiges of her final agony. A profound contusion marked her neck, yet no other visible wounds marred her form, suggesting asphyxiation by strangulation. However, what struck Song Qingxiao as particularly unsettling was the meticulous manner in which she was laid out. It was evident that her garments had been arranged. Even her hair appeared to have been combed. Beside her cheek rested a delicate ornament. Upon closer inspection, Song Qingxiao discerned it to be a small fish, artfully crafted from discarded, disposable tubing. Apart from this, no other suspicious objects could be found within the office. Yet, this very absence of disorder underscored the unnatural circumstances of Dr. O's demise. Having been strangled, she would undoubtedly have struggled fiercely, rendering it implausible that her clothing would be so neatly arranged, or that she would have attended to her own hair. The office was immaculate, sparsely furnished as a hospital duty room, with only a few office supplies and a partially completed medical record on the desk. The perpetrator was most likely a trial taker who had entered the scene. However, Dr. O had only just died when the deduction of points flashed in Song Qingxiao's mind. The gun-wielding brute had already met his end, and number 4 had perished by her hand. With these 2 suspects eliminated, the remaining individuals were number 5, number 6, and the bespectacled man. Even if the trial takers were compelled to kill for the sake of the mission, why target Dr. O specifically? While the security guards and 2 male doctors might have presented challenges, the hospital teemed with nurses and patients. Why, then, was the doctor singled out? This was no mere coincidence. On the 4th floor, the tumultuous altercation was intense. Given the formidable presence of room 4, any astute contender would wisely refrain from revealing themselves at that moment. According to the recent remarks from the nurse, there was also a disturbance emanating from the patient in bed 15 on the 3rd floor, which drew the attention of the on-duty nurses away from their posts. Under such circumstances, if anyone were to take action, it would be more fitting to target the patients on the 2nd floor. Those patients had consumed sedative-laden medications late at night, rendering many of them unconscious as soon as they laid down, essentially devoid of any capacity for resistance. If an attack were to occur, it would not require excessive effort. Yet, the assailant chose to confront the sole doctor on the 3rd floor. A decision that piqued Song Qingxiao's contemplation. Her head throbbed painfully, her mental fortitude was exceedingly feeble, and having utilized the Ling technique twice had already pushed her to her limits. She vaguely sensed that something significant had slipped her mind. What could it be? Struggling to move her trembling arm, the long whip coiled around her right wrist invoked the memory of Room 4's scornful, derisive countenance, who had beckoned her earlier that morning outside the duty room. As this recollection surfaced, Song Qingxiao suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Earlier that morning, 3 patients from room 19 had engaged in a brawl, prompting Dr. O and room 4 to rush in to assist, resulting in the patients being subdued collectively. During the shift change, Lu Yixuan had handed over not only the medical records and work notes to Dr. O but also a key adorned with a red cord. This key was highly likely the one mentioned by Zhu Xiaoke, which secured the firearm obtained from the hands of the Han. Upon reflecting on this, Song Qingxiao swayed slightly, and a hand reached out to steady her. That hand fortuitously grasped her arm, which had been grazed by the long whip of the 4th assailant, causing her to shudder with pain. The sharp sensation prompted her to swiftly turn her head, whereupon she beheld Zhang Xiaoyu, who was supporting her. A look of anguish etched upon her face. "Please, summon Dr. Lu and Dr. Hu," she urged, grasping Song Qingxiao's hand. Zhang Xiaoyu remained oblivious to Song's tense demeanor and spoke slowly. "Tonight, I feel an unsettling anxiety, as if something ominous is about to transpire." She paused. "Did you hear that loud thud just now? It sounded like a heavy object had fallen. The commotion from the 4th floor is quite alarming. I wonder if the 2 patients from room 19 have resumed their quarrel." As others began to speak, the previously panicked individuals gradually regained their composure. Upon mentioning the noise from the 4th floor, Song Qingxiao lowered her eyelids to observe her hand, which she had clenched into a fist within her sleeve. Trembling ever so slightly, her left hand, still grasped by Zhang Xiaoyu, throbbed with acute pain. Fortunately, no one seemed surprised by her reaction, attributing it instead to the shock of Dr. O's demise. Dr. Lu Yixuan and Dr. Hu were the first to arrive. and Song Qingxiao noted that the bespectacled man was conspicuously absent. The elevator was inoperable, having halted on the 4th floor, its doors seemingly jammed by some unseen object, rendering it immobile. The two male doctors called upon two security personnel and decided to ascend the emergency staircase for further investigation. A few nurses, stationed in the duty room, sensed that something was amiss, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. The 4th corpse on the 1st floor has been discovered. She fell from the safety passage on the 4th floor, her body rendered unrecognizable by the impact. After a considerable search, the hospital security found her at the safety passage. In the chilling silence, marked only by the ticking of time, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The young nurses around appeared visibly anxious. In stark contrast to Song Qingxiao's remarkable composure, she was acutely aware that Lu Yixuan and others had ascended to the 4th floor, where they would surely witness the chaos and discover the several bodies. No notifications of lost points emerged from her consciousness. The hidden figure 6 would not recklessly act in the presence of so many doctors. With a sigh of relief, she lowered her gaze. The countdown displayed before her read, 85, 47, 29, time was running short, and several challenging confrontations lay ahead. Her focus began to wane, and the after-effects of mental exhaustion compelled her to stifle yawns as waves of drowsiness washed over her. Outside the hushed corridor, the elevator chimed, signaling its descent, which jolted the drowsy Song Qingxiao back to alertness. She clenched her injured palm, the sharp sting revitalizing her senses. Dr. Liu and his colleagues were coming down. A nearby nurse exhaled with palpable relief. The series of bizarre deaths had cast a heavy shadow over the hospital, stirring unease among its staff. The patients in the surrounding wards were all mentally ill, and after taking sleeping pills, the entire hospital had descended into an eerie silence. As the nurses gathered together, anticipation mounted at the arrival of Dr. Liu and his team, prompting everyone to rise in unison. Lu Yixuan wore a grave expression. Before the nurses could utter a word, he spoke first. An incident has occurred on the 4th floor. His statement caused the nurses' faces to pale, and Song Qingxiao lowered her head. He continued. Security guard Zhao has been harmed, and 2 patients have died in the 1st-class ward, one of whom arrived just yesterday. He was the man who killed Dr. Zhao. Those who ascended to the 4th floor restored the power and cleared the scene. Among the 3 nurses on duty above, 2 lay unconscious, while one was injured under the damaged nurse's station. Though not severely, she had yet to regain consciousness. Throughout the night, along with the discovery of the 4th victim in the safety passage, a total of 5 lives had been lost. The nurses, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, trembling in horror. Yet, Song Qingxiao noted that Lu Yixuan's account did not mention the disappearance of patient number 6. By stating that 3 individuals had died on the 4th floor, it indicated he had accounted for the number of people there. He was aware of the deceased patients and the security guard, and he must have ensured the unconscious nurses were attended to. Therefore, he had undoubtedly checked on the patients as well. Lu Yixuan's omission of patient number 6, who resided in the intensive care unit, implied that number 6 had not disappeared. However, when Song Qingxiao ascended to the 4th floor to inspect the ward, number 6 was indeed absent. Instinctively, she raised her head, initially hoping to find a clue in Lu Yixuan's expression, only to discover that his gaze was also fixed upon her. Perhaps the numerous fatalities of the night had cast a foreboding shadow over the hospital. Under the stark, pale lighting, Lu Yixuan's familiar visage, one that Song Qingxiao could never forget, appeared tinged with an unsettling pallor. "Who among you has visited the 4th floor tonight?" Lu Yixuan spoke coldly, his familiar gesture of pocketing his hands causing Song Qingxiao to recall the doctor from their last trial, heightening her tension. "Tonight, Xiaohua, and I will be on the night shift, delivering medication to patients on the 3rd floor. Qingxiao and Xiaochun are on the 2nd floor." Zhang Xiaoyu spoke softly, having arranged the night's duties. She leaned close to Song Qingxiao and paused momentarily. "The patient in bed 15 has been particularly agitated tonight. Everyone is occupied with restraining her. When the incident occurred upstairs, when Dr. O was murdered, did any of you witness one another?" Lu Yixuan's words carried an ominous tone, while the security personnel and doctor who scrutinized the nurses on duty, attempting to identify the true perpetrator among them. The path to the mountain had been destroyed, and with such an event transpiring in the hospital at midnight, it was certain that the murderer was among them. Lu Yixuan, as Song Qingxiao remembered, calmly analyzed the situation. "We cannot call the police nor seek help. If the murderer is still lurking, it is highly likely they will strike again. We must unearth their identity to prevent further victims. Who will speak first?" Upon hearing this, beads of sweat formed in Song Qingxiao's palms. Her hand had been injured and remained untreated. Now, the sweat exacerbated the itching and pain of the wound, as if numerous ants were burrowing into her flesh, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Xiaoyan and I were originally on the second floor delivering medication, and after finishing, we proceeded to the third floor. Xiao Chun, mentioned by Song Qingxiao, was the first to explain. When I went upstairs, around 8:30, I washed my hands and then looked for Xiao Hua and the others. As soon as Xiao Chun finished speaking, another nurse nodded in agreement. Xiao Chun assisted us in delivering medication to the patients. Upon reaching bed 15, the patient refused to cooperate. The hospital is short-staffed, and the camaraderie among the nurses is quite strong. It is normal for us to help each other. Initially, the situation escalated with violent outbursts, followed by the patient in bed 16 also refusing their medication, and then the assaults began. We three found ourselves trapped in the ward. When the confinement in the ward was mentioned, a lingering fear was evident on the faces of the three nurses. Patients in a psychiatric hospital are manageable until they become agitated, at which point their aggression can be overwhelming, particularly as most patients here are in severe condition. Incidents of nurses and doctors being pursued and attacked are not uncommon. Once cornered in a ward, the danger becomes palpable. The nurses bore visible injuries. And when Tu Xiaoyan recounted the incident, a sense of dread surfaced. Fortunately, we were all present. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixuan furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Song Qingxiao. What about you? Song Qingxiao felt a tightening in her throat, her heart racing. Tonight, she indeed had no one to vouch for her. Those who could have testified to her innocence regarding the death of the patient, including the security guards and Dr. O, had long since met their demise at her hands. She is a newcomer, and in the event of a mishap at the hospital, suspicion naturally falls upon those who are new. She racked her brain, attempting to devise a strategy to navigate this predicament, determined to find a way to circumvent the issue. Before she could formulate a plan, Song Qingxiao calmly stated, "Qingxiao has been with me." Song Qingxiao turned to look at Song Qingxiao, her gaze flickering momentarily. Song Qingxiao reassuringly tightened her grip on her arm, as if silently offering encouragement. Since coming down from the second floor, Qingxiao has been with me. Eager to familiarize herself with the workings of the hospital, Song Qingxiao could hardly have anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Song Qingxiao would aid her in overcoming this challenge. With Song Qingxiao's words, Lu Yixuan and the others naturally ceased to harbor doubts about Song Qingxiao. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the emergency exit, as if someone were descending from the second floor. Upon hearing this sound, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Instinctively glancing towards the direction of the emergency exit door, Song Qingxiao instinctively held Song Qingxiao tighter, while several nurses displayed visible signs of fear. With a creak, the emergency exit door swung open, revealing a panting man with glasses, his face flushed, at the threshold. In an instant, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief upon seeing the bespectacled man, only to be followed by a swift shift in demeanor as a wary expression crossed their faces. "Jiayu, what brings you here?" Lu Yixuan inquired nonchalantly. As he spoke, two security personnel discerned his intent and moved closer, causing the atmosphere to become palpably tense. On the fourth floor, a grave incident unfolded, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 individuals. Amidst this chaos, Dr. O on the third floor encountered a mishap, leading to the fatal fall of a newcomer she was supervising. Lu Yixuan is currently investigating the perpetrator, and those present serve as witnesses, affirming that they were not alone at the time of the incident. The sudden appearance of the bespectacled man in such circumstances inevitably arouses suspicion. He, too, seems to sense the unease in the air. When the security personnel approached, he instinctively took 2 steps back, further deepening the doubts surrounding him. Dr. Who accompanied him, furrowed his brow and scrutinized him from head to toe, inquiring, "Where have you been?" Dr. Who's tone bore a hint of hostility as he continued, "Earlier, there was a situation at the hospital, and when I went to your dormitory to call you, you were not present. All the doctors and nurses on duty were accounted for, leaving only the bespectacled man to arrive late. 2 patients in the 4th floor ward had been murdered, and a security guard had also met with misfortune." As Lu Yixuan spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the bespectacled man, and upon hearing this, Song Qingxiao felt a subtle sigh of relief. With Song Qingxiao providing cover, the hospital staff began to direct their suspicious glances toward the bespectacled man. She felt a surge of exhilaration. Should he become the target of suspicion, his fate would likely mirror that of the armed assailant, perhaps leading the hospital personnel to subdue him, temporarily incapacitating him. This presented an unparalleled opportunity, not only to clear her own name but also to eliminate the bespectacled man with relative ease. The trial has yet to conclude. among the 3 survivors. There must be another trial participant, like number 4, whose task is to hunt down the populace. The man with glasses could very well be one of them. She cannot afford to let him slip away. Upon hearing of the numerous deaths at the hospital, the man's face twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned to glance at Song Qingxiao. However, this fleeting moment of discomposure was swiftly concealed as he lowered his head. The frames of his glasses sliding down to the bridge of his nose, obscuring the expression in his eyes. His voice, tinged with a semblance of sorrow, inquired, "Is it true that such a calamity has occurred? Who is responsible?" "I was merely taking a stroll outside." Song Qingxiao could not shake the feeling that there was an air of feigned panic in his tone, as if he were not truly taken aback by the deaths at the hospital. "Regardless, you are a suspect." With so many lives lost in a single night, the crowd lacked the patience to engage him further. Lu Yixuan gestured, and 2 security guards stepped forward to apprehend the man with glasses. Contrary to the violent struggle one might expect from a man armed with a gun, he acquiesced rather readily. The guards had braced themselves for a fierce resistance. Yet they easily secured his arms behind him and conducted a thorough search, confirming that he bore no weapons capable of inflicting harm. "I neither possess it, nor is it a matter of my concern." The perceptive demeanor of the bespectacled man spared him from enduring hardship. His compliant attitude somewhat alleviated the previously stern expression of Doctor Who. The sedatives and restraints that were initially prepared to be forcibly administered were now deemed unnecessary. Observing the man's dejected demeanor, Doctor Who softened his tone considerably. "It is not solely your fault. We must take precautions after such an incident in the hospital to prevent further mishaps. For the time being, we shall confine you until 3 days have passed. Once the signal is restored and the police arrive, if you are innocent, justice will be served." 2 doctors remained in the duty room on the 2nd and 3rd floors, vigilant against any further occurrences. A temporary recreational room for patients on the 1st floor, designated for ping pong, was repurposed to house the deceased. That night, no further incidents transpired, and Song Qingxiao was oblivious to how she managed to endure it all. Everyone gazed intently at the window at the end of the corridor, and as dawn broke, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Patients in the ward gradually awakened, stirring restlessly. Some began to sing, while others succumbed to tears. The nurses, too, seemed to revive, preparing to resume their duties. "Qingxiao, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, concern etched across her features. Her complexion was so pallid it appeared almost ashen, and her eyes, bloodshot and weary, betrayed her exhaustion. "I am fine," Song Qingxiao replied, her lips barely moving. They had become chapped and split open, oozing droplets of blood, perhaps a testament to her fatigue. The blood nourished her parched lips, reminiscent of crimson lipstick, adding a touch of vibrancy to her pale face. Zhang Xiaoyu was not faring any better. The incident at the hospital last night had left her profoundly sorrowful, tears streaming down her face for an extended period. What perplexed Song Qingxiao was Zhang's act of deceit during Lu Yixuan's interrogation, as she had come to her aid with a lie. Why had she chosen to do so? "I have known Dr. O for a long time, and she is a good person." Zhang Xiaoyu remained in a state of melancholy, still tormented by Dr. O's demise. In this hospital, without love, one cannot endure. She continued to clasp Song Qingxiao's hand, murmuring to herself, "Skilled doctors and competent nurses are reluctant to work here." The relentless ticking of the clock in her mind disrupted Song Qingxiao's thoughts. Her palm, gripped repeatedly, had grown numb with pain, and extreme fatigue dulled her focus. Yet, she endeavored to listen to Zhang Xiaoyu's ramblings about the patients here, how they could strike, harm, or even kill. Her voice was faint and weary. During work hours, one must not let their guard down, even during impromptu night shifts. The door must be securely locked, for it is perilous if a patient were to wander in. Zhang Xiaoyu seemed indifferent to whether Song Qingxiao was listening, lost in her own thoughts. "But they are patients," she sighed. "How can one hold them to account?" Chapter 42. Helplessness. After Zhang Xiaoyu finished her morning ablutions, Song Qingxiao slipped into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. On her left arm, the marks from the whip had become inflamed and swollen. As she removed her nurse's uniform, the yellow fluid oozing from the wound clung the fabric tightly to her skin. When Song Qingxiao tore the sleeve away from her left forearm, it felt as if a piece of her very flesh was being forcibly stripped away. She trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat saturating her hair tips. Outside, Zhang Xiaoyu was still present. She dared not even amplify her breathing, taking only small, measured breaths to endure the searing pain. Compounding her troubles were the wounds on the edge of her left palm where the whip had struck, along with the intersecting lacerations on her palm. Fortunately, being in a hospital, there was a small emergency first aid kit in the bathroom, stocked with an array of antiseptics. She retrieved a small clamp and used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to clean the area, carefully extracting the shards of glass from her palm. Outside, Song Xiaoyu called out, "Qingxiao, are you going to the cafeteria?" As she spoke, Song Qingxiao turned on the faucet, the sound of rushing water drowning out Song Xiaoyu's words. Soon after, the sound of the dormitory door opening echoed, followed by a gentle click as it closed again. Once she was alone in the dormitory, Song Qingxiao finally exhaled deeply, leaning softly against the sink. She fell into a deep slumber, perhaps due to the exhaustion from her struggle with number 4, and when she slept, she did not dream at all. It was ultimately Song Xiaoyu who roused her from sleep. As she opened her eyes, she appeared somewhat dazed, yet her body instinctively sat up, alert. "Are you all right?" The dormitory was illuminated, while outside the sky had darkened. Her gaze fell upon the table in the corner of the room, where 2 steam buns lay, long since cooled. In the periphery of her vision, the countdown clock continued its relentless march, now displaying 65, 31, 26. Her mental state had markedly improved since the morning. However, a dull ache lingered at her wound. Instinctively, she recalled the admonition echoing in her mind. Protect the populace, failure means obliteration. Task completed, 800 points. Since the last demise of Dr. O, this number had remained unchanged, indicating that no lives had been lost at the hospital during her slumber. A wave of relief washed over her, yet she felt a cautious alertness. The after-effects of overexertion were palpable, and she would not dare to act so recklessly again. In this unpredictable environment, anything could transpire, and fortunately, she had escaped any malicious intent while in deep sleep that night. Stealing a glance at Song Xiaoyu, she noted that unlike her well-rested self, Zhang appeared to have had a restless night, the dark circles beneath her eyes starkly evident. As they spoke, Zhang gestured towards the cold buns on the table. Song Qingxiao offered a smile and thanked her, then retreated to the restroom. Splashing her face with cold water and donning the nurse's uniform she had washed that morning. Emerging, she felt considerably more refreshed. This evening, she and Song Xiaoyu were still on the night shift, and time was of the essence. Grabbing 2 buns, she took bites as she walked, her thoughts drifting back to the events of the previous night. 5 lives had been lost: a gunman, a female patient from room 19, a security guard on the 4th floor, as well as Dr. O and the woman with the red whip from room 4. It is certain that the security guard met his demise at the hands of the woman known as number 4, who subsequently fell victim to her own actions. The fate of the gun-wielding man, the woman in room 19, and Dr. O remains shrouded in mystery. For now, we can dismiss the death of Dr. O. Among the 2 deceased on the 4th floor, one was a challenger and the other a hospital patient turned prey by the challenger. At that time, aside from myself, the only other individual present on the 4th floor was the bespectacled man who had ascended from the safety passage on the 2nd floor, alongside the 2 challengers, number 4 and number 6. If I did not commit the murders, then it must have been one of them, either number 4 or number 6. Considering that number 4 killed the security guard and later exhibited a complete disregard for restraint, it is reasonable to infer that her mission is contrary to mine, primarily focused on hunting. The gunman and the patient in room 19 could very well have succumbed to her hand. However, upon reflection, it seems nearly impossible for number 4 to incapacitate everyone on the 4th floor, eliminate the gunman and the patient, and abduct the security guard into the elevator within such a brief span of time, unless someone collaborated with her, either directly or indirectly, to incapacitate the individuals on the 4th floor, facilitating her actions. In stark contrast to number 4's behavior stands number 6, a person of considerable agility and a dangerous presence. When I ascended to the 4th floor, she concealed herself in the shadows, and it was likely she who extinguished the lights on that level while number 4 lay in wait within the elevator. Her actions may have been driven by the cunning notion of benefiting from the conflict between the clam and the snipe, yet ultimately, she refrained from intervening. On the 4th floor, number 6 concealed herself, exhibiting remarkable agility, while all the patients, nurses, and security personnel on that floor succumbed to unconsciousness. She refrained from seizing the opportunity to commit murder. A subtle intuition stirred within Song Qingxiao, suggesting that number 6's mission, much like her own, was primarily aimed at safeguarding the populace. If this were indeed the case, several of her conjectures would align. After eliminating number 4 and utterly exhausted, it would be expected for number 6, should her task involve hunting, to take advantage of the moment to claim her life. Unless, of course, number 6 was also a protector. Following the conclusion of the battle between Song Qingxiao and number 4, the sudden demise of Dr. O not only astonished Song Qingxiao but likely alerted number 6 as well, prompting a shift in her original plans. Number 6 appeared to be an ally, while the status of number 5 remained uncertain. The countdown of their mission continued, indicating that the sources of danger within the hospital had not yet been entirely eradicated, thus rendering their protective mission unsuccessful. The bespectacled man was highly likely to be the predator, since his appearance last night and subsequent confinement. Not a single incident had occurred in the hospital for several hours, underscoring the gravity of his suspicion. At this juncture, to escape this predicament, it was imperative to eliminate all sources of danger. Once the hospital was devoid of these viruses, order would naturally be restored, and without the presence of a killer, the populace would no longer require protection. In her mind, she composed a list of dangerous individuals, with the bespectacled man at the forefront of her plans for removal. Chapter 43. Storm and rain. Having unraveled the threads of this trial, Song Qingxiao felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. The only remaining trouble is that she is aware that number 6 might be her ally. Yet number 6 may not share this understanding and could still perceive her as an adversary. If that is the case, a confrontation between them seems inevitable. Number 6 is a formidable opponent. During her battle with number 4, if number 6 were to lurk in the shadows, her trump card would be laid bare. Fortunately, she possesses the Ling strategy, armed with a dagger and a long whip. Even though number 6 is exceptionally skilled, her heightened vigilance does not guarantee defeat. The patient activity room on the first floor of the hospital has been cleared to accommodate the 6 corpses of the recently deceased. The setting for this trial is already confined, and with this psychiatric facility being entirely enclosed, the patient's recreational area has been severely restricted. Following the deaths of several individuals over the past 2 days, a palpable sense of unease has gripped the hospital. In the absence of external communication, the remaining 2 doctors convened and decided to seal off the first floor. Once the first floor was closed, the patient's area was further diminished, and the few remaining leisure activities were once again prohibited, leading to an inevitable surge of agitation. When Song Qingxiao and Zhang Xiaoyu arrived to work in the ward, the third floor was in uproar, a stark contrast to the previous days. The nurses on duty during the day appeared haggard, each bearing visible signs of strain. Zhu Xiaoke, who was on the morning shift, visibly relaxed upon the arrival of her evening counterpart, her expression revealing a profound sense of relief as if she had found solid ground. She grasped Zhang Xiaoyu's hand and exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoyu, you have finally arrived." Her shoulders sagged, and she spoke wearily, "I am utterly exhausted today." She trailed off mid-sentence, abruptly altering her words to, "Today has truly been too tiring." Since the unfortunate events at the hospital over the past couple of days, the mere mention of the word death sent a shiver down her spine. "What transpired?" Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, to which Zhu Xiaoke responded, "After the incident last night, the newcomer Jiayu has already been apprehended, hasn't he? Jiayu was out alone when the murder occurred, lacking any witnesses. He returned late to the scene, making him a prime suspect, now confined to a hospital room under strict surveillance. However, it remains uncertain whether he acted alone in this grim affair. After all, the 5 victims were killed in a remarkably brief period, and it is doubtful that Jiayu possesses such extraordinary skills on his own. To mitigate the risk of any potential accomplices, Dr. Liu and Dr. who convened today and decided to consolidate all patients from the 2nd and 4th floors onto the same level for better management, particularly as our staff is limited. Given the gravity of the situation, there is a palpable sense of fear among everyone. Separation inevitably breeds anxiety, making it more likely for further incidents to occur. The 4th floor has been rendered unusable, so patients will be accommodated on the 3rd floor, while the 2nd floor will serve as a solitary confinement area for Jiayu, isolating him from the patients. Dr. Liu, Dr. Hu, and the security personnel will take turns vigilantly overseeing him to prevent any further wrongdoing. Thus, the current layout of the hospital consists of the 1st floor, where the deceased are laid to rest, the 2nd floor, where Jiayu is detained, the 3rd floor, serving as a temporary refuge for the public, and the 4th floor, which remains entirely vacant. Song Qingxiao furrowed her brow, recognizing that while gathering the public in one location has its advantages, it also harbors inherent risks. The advantage of gathering together lies in the collective strength of the crowd. In times of crisis, mutual assistance can be invaluable. However, the downside is that if individuals congregate too closely, a hunter, eager to escape the confines of the hospital and driven by reckless abandon, could easily unleash chaos if they possess hidden capabilities. Today has been exhausting as we have been occupied with relocating equipment and transferring patients. Zhu Xiaoka rubbed her forehead. Within this hospital, including both patients and trial participants, there are a total of 28 individuals. Following the incident last night, where an armed man and a female patient from room 19 lost their lives, we are now left with 26, all housed on the same floor, resulting in a cacophony of noise. Who is currently guarding Jiayu? The bespectacled man is the first trial participant she intends to eliminate. She must gather intelligence on him. Zhu Xiaoka remarked, today, Dr. Hu and Old Huang from the security department, along with Old Five, are on guard. This hospital is not particularly large, and the security department consists of only 4 personnel, who typically oversee the patients to prevent any from escaping. After one member of the security team was killed last night, 3 remain, perhaps due to the recent fatalities. Lu Yixuan and the others are exercising caution, thus increasing the number of guards assigned to Jiayu today. Observing the heightened presence around Jiayu, now is not the ideal moment to take action. If she wishes to eliminate Jiayu, she must first discreetly disperse the 3 guards. Even if she could handle these 3 guards, they are citizens she is meant to protect. Their loss would adversely affect her points. If she only injures but does not kill, she will inevitably have to pay a greater price. Jiayu remains a threat. He has entered the trial space ahead of her, and she knows nothing about him, unlike her understanding of the 4th female, for whom she is aware of her trump cards and can thus prepare accordingly. She lowered her gaze, and within her line of sight, the countdown displayed 64, 56, 35. There are still more than 2 days remaining. Dr. Hu and the 2 members of the security team will eventually change shifts. When that time comes, the number of guards watching Jiayu will decrease, and as time drags on, everyone's tension will wane, compounded by fatigue, making it considerably easier for her to succeed. Throughout that night, the patients were restless. After discussions with Dr. Hu, Lu Yixuan, given the extraordinary circumstances, allowed the nurses to mix a substantial dose of sedatives into the medication being administered to the patients. Under the watchful eye of everyone, the night passed without incident. The message in Song Qing's mind remained unchanged. Protect the populace, failure means annihilation. Task completed, 800 points. The following day unfolded in a strange tranquility as time trickled away. The trial participants lay in wait, each seemingly anticipating an opportunity to strike decisively. As night fell once more, Song Qing observed the countdown in her line of sight, 16:31, 26. There are 16 hours left in the task, and Song Qing has already spent over 4 days in the trial space. The injury on her arm has healed significantly, and the whip marks on her palm have formed scabs. On the 2nd floor, Jiayu remained silent, and the entire hospital was enveloped in a calm that hinted at an impending storm, as the signal that had been severed tomorrow is set to be restored. The path down the mountain has nearly been completed. In the nurse's station, Tu Shaoan excitedly prepared the medications prescribed by the doctor for the patients, exclaiming, "We can finally leave." Each distinct medication was placed in small boxes and arranged on a cart. In Chapter 44, titled Desire to Come, although the patients had been relocated to the 3rd floor, they were still segregated by gender. Song Qingxiao, Zhang Xiaoyu, and a 3rd companion were assigned to the female patient area to distribute medications, while the other nurses who volunteered to stay assisted in the male patient sector. The atmosphere within the hospital was heavy, and under such working conditions, even the most composed individuals found it challenging to endure, let alone the patients who were often confined to the 3rd floor with no means of escape. In recent days, the number of patients exhibiting emotional distress had risen, making it increasingly difficult to administer their medications. Song Qingxiao, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Zhu Xiaoka entered the 1st patient room, which, though small and originally containing just 2 beds, had been rearranged to accommodate for due to space constraints. Zhu Xiaoka stationed herself at the door, ensuring that should the patients become unruly, she could secure the door to prevent Song Qingxiao and Zhang Xiaoyu from being trapped. Upon entering the room, the patients fell silent, their eyes fixated on the trio. Particularly striking was the rigidity of their expressions and the dullness of their gazes, which imposed a profound psychological burden on Zhu Xiaoka. Song Qingxiao was the most composed among the 3. Upon entering the hospital room, she immediately noticed the 4th bed in the far corner, where the patient in bed 6, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, sat quietly observing her. The 1st patient to be administered medication was in bed 1, who fixed a rigid gaze on Zhang Xiaoyu for an extended period, causing even Zhu Xiaoka, standing at the door, to feel a chill. Only after two nurses intervened somewhat forcefully did the patient in bed 1 swallow the medicine. Upon reaching bed 2, however, the patient refused to cooperate. "What is this? Is it poison? Are you here to harm me?" This woman hurled several questions in rapid succession. Song Qingxiao patiently responded, "We are not here to harm you. This is medication that will help you. Once you take it, you will feel better and be able to leave this place." "You are deceiving me," she retorted coldly, her tongue slightly uncooperative. "Are you trying to kill me and seduce my husband?" At this point, she suddenly erupted in rage, leaping from the bed to grab Song Qingxiao's hair. Caught off guard, Song Qingxiao was seized, but Song Qingxiao quickly reacted, attempting to push her away. Yet, the patient grinned, revealing her stark white teeth, with a sharpened toothbrush head clenched between them, and lunged it towards Song Qingxiao's face. Although Song Qingxiao turned her head to evade the attack, she was unprepared for the patient to conceal such an object in her mouth. Despite her efforts, the approximately 2-centimeter-long toothbrush tip still grazed her right cheek, leaving a long and deep gash. "Ah!" Song Qingxiao emitted a cry of pain, an unforeseen turn of events that instantly unsettled the other patients in their beds. Fortunately, Lu Yixuan swiftly arrived from the duty room, and the other nurses promptly managed to quell the small incident, preventing it from escalating into a greater calamity. After being secured with restraints and administered a sedative, the patient fell into a tranquil slumber, while Song Qingxiao covered her face, trembling all over. Sister Xiaoyu remained unwilling to move. Her wound was deep, and Dr. Lu had stated that sutures were necessary. A few nurses gathered around her, somewhat at a loss. "Are you all right?" Song Qingxiao leaned in closer. The moment Song Xiaoyu heard her voice, her eyes flickered, and after a prolonged pause, her gaze finally settled on Song Qingxiao. She made a valiant effort to lift the corners of her mouth in an attempt to reassure her that she was fine, but after several attempts, perhaps due to the pain from her cheek wound, her lips twitched before she ultimately surrendered, simply shaking her head. "It's fine. I'm okay." Her eyelids drooped, her eyelashes quivering gently. "They are patients. They did not harm me intentionally." Eventually, Song Xiaoyu was persuaded to have her wound cleaned and stitched, remaining silent throughout, refraining from further speech. The atmosphere in the hospital that night was particularly heavy. From this end of the corridor, the windows at the far end were shrouded in darkness, as if even the moonlight had vanished. Song Qingxiao appeared to sit calmly behind the nurse's station, yet her heartbeat had begun to quicken. Her hand resting by her waist where the long whip hung, never straying far from it. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Song Qingxiao remained vigilant, her attention fixed on the first patient room while occasionally glancing towards the male ward at the far end of the corridor. Beside her, a fellow nurse, weary and drowsy, propped her head up with one hand at the nurse's station. Time was of the essence. Song Qingxiao had patiently awaited this moment, intending to act while everyone else was at their most fatigued. Before she could rise, a faint click broke the silence, reminiscent of a door lock being disengaged. This was swiftly followed by 2 muffled thuds. In that heightened state of awareness, even the slightest sound became acutely significant to her. With a sudden, swift motion, she sprang to her feet, startling the young nurse beside her, who sat upright in alarm. Her abrupt movement caused her leg to bump against the chair, producing a sharp squeak that echoed unpleasantly in the stillness of the night. What happened?" The young nurse stammered, her expression clouded with confusion. Ignoring the need for decorum, Song Qingxiao snapped, "Quiet." She had caught a whisper of something unsettling. Observing her serious demeanor, the nurse, intimidated by her intensity, fell silent, holding her breath. In the next moment, faintly, she heard a voice calling out, "Help," a frail and feeble sound that pierced the midnight air, evoking a haunting sense of dread. "Help?" After listening once more, she confirmed it was not merely a figment of her imagination. For the young nurse beside her was clearly alarmed, her eyes widened and pupils dilated, displaying a visage of sheer terror, mouth agape, though she refrained from screaming. Yet, from the depths of the nurse's gaze, Song Qingxiao discerned profound fear. The sound did not emanate from the 3rd floor. The 4th floor had been vacated due to extensive damage, leaving it deserted. An incident had occurred on the 2nd floor. A chill gripped Song Qingxiao's heart as she spoke coldly. Simultaneously, the prompt that had been dormant in her mind for several days finally underwent a transformation. Protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Task completed. 750 points. The bespectacled man was indeed a hunter. "Help!" The voice resounded once more, prompting the young nurse to urgently call for help, rousing Lu Yixuan and others in the duty room. As Song Qingxiao dashed down to the 2nd floor, the prompt in her mind shifted again. Protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Task completed. 700 points. Since she had descended the stairs, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Even though Doctor Hu and the guard, Old Huang, had protected him for several days and were utterly exhausted, it was astonishing that the bespectacled man could kill 2 guards in such a brief span. This ability compelled Song Qingxiao to heighten her vigilance. On the second floor, there had been 3 guards watching the bespectacled man. With 2 deceased, she had lost 100 points. 1 remained alive. With a forceful push, Song Qingxiao opened the door to the second floor secure passage. The corridor lights illuminated the long passageway, and the emptied second floor was hauntingly silent. The bespectacled man was confined within the first hospital room, the one closest to the exit of the emergency corridor. Except for the illumination in the corridor adjacent to his room, all other lights had been extinguished, creating an illusion of light being gradually devoured by encroaching darkness. Help! Help! 2 shadowy figures crawled along the corridor, the door to the bespectacled man's room wide open. Leaning against the wall was Old Huang, dressed in security uniform, gesticulating wildly as if he had lost his sanity. No, do not come closer. Help! Help! There is. Song Qingxiao reached behind her waist, grasping the long whip firmly in her hand, and cautiously advanced towards Old Huang. The security guard lying on the ground, Dr. Hu, had already succumbed to breathlessness. Judging by their positions, it appeared that after the incident, both had rushed out of the room in a panic, desperately seeking help, only to be swiftly slain by the bespectacled man. She maneuvered around the corpses, drawing closer to the room where the bespectacled man was held. This seemingly short distance of merely 10 meters was traversed with utmost caution. Gun. Song Qingxiao pressed herself against the wall. Old Huang now merely 2 or 3 steps away. His body began to slide downwards. When she had just ascended the stairs, his face had been ashen. But in this fleeting moment, it had turned a ghastly shade of purple, with blood oozing from his nostrils and eyes, his body convulsing uncontrollably. As she approached, he exhibited no signs of awareness, merely twitching a finger and parting his lips. Help! The final syllable remained unuttered as he gasped, releasing his last breath. In her mind, a notification echoed. Protect the populace. Failure leads to obliteration. Mission accomplished. 650 points. Song Qingxiao's expression suddenly turned grim as she pushed the lifeless body of Lao Wang, causing him to topple awkwardly towards the door, landing with a thud upon the floor. Seizing the moment, Song Qingxiao inhaled deeply, swiftly positioned herself at the doorway, and forcefully nudged the partially ajar door. She glanced upward, and with her exertion, the door collided with the wall-mounted doorstop, producing a loud clang. The overhead space revealed no hidden presence, offering a clear view of the vacated ward, which contained only a folding rest chair and nothing else of note. The bespectacled man was absent from the room. He had already committed murder and fled as Song Qingxiao descended the stairs. A faint, acrid odor lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of hospital disinfectant, almost imperceptible. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Yixuan led a small group of 3 or 4 individuals who rushed out one after another. Upon witnessing the several corpses strewn across the floor, their faces fell instantaneously. Lu Yixuan's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as his voice emerged hoarsely. The door to the room housing the bespectacled man stood wide open, and the 3 guards assigned to him had met with misfortune. The situation was exceedingly clear, yet Song Qingxiao had descended first, prompting Lu Yixuan and his companions to seek further information from her. 2 minutes ago, I heard commotion downstairs, she recounted. The young nurse who had previously sat behind the nurse's station with Song Qingxiao stood behind Lu Yixuan. Her face drained of color upon seeing the 3 bodies in the corridor. Yet, instinctively, she nodded in response to Song Qingxiao's words. Almost immediately thereafter, the sound of someone calling for help reached my ears, compelling me to rush downstairs to investigate. The elevator was summoned to the 2nd floor, but in order to expedite her descent, she opted to use the stairwell where the incident occurred. Upon learning that she had immediately descended the stairs, a look of surprise crossed Lu Yixuan's face. He glanced at her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, before returning his gaze to the corpses on the floor. The bodies of Dr. Hu and a security guard lay prostrate, and, at Lu Yixuan's direction, a security officer turned them over. The deceased were cyanotic. Their lips tinged with purple, their countenances twisted in a ghastly grimace. A bloody froth emanated from the corners of their mouths, carrying with it a pungent, metallic odor. These symptoms suggested poisoning. Several faint-hearted nurses averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Given the recent spate of deaths within the hospital, and with the imminent restoration of communication signals and road repairs expected by daybreak, This latest incident cast a pall of despair over the assembled group. Their faces ashen. A palpable sense of hopelessness permeated the air. Although the corridor on the second floor was brightly lit, perhaps due to the evacuation and darkened state of the other rooms, a pervasive feeling lingered that some malevolent entity lurked in the shadows, its eyes filled with malice, observing them from a hidden vantage point. Lu Yixuan, steeling himself against the dread, examined Doctor Who's body. Superficially, there were no visible injuries, save for the blood trickling from his mouth and nose. No other hemorrhaging was immediately apparent. He instructed several nurses to watch over the bodies while he directed others to illuminate the entire second floor. With the security personnel, he prepared to inspect each of the remaining rooms, seeking the whereabouts of the bespectacled man. The last survivor of the security department wore a visage of trepidation. Reluctant to accompany Lu Yixuan, the hospital had witnessed a multitude of incidents. 3 members of the security team had already perished, leaving him as the sole remaining individual. Consumed by the anxiety of what might transpire next, Dr. Lu, perhaps we should wait until dawn, call the police, and let them handle the situation. His head hung low, his voice trembled as he spoke. He has taken so many lives. Even if we were to find him, it would likely be akin to leading lambs to the slaughter. At that moment, aside from the male patients, the only remaining males were Lu Yixuan and the security guard. While the few nurses who had followed were all young women, who, in their emotional turmoil, were hardly in a position to assist. It was a small mercy that they were not in tears, but one could hardly expect them to patrol and apprehend the bespectacled assailant. Lu Yixuan glanced at his wristwatch, a gesture that instinctively reminded Song Qingxiao of their previous trial within that space. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure and suppress errant thoughts. As he spoke, those around him bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Song Qingxiao stepped forward, her voice steady as she declared, "I shall go take a look." Upon her utterance, the others instinctively lifted their eyes toward her. Even Lu Yixuan was taken aback by her willingness to volunteer in such a perilous moment. "I shall go take a look," Song Qingxiao repeated. Daylight is approaching, and the time for our mission grows ever shorter. As Lu Yixuan had indicated, failing to locate the man in glasses and eliminate him would result in greater harm within the hospital, leading to the deaths of more innocents. Upon completing the mission, she would simply leave the trial space, while her own life would be at stake. Currently, her score had been reduced by 350 points due to the loss of life, with an additional 50 points deducted for each further casualty. The individuals involved were already gripped by fear. Regardless of whom she took along, danger loomed. Should another life be lost, it would merely result in further penalization of her score. Yet, she remained composed, aware that her own life was at stake. And armed with a hidden advantage, she recognized that she had a chance against the man in glasses. Chapter 46. The strike. At this moment, Song Qingxiao was not discussing matters with Lu Yixuan, but rather directly informing him of her decision. After articulating her intentions, she disregarded the thoughts of those around her and proceeded toward room 2. The layout of the hospital's second-floor wards began at the emergency stairwell, with rooms numbered sequentially from left to right, culminating at the far end adjacent to a bathroom and shower facility. Qingxiao, several nurses instinctively called out. Yet they observed her strides were steady and purposeful as she approached the door to room 2. The security guard bowed his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yixuan could only muster his resolve to command. First, ensure that Doctor Who and the others are settled. After a brief respite of 2 days, the hospital was once again the scene of a tragic incident, and Lu Yixuan's demeanor inevitably grew tense. The bodies could not be left unattended, and the method employed by the man in glasses to carry out his heinous acts remained a mystery. From the perspective of her skin, it appeared as though she had been poisoned, yet there were no visible wounds upon her body. She cast her gaze through the narrow crack of the door, observing that the lights within the ward were fully illuminated, yet she discerned no shadows of anyone lurking nearby. Resolutely, she continued forward. The walls of the psychiatric hospital's wards were partially adorned with glass to facilitate the nurse's constant observation of the patients. Standing before the glass, she was able to take in the entirety of the ward's interior. Only a single bed remained, its linens and other belongings having been removed, leaving no place for anyone to conceal themselves. Undeterred, she pressed on. The heavy atmosphere in the corridor rendered those present almost breathless. 2 apprehensive nurses, tasked with preparing a gurney for the deceased, instinctively softened their footsteps. Song Qingxiao traversed from room 1 to the farthest room 6 on the right. Yet the elusive, bespectacled man remained unfound. Adjacent to room 6 was the bathing area that also served as a restroom. Taking a deep breath, She slowly placed her hand upon the long whip at her waist and stepped into the bathing area. The space was reasonably spacious, with the left side sectioned off into approximately 20 shower stalls, each occupying about a square meter, perhaps due to years of exposure to smoke. The overhead incandescent lights had dimmed, resulting in insufficient illumination within the bathing room. The rhythmic sound of dripping water fell steadily to the ground, merging with the ticking of the clock in her mind. At this moment, she knew that not a single misstep could be afforded. She pursed her lips, her gaze scanning the surroundings, as if the very blood coursing through her veins had reached a boiling point. Her senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree, amplifying the faint sound of dripping water in her ears. The first shower stall was unoccupied, and as she moved to the second, then the third, the sound of dripping grew increasingly distinct. Her steps became lighter, her expression more solemn. Drip, a droplet hit the ground, splashing with a crisp sound. She exhaled silently, drawing forth her whip. With her other hand forming a seal, she swiftly turned to the next shower stall, only to find it empty as well. The ancient faucet could not be turned off, slowly oozing droplets. It was a false alarm. Song Qingxiao gradually furrowed her brow, inspecting the remaining stalls one by one, even checking the restroom on the right, yet the bespectacled man was not among them. She stowed her whip and, upon exiting the restroom, encountered Lu Yixuan, who had followed her out of concern. Before he could speak, Song Qingxiao shook her head. There is no one here. Her gaze fell upon a nearby window, where the night outside was as dark as ink, contrasting sharply with the bright lights within the hospital. The window acted as a mirror, capturing the silhouettes of both her and Lu Yixuan. Though his features were obscured, the shadow cast upon the glass was menacing, effortlessly recalling the harrowing experience of their last trial. The terror of this ordeal lay in Lu Yixuan's presence, which continually sought to disrupt her composure and judgment. I have checked the other side as well. There is no one. If the second floor is devoid of inhabitants and its opposite side is securely locked, the bespectacled man, under suspicion and subsequently placed under house arrest, should possess no keys, rendering him incapable of unlocking the door leading to the medical staff's office or the dormitory. Furthermore, the windows in the corridor on the second floor have been welded shut with iron bars, indicating that his only means of exit would be through the emergency passage or elevator. This evening, Song Qingxiao was acutely focused at the very moment the incident transpired. Upon hearing a noise, she promptly rose. The elevator had halted at the second floor, and she descended via the emergency passage while Lu Yixuan and others took the elevator down afterwards. From this, one could deduce that the bespectacled man could not have ascended to the third floor, as he would inevitably encounter either her or Lu Yixuan. He must have either taken the elevator or descended to the first floor via the emergency stairs, preparing to act at the opportune moment. As the clock ticked, the time counted down to 11:01:16. With a mere 11 hours remaining, time was of the essence. The persistent reminder in her mind remained unchanged: protect the populace. Failure leads to obliteration. Task completed, 650 points. The third floor was secure. With number 6 present, her skills could temporarily ensure safety. However, number 5 remained an unknown variable, with the bespectacled man lurking in the shadows, intent on accomplishing his mission. First, ascend to the third floor. Song Qingxiao pressed herself against the wall, evading the shadow cast by Lu Yixuan, and calmly spoke. If Jia Yu intends to kill, it would be prudent for everyone to stay together in one place for maximum safety. The others, having dispersed, would easily fall prey to the bespectacled man's machinations. Lu Yixuan quickly grasped her meaning and nodded in agreement. The bodies of Dr. Hu and the others were shrouded, and several nurses stood uneasily in place. A wave of relief washed over them as they saw Song Qingxiao and Lu Yixuan approach. One of the security guards nearly collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. As time wore on after the demise of Dr. Hu and his colleagues, the stagnant, dark blood flowing from their orifices intensified the coppery stench in the air. Everyone felt ill at ease, their complexions wan after enduring several sleepless nights. Song Qingxiao shared her prior suspicions, and upon learning that the bespectacled man might commit further acts of violence, the others were overcome with terror, given that the man was likely on the first floor. Venturing downstairs was out of the question. Thus, the bodies would have to remain on the second floor for the time being. The nurses, fraught with anxiety, entered the patient rooms one by one, rousing all those who had been given sedatives. Amidst the clamorous sounds, the eerily silent hospital gained a semblance of vitality. Song Qingxiao entered Ward 1 and made her way directly to Bed 4, where 6 lay curled up in a patient gown. Before she even drew near, 6's entire body tensed. A palpable tension filled the air. Song Qingxiao reached out and patted 6 on the back. Slowly, 6 turned her head, her expression impassive. Her gaze clear, indicating that she had not truly been asleep like the other patients. It's time to awaken, Song Qingxiao stated softly, meeting her gaze. Chapter 47, Disappearance. Song Qingxiao had heard the commotion on the second floor and doubted that 6, a skilled martial artist, had not. Moreover, even if number 6 did not initially hear the pleas for help from the security guard and Doctor Who downstairs, she must have been aware of the commotion caused by Lu Yixuan and others descending in haste after the incident. If she, like myself, were a guardian, the incessant notifications of points accrued in her mind would have alerted her. Those who have undergone the first trial possess an instinctive wariness and distrust towards other participants. Unless driven to desperation, Song Qingxiao would not willingly collaborate with her, as it is fraught with peril. Yet, at this juncture, she had no alternative. The bespectacled man lurked in the shadows, his gaze predatory, and the allegiance of number 5 remained an enigma. Time was of the essence in this trial. The guardians were visible while the hunters concealed themselves in the dark. The multitude of civilians on the third floor presented a substantial target. She aimed to confront the bespectacled man, to take the initiative in locating and eliminating this hunter, but the individuals in the wards on the third floor required protection. No one was more suited for this role than number 6. Song Qingxiao roused number 6, not with the intention of having her rise, but rather to communicate her desire for collaboration. Number 6 slowly sat up, seemingly comprehending Song Qingxiao's intent. At such a critical juncture, they all resembled gamblers clutching their last bets. Their gazes met for a prolonged moment. She flexed her wrists and neck before ultimately bowing her head in silence. The other occupants of ward number 1 were awakened. The patients, deprived of sleep, erupted into a cacophony of noise. Some individuals have resided here for far too long, their habits firmly entrenched. Amidst the clamor for personal hygiene, the precariousness of the situation has escalated to chaos. The medical staff, having endured a recent spate of tribulations, are utterly exhausted. This evening, 3 more lives have been lost, with the perpetrator still at large, casting a pall of dread over everyone. As the patients continue to create a ruckus, several nurses are on the brink of collapse. A few nurses, beleaguered by the patients' assaults, have huddled together in a small group, gazing helplessly at the turmoil surrounding them. This cannot persist. The bespectacled man might seize the opportunity amidst the disorder. The remaining nurses, the sole survivors in the security office, exhibit a glimmer of resignation in their eyes. Song Qingxiao seized a particularly unruly female patient and forcefully thrust her to the ground. The resounding thud echoed through the room as she commanded, "Xiaoko, Xiaohua. Take her into the treatment room for electroconvulsive therapy." Her sudden outburst quelled the chaos momentarily, leaving the rowdy patients momentarily stunned. The 2 nurses she addressed appeared momentarily at a loss for action, yet Song Qingxiao remained undeterred. Whoever causes a disturbance shall face electroconvulsive therapy. The mere mention of electroconvulsive therapy instilled fear in a number of patients, as the woman she had pushed to the floor struggled and cried, "Do not electrocute me. Do not electrocute me." The situation was swiftly brought under control, with a cluster of patients being arranged in a corner near the nurse's station, closely huddled together. Lu Yixuan exhaled, grasping his pen to commence the count. 23, 24, 25. He had reached the final individual, furrowing his brow. As Lu Yixuan counted, Song Qingxiao silently followed suit. Including the nurses, there were originally 12 individuals present, and the count was complete. The remaining member of the security department was also in attendance, and her gaze followed Lu Yixuan's to the patients gathered around the nurse's station. Zhang Xiaoyu had mentioned that there were a total of 27 patients in the hospital, including the armed man who had transitioned from doctor to patient after the unfortunate incident with Dr. Zhou. The total came to 28. Among these 28, the armed man and a female patient from room 19 had perished on the 4th floor, leaving a remainder of 26. However, only 25 patients remained around the nurse's station. Despite Song Qingxiao's usual composure, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She clenched her fists, compelling herself to regain her calm. The notifications in her mind remained unchanged, and her points had not diminished, indicating that the missing individuals were still alive. At that moment, those who were hiding likely sensed the unsettling atmosphere. The patients in the hospital, once awakened after taking their medication, would merely be uncooperative, not consciously attempting to hide. Unless one possessed clarity of thought and a fear of death, a particular figure surfaced in her mind. She focused her gaze on the patients, observing the crowd, Some appeared dazed, others chuckled foolishly, and some were in tears. Yet, as Song Qingxiao had anticipated, patient No. 5 was conspicuously absent among these varied expressions. Song Qingxiao felt as though she might vomit blood. The earlier chaos in the ward had everyone scrambling to clean up the mess. She had awakened number 6, while simultaneously keeping an eye out for the bespectacled man's potential interference, which inadvertently allowed number 5 to slip away. Time was of the essence. The countdown in her line of sight read 9:11:36, leaving less than 10 hours until the mission's conclusion. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she speculated whether number 5 was friend or foe. If he were an ally, his disappearance could be overlooked without concern for his well-being. However, if he were an adversary, it would pose a significant problem. The mission to protect the populace required the eradication of threats within the trial space. With the killer still at large and time running short, it was likely that the trial space would deem the Protector's mission a failure, resulting in their annihilation. Her gaze met that of number 6, who sat quietly amidst the crowd, his brow furrowed in concern over number 5's absence. Yet, due to the presence of the bespectacled man, both were reluctant to act rashly. What to do? Song Qingxiao, who had previously undergone stitching, forced herself to count once more. Counting again revealed that only 25 individuals remained, one patient fewer. Instinctively, she glanced at Song Qingxiao, then at Lu Yixuan. Lu Yixuan checked the time on his wrist. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and dawn was approaching. He raised his head, his gaze flickering. Let us discuss matters after daybreak. His words subtly hinted at a willingness to abandon the missing patient. Song Qingxiao paused for a moment, then bit her lip, turning to survey her colleagues. The surrounding nurses instinctively averted their gazes the moment her eyes fell upon them. She remained momentarily stunned before lowering her eyelids to shield her eyes, falling silent. Although Song Qingxiao was reluctant to face such an outcome, she found herself powerless at this moment. Every conscious individual was gazing at the pitch-black sky outside. Apart from the 2 trial participants present in the scene, everyone else felt that the daylight was arriving far too slowly. The night seemed interminable, and at this moment, all could clearly sense the agonizing passage of time, as if each day stretched into a year. In contrast to the sentiments of the doctors and nurses, Song Qingxiao perceived time as moving exceedingly swiftly. The incessant tap-tap in her mind resembled a countdown to an imminent explosion. And the disappearance of the 5th participant added considerable difficulty to this task. Aside from the patients, the medical staff remained unusually silent, as if suppressing something. The silent television on the wall continued its broadcast, and the patients seemed to sense the unease in the air. No one dared to speak, each person sitting upright, legs closely pressed together. The atmosphere was profoundly oppressive. Just as Song Qingxiao was contemplating an excuse to temporarily leave in search of the bespectacled man, the image on the wall's television flickered, and with a crackling sound, it transformed into a flurry of static, the previously broadcasted content vanishing. In the midst of the profound silence, when a sound suddenly broke through, not only did Zhu Xiaoke beside Song Qingxiao startle violently, but Lu Yixuan also displayed an expression of anxious unrest. Congratulations to our hospital for achieving advanced status. The content playing on the screen was something Song Qingxiao had memorized over the past few days. An elderly stranger clad in a white uniform was recounting the successful treatment achievements of the psychiatric hospital. The gleeful smile on his face as broadcast on the television only served to amplify the eerie and sinister atmosphere surrounding the scene. When patient XX was admitted, the doctor continued his narration, but after only a few words, a crackling sound interrupted, and the image flickered twice before being replaced by static. Such occurrences were far from ordinary. It was evident that someone was tampering with the broadcast. Moments later, the static dissipated, revealing the jubilant visage of the male doctor once more on the screen. Congratulations to our hospital for achieving advanced status. I could no longer endure it. Tu Xiaoyun murmured to herself, clutching her head in despair. I truly cannot bear this any longer. Tears streamed down her face. The past few days had been unbearable for everyone. Death loomed over the hospital as a succession of tragedies unfolded, leaving all in a state of extreme tension, as taut as a string stretched to its breaking point. Starting from Dr. Zhou's demise, each subsequent death intensified the weight of despair felt by the medical staff. Fear gripped them, anxious that the next moment might herald another tragedy and that the next casualty could be their own. Living in constant dread, they could scarcely find rest. The pallor on everyone's faces had grown markedly worse, all while they were burdened with the responsibility of caring for the patients. When the patient succumbed to her affliction, writhing and wailing, the medical staff could only bear the burden alone, having long since reached their limits. At that moment, the malfunctioning television became the final straw that broke Tu Xiaoyan's spirit. She screamed and turned, crashing her head against the wall, pleading for a swift end. Grant me mercy. I can endure no more. Song Qingxiao, standing merely a couple of paces away, noticed Tu Xiaoyan's distress too late to intervene. The other nurses, paralyzed with fear, were unable to restrain her in time. With a resounding thud, she struck her head against the wall, her fingers clawing at the surface, stripping the pain away. I cannot take it anymore. Let me die, let me die. Stop this nonsense. As the scene played out, the screen flickered twice, followed by a sharp crackle of electricity. The male doctor's smile was once again obscured by static. Clearly, someone was meddling with the television behind the scenes, and she resolved to descend and investigate. At her words, Tu Xiaoyan, whose forehead was now swollen and bruised from the impact, froze. The nurses who had caught her bore expressions of hesitation, while Lu Yixuan remained silent. The remaining security personnel in the security room averted their gazes, unable to meet her eyes. At this juncture, everyone was acutely aware that the television was being tampered with, likely by the bespectacled man who had previously committed murder. Despite the multitude present, the specter of fear instilled by the deaths of Doctor Who and others rendered them mute. No one dared to suggest descending to investigate. The control room for the live broadcast was located on the first floor, which had been sealed off since the incident. Now a grim repository for the bodies of those who had recently perished in the hospital, with no one daring to enter or exit. After finishing her novel, Song Qing walked towards the elevator at the nurse's station. The elevator had remained stationary on the third floor, and as soon as she pressed the button, the doors swung open with a loud clang. With a resounding thud, the doors closed behind her, leaving a group of nurses seated together wearing expressions of unease. Among the patients, the one designated as number 6 rolled his eyes. The previously dull and murky gaze gradually transformed into one that was spirited and clear. In the confined space of the elevator, Song Qing initially intended to press for the first floor, but, inexplicably, pressed the button for the second floor instead. It was tentatively concluded that he had been poisoned, yet the method of administration remained uncertain. Coincidentally, number 5 had vanished at this critical moment. If number 5 were indeed a guardian, it would be one thing, but should he be a hunter like the bespectacled man? Then the two could very well conspire to accomplish their objectives in the dwindling time left. More than 4 days had elapsed since the trial began. And among the 6 individuals who entered, the seemingly most formidable, the armed brute known as number 4, had perished the earliest. In contrast, the ostensibly timid number 5 had survived thus far without revealing any of his cards, showcasing his remarkable abilities. Should the two of them join forces, Song Qing would be left to face them alone. Despite possessing a long whip, a dagger, and the Ling character spell, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was an aspect she had overlooked. As the elevator halted at the second floor, the doors opened with a clank, revealing that the lights were still on. The group, having left in sheer terror, dared not extinguish the lights. In the corridor lay a stretcher, upon which the lifeless bodies of Doctor Who and 2 security guards were carelessly thrown, isolated in their desolation. Under the dim light, the stretcher cast a long shadow, evoking an eerie tableau reminiscent of a chilling realistic painting. Chapter 49, Survival. Song Qingxiao stepped out of the elevator, making her way towards the stretcher bearing the 3 corpses. The elevator door slammed shut with a resounding clang, the sound echoing painfully in the emptiness of the second floor, likely audible to both the first and third floors. Doctor Who, slender in build, was placed atop the other 2 bodies. The nurse who arranged them was timid, instinctively laying them face down as they were lifted onto the stretcher. The countdown in her line of sight read, 8:56:09. Less than 9 hours remained before the mission concluded. Preliminary assessments indicated that the bespectacled man had likely employed poison to commit murder, exhibiting a wide-ranging effect that rendered defense nearly impossible. What troubled Song Qingxiao most was not merely the poison. After the incident on the second floor, when she descended, the security guard, Old Huang, was still alive. She recalled him, amidst his gasps for help, uttering fragmented words. There is something, his strength waning. Yet, with his last breath, he managed to articulate a single word, gone. The hospital was indeed equipped with firearms. A heavily armed man had entered the scene, killing Dr. Zhou before his weapon was seized, and he himself captured. Song Qingxiao remembered having taken note of that very gun. Ultimately, it was locked away by Lu Yixuan and others, under the supervision of Old Huang, with the keys presumably circulating among several doctors. Upon entrusting the matter to Dr. O, that very night, the 4th individual committed murder, and Dr. O also encountered misfortune on that night. with the key likely going missing as well. In the aftermath, the hospital heightened its vigilance and temporarily apprehended the bespectacled man. As the number of casualties rose, the collective wariness and alertness reached unprecedented heights. Song Qingxiao had not found an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the firearm since then. The words uttered by old Huang at the time of his death led Song Qingxiao to speculate that the bespectacled man had indeed killed Dr. O, acquired the key to the locked gun, and seized the weapon from old Huang, possessing both the skill to poison and a firearm. The bespectacled man's hidden advantages were formidable, rivaling those of Song Qingxiao. Without additional precautions, it was conceivable that she might find herself in dire straits. In such circumstances, to ensure her survival, it became imperative to undertake necessary preparations. After standing in place for a considerable time, Song Qingxiao finally retrieved a mask from her pocket, donning it to guard against the possibility of the bespectacled man employing poison through the air, thus buying herself some time. With resolute determination, she extended her hand to grasp Dr. Hu's. Her thoughts mirrored those of the fourth individual at that moment. The fourth had intended to ambush her. Having concealed a security guard within the elevator to eliminate him, the guard's body ultimately obstructed the elevator doors, rendering it immobile. She resolved to adopt a similar tactic, hiding a body within the elevator so that when she encountered the bespectacled man, she could secure the elevator doors and render it inoperative. With numerous targets, including medical staff, security personnel, and patients on the fourth floor, Song Qingxiao feared that if she failed to ensnare him, he would seize the opportunity to slip into the elevator and ascend to the fourth floor. The hospital is perched upon a hill, and at the hour of death for 3 individuals, the chill of the early morning air permeated the surroundings. The deceased had succumbed merely 2 hours prior, yet their bodies had already stiffened. She found herself ensnared in a state of extreme tension, her blood coursing rapidly through her veins while beads of sweat drained her body of warmth. Her hands, whether from the dread she stifled or the frigid atmosphere, trembled with an icy chill. However, the body of Doctor Who was far colder than her already frigid hands. The sensation was indescribable. The skin of the deceased, even through a thin layer of fabric, felt parched and waxen to the touch. The hand beneath her palm had become rigid, devoid of any pulsating heartbeat. The moment Song Qingxiao made contact, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Having endured a trial, her psychological resilience surpassed that of an ordinary person. Yet, in that moment, the silence enveloping her was oppressive, with only her own shadow flickering in the stillness, while everything else lay shrouded in lifelessness. The nurses and doctors within the hospital might experience fear, and she too felt a twinge of terror. Yet, her ability to endure, coupled with an unwavering will to survive, enabled her to suppress that unease. This was not her first encounter with a corpse. After her initial trial, which involved the demise of a stout, middle-aged man, she had dealt with another middle-aged man's body. However, that time, the man had only recently passed, unlike the now stiff and icy corpse of Doctor Who. The bone-chilling cold clung to her like a persistent shadow, infiltrating her being and causing her toes to curl instinctively in response to the frigid grip. Her heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her throat. The time for the task diminished with the incessant ticking sound, leaving no room for her to linger in anxiety or fear. She yearned to survive. From the harrowing environment of her first trial, where she fought against her own kind, she had carved out a path to life, not merely to serve as fodder in this trial. She was still young, having yet to experience a single day of a fulfilling life. She had just graduated and recently secured a job. She desired to live. This thought took root deeper in her mind, her breathing gradually steadied, and her erratic heartbeat began to calm. Song Qingxiao's gaze transformed from panic to composure. The figure of Doctor Who before her was merely a corpse. Her fear was but a manifestation of the cowardice that served her no purpose. Resolutely, she reached out once more to grasp Doctor Who's arm, this time without hesitation. Though appearing slender, he stood over 7 meters tall, and a dead body weighed far more than when it was alive. Fortunately, following the previous trial, Song Qingxiao had consciously worked to strengthen her physique. Though the effort was taxing, she ultimately managed to lift him from the stretcher. Once turned over, his face appeared far more terrifying than it had in death. With his lifeless form draped over her back, he remained rigid, maintaining the posture he had held on the stretcher, resembling a stiff plaster mannequin. Their shadows elongated in the light, creating the illusion that Song Qingxiao's figure was being engulfed by Doctor Who's shadow. Suppressing her unease, she shuffled towards the elevator and pressed the call button. The elevator remained stationary on the 2nd floor. Song Qingxiao placed the cadaver inside, propping it securely against the left wall. After a moment's deliberation, she swiftly exited before the doors could close. 2 more bodies lay on the gurney. Though much of the second floor had been cleared, some bedding remained within Ward 1, where the bespectacled man had been confined. Although Lu Yixuan and the others had detained him on suspicion of murder, the hospital staff had not yet suffered such heavy losses. Their rationality intact, Lu Yixuan's group knew that they could not definitively label the bespectacled man as the murderer before the police had made a judgment. Their intent was merely to restrict his movements, preventing further deaths within the hospital until communication was restored and he could be handed over to the authorities. Thus, his temporary cell in Ward 1 still contained sheets and blankets. She hurried into Ward 1, forcefully yanked off a bedsheet, and clutched it to her chest. Returning to the gurney, she covered the 2 corpses, yet a wisp of hair and half a leg remained exposed, betraying the contents beneath. Chapter 50. The search having completed this task, Song Qingxiao re-entered the elevator. The corpse of Doctor Who leaned against the elevator wall, facing her. As Song Qingxiao pressed the button for the ground floor, the elevator descended with a clang. Doctor Who's body trembled against the wall, colliding with the elevator and emitting a faint, bone-chilling creak. Creak, creak. His complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes a dull gray, seemingly veiled by a layer of viscous film, exuding an indescribable ferocity. Song Qingxiao did not raise her gaze to meet his. Instead, she reached for the long whip hanging at her waist, gripping it tightly within her palm. As the elevator descended to the first floor, it emitted a chime, not merely a reminder for Song Qingxiao, but also an alert for the bespectacled man lurking below. The doors opened with a resounding clang, and light began to seep through the narrow gap of the elevator doors, illuminating the encroaching darkness outside, which loomed like a malevolent beast from the depths of hell, its gaping maw a void of blackness. Though the first floor had been vacated for only a few days, the desolation and eerie ambience it exuded far surpassed that of the second floor. The faint glow spilling from the elevator seemed incapable of dispelling the pervasive gloom, and motes of dust danced in the light. Song Qingxiao's silhouette elongated under the illumination, with each step she took, despite her efforts to conceal her presence. The sound of her footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness. In contrast to the layout of the second floor, the entrance to the elevator on the first floor opened into a corridor. To the left were various control rooms, activity rooms, and temporary examination rooms, while the right side boasted a more spacious hall. The air was thick with the musty scent characteristic of prolonged indoor confinement, intermingled with a faint, putrid odor and the tang of blood, creating a nauseating miasma. The bodies of Dr. Zhou and others lay temporarily in the hall. Number 4 had plummeted from the 4th floor's emergency staircase and, after several days, was beginning to decay, the stench so potent that even through a mask, it was nearly impossible to block out. The bespectacled man had been lurking here for several hours, his familiarity and comfort with the first floor undoubtedly surpassing her own. She glanced around, noting the eerie silence, so profound that apart from the sound of her own breath and heartbeat, the rhythmic thud in her mind, no other noise could be discerned. It felt as though a pair of eyes in the darkness were coldly observing her every move. After a prolonged pause, the elevator doors emitted a ding before automatically closing, the faint light being gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. Song Qingxiao was in the light, while the bespectacled man remained shrouded in shadow. The illumination allowed her to perceive her surroundings, yet it also rendered her position more conspicuous. Suppressing her anxiety, she watched as the elevator doors slowly sealed shut, until the last glimmer of light vanished, leaving her enveloped in total blackness. Pressing her back against the wall, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her throat felt parched with tension. She moistened her lips with her tongue before cautiously shifting her foot to the left. In the oppressive darkness, she dared not even exhale, her eyes refusing to blink, while the soles of her shoes made a faint shushing sound against the floor. As soon as she became aware of this noise, she halted abruptly, the silence returning once more. Song Qingxiao exhaled slowly, forcing herself to remain calm. At this moment, both she and the bespectacled man were on high alert, each waiting for an opportunity. The man's machinations were aimed at luring her down to the first floor. She had already lost the initiative. Given the possibility that he might possess a firearm or toxins, any further panic on her part would be tantamount to courting death. She forcefully shut her eyes for a moment, feeling the soreness from having them wide open for too long, only to cautiously reopen them the next instant, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. The reminder in her mind had not altered. It remained: protect the populace. Failure equals obliteration. Task completion, 650 points. A sense of reassurance washed over her as she adjusted her state, and with a whip in hand, she began to navigate forward. The layout of the first floor had been thoroughly memorized when she first entered the trial scenario. The elevator led to a temporary examination room, where doctors typically attended to newly admitted patients. Adjacent to the examination room was the laboratory, alongside the medication retrieval window. And opposite to it were several recreational rooms where patients could freely engage in activities. The security department, located at the far left, had the authority to control the television broadcasts throughout the entire building, in addition to monitoring every camera-equipped corner across 4 floors. Determined, Song Qingxiao decided to methodically search her way through, starting with the location of the bespectacled man. Having spent an extended period in the darkness, her eyes gradually acclimated to the dim light, contrasting with the earlier pitch blackness. Leaning on her long whip against the wall, she moved forward slowly. Upon reaching the entrance of the examination room, she found the door firmly locked. She pushed against it with her whip twice, but it remained unyielding. Peering through the glass panel on the door, she could faintly discern the layout of the office within, resembling other doctors' duty rooms on different floors. Equipped with standard office apparatus and an examination table, yet devoid of any occupants. The first floor of the hospital was eerily silent, causing her subtle movements to resonate loudly, almost as if guiding the bespectacled man in the darkness. After realizing that she could no longer conceal her voice, Song Qingxiao decided to abandon her previous cautious demeanor. She ceased to suppress herself intentionally. Upon reaching the laboratory door, she found it still firmly locked, with the glass at the window securely lowered, sealing the interior tightly. Given the strong possibility that Dr. Hu and the other two had succumbed to poisoning, she hesitated to use the key to unlock the door, fearful of inadvertently touching something hazardous and falling prey to the schemes of the bespectacled man. Wrapping the long whip around her hand and forming a fist, she struck the glass with force, producing a resounding clang, clang, clang that echoed throughout the entire first-floor hall. The reverberations resonated from all directions, yet Song Qingxiao remained unfazed. The whip, acquired through points exchanged in the trial space, was of an exceptionally unique material. After a few strikes, the glass shattered with a sharp crack. A subsequent punch sent shards cascading to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Bending down to peer inside, she finally had a clear view of the laboratory, which housed numerous instruments, and the workspace was divided into several small offices, all of which were left open, revealing no hidden individuals within. Following the same method, she proceeded to smash the glass windows in several other locations but found no sign of the bespectacled man. Upon reaching the security department in the far corner, she noted that, unlike the previous offices which were all locked, the door to the security department stood ajar. Confirming that the bespectacled man had indeed been here, Song Qingxiao slowed her pace, gently raised her foot to kick open the door. The door creaked in response to her force, swinging wide before thudding against the doorstop. The interior was not spacious. Directly opposite the entrance was a window, while to the right stood a monitor displaying surveillance feeds, accompanied by a row of switches beneath it, which controlled the lighting on the first floor. She located the circuit breaker and pushed it back up as the electric current crackled to life, illuminating the security room with a blinding brightness, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Chapter 51. Footprints in such an environment, the act of closing her eyes undeniably felt perilous. Instinctively, Song Qingxiao turned, pressing her back against the wall, one hand gripping the whip protectively before her, while the other raised to partially shield her vision from the harsh light. After a few moments, her eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. Following the restoration of power, the red signal light on the monitor mounted on the wall flickered before illuminating sequentially, except for the top row, which indicated that the surveillance video for the 4th floor was malfunctioning, displaying only static. The feeds from the primary locations on the other 3 floors appeared on the screen. In front of the nurse's station on the 3rd floor, a group of patients sat quietly in a circle, while several nurses anxiously scanned their surroundings. From the displayed footage and the hints in her mind, it was evident that the 3rd floor remained unscathed, and the bespectacled man had yet to reach that level. The 2nd floor lay desolate, with a stretcher bearing 2 lifeless bodies forlornly positioned in the corridor. Surveillance camera number 7 fortuitously captured the entrance to the secure passage, where silence reigned and the safety door stood firmly locked, the figure of the bespectacled man conspicuously absent from the footage. She had already scoured the primary location on the 1st floor, yet the 2nd and 3rd floors yielded no trace of him. Where could this menacing individual possibly be hiding? As time wore on without any sign of the threatening bespectacled man, Song Qingxiao found herself increasingly agitated. Her gaze fell upon the surveillance display from the 1st floor. She first scrutinized the hall. Upon descending to the 1st floor, She instinctively turned left to investigate the various departments in the control room, neglecting to examine the hall itself. In that moment, the monitor revealed several hospital beds in the hall, each draped with white cloth, concealing the bodies of those who had perished following the recent hospital incident. She maneuvered the mouse, shifting the direction of the surveillance footage, and in the next moment, the camera pivoted to face the ticketing booth, which was locked tight. There, in the emptiness, sat a silhouetted figure with their head tilted back, resembling a staff member at the ticketing counter. Just as this thought flickered in her mind, an alarm bell rang within her. Not only had the first floor been cordoned off following the incident, repurposed as a temporary morgue, but even when there were no casualties, the roads leading to and from the hospital had been rendered impassable due to construction, severing all communication signals. For 5 days, no one had been able to come or go. In such circumstances, the presence of an individual seated at the ticketing booth seemed exceedingly eerie. A chill raced down her spine as she beheld the figure on the screen, seated motionless, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Qingxiao sensed that something was amiss. In a flash, she recalled a critical detail. Upon descending from the 3rd floor, she had encountered a malfunctioning television. She had surmised that the bespectacled man, who had murdered Doctor Who and 2 others, had likely concealed himself on the 1st floor, hiding within the security office which controlled the television broadcasts on each level. As the elevator descended, her instincts had led her away from the right turn towards the hall filled with bodies, and instead, she had unconsciously veered towards the right corridor. She had fallen victim to the bespectacled man's diversionary tactic. Realizing this, Song Qingxiao wasted no time and flung open the door. As her figure emerged in the doorway, she found herself face to face with the bespectacled man, who was approximately 3 to 4 meters from the elevator. He was pressed against the wall. And the moment he heard the door creak open, he instinctively looked up, locking eyes with Song Qingxiao. With a slight smirk, he adjusted his glasses and suddenly bolted towards the elevator. Though he was a mere 3 to 4 meters away, she was still nearly 20 meters distant. As he intended to lure her downstairs while he ascended to the 3rd floor to commit further murders, the bespectacled man was a predator, having already claimed 3 lives. If his score was akin to Song Qingxiao's, earning 50 points for each kill, he must have amassed at least 150 points thus far. He resorted to murder through poison, a method marked by a high mortality rate that renders one utterly defenseless. Once he resolved to fight with reckless abandon. Armed with venom and likely a firearm, it would be exceedingly difficult for number 6, despite her remarkable agility, to withstand the assault, as she is but flesh and blood. With everyone gathered on the 3rd floor of the hospital, his chances of successfully completing his task after gaining the upper hand were significantly heightened. Should he fulfill his mission and exit the trial space, it would spell doom for Song Qingxiao. The mere thought of this sent a surge of urgency through Song Qingxiao, prompting her to disregard the presence of his weapon and rush towards the elevator. When she was still about 15 or 16 meters away from the bespectacled man, he had already positioned himself beside the elevator, pressing the button. The elevator had remained on the 1st floor since her descent, and upon his pressing the button, aiding echoed, signaling the doors to creak open. At that moment, a tumult of anger and despair surged within her. As the doors opened wider, her heart raced perilously close to her throat. She was now merely 10 meters away, then 9. Finally, the doors swung open completely, and the bespectacled man stepped inside, his gaze fixated on Song Qingxiao with an air of vigilance, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him. Noticing her flushed face and frantic demeanor, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. With her hand clutching the long whip raised high, she prepared to press the button for the 3rd floor within the elevator. At this juncture, the bespectacled man exhibited no attempt to conceal the triumphant expression etched across his face. The elevator doors emitted a resounding clang as they gradually closed. Song Qingxiao was still 4 meters, then 3 meters away from the entrance, and the doors had already shut halfway. Through the partially closed elevator doors, she caught a glimpse of the interior, momentarily taken aback, followed by a slight smirk. I truly did not anticipate that the worthless number 4 would ultimately perish at your hands. The doors were nearly closed, leaving merely 30 centimeters of space. He spoke with a smile, evidently deducing the truth behind number 4's demise from the long whip in Song Qingxiao's grasp. You too shall meet your end by my hand. At this juncture, no one could impede his ascent to the 3rd floor to fulfill his mission. The bespectacled man dismissed Song Qingxiao's predicament as mere bravado, believing her to be on the brink of death. Those who had reached this stage of the trial were not foolish. Song Qingxiao surmised that this trial might be divided into the hunter and protector factions, and others shared this understanding. Undoubtedly. The bespectacled man's allegiance stood in stark contrast to Song Qingxiao's. He was a hunter, while she was evidently a protector. As he ascended to the third floor, with the protectors unable to intervene, he would unleash a massacre and likely accomplish his task swiftly, departing from this place. Should he survive, the players of the opposing faction would inevitably face retribution. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of elation washed over him, prompting him to raise his arm in a cheerful wave towards Song Qingxiao. In the next moment, however, the corpse of Doctor Who, which Song Qingxiao had brought into the elevator, toppled toward the bespectacled man's back. Doctor Who's corpse had already stiffened, barely managing to stand. The bespectacled man charged into the elevator with considerable force, and under the impact, the corpse could no longer maintain its balance. With his back turned to the body, the bespectacled man was entirely focused on Song Qingxiao, oblivious to the movement behind him. It was not until the corpse pressed against his back, causing him to stagger, that he instinctively reached out to find a point of support, his hand fortuitously grasping the elevator door frame. The door slammed against the back of his hand with a resounding thud, sensing the obstruction before slowly reopening. All of this transpired in a flash, prompting him to turn and glance back. Chapter 52. Hunt. This unforeseen turn of events clearly caught the bespectacled man off guard. As he turned, a smug smile still lingered on his face. He had anticipated the presence of another trial participant within the elevator and, in the face of danger, he remained remarkably composed, exuding confidence. In that fleeting moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a long, slender shadow, approximately the width of a fingertip, twisting as it shot towards his back, directly aimed at the figure collapsing towards him. This was his ace in the hole, the very technique he had employed to eliminate Doctor Who and the other two. The bespectacled man was utterly confident. Even if Song Qingxiao allied with other trial participants to attempt his capture, he believed this trump card would ensure his survival. However, he could not have fathomed that when he turned, he would not see the feeble number 5, nor the capable number 6 he had envisioned, but the grotesque yet familiar visage of Doctor Who, a sight that would haunt him for eternity. The bespectacled man, caught utterly off guard, found himself face to face with Doctor Who, his smile instantly frozen in place. The breath he exhaled brushed against Doctor Who's face, marred with shades of purple and blue, while the weight of death pressed heavily upon him, leaving him nearly incapable of standing upright. In that moment of sheer terror, he momentarily forgot his own predicament, never imagining that when he turned, he would be met with such a visage. Earlier, while hiding in the security office on the first floor, he had been preoccupied with manipulating the television, intentionally revealing his location in a desperate bid to lure the challenger downstairs. He understood that as the time for the task drew near, the challenger, under the looming threat of death, would inevitably resort to perilous measures. By exposing his precise whereabouts, he was certain that a challenger would seek him out, and anyone bold enough to descend alone at that moment would undoubtedly be among the most formidable of the challengers. Upon receiving the protector's task, the challenger would be misled into instinctively heading to the security office in search of him. Seizing the opportunity before the challenger could enter the office, he would stealthily rise from the morgue slab and, under the pretense, make his way to the elevator, ascending to the third floor to complete his task. Even if the challenger sensed the deception, the absence of an elevator would require a significant amount of time just to ascend the stairs, providing him ample opportunity to fulfill his mission. After all, the hospital was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme tension. The on-duty doctors and nurses, increasingly rattled by the rising death toll, were already in a state of anxiety, rendering them incapable of mounting any effective resistance against him. He had anticipated the situation quite well. Initially, everything unfolded as he expected. After Song Qingxiao descended the stairs, she headed straight towards the various departments on the left, providing him with an opportunity. However, he could never have fathomed that such a colossal surprise awaited him within the elevator. The bespectacled man possessed commendable psychological resilience, just as Song Qingxiao had speculated during this trial. Each participant encountered the first moment within the scene where they were confronted by the eliminated individuals they had previously vanquished. He successfully navigated through the initial challenge and once again eradicated Doctor Who. Yet, unexpectedly, when he saw the visage of someone he had personally slain not once but twice reappear before him, and felt himself toppled by that very figure, the reason in his mind swiftly unraveled. He emitted a blood-curdling scream, a mixture of terror and despair, as a slender purple shadow darted from his mouth, firmly latching onto Doctor Who's ghastly face. It was a slender serpent, its scales glimmering ominously under the light, Doctor Who and others had perished at the serpent's jaws. However, at that moment, as the serpent bit into Doctor Who's face, it left merely 2 shallow bite marks, exerting no further influence on the lifeless body. Song Qingxiao had already felt the coldness of the corpse while carrying Doctor Who. Thus, the profound psychological torment experienced by the bespectacled man was all too evident. Overwhelmed by the weight of the corpse, he collapsed to the ground with a thud at the elevator's entrance, causing the doors to clang loudly. After his anguished cries subsided, the bespectacled man reached out to push Doctor Who's lifeless body, only to find it rigid and frigid. It soon dawned on him that he had been thoroughly deceived. A wave of terror had barely subsided when another struck. He collided with the door frame, the glasses upon his face skewed by the force of the impact. This unforeseen turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Song Qingxiao herself could hardly fathom that a mere flicker of thought would culminate in such a consequence. This evening was destined to be unfortunate for the bespectacled man. As the elevator doors swung open, offering no sanctuary, he found himself trapped at the entrance, unable to evade or escape. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Song Qingxiao's feet, while the whip in his hand was already raised high. In a state of sheer panic, he hastily whistled, summoning the purple snake that had latched onto Doctor Who's face, which then darted towards Song Qingxiao with lightning speed. Despite his desperate attempts at resistance, he had lost the upper hand, and his composure shattered. With a swift whoosh, the whip sliced through the air. As the bespectacled man struggled to rise and evade, he witnessed Song Qingxiao deftly place her foot upon the serpent, landing squarely upon it. The sound of crackling erupted as the snake's head was crushed, while its tail continued to writhe instinctively, yet it posed no threat to her. The whip then struck the bespectacled man's face with a resounding crack, carving a deep, bone-exposing wound from his left temple downward. His glasses shattered upon impact, shards of glass scattering within the elevator, producing a faint tinkling sound. As flesh tore open, fresh blood began to seep from the tender wound, and the sheer agony rendered him incapable of even a scream. In the next instant, Song Qingxiao seized the whip, wrapping it around his neck with a decisive motion. In his final moments, the bespectacled man could scarcely believe that he would meet his demise at the hands of Song Qingxiao. At the outset, his primary concern was actually with individuals 4 and 6, yet he did not anticipate that both he and 4 would meet their demise at the hands of Song Qingxiao. He recalled his previous conversation with her, during which he claimed that 4 was a worthless being, to which Song Qingxiao retorted, "You too shall perish by my hand." The whip tightened inexorably, the sound of his neck snapping resonating through the air. In that moment, a shift occurred in Song Qingxiao's mind: protect the populace. Failure results in obliteration. Task completed, 700 points awarded. She released the constricting whip, and the body of the bespectacled man collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. After slaying the bespectacled man, her points increased. Indeed, he was a hunter. However, she had yet to vacate this trial space post-murder, indicating that this realm still harbored unvanquished dangers. The persistent ticking sound echoed in her mind, and the numbers within her sight continued their countdown. 8:31, 25. With over 8 hours remaining until the trial's conclusion. Chapter 53. Doubts the bespectacled man was not the final hunter within this trial space. Prior to descending to the first floor in pursuit of him, Song Qingxiao had mentally prepared for this possibility. Yet, when he ultimately perished and the task remained incomplete, she could not conceal the disappointment and frustration brewing within her. The encroachment of time felt akin to a blade suspended over her head, poised to strike at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingxiao compelled herself to regain her composure. If the bespectacled man was not the last of the hunters, then who else could it be? The remarkably skilled 6, or perhaps 5, who had concealed himself at the break of dawn. Among the two, she deemed 5 the more suspicious. Upon careful reflection, at the commencement of this task, 6 challengers sequentially entered the trial space. Under the coercion of an armed brute, they were faced with a choice: to either disguise their true selves or retaliate. However, the behavior of the 5th participant diverged sharply from that of every other individual threatened. In the fleeting moment he was confronted by the gunman, he first cried out for mercy, followed by an apparent psychological collapse, culminating in incessant sobbing. Even after the threat had dissipated, as the 6th participant entered the trial space, he continued to ramble, divulging his innermost secrets. He voluntarily mentioned squandering the points earned from the previous task on frivolities, revealing his cowardice and timidity, seemingly attempting to project weakness and diminish others' wariness, portraying himself as an ineffectual individual. The 5th participant's actions indeed left a profound impression, leading the 4th participant, the woman with the red whip, to instinctively regard him as the most vulnerable among them. At that moment, she raised her whip intending to interrogate him about the task's circumstances. However, his panicked flight inadvertently triggered the task mode. While his behavior might appear reckless, it warrants deeper contemplation. The fifth participant might be engaging in a strategy akin to playing the fool to catch the wise, as his demeanor led all challengers, including Song Qingxiao, to unconsciously perceive him as the least threatening among their ranks. Each participant, while undertaking the task, likely crafted a mental list, and Song Qingxiao initially placed the fifth participant at the bottom of her list of targets. Yet, upon further reflection, this could merely represent a successful guise. An individual capable of surviving the first trial cannot be so psychologically fragile as to be easily vanquished. At this moment, apart from her profound suspicion towards number 5, Song Qingxiao was equally wary of number 6, this temporary collaborator. To date, her conjecture that number 6 might be the guardian stemmed from the night she eliminated number 4, when number 6 had been hiding on the 4th floor, remaining utterly silent. However, upon further contemplation, Song Qingxiao felt that something was amiss. That night, number 4's working hours coincided with her own, both commencing after 8 o'clock. When Song Qingxiao received the first notification regarding the deduction of her points, the hour was still relatively early. She promptly ascended to the 4th floor, only to find that everyone on that level had been rendered unconscious. The patient's stupor could possibly be attributed to the administration of drugs, but the nurses and security personnel were also incapacitated, suggesting that such a feat could not have been accomplished in mere moments. Under the circumstances, for number 4 to swiftly incapacitate so many individuals and simultaneously eliminate 3, one of whom was a heavily armed man, was no trivial task. It was highly plausible that number 6 could have been involved in incapacitating everyone on the 4th floor. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to locate number 5. Suppressing her rising anxiety, she retracted her whip and lifted her foot, discovering that the upper half of the small purple snake beneath her had been crushed into a pulpy mass, leaving only its tail twitching instinctively. Grasping the serpent's tail, she lifted it. The snake measured about the length of her palm and was exceedingly slender. A foul stench emanated from the carcass, reminiscent of the odor she had detected earlier on the 2nd floor from the corpses of Doctor Who and others. This was likely the signature weapon of the bespectacled man, the true culprit behind the deaths of Doctor Who and the others. Song Qingxiao had observed clearly that the bespectacled man concealed it within his mouth, unleashing it to strike and claim lives when he opened his mouth. This maneuver indeed caught one off guard, had it not been for Song Qingxiao's quick thinking today. Relocating Doctor Who's corpse to conceal it within the elevator, she might have startled the bespectacled man at a critical moment, causing him to lose his advantage in sheer shock. It is highly probable that had they confronted each other, Song Qingxiao would have found herself at a significant disadvantage. The small serpent acted with remarkable swiftness and possessed potent venom, yet regrettably, it could not be harnessed for her own use. Casting aside the serpent's remains, she bent down to search the bespectacled man, who was merely clad in a checkered shirt. She thoroughly examined him, yet found no trace of a firearm. Huh? She furrowed her brow. Could it be that she had misjudged? The security guard, Old Huang, had mentioned a gun in his final moments. She had previously assumed this indicated that the bespectacled man had slain Dr. O to seize the keys and take the gun, which had left her in a state of trepidation. However, it appeared that he was not concealing a weapon on his person. The serpent seemed to be his only trump card. Thus, after luring her downstairs, his immediate reaction was to hastily take the elevator back up to commit murder, rather than lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack against her. Yet, if her conjecture was erroneous and the gun was not with the bespectacled man, where could it possibly be? Rising with a sense of disappointment, Song Qingxiao pondered that if he did not possess the firearm, it must be located somewhere else. This object, produced within the trial space, would undoubtedly serve her purposes. Acquiring it would surely enhance her capabilities. With this thought in mind, she hastened toward the direction of the security room. This item, which she had not secured, must not fall into the hands of others, especially not into the hands of the elusive number 5. After the armed man committed murder, Zhu Xiaoke, who had previously come into contact with the firearm, recounted that the weapon had been securely locked away, with the key entrusted to a physician, while the gun itself was under the watchful eye of the security guard, Lao Huang. On the night of the incident on the 4th floor, prior to the moment when the bespectacled man was suspected and subsequently detained by the hospital staff, Lao Wang and others were on duty in the security office on the 1st floor, suggesting a significant possibility that the firearm was concealed there, even on the 6th. Despite being a suspect, She likely refrained from hasty actions. Song Qingxiao from the security office had already conducted a search once. Yet this time her examination was evidently more meticulous. She opened each drawer of the desk, uncovering miscellaneous items, documents, and various signed forms from the families of patients, along with parking tickets, but nothing that aligned with her expectations. The wall-mounted air conditioning unit was also disassembled for inspection, yet no trace of the firearm was discovered. After several minutes, Song Qingxiao felt a tinge of frustration and began to doubt her initial hypothesis. Just as she was on the verge of conceding defeat, she noticed the security office door ajar. The door was firmly held by a doorstop, and from her vantage point, it appeared that there was a box of a color similar to the wall above the door. As she pulled the door open, she indeed discovered an electrical junction box that had been obscured, its exterior crafted from white plastic, blending seamlessly with the wall, so much so that it might easily go unnoticed without a careful glance. Song Qingxiao took a dagger and inserted its tip into the crevice of the box, applying force to pry it open. With a sharp crack, the plastic shell was breached, scattering fragments and revealing the hidden contents within. In the box, aside from the coiled wires, there remained a considerable expanse of empty space, within which lay an empty transparent plastic bag. She took the bag out and measured it against the size of the gun, noting that it bore the marks of having previously contained a firearm. Undoubtedly, this was indeed the original hiding place for the weapon. However, prior to her discovery, someone had already been here, taken the key, and stolen the gun. The thief was not the bespectacled man she had initially suspected, and he must be quite familiar with the hospital, having murdered Dr. O. Who could this individual be? Chapter 54. Finding someone. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic as Song Qingxiao held the plastic bag to her nose and inhaled. Aside from the characteristic scent of plastic, there lingered a faint aroma of disinfectant, suggesting that the bag may have originally belonged to the hospital. She folded the bag and tucked it into her pocket. Having thoroughly searched the first floor, her vigilance towards room 5 heightened her caution. She meticulously examined every department and corner of the first floor, even unzipping every body bag in the hall where the corpses were displayed. The bodies had been laid there for several days, ensconced in the bags, emitting a most unpleasant odor that made Song Qingxiao feel nauseous. She stood before Dr. O's body for a moment. His face had started to distort, slightly swollen and bloated. With bubbles of dark red, Dr. O's hands rested upon her chest, their shape grotesquely altered. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, and under the harsh light, the corpse exhibited extensive livor mortis, presenting a sight most macabre. Song Qingxiao fixed her gaze upon Dr. O for a prolonged moment, noticing something nestled within the palms that were crossed over her chest. She bent down for a closer inspection and prodded at it with the whip she held. The hands, upon receiving this slight force, gradually descended, brushing against the body bag and producing a soft rustling sound, before ultimately falling with a thud onto the mat, motionless. In that stillness, the faint noise sent shivers down one's spine. However, Song Qingxiao was too preoccupied to feel fear. As Dr. O's hand fell, the object clutched within it tumbled to the ground. It was a small fish, intricately woven from an intravenous tube, animated and lifelike. She vaguely recalled having seen this very object on the examination table the day Dr. O passed away. Others might have overlooked it. The night had claimed too many lives, and the personnel responsible for collecting the bodies were in a state of frantic disarray. Unlikely to remember such a detail or intentionally place it in her hand, it was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Song Qingxiao approached the hospital's main service desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a tissue along with a pair of medical tweezers. She delicately grasped the small fish with the tweezers, wrapped it in the tissue, and placed it in her pocket before resealing the body bag. The air in the hall was thick with the stench of decaying corpses, and after such a lengthy search, there was still no sign of the fifth body. Song Qingxiao shifted her gaze towards the locked door of the hospital, beyond which lay a small garden, a space designated for the hospital staff to stroll and unwind. It was already past 5 o'clock, and the hospital was ablaze with light, which only accentuated the darkness outside. Her figure was reflected in the locked glass door, cold, slender, yet her back remained resolutely straight, exuding a sense of defiance and resilience. She possessed the key to unlock the great door. Zhang Xiaoyu had once entrusted her with a set of hospital keys. Finding the key designated for the main entrance, she gently pushed the glass door open. A cool breeze swept in, dissipating much of the hospital's pervasive stench. The night was as cool as water, the clouds thick overhead, effectively obscuring the moonlight and starlight, causing the night to linger longer than usual. Upon entering the scene of her task, she felt a continual sense of trepidation. She had never set foot in this garden before. The garden welcomed her with the unique freshness of grass and trees, the earthy scent of soil, and the distinct fragrance of blooming flowers, as if it could whisk away the accumulated melancholy within her heart. The garden was not large. Song Qingxiao meticulously surveyed every corner. Both the front and back doors were locked, and room 5 was not situated on the first floor. On the first day of her assignment, Zhang Xiaoyu had mentioned that the cluster of flowers had been planted by the hospital staff. After glancing at it, Song Qingxiao turned and entered the hospital lobby. The first floor was deserted, the bespectacled man and doctor whose bodies leaned against each other in the elevator, occupying the space. The elevator doors remained ajar, incessantly emitting a harsh beep warning. Ascending via the emergency exit, she found the second floor equally vacant, with the triple doors of the isolated ward firmly locked. Room 5. Unless endowed with extraordinary powers, would surely be unable to escape. Song Qingxiao did not hasten to inspect the third floor. Instead, she ascended directly to the fourth floor and conducted a thorough search. Time had dwindled to 7:31:26, leaving just over 7 hours until the mission's conclusion. The dawn gradually approached, and as the deadline loomed, circumstances only grew increasingly unfavorable for her. Upon descending from the fourth floor and pushing open the door to the safety passage on the third floor, Lu Yixuan and the others seated in the corridor involuntarily shuddered. The figure of Song Qingxiao, wielding a whip, appeared in the corridor, and upon recognizing her, the nurses exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, Lu Yixuan's complexion had darkened considerably from before. What has transpired? She inquired eagerly as soon as Song Qingxiao approached. The night had been unnaturally silent, and the sounds of shattering glass and the ensuing struggle with the bespectacled man echoed down to the third floor, sending waves of anxiety through those present. Yet, the louder the commotion, the less inclined anyone was to venture downstairs to uncover the truth. The grim specter of the deaths of Dr. Hu and his companions loomed over each individual's mind, instilling a paralyzing fear of the bespectacled man that deterred any conscious soul from acting recklessly. Yet, the more they remained in the dark about the unfolding events, the more tormenting their imaginations became. Concern swirled that should something happen to Song Qingxiao, should she fall victim to the bespectacled man, would the subsequent slaughter claim these individuals next? Her gaze remained fixed on room 6, which returned her stare. Both pairs of eyes betrayed a shared wariness and caution. Evidently, after the demise of the bespectacled man, the Guardian's mission remained unfulfilled, resulting in a palpable sense of wariness and estrangement between the two already tenuous allies. Jiayu has perished. She spoke in a subdued tone, and upon uttering these words, a soft cheer escaped from everyone present. Is it true? Song Qingxiao nodded slightly. Regrettably, we have not located number 5. Lu Yixuan and the others could not comprehend her statement, yet number 6 understood it well. She furrowed her brow, while Song Qingxiao had already averted her gaze, no longer fixating on her. Number 5 was absent from the first, second, and fourth floors. His traces were nowhere to be found. At the time of his disappearance, he had presumably concealed himself amidst the chaos. If this individual is indeed a hunter and possesses any semblance of intellect, it is improbable that he would have fled and evaded capture while the bespectacled man was still alive. It remains uncertain whether hunters can forge alliances akin to guardians. However, it is evident that the two hunters previously slain by Song Qingxiao acted independently, with no intention of collaboration. When the bespectacled man was killed, number 5 did not appear to assist, indicating that he either prudently concealed himself or was not present at the scene. Her gaze fell upon the densely packed patients seated closely together. By now, she no longer concealed the long whip she held in her hand. Lu Yixuan persisted with his inquiries. How did Jiayu die? Where did you obtain that object? What transpired below just now with all that noise? Chapter 55, Number 5. Lu Yixuan's barrage of questions received no response from Song Qingxiao. Instead, she raised her hand and began to count the patients in the hospital. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was evident that the bespectacled man had undoubtedly met his demise at her hands. The gazes of the crowd upon her had transformed. No longer were they filled with indifference, but rather tinged with an undercurrent of apprehension and fear. Her manner of counting was unmistakably an enumeration of the patients present. And after several rounds, she finally reached the last row, 23, 24, 25. Indeed, one patient was missing, as there should have been 26. Zhu Xiaoke timidly lifted her gaze. The atmosphere had fallen into a profound silence. Song Qingxiao maintained her counting posture, having recounted the patients 3 times already. The oppressive ambience grew increasingly stifling with each repetition, and the faces of the attending nurses, along with Lu Yixuan and the security guard, grew increasingly grim. Summoning her courage, she spoke. There are 25 patients. 1 is missing. She mustered all her strength to keep her voice steady, yet her declaration, though loud, barely pierced through the thundering of her own heartbeat, almost drowned out like a mere mosquito. She swallowed hard. After you went downstairs, none of us dared to move. Song Qingxiao's raised hand froze midair as she turned her head, and Zhu Xiaoka's complexion paled even further, under the harsh glare of the hospital's fluorescent lights. Her expression bore an unnatural grayish hue, with deep shadows beneath her eyes. As Song Qingxiao scrutinized her, Zhu Xiaoka leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright, her legs trembling visibly as if she were on the verge of tears. Song Qingxiao herself had never anticipated that one day she would instill such fear in others. Has she gone missing? She inquired slowly, then turned her gaze towards the direction of the patients, closed her eyes briefly, and shook her head. I think not. We have searched all floors except the 3rd, yet there is no sign of room 5. Although the situation was dire and chaotic at the time, it is improbable that room 5 could have hidden far under such circumstances. The moment the bespectacled man perished, the mission remained unfulfilled. I regarded both room 5 and room 6 with suspicion. However, as I sought room 5, my heart was filled with even greater doubts. The success of a protector's mission lies in neutralizing threats and safeguarding the populace. Given that there is a cap on points, as long as one is unconcerned with scoring, the trial permits a certain degree of casualties. Thus, it stands to reason that a hunter's objective is simply to fulfill their quota of kills. If room 5 is indeed a hunter, it would be inconceivable for him to remain too far away to complete his task. Conversely, if he is a protector, faced with imminent danger and the threat posed by the bespectacled man, he would hardly dare to stray from the crowd. The most perilous location often proves to be the safest. Is it not possible that room 5, while everyone believes he has gone into hiding, is in fact countering expectations and concealing himself in a location deemed utterly improbable for concealment? The patients before me sat shoulder to shoulder, leg to leg, forming a tight circle to prevent any scattering in the event of the bespectacled man's return, which would hinder mutual assistance. From an external viewpoint, each patient appeared orderly, seated with their chairs aligned. Song Qingxiao tightened her grip on the long whip and stepped forward, reaching out to seize a patient. Lu Yixuan, seated, instinctively attempted to rise, asking, "What are you doing?" "I need to ascertain whether the patient is indeed missing," she replied. As her words fell, she had already grasped the first patient, disrupting the previously tranquil crowd, causing a wave of unease to ripple through the patients. At this moment, Song Qingxiao paid no heed to the chaos around her. The urgency of locating number 5 was paramount. The countdown before her had dwindled to 6:57:21, leaving just over 6 hours until the mission's conclusion. A faint azure light began to emerge on the horizon, and through the corridor's window, the outside world appeared shrouded in mist, lending it a vague and indistinct quality. She tossed aside the first patient she had seized and proceeded to the 2nd and 3rd. In an almost unchallenged manner, she penetrated the throng of patients, who reacted with cries and curses, turning the scene into utter disarray. The nurses were at a loss, while number 5, seated within the turmoil, displayed a look of astonishment, as if comprehending Song Qingxiao's intentions. Amidst the disordered nurses' station, a cluster of patients was jostled about, chairs strewn across the floor, some weeping uncontrollably, tearing at their hair and clothing. In the very center, a stout male patient was yanked up by Song Qingxiao, revealing number 5, who had been using him as a seat. When this shield was forcibly removed, number 5 maintained a submissive posture, not daring to lift his head. "You truly know how to hide," Song Qingxiao mused with a tsk, exhaling a sigh. "I was almost unable to find you." At this moment, number 5 appeared utterly disheveled, clad in the garb of a psychiatric patient. Having been mistaken for a mere seat, his attire was wrinkled and unkempt. His hair, once slick and pristine, now lay in disarray, and his complexion was pallid. As he mentioned, he was on the brink of despair. With a grimace, he lifted his head, and as he spoke, the surrounding patients clapped and cheered. A magic trick. My steed, a male patient who had previously tried to restrain him, attempted to block number 5 once more, but number 6 deftly intervened. A magic trick. A living transformation. Doctor, come witness the divine. The patients chattered excitedly, and Song Qingxiao, who had been previously resigned, made a slight movement with her fingers. Upon noticing this, number 5's facial muscles twitched, and in the next moment, when Song Qingxiao thought he might retaliate, she clenched her hand into a fist, preparing to subdue him. However, number 5 maintained his kneeling position and clutched her thigh tightly. Pleading, "Do not kill me, I beg you," he wept. "Do not kill me. The hunters should all be dead. I know we are protectors. I pose no threat to you, truly." Song Qingxiao kicked him forcefully several times, yet he clung to her tighter, evidently ignoring her words. She reached behind her waist and grasped a gleaming dagger. Upon seeing it, number 5's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In the next instant, without hesitation, Song Qingxiao thrust the dagger toward him. He let out a cry and rolled aside to evade her. "I truly do not pose a threat to you. Please do not kill me." As the deadline for the task rapidly approaches, it becomes evident that the lingering presence of danger within this cursed hospital prevents everyone from leaving. Song Qingxiao's recent elimination of 2 hunters unequivocally reveals her identity as a protector. Her instinctive act of concealment clearly indicates her deeper trust in number 6. These 2 women are increasingly formidable, neither of them easily trifled with. The memory of number 6's brutal assault on the armed man remains vivid in number 5's mind. The fact that Song Qingxiao could dispatch the exceptionally fierce number 4 and eliminate the bespectacled man underscores her equal ferocity to number 6. Confronted by 2 such women, number 5 finds himself in dire straits. "I am not a hunter, I am a protector. The reason I chose to hide was solely to preserve my life." He understands that without a clear explanation, he will likely not survive this ordeal. Chapter 56, Explanation. Number 5 glances around. Observing the patient's wailing in despair and the nurses frozen in shock, clearly incapable of offering him any assistance. Unlike the trial space where he had avenues for evasion, the current situation reveals that they are all inextricably tied together. Without elucidating the circumstances, they are all doomed. Whether it be at the hands of Song Qingxiao or number 6, or succumbing to the rules of the trial space, death looms imminent. Taking a deep breath, he wipes his face and trembles as he sinks awkwardly to the ground. He had endured the discomfort of kneeling, serving as a seat for the patients, for far too long, and the strain had become unbearable. He was merely holding on by a thread. "Give me 2 minutes." He raised his hand, beads of sweat cascading down his face, imploring me for an explanation. At this juncture, number 5 cast a sidelong glance at Song Qingxiao, who pressed her lips tightly together, her bangs obscuring her eyes, making it difficult to discern her emotions. In truth, while lamenting in the trial space, number 5 seized the opportunity to boldly probe into the backgrounds of others. Initially, he believed the most formidable adversaries to be the bespectacled man, number 4 with the crimson whip, and the ruthless number 6. Surprisingly, the gun-wielding brute, though outwardly imposing, was, in fact, quite vulnerable and did not occupy his thoughts. Among the trial participants, he deemed Song Qingxiao to be the least threatening. When he entered the space, she was huddled in a corner, hugging her legs. Clearly having been intimidated by the gunman, remaining silent yet exuding an air of lingering terror. Her demeanor suggested a sense of unease as she warily observed everyone around her. Reminiscent of a fortunate survivor of a first trial, lacking the confidence of number 4 and number 6, and devoid of the sinister aura of the bespectacled man. She embodied the ordinary reaction of someone who had endured such experiences, appearing unremarkable and not warranting suspicion. Number 5 perceived her as mere cannon fodder in this trial, someone to support others in accumulating points. She spoke not a word and made no unnecessary movements, yet left number 5 with that impression. Little did he know, once the true mission commenced, that both number 4 and the bespectacled man would meet their demise at her hands, revealing the folly of his initial judgment. One's disguise, overly conspicuous, ultimately led to a disadvantage, while Song Qingxiao, masquerading as a naive figure, proved to be even more perilous than number 6. Initially, we were a group of 6 challengers, and upon the commencement of our task, we were meant to be divided into 2 factions. Fearing that Song Qingxiao would not grant him an opportunity to speak, he recognized that this woman was formidable, decisive in her actions, and astute. Concealing herself among the patients, she surprised even number 6, who sat nearby, as she swiftly revealed her true self. Number 5, no longer daring to withhold information, divulged his analysis. Upon receiving the task and entering the scenario, I encountered 2 prompts. Tentatively, he extended a trembling hand, remaining vigilant of Song Qingxiao's movements. Noticing her minimal reaction to his actions, he grew bolder, wiping the sweat from his brow before displaying a peace sign with his dampened fingers. One was to become a doctor, the other a patient. While number 5 spoke, Number 6 remained silent, and Song Qingxiao awaited further clarification. My task is to protect the populace. There exists a relationship of demand and supply. At this point, number 6, growing impatient, interjected, "Speak plainly." Yes. He instinctively straightened his posture, his facial flesh quivering slightly. What I mean to say is that where there is demand, there is a market. If there are no hidden intentions to harm the populace, how could these individuals possibly warrant protection? He cautiously spoke, trying to ingratiate himself as he gazed into Song Qingxiao's eyes. The existence of a murderer necessitates the presence of a protector. And given the two factions available in the mission, it is evident that this trial involves two distinct groups. At this point, Song Qingxiao was inwardly astonished. These truths were ones she had only come to grasp after a considerable time in the scene, while number 5 had quietly discerned the situation early on. We are all aware that should you speak of these matters, your life may well be at stake. He was undeniably astute and adept at analysis. Allowing such a person to remain could lead to future peril. Song Qingxiao subtly moved her fingers, yet this minute gesture did not escape the vigilant gaze of number 5, who was wary of her potential retaliation, prompting him to become increasingly anxious. I understand, of course, that there is more to this. After entering the hospital, I have been observing everyone closely. Number 6 had previously attempted to ambush Qingxiao upon our entrance to the hospital. He paused momentarily before continuing. In that context, she would not foolishly commit murder and place herself in a vulnerable position. Rather, she was enticing you into the fray. After you were ambushed and harbored resentment, eager to eliminate her, she would afford you the opportunity to ascertain your factional identity before deciding whether you would be allies or adversaries. In the scenario where the protector finds themselves at a disadvantage, number 6 actions were evidently wise. Subsequently, an upheaval occurred on the 4th floor, wherein number 6 first eliminated the armed man, leading to the involvement of the 4th party, who was ultimately resolved. Although number 5 was not present on the 4th floor, he was able to analyze the circumstances based on clues he later acquired. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxiao cast a glance at number 6. She refrained from retorting, evidently acknowledging that number 5's assertions were likely accurate. Have you all noticed that the two slain hunters, number 4, the bespectacled one, held the profession of a doctor? He inquired. Number 6 furrowed her brow, while number 5 continued, aside from you, Qingxiao, both number 6 and I are patients. And the armed man originally bore the identity of a doctor. What are you trying to convey? Number 6 stepped forward, speaking after a moment of deliberation. As time grew increasingly scarce and the mission remained incomplete, a sense of restlessness pervaded the group. If my conjecture holds true, at the outset of this mission, the two designated factions, the hunters, were presumably all doctors, while the protectors were all patients. He closed his eyes briefly, his tone growing urgent. Qingxiao's situation is unique. Her role is that of a protector, yet her mindset has consistently aligned with that of a hunter. Thus, she must have selected the identity of a medical professional. However, due to the nature of her mission, the trial space automatically altered her identity to that of a nurse rather than a doctor upon entering the scene. Your speculation is erroneous, number 6 scoffed, curling his lip. Yet you are correct on one point. The armed man was indeed slain by me. Following his death, my score was deducted by 50 points, which sufficiently proves that his identity was not that of a hunter, but rather aligned with our faction. This is the crux of my argument. When number 6 reached this point, number 5 finally let out a long sigh. As if the conversation had finally delved into its essence, the armed man had indeed initially assumed the role of a hunter. The reason for his shifting identity, I suspect, stemmed from his transition from doctor to patient. This is the reason I dared to assert those preceding statements with such conviction. He closed his eyes briefly, forcefully blinking away the cold sweat that threatened to spill over, and upon reopening them, uttered a phrase that weighed heavily upon both Song Qingxiao and number 6. In other words, in this trial, the roles of protector and hunter are not fixed, but rather subject to sudden events and varying circumstances. Song Qingxiao's expression grew increasingly grave as number 5 continued. Number 6 should be most aware. The moment you killed the man, the notification you received surely encompassed more than merely protecting the populace. Perhaps, he said, instinctively leaning toward Song Qingxiao. Attempting to distance himself from number 6, it also included, kill the populace, failure erases, and mission accomplished. 50 points. The moment his words fell, number 6's countenance began to darken, and the ambient temperature plummeted. Number 5, trembling, edged closer to Song Qingxiao, revealing the true reason behind his earlier action of clinging to her leg after the incident. unwilling to approach number 6 too closely. This task, received on short notice, was not necessarily the ultimate objective and could change at any moment due to an unintentional choice, altering the original purpose of the mission. Chapter 57. Sincerity. As 5 had mentioned, this was indeed a momentous revelation. Song Qingxiao instantly grasped 5's implication, her skin prickling with unease. The ultimate objective of the trial space remained an encouragement of violence. 5 subtly shifted closer to her, tentatively reaching out to touch her calf. Song Qingxiao found herself torn between laughter and exasperation as beads of sweat continuously streamed down his face, coalescing into rivulets. When the bespectacled man committed murder, I did not hide away to instigate chaos. I was not the hunter. He cast a glance towards 6 and, emboldened, inched even closer to Song Qingxiao, nearly fearful of being slain by 6. As he spoke, 6 remained stationary, yet her aura gradually transformed. Her gaze was profound, with irises as dark as the abyss, seemingly brewing a tempest. Simultaneously, my disappearance served as a form of intimidation towards 6, indirectly aiding you. Would you not agree? 5 sought to curry favor. Glancing up at Song Qingxiao, she remained silent, prompting a sardonic chuckle from 6. Intimidation? Perhaps you are overthinking it, 5, undeterred by her disdainful tone, retained his composure and retorted with a bold face, well said, well said. He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, regardless of whether I am overthinking. The fact remains that since Qingxiao descended to confront the bespectacled man and until now, you have yet to act. Number 6, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I underestimated you. In the perilous environment of the trial space, those who manage to survive are far from being incompetent. Although sheer luck may provide temporary refuge during the initial trial, it cannot sustain one indefinitely. This latest trial is fraught with danger. And with half of the 6 contenders perishing, the fact that number 5 remains unscathed cannot be attributed solely to fortune. At this juncture, number 6 revealed no further hidden intentions and readily acknowledged. As he mentioned, my initial role was that of a protector. She received a task prompt similar to that of Song Qingxiao, which designated her as a patient upon entering the scenario. Her initial ambush on Song Qingxiao was indeed intended to provoke her. Had she been a hunter, she would surely have sought vengeance after being harmed. At that moment, she incapacitated the thoughts of the individuals on the 4th floor and eliminated the armed man, presuming that upon entering the scene, the armed man would kill Dr. Zhou and assume the identity of a hunter. However, after killing Dr. Zhou, he was subdued by the hospital staff, and his identity shifted to that of a captive patient, transforming his role from hunter to one of the very citizens who should be protected. This serves as a signal from the trial space. The instant the armed man entered the scene and murdered Dr. Zhou, he forfeited his status as a contender, becoming a failure of the trial. In essence, irrespective of which faction ultimately prevails, the armed man was already eliminated by the task at that moment. After 6 eliminated him, a prompt for identity transformation indeed appeared. At that moment, Song Qingxiao ascended the staircase, while 4 relentlessly pursued her, an event that 6 witnessed keenly. I must admit, I was tempted. 6 sighed, reflecting that compared to the passive role of protecting the populace, actively taking a life was evidently far simpler. At that time, she believed she was the first among the challengers to uncover this secret, holding the reins of power in her hands, brimming with ambition, eager to swiftly complete her mission and depart from this place. As 6 spoke, her gaze locked on Song Qingxiao's eyes. But I witnessed your confrontation with 4. Saw you slay her. When 4 ascended the stairs, she acted without restraint, having already taken the life of a patient. Upon hearing Song Qingxiao's footsteps, she hastily dragged a security guard into the elevator. In stark contrast, after Song Qingxiao ascended, she proceeded with utmost caution, yet she did not take a single life, clearly delineating the factions of the two. At that time, while 4 pursued Song Qingxiao, 6 harbored a mindset akin to the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, hoping to seize an advantage. However, she observed Song Qingxiao's trump card, a dagger, and mystical abilities. Ultimately, Song Qingxiao, through sheer determination, managed to turn the tables on the formidable 4, seizing her whip. I pride myself on my skills, and compared to 4, if she were unarmed, I would find it effortless to eliminate her. Yet, with her whip capable of spatial exchange, her combat prowess became unpredictable. Even if I were to confront 4 wielding her whip, I could hardly claim victory with certainty. The demise of 4 at Song Qingxiao's hands instilled a profound sense of caution in 6, compelling her to remain dormant until now. I have no desire to be your adversary. Look, she has admitted it. Upon hearing the 6th individual's confession, The fifth person's face lit up with delight. Qingxiao, we are on the same side. Who said we are on the same side? Song Qingxiao cast a glance at the fifth individual. While appearing to engage in casual conversation, her body remained tense, perpetually vigilant against the sixth individual, never allowing her guard to drop. Since you have stated that the factions of protectors and hunters can shift at any moment, why should I align myself with you? The current situation was shrouded in ambiguity. Although she was ostensibly part of the faction protecting the populace, threats had yet to be entirely eradicated. Besides the unexpected transformation of the sixth individual from protector to hunter, the death of Dr. O was also a mystery. Her words rendered the fifth individual drenched in sweat, momentarily speechless. Observing this, the sixth individual couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What he says is likely not a plea for mercy in exchange for information, but rather an attempt to incite us to turn against each other. No, the fifth individual hurriedly denied this, but the sixth individual paid him no mind and continued. The time for the mission is drawing near. If one wishes to switch roles to become a hunter, each person must eliminate 20 individuals. This implies that hunters also have a quota. For each kill, one earns 50 points, culminating in a total requirement of 1,000 points. If we are both hunters and wish to avoid turning on one another, we must collaborate to eliminate 40 people. At this juncture, the sixth individual suddenly sighed. Qingxiao, consider how many people remain in the hospital. In the hospital, there are a total of 26 patients, including number 5 and number 6, aside from Song Qingxiao. There are 11 nurses. Furthermore, there is one security guard and one doctor still alive, which means that the total number of survivors in the entire hospital amounts to merely 39 individuals. At that moment, number 6 had already killed a gunman, granting her a quota for murder. However, if both she and Song Qingxiao wished to fulfill their objectives, they would inevitably have to turn against each other. As number 6 remarked, the likelihood of 2 individuals surviving simultaneously was rather slim. Given the insufficient number of people, it was likely that ultimately only one could emerge victorious. It was at this juncture that Song Qingxiao comprehended the significance of the hospital's population issue that Zhang Xiaoyu had mentioned upon entering the scene. The trial's environment was rife with hints regarding her tasks. Though I do not wish to be your adversary, when it comes to life and death, one cannot avoid fighting to the bitter end, she mused. Number 6 curled her lips, wary that the clam and the snipe would vie, leaving the fisherman to profit. Song Qingxiao's gaze flickered, and number 5 remained silent. Number 6 shook her head, expressing, I genuinely had the intention to collaborate with you. A hint of regret crossing her features, but if it comes to a confrontation, it is indeed a matter of necessity. She paused, turning to look at number 5, pointing at him and suggesting, before we engage in conflict, shall we not resolve them first to prevent future troubles? Upon hearing this, number 5 was taken aback. He had not anticipated that it would come to such a point, where he had inadvertently divulged such crucial information. While both women were on the brink of a deadly struggle, and yet they were still considering eliminating him first. This seemed rather ill-fated, did it not? Chapter 58. Roll call in a state of urgency. Number 5 spoke too rapidly, causing a spray of saliva that inadvertently landed on Song Qingxiao's foot. Song Qingxiao cast a faint glance at number 5, who, in a flurry of embarrassment, attempted to wipe her leg with his sleeve, only to be deftly evaded by her. I have another discovery, he began, but upon witnessing her reaction, he realized that the words of number 6, the cunning rogue, had indeed penetrated her consciousness. Fearing for his own safety, he felt compelled to speak candidly. As he opened his mouth, number 6's gaze flickered momentarily, and he retorted with a hint of derision. You seem to have an abundance of discoveries. At this critical juncture, number 5 abandoned any pretense of banter, disregarding her earlier remarks entirely. The mission is nearing its conclusion. Have you all noticed that ordinarily, at this hour, dawn would have already broken? He inquired. However, today, the sky outside remained shrouded in a thick haze, the corridor's glass windows revealing no sign of the sun's ascent. Moreover, during my recent concealment, that portly man was seated upon me. Number 5 gestured towards the stout man nearby, whose expression was vacant, his eyes glazed, continuously murmuring, I want to ride. Ride. Logically, one would expect that with his weight upon me, the physical contact should have generated warmth, yet I felt an increasing chill emanating from him. At this point, number 5 dared not lift his head, and I believe you all share my sentiment. Upon entering the first scene, the faces we encountered were. He left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken, yet the understanding among them was palpable. As Song Qingxiao entered the scene, she was met with the sight of Louis Xuan. the doctor she had slain in the previous trial. This implied that, corresponding to the 6 challengers, there were at least 6 individuals in this hospital who were, in fact, former deceased. As the time for the task approached, it seemed inevitable that the inhabitants of this hospital would succumb to death without anyone laying a hand on them. As soon as the words of the 5th speaker faded, both Song Qingxiao and the 6th individual felt a subtle tremor in their bodies. They raised their gazes to their surroundings, and under the dim lights, the faces of Lu Yixuan and the others appeared decidedly ghastly. Initially, Song Qingxiao had attributed Lu Yixuan's pallor and the dark circles under his eyes to prolonged sleep deprivation and the recent turmoil in the hospital that had kept everyone on edge. His observations held merit. The current number of patients was already insufficient, and if, as the 5th speaker suggested, these civilians began to naturally perish as the task deadline approached, the resulting fatalities would likely not count towards the objectives of the 3 remaining individuals. Time was of the essence. As the countdown before Song Qingxiao's eyes dwindled to 6:37:39, a flash of urgency flickered in the 6th individual's eyes. As if he could no longer suppress the urge to take action, Song Qingxiao pondered for a moment without making a move, and the 6th individual hesitated as well. The dagger, the long whip, and her spells were sources of deep apprehension for him. The 5th speaker posed little threat. It appeared that this man was exceptionally intelligent, with keen observational skills and an aptitude for understanding human nature. However, aside from his intellect, his physical prowess seemed rather unremarkable. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in lengthy discussions despite the dire circumstances they faced. Song Qingxiao lowered her head for a considerable time, and when she finally raised it, it was as if she had resolved upon a decision. Number 6, you mentioned that a trialist's faction can be changed at will, correct? As she spoke, she brushed aside the bangs that obscured her eyes, revealing them for the first time as she locked gazes with number 6. Yes, he replied, perplexed by her sudden inquiry at such a critical juncture. Nevertheless, after Song Qingxiao finished her statement, he instinctively nodded in affirmation. I did not intend to switch factions. Upon hearing this, number 5, who had been on edge throughout, felt a surge of relief that nearly brought him to tears. Unable to contain his joy, he reached out in an attempt to embrace Song Qingxiao's legs, only to be met with a swift kick to the face that sent him sprawling to the ground. Get away, she warned without even turning her head. Number 5 fell against a patient but quickly scrambled back to his feet, undeterred as he crawled toward her. I won't leave. Witnessing this scene, number 6 sighed. That truly complicates matters. With their factions at odds, conflict seemed inevitable. I genuinely do not wish to be your enemy, he reiterated, but alas, there were no other options available. At this moment, Song Qingxiao still chose to side with the protectors, a decision that number 6 deemed unwise. It was far easier to take lives than to defend them. The initiative lay with the killers who could complete their tasks and depart. In contrast, those who sought to protect the populace remained in a position of vulnerability, constantly deliberating whether their actions might inadvertently harm ordinary people. In this way, Song Qingxiao's seizing of the most lethal whip from Zone 4 seemed rendered futile, prompting Zone 6 to feel a sense of pity for her. Song Qingxiao remarked, "It's nothing to fret over." She smiled, a rare expression for her, as she often remained silent and taciturn. As she brushed aside her hair, her alluring phoenix eyes were revealed. When she smiled, her gaze shone bright and resilient, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Zone 6, momentarily taken aback, felt an inexplicable urge to advise her. You must understand, in such circumstances, taking a life is the simplest of actions. It is indeed very easy. Song Qingxiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I too have taken lives to survive the trials I faced before. Yet, those were acts of necessity for her survival. Engaging in such tasks repeatedly, gaining extensive experience, might lead her to lose her essence, becoming desensitized and viewing human life as mere fodder. She lowered her head, pressing her hand against the pocket of her attire, where she kept a small fish fashioned from an intravenous tube, retrieved from Dr. O's lifeless body. After caressing it with her fingertips for a moment, she raised her head once more, stating, But at least, while my heart remains intact, I must persist, lest I be transformed by this trial space, and forget the quivering self that once faced the slaughtering knife in fear. As Song Qingxiao spoke these words, she turned to her right rear, where a group of nurses huddled together in fright due to her earlier actions. Zone 6, momentarily bewildered by her words and their meaning, was interrupted by Song Qingxiao's voice. Xiaoyu, do you not agree? When she previously conversed with the individuals numbered 5 and 6, the patient was largely incoherent, merely causing a commotion. However, Lu Yixuan, the security personnel, and the nurses grasped the essence of their dialogue, vaguely surmising that the recent upheaval in the hospital was likely connected to the newcomers who had arrived just days prior. The moment Xiaoyu was named, her complexion turned ashen, and the nurses huddled closer together, regarding Song Qingxiao with expressions akin to those reserved for a fiend. Initially, I truly harbored no suspicions towards you. 5 wore a perplexed expression, and 6 furrowed her brow, about to speak, when Song Qingxiao continued. The implications of her words dawned upon everyone present. 5 and 6 stood in stunned silence, while the nurses collectively struggled to believe the accusation. Lu Yixuan turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyu, then at Song Qingxiao, exclaiming, "Impossible. Do not recklessly cast blame." Xiaoyu had always maintained a cordial relationship with Dr. O. Indeed, Xiaoyu possesses a gentle demeanor and an innate caring nature. We are like sisters. Several nurses spoke up in defense of Zhang Xiaoyu, yet the very subject of the accusation appeared ghostly pale, trembling against the wall, as if unable to stand. The gaze of Song Qingxiao upon her instilled a sense of panic, leaving her unable to lift her head, her eyes squeezed shut in fear. She bit her lip, her face partially obscured by bandages that faintly revealed traces of blood, rendering her a pitiable figure, frail and helpless. Chapter 59. Unthinkable. The onlookers in the hospital were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that at such a moment, Song Qingxiao would accuse Zhang Xiaoyu of being the murderer of Dr. O. In the beginning, I harbored no doubts about you, despite the multitude of uncertainties that lingered within me. Song Qingxiao sighed softly, while Zhang Xiaoyu, eyes closed, felt her nostrils tremble gently. Each word spoken by Song Qingxiao struck Zhang Xiaoyu like a heavy blow, causing her head to bow ever lower, her delicate chin nearly touching her chest. Due to the nature of the task at hand, Song Qingxiao had initially focused her attention on the challengers. Perceiving everyone within the hospital as individuals in need of her protection, her primary caution was directed towards the challengers sharing the same mission, rather than the characters inhabiting the scenario. As suspicions grew more pronounced, the remarks made by number 5 served as a revelation for Song Qingxiao. He had mentioned that at the outset of the mission, the armed brute was likely to be the hunter. After careful consideration, Song Qingxiao found merit in number 5's assertion. The armed man's defiant nature, upon becoming a hunter, would naturally compel him to open fire upon encountering Dr. Zhou, whom he had presumably killed in a previous trial. What he did not anticipate, however, was that following his act of violence, he would be swiftly subdued by the nurses, security personnel, and others who arrived at the scene. Disarmed and administered medication, he was placed in a first-class ward due to the peculiar circumstances of the scenario, thus becoming one of the newly admitted patients of the hospital. In essence, from that moment onward, the armed brute among the 6 challengers transformed his identity, losing his weapon and being confined, shifting from a participant in the trial to a subject in need of protection, thereby forfeiting his eligibility to partake in the challenge. When the 5th spoke of this, he emphasized the transformation of the 6th's identity. After the 6th killed the burly man, he transitioned from protector to hunter. As the 5th sought to incite Song Qingxiao into a confrontation with the 6th, Song Qingxiao pondered a crucial point that everyone else had overlooked. If the identity of the armed man had unexpectedly shifted during the incident, did it not imply that the characters within the scene could similarly transform into sources of danger should their thoughts change, just like the hunter? Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, Song Qingxiao expressed some regret. I truly did not anticipate that the murderer of Dr. O would be you, Xiaoyu. The 6th wore an expression of disbelief, and even the 5th appeared somewhat bewildered. The other nurses, upon hearing Song Qingxiao's words, felt a mixture of fear and anger. Some attempted to refute her, yet they hesitated due to her earlier act of killing Xiaoyu, and after confronting the 5th upstairs, as well as her past conversation with the 5th and 6th about the woman who fell from the 4th floor safety exit, who also perished at her hands. They harbored trepidation towards her and dared not raise their voices, fearing her wrath. Impossible, Lu Yixuan frowned, shaking his head, clearly unwilling to accept Song Qingxiao's assertion. We have made it very clear to you. Those of us in the hospital have worked together for many years, and our bonds are profound. Xiaoyu's character is well known to us. She could not have killed Dr. O. It was you outsiders who did. Dr. O had died from asphyxiation, strangled with an intravenous tubing. Their reactions were intense, a response that Song Qingxiao had anticipated long ago. Not only do the masses in the scene harbor disbelief in her words, but even number 5 and number 6 likely maintain a skeptical stance. On the night of Dr. O's demise, number 6 caused a commotion on the 4th floor, resulting in the death of a strong man and leading number 4 upstairs first. She gestured toward number 6. And when she mentioned number 4, Lu Yixuan and others understood she was referring to the young female newcomer brought by Dr. O. As the crowd listened to her recount the events of that night, many seemed to reminisce about the situation, several nurses biting their lips and weeping in terror. After hearing the commotion that night, I too ascended the stairs and engaged in a confrontation with number 4. The sounds from the 4th floor were clear to those on duty, though the 3rd floor was also in uproar at that time. The hospital, already stretched thin in personnel, could not immediately spare anyone to assist. When Dr. O met her fate, I was still in the secure stairwell. This implies that at the moment of Dr. O's incident, Song Qingxiao was not on the 3rd floor. However, once the chaos subsided and everyone gathered together, Lu Yixuan had previously interrogated each person's whereabouts to uncover the perpetrator. With so many lives lost that night, fear permeated the hospital, and the immediate priority was to identify the culprit to provide some reassurance to everyone. On that night, the patient in bed 15 on the 3rd floor was uncooperative and unruly. The attending doctors were Dr. O and number 4, and the on-duty nurses included myself, Xiaoyu, Shaoan, Xiaohua, and Xiaochun. As she reached this point, she paused deliberately for a moment. Lu Yixuan, having listened intently, felt a sense of urgency as she still had not addressed the crux of the suspicion regarding Zhang Xiaoyu. And then, "You cast doubt upon Xiaoyu. Where is your evidence?" He pressed, yet failed to notice that Zhang Xiaoyu's complexion had grown even more ashen than before. And then, Song Qingxiao offered a half-smile, glancing at Lu Yixuan. As the trials progressed, her experiences had transformed her mindset subtly. At the commencement of the task, the sight of Lu Yixuan had sent shivers down her spine. And their interactions were fraught with unease and wariness, constantly overshadowed by the remnants of the previous trial. However, perhaps due to her gradually strengthening abilities and the lengthening of their acquaintance, the intensity of that fear had diminished. Now, as she regarded him, her panic was far less pronounced than in the beginning. "What more is there, Dr. Lu?" she softly retorted. "Did you not inquire about the situation back then?" When Dr. O passed, the patient in bed 15 was uncooperative, creating chaos and locking Shaoan, Xiaohua, and Xiaochun in the ward. As Song Qingxiao narrated this, Zhang Xiaoyu trembled even more violently. Lu Yixuan paused momentarily, and then heard Song Qingxiao continue. At that time, Shaoan mentioned their predicament. "Did you not ask where I had gone?" Lu Yixuan suddenly recalled that he indeed had questioned several nurses about their whereabouts during Dr. O's demise. Tu Shaoan had stated that she and Xiaohua were delivering medication to the patient in bed 15, while Xiaochun had come to assist after delivering medicine upstairs. The three had been trapped in the ward and had nearly encountered danger, providing proof that they were not at the scene of the crime when Dr. O faced his tragic fate. After questioning Tu Shaoyan, he casually asked Song Qingxiao, "What about you?" At that moment, Song Qingxiao was on the 4th floor, preoccupied with eliminating what she referred to as number 4, and was not in the company of Zhang Xiaoyu. This implies that when Dr. O met his demise, there were no witnesses to confirm Zhang Xiaoyu's whereabouts, aside from the 3 nurses who were incapacitated on the 4th floor. On the night of the incident, the surveillance camera near the doctor's duty room on the 3rd floor malfunctioned, leaving the determination of the true culprit reliant solely on mutual identification among the staff. Consequently, based on this testimony and in the absence of any suspicious individuals, the bespectacled man, Jiayu, who arrived later, was wrongfully incarcerated as the murderer. At that time, I found myself pondering why Xiaoyu would go to such lengths to assist me. As Song Qing clenched her whip, I later realized that she was not merely aiding me, she was simultaneously safeguarding her own interests. Her audacity in making such a statement indicated that she had noticed Song Qingxiao's absence, and in her efforts to validate Song Qingxiao's alibi, she inadvertently corroborated her own solitary actions during that time. Given the chaos of that night, her awareness of Song Qingxiao's disappearance suggested that Zhang Xiaoyu had been consciously observing her surroundings, further implicating her in the suspicion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixuan fell silent for a moment, while the expressions of the surrounding nurses shifted dramatically. The only surviving security guard felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoyu, subtly shifting his position to distance himself from her. Despite this, could one truly assert that Xiaoyu was a suspect? Lu Yixuan hesitantly ventured, to which Song Qingxiao nodded affirmatively. Certainly. She reached into her pocket, an action that caused alarm in both number 5 and number 6, as if they feared she might draw forth some dreadful weapon to launch a surprise attack on the group. Instinctively, they adopted a defensive stance, startling even Lu Yixuan and the others. However, To their surprise, Song Qingxiao merely retrieved a wad of tissues from her pocket. After Dr. O's demise, her appearance had been tidied up. When we discovered her, her clothing was neat, and her hair had been meticulously arranged. This was not something a stranger would take the time to do. If the one who killed Dr. O was a challenger intruding upon the scene, it was evident that everyone else was merely intent on completing their task by eliminating their targets. Eager to depart immediately after the act without lingering to engage in such efforts that would heighten their exposure to danger. The individual who took the time to tidy up Dr. O's appearance clearly had a familiarity and a bond with her, feeling a sense of guilt that compelled them to ensure she appeared more dignified in her final moments. Aside from a few patients who continued to sob softly, the rest remained silent. Zhang Xiaoyu slowly tilted her head back. Under the light, her skin was porcelain white, her eyelashes trembled, and there seemed to be a glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. As Song Qingxiao spoke more and more, those tears became increasingly uncontrollable. She trembled as she raised her hands, seemingly attempting to cover her ears. Her lips moved slightly, shaking her head as she whispered, "Stop talking." At the crime scene, beside Dr. O's lifeless body, I discovered a small fish woven from an intravenous tube. Initially, I presumed it to be Dr. O's possession and harbored no suspicions. As Song Qing spoke, noticing that everyone was gazing at the object resting in her palm, she smiled faintly and unveiled a tissue that encased a small fish, just as she had described, vividly lying within the paper. This little fish was what I had found when I pursued Jiayu downstairs to investigate. It had been inadvertently placed in the body bag alongside Dr. O's remains when someone collected his corpse, ending up in her palm. "Stop talking." Zhang Xiaoyu emitted a painful whimper, desperately shaking her head, the tears splattering about due to her frantic motions. She pleaded, her voice choked with sobs, "Stop talking." The fish. Xiaoyu. Despite her plea, Song Qing did not cease her inquiries but rather pressed on, asking, "Is it guilt?" A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, their astonished gazes fixed upon Zhang Xiaoyu. "Why?" Xiaoyu. Zhu Xiaoke appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend the situation. This question not only perplexed the nurses present but also left both the fifth and sixth individuals equally bewildered, especially on the sixth. She had initially presumed that as the deadline for the mission approached, her identity and faction would inevitably clash with Song Qingxiao's, leading to a battle where only one would emerge alive. However, as events unfolded, it became evident that Song Qingxiao had refrained from violence and was instead intent on uncovering the true culprit within the scenario. What key? Six could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. The armed man who had entered the mission scene had killed Dr. Zhou and was subsequently captured. The firearm he had brought with him was confiscated and secured in the security department, with the keys presumably entrusted to a few on-duty doctors in rotation. At this point, Song Qingxiao retrieved a sealed bag, which was originally intended to contain the firearm, from her pocket. The transparent pouch was empty. Upon my arrival, I inspected the security department. Behind the door was a junction box containing this item, which should have housed the gun, yet it had already been taken. On the morning of Dr. O's death, the key was likely on Lu Yixuan, who had handed it over to Dr. O during his shift. Song Qingxiao had witnessed this scenario, as had the defiant fourth. Yet prior to this moment, her attention had been solely focused on the fourth. Upon reflection, she realized that Zhang Xiaoyu had also been present that day. She must have seen the same scene. That evening, news spread of an incident at the hospital, causing a flurry of activity. The bespectacled man was apprehended, while the officer tasked with guarding the firearms, Old Huang, was reassigned to supervise the detainee. The first floor was cleared for the removal of bodies, and the second floor was repurposed to detain the bespectacled man. At that moment, if Zhang Xiaoyu had truly intended to steal the gun, the timing could not have been more fortuitous. "I told you to stop talking." Zhang Xiaoyu's voice rang out, laced with desperation as she seemed on the verge of breaking down. In a swift motion, she reached for her pocket and extracted a firearm, directing its muzzle menacingly at Song Qingxiao. Her eyes, which had remained tightly shut in fear, now opened wide, revealing an overwhelming sorrow, despair, and anger. "I warned you to cease your words. Why do you persist in forcing me?" Chapter 60. The gunshot initially. When Song Qingxiao accused Zhang Xiaoyu of being the murderer of Dr. O, her claims were met with skepticism. However, the moment Zhang Xiaoyu brandished the gun, it became evident that Song Qingxiao's assertions were indeed accurate. Dr. O was, without a doubt, her victim. A collective gasp escaped the nurses surrounding them, paralyzed by shock. Those who had previously clung to Zhang Xiaoyu recoiled in fear, creating a wide berth around her. The nurses, alongside Lu Yixuan and the security personnel, instinctively gravitated towards Song Qingxiao. The patients, witnessing the chaotic scene, began to surge forward, and the situation spiraled out of control. The emergence of the weapon sent everyone into a state of panic. After an initial shock, Number 6 quickly recognized an opportunity. A glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes as she stealthily edged closer to Song Qingxiao's back amidst the commotion. For Number 6, Zhang Xiaoyu's unexpected appearance was a serendipitous opportunity bestowed upon her. She had been grappling with how to execute her mission. Her role was originally that of a protector, yet circumstances had shifted her allegiance towards becoming a killer. Originally, as a hunter, she was supposed to unleash a massacre and swiftly complete her mission before departing from this trial space. However, she harbored concerns regarding Song Qingxiao's skills, fearing that if she were to be the first to commit murder, she would become a target for all the trial participants, thus making herself the prime target for their attacks. Consequently, she remained on standby. Just moments ago, after her identity was exposed by Number 5, she contemplated that a confrontation with Song Qingxiao was perhaps inevitable. Anxiety gnawed at her, for Song Qingxiao held numerous advantages over her, possessing weapons, mastery of spells, and the ability to seamlessly switch allegiances after a kill. Engaging her could very well lead to her downfall. Little did she know that Number 6 was already prepared for a life-and-death struggle, while Song Qingxiao deftly shifted the conversation to unveil the mystery surrounding Dr. O's death. At that moment, the identities of Dr. O and the murderer became irrelevant to Number 6. She was filled with elation watching as Song Qingxiao was held at gunpoint by a nurse in the scene. If that nurse were to pull the trigger, incapacitating Song Qingxiao, it would resolve a significant concern for her. Even if the nurse was not an expert marksman and failed to strike a vital point, any injury inflicted upon Song Qingxiao would present an opportunity for Number 6. At that juncture, she could seize the weapon from Song Qingxiao as grasp and effortlessly bring her to her demise. The living witnesses within the entire hospital were now concentrated in this very spot. Armed with a weapon, accomplishing her mission within the remaining time would not pose a challenge. These civilians were unarmed. Although numerous, they had long been terrified by a series of unforeseen events. With her weapon in hand, should she strike first, their panic would likely extinguish any thoughts of resistance. In the ensuing chaos, they would scatter, rendering them even easier to eliminate. Number 6 felt a delightful sense of satisfaction, while Number 5 observed her expression, revealing a hint of hesitation. She was drawing closer to Song Qingxiao, her fist clenched tightly. Unbeknownst to Song Qingxiao, who stood with her back turned and surrounded by chaos, the looming threat from Zhang Xiaoyu, who brandished a firearm, meant she was unaware of the peril she faced from both the front and the back. This unforeseen turn of events was clearly beyond Number 5's expectations. His original plan, as Number 6 had surmised, was to incite a deadly confrontation between Song Qingxiao and Number 6, allowing him to reap the benefits. However, Song Qingxiao's unpredictable actions had thrown the situation into disarray, spiraling out of control. The timer had counted down to 6:25:21. With over 6 hours remaining until the mission's conclusion, Number 5's gaze wavered as he watched the distance between Number 6 and Song Qingxiao diminish from 3 meters to 2, then to 1, almost within arm's reach. If he did not warn Song Qingxiao, her fate would likely be sealed. Should she perish, Number 6 would unleash a massacre, ensuring the failure of his mission. Even if he had the option to switch allegiances, the insufficient number of civilians would ultimately lead him to a violent confrontation with Number 6. With this realization, Number 5 steeled himself to speak, but Zhang Xiaoyu acted first. "I don't want this. It's her forcing me. You're forcing me too." Her hand trembled as she held the gun, her fingertips grazing the trigger, while tears streamed down her face, soaking the bandage pressed against her skin. The medical tape, adhering to her skin, had loosened upon contact with her tears, while the gauze had fallen away partially, revealing a grotesquely swollen wound that had been treated just hours prior. Resembling a centipede sprawled across her face. "Qingxiao," Number 5 exclaimed loudly, "be careful." In that very moment, Zhang Xiaoyu placed her other hand upon the gun, steadying it, her fingertips poised to pull the trigger. Simultaneously, Number 6, positioned close behind Song Qingxiao, also sprang into action. Her outstretched hand aimed to seize Song Qingxiao, yet just as her fingertips were about to make contact, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Song Qingxiao subtly shifting her foot. Whether this maneuver was deliberate or instinctual remained unclear. However, it deftly evaded her assault. In a fluid motion, Song Qingxiao raised her arm and accurately grasped Number 6's wrist, as if she had anticipated the encounter all along. From number 5's perspective, it appeared as though Song Qingxiao had been waiting for this very moment, rendering number 6's intentions transparent, as if she had willingly walked into a trap. Immediately thereafter, number 6 heard Song Qingxiao softly utter, drawing a line, confining. An overwhelming dread washed over her as she realized that her previously swift movements had suddenly ceased. It felt as though an enigmatic force had immobilized her body. Stripping her of autonomy, she was ensnared by Song Qingxiao, unable to muster even the strength to struggle. It was as if the very air around her had been constricted, preventing her from even attempting to shift her gaze, leaving her in a state of profound terror. At this moment, number 6 began to comprehend the sensations experienced by number 4 just before her demise, following the application of Song Qingxiao's minor spell. She was engulfed by a sense of urgency. However, approximately a second later, number 6 discerned that the force binding her was gradually weakening. A flicker of joy ignited within her, leading her to surmise that Song Qingxiao's incantation may not be invincible. Song Qingxiao, too, sensed the shift. As she turned her head, her gaze met number 6, where she observed the elation reflected in her eyes. Her spiritual energy was feeble, unable to restrain number 6 for long. Although number 6 lacked the weaponry possessed by number 4, she surpassed her significantly in agility and spiritual prowess. Consequently, while the Red Whip Woman was held captive by Song Qingxiao's incantation for a few seconds, the same spell, when directed at number 6, could barely hold her for a mere second. However, for Song Qingxiao, her immediate objective was not to engage in a desperate struggle against number 6 with her spell. Confining her for even a second would suffice to achieve her aim. She observed number 6, who was seemingly overwhelmed with joy, her lips curling into a smile, and her previously restrained hand transforming from a grasp into a fist, attempting to retaliate against her captor. With a subtle smile, Song Qingxiao pushed number 6 away, placing herself between her and the oncoming chaos. She then turned to the nearly unraveling Zhang Xiaoyu and shouted, "Murderer!" This exclamation provoked Zhang Xiaoyu, who, on the brink of losing control, could no longer contain herself and pressed the trigger. The resounding gunshot drowned out the cries of the patient, the nurse's screams, and the hurried footsteps of those around them. In that instant, everyone instinctively crouched down, hands clutching their heads, as the gunshot rang out. Song Qing's heart initially constricted tightly, then began to race wildly, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in her ears, while the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the corridor. The 6th individual, astute as they were, comprehended her intentions the moment she pushed them forward. Though her heart surged with fury, in this critical moment, she endeavored to adjust her posture, evading Zhang Xiaoyu's shot aimed at her vital points. When the bullet struck her shoulder, her body jolted violently, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 61. Completion. Upon witnessing the 6th individual fall, the nurses in the hospital erupted into a cacophony of frantic screams. The patients, already on edge, succumbed to chaos. Zhang Xiaoyu, momentarily stunned after hitting someone, appeared incredulous that the shot had originated from her. It took her some time to regain her composure, covering her face before fleeing toward the emergency exit. The 6th individual lay groaning on the floor, her hospital gown soaked in crimson from the wound on her shoulder. Observing the disarray among the hospital staff, Song Qing barked at the terrified nurses, "What are you panicking for? Secure the patients and ensure there are no further incidents." At that moment, the crowd was already in a state of disarray, but upon hearing Song Qing's command, they instinctively followed her instructions. The previous series of upheavals had momentarily left the 5th individual at a loss, but upon hearing Song Qing's urgent call, he was jolted into understanding her intent. It appears that number 6 is not dead, merely temporarily injured. Song Qingxiao, having pursued him, is undoubtedly intent on dealing with the unexpected hunter that has emerged in the form of Zhang Xiaoyu. In this critical moment, she instructs number 5 to assist the wounded number 6, undoubtedly for her own reasons. The factions of the trial participants can shift in response to certain triggering events, such as the slaying of a Han, or conversely, number 6 transitioning from protector to hunter by eliminating a Han. If one must actively strike to transition from protector to hunter, it stands to reason that the reverse, transitioning from hunter back to protector, cannot be achieved through the death of a teammate, but rather through passive aggression from one's own teammates, which would instigate a change in faction. From her earlier discourse, Song Qingxiao has discerned this rule, and thus, while provoking Zhang Xiaoyu to aim her gun at her, she deliberately presents number 6 with a deceptive opportunity. As number 6, elated and eager to ambush her, makes his move, she seizes the moment to intercept and shield herself from Zhang Xiaoyu's gunfire. Should her assumptions hold true, and number 6 indeed shifts factions due to Zhang Xiaoyu's attack, Then the three of them would belong to the protector faction, necessitating their collective effort to eliminate Song Qingxiao, the final threat, thereby concluding this trial. Conversely, if her hypothesis proves erroneous, and number 6 does not change factions due to Song Qingxiao's assault, then a bullet from Song Qingxiao would incapacitate her, leaving Song Qingxiao in a position to easily deal with number 6 after neutralizing Song Qingxiao. Speculation number 5 suggests that the reason she insisted on bringing number 6 along could be twofold. Firstly, there is a concern that after her departure, the formidable presence of the trial taker on the 3rd floor of the hospital would be lost. Retaining number 6 here would ensure that her faction remains unchanged, allowing for the continuation of their sinister plans to perpetrate further violence. Secondly, it is plausible that Song Qingxiao harbored intentions of keeping number 6 close. As if they were to eliminate Song Qingxiao and the others failed to complete their mission, it would demonstrate that number 6 allegiance had not been swayed by the attack. In the event of Song Xiaoyu's demise, she would become the ultimate predator. Having number 6 in her vicinity would facilitate the act of silencing her without the need for a subsequent search. With this thought in mind, number 5 bent down and hoisted number 6 up. They were hardly friends, and in a certain sense, they were adversaries. In this moment of life and death, there was no inclination towards gentleness. A sharp cry of pain escaped number 6's lips as her hands were firmly grasped by number 5, who clearly held her not out of any desire to take advantage, but rather from a deep-seated caution against her potential to cause harm. "Is it truly necessary to bring me along?" Number 6 asked, her complexion ashen, her voice barely a whisper. She had sustained a gunshot wound to her shoulder, the blood flowing incessantly, revealing a gruesome injury that exposed bone, emanating a mingling scent of iron, charred flesh, and gunpowder. "I trust in Qingxiao," number 5 replied with a grin, dragging number 6 towards the safety of the staircase. Song Qingxiao followed closely behind Song Qingxiao, watching as she descended to the 1st floor and dashed through the glass doors leading to the small garden outside, with Song Qingxiao hastening to keep pace. After a series of events, the outside world had grown significantly brighter than before, yet a thick fog still enveloped the surroundings, refusing to dissipate. Upon exiting the garden, Song Xiaoyu's pace slowed, no longer urgent as it had been earlier. She seemed to be aware of Song Qingxiao trailing behind her, yet she paid it no mind. She halted before a cluster of flowers leaning against the hospital's high wall, propping herself against the wall with one hand as she bowed her head, quietly sobbing amidst the haze. Song Qingxiao also came to a stop. The distant sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs resonated starkly in the tranquil atmosphere of the psychiatric hospital. Song Xiaoyu wept bitterly, and Song Qingxiao refrained from interrupting her. When number 5 helped number 6 down, the two maintained a peculiar tacit understanding. Why is it number 5 stood beside Song Qingxiao, gesturing towards number 6 and quietly inquiring about the current situation? He could not comprehend why the countdown for their mission continued while Song Qingxiao delayed addressing Song Xiaoyu, allowing her to sob against the wall. "Actually, I do not wish to harm her, Qingxiao," she stammered, her lips trembling, clearly distressed by the death of Dr. O. At this juncture, Song Qingxiao, recognizing the gravity of the moment, would not provoke her further. The gun exchanged by the burly man in the space remained uncertain in terms of ammunition, and Song Xiaoyu's threat had yet to be fully neutralized. "I understand." Song Qingxiao nodded, recalling the day Dr. O passed away, when Song Xiaoyu wept profoundly, grooming her hair, adjusting her clothes, and weaving a small fish to present to her. Upon hearing this, tears welled up anew in Song Xiaoyu's eyes as she lamented, "I only wanted the gun. She refused to give it to me." Her eyes revealed a tapestry of sorrow, nostalgia, regret, and resolution. "I have spent many years within this hospital, and the work of the sisters in the psychiatric ward is the most arduous. We encourage one another, fully aware of the difficulties that accompany our roles here. When I first entered the institution, Dr. O often reminded us that they are patients, and their behaviors and actions are beyond their control. We must not hold them accountable. Yet, I too am human, and I too experience emotions." As she spoke passionately, her nails dug into the plaster of the wall with such force that they bent backwards. Yet it seemed as though she felt no pain. "I have witnessed sisters who entered the hospital with me, who, due to a momentary lapse in vigilance during their shift, succumbed to a patient who concealed a razor blade and severed their throat. I have been injured multiple times and have come perilously close to being strangled by patients on numerous occasions." She trembled as she raised her gun-wielding hand to unfasten the collar of her nurse's uniform. Once the buttons were undone, she revealed the dark purple bruises around her neck. remnants of the assault inflicted by a female patient in Ward 19 on the morning of the incident. "Look at my face," she urged, pointing to her own visage, while Song Qingxiao remained silent. After Lu Yixuan and others had settled the patients, they brought a few nurses down. Upon hearing her words and witnessing the tears streaming down her face, they all sighed in unison. "I have had enough. I merely sought the key to the gun locker from Dr. O, but she refused to give it to me. After realizing my intentions, she admonished me not to stoop to the level of the patients." She paused momentarily, then mimicked Dr. O's voice, saying, "They are patients. Why should we engage with them on such terms?" Outside, the fog thickened, shrouding the sky in a murky gray. Zhang Xiaoyu wept and spoke, imitating Dr. O's voice, adding an eerie touch to the bizarre scene. At this moment, she burst into laughter, only to touch her face and cry again. Witnessing this, Number 5 felt an unsettling chill creep over him. He glanced at Song Qingxiao, his fingers twitching slightly, raising a hand to his throat, signaling a gesture of murder. "Qingxiao, time is running short." Number 6, slung over Number 5's shoulder, gasped faintly, gritting his teeth as he attempted to ask Song Qingxiao, Why are you still not taking action?" The situation had become painfully clear. Zhang Xiaoyu's psyche had evidently faltered under the weight of accumulated stress from her prolonged work. That night she sought out Dr. O. Her heart was already set on murder. When Dr. O refused to provide her with the key and instead chastised her, it served as the catalyst for her to take his life. Following the act, she likely felt guilt and remorse, which explained her later efforts to tidy up after Dr. O. Even so, she should never have taken Dr. O's life. Lu Yixuan sighed as he listened. Zhang Xiaoyu, caught in a blend of laughter and tears, paused at his words, her gaze shifting to Dr. Lu, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Dr. Lu? What are you doing here?" Upon finishing her question, it seemed a thought struck her, and her expression changed. "Where's Dr. O?" Several nurses who had previously worked alongside her displayed expressions of profound sorrow. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoyu seized a firearm, prompting a chorus of terrified screams from the nurses. Lu Yixuan was taken aback as well. Yet Zhang let out a chilling laugh, aiming the gun at the crown of her head. "Dr. O, Xiaoyu is here to accompany you." The deafening gunshot echoed, a bullet piercing through the left side of her skull, splattering blood mixed with fragments of flesh across the blooming flowers. Zhang Xiaoyu's hand fell limply, the vibrant blossoms swaying uncontrollably, stained by the crimson spray. Song Qingxiao recalled the instant she had entered the scene, when Zhang Xiaoyu had led her out of Lu Yixuan's office, pointing to a cluster of flowers and saying, "Look, over there, last year, Xiaoyu planted some flora, and they thrived beautifully." At that moment, her mental state had likely been somewhat unstable, merely suppressed by force. With Zhang Xiaoyu's death, the countdown ticking in her mind abruptly ceased, halting at 6:11:17. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Song Qingxiao's consciousness. "Trial completed. Exit the space in 10 seconds." Number 5 was elated, and even Number 6 exhibited a sigh of relief. Song Qingxiao's conjecture had indeed been correct. She had won her gamble. The surrounding scenery began to blur, figures fading away, as Number 5's gaze shifted, catching sight of the firearm left behind by the burly man. Approximately 7 to 8 meters away, a glint of greed illuminating his face. 10:98 Song Qingxiao showed no intention of picking up the gun. The countdown had reached 5. He tossed the 6th number over his shoulder, instinctively wanting to rush towards Zhang Xiaoyu's direction of suicide. Suddenly, Song Qingxiao, who had remained motionless until now, stirred. She clenched her fist, still holding the small fish that Zhang Xiaoyu had woven. Amid the pained cries of the 6th number being discarded, she hurled the small fish towards Zhang Xiaoyu's direction. Zhang Xiaoyu's figure was gradually becoming indistinct. As the fish was thrown, the 5th number was merely a step away from the gun, momentarily thinking that Song Qingxiao had launched a surprise attack, causing him to halt his rush towards the weapon and instinctively turn his head to evade. 3-2-1 The scene abruptly transformed. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood vanished entirely. Upon opening her eyes, Song Qingxiao found herself clad in the attire she wore upon entering the trial space, gripping a whip, standing in the familiar confines of her kitchen. Chapter 62. Reinforcement in the dim light. Song Qingxiao glanced down to see several daggers scattered at her feet. These were the weapons she had intended to bring into the space, but had ultimately been rejected by the trial environment. She coiled the long whip around her waist and bent down to retrieve the daggers. Since they could not be taken into the trial space, they lost their intended purpose. Keeping them served no practical function, so she casually tossed them into the nearby trash bin. As she exited the kitchen, her mother, Tang Yun, remained lost in thought, still holding a bowl of food that was still steaming. Song Qingxiao had been in the trial space for nearly 5 days. However, in the realm of reality, little had changed since her departure. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Tang Yun, with great effort, turned her head. Her bloodshot eyes appeared somewhat clouded as she furrowed her brow, gazing at Song Qingxiao for a prolonged moment, before seemingly recognizing her daughter. After a while, she inquired, likely referring to the noise made when the dagger fell as Song Qingxiao entered the trial space. From her reclining position, it seemed she had not noticed her abrupt disappearance. Song Qingxiao felt a sigh of relief wash over her. Observing her mother trembling as she held the bowl, clearly struggling, she took the porridge from her hands, stirring it gently to cool it before offering it to her. "It's nothing, just bumped into something," she reassured. Tang Yin glanced at her, a look of contemplation in her eyes. It was evident to her that her daughter had undergone some changes compared to before, yet she could not articulate precisely what had shifted. Within the sea of consciousness, a notification of her points appeared, 1,000 points. This revelation astonished Song Qingxiao while simultaneously filling her with delight. According to the reward prompts during the trial, Zhang Xiaoyu, the last dangerous figure in the trial scene, had provided a reward of 50 points upon her demise, which should have totaled 750 points. Yet now, her points amounted to an impressive 1,000, exceeding her expected reward by a remarkable 250 points. A sense of confusion enveloped her. Could it be that completing the task had granted her an additional reward from the trial space? As soon as this thought emerged, Song Qingxiao promptly dismissed it. According to the standard whereby each kill earns 50 points, the accumulated total of 250 points corresponds to the requirement of eliminating an additional 5 individuals. However, during the trial scenario, she had only truly taken the lives of 2, number 4, the bespectacled man, and Zhang Xiaoyu, who ultimately chose to end her own life. Yet, a thought soon struck Song Qingxiao, although she had only killed the 2 prior to their demise. Number 4 had already claimed the life of a female patient on the 4th floor, and the bespectacled man had murdered both Doctor Hu and a security guard. The combined tally of their victims amounted precisely to 5. If the extra 250 points she received were not merely a reward for completing the trial task, it suggested a disquieting possibility. After vanquishing Number 4 and the bespectacled man, could she not only seize their weapons, but also inherit their achievements? The mere contemplation of this notion sent a shiver down her spine, filling her with dread. This marked her second entry into the trial space, and prior to this, she had been oblivious to such a secret, while competition among participants had grown increasingly fierce. As future trial tasks proliferated, such secrets could inevitably become tacit knowledge among competitors. Would it not imply that in subsequent trials, aside from fulfilling tasks, one must also guard against others who might resort to lethal measures out of envy for one's points? The significance of these points was abundantly clear to all with each completed trial. The Divine Trials reward system undoubtedly encouraged participants to engage in mutual destruction alongside their assigned tasks. The exhilaration of receiving an additional 250 points was somewhat tempered by this newfound awareness, causing Song Qingxiao to shiver slightly and heighten her vigilance towards the trial. This time, she was awarded 1,000 points, which expanded the array of items available for exchange within her sea of consciousness. In addition to the monetary rewards, weapons, and enhancements of lineage that she had previously encountered, there were now also options for physical fortification. However, to Song Qingxiao's disappointment, upon reviewing the available exchanges, she found no trace of the special reward she had obtained last time. It seemed that aside from these ordinary basic items, most of the offerings within the trial space were merely random occurrences, not guaranteed with each attempt. Throughout this trial, she had already sensed the formidable nature of the 9-character secret command. Based on its literal interpretation, one would expect there to be a total of 9 commands. Regrettably, she had only acquired the command for Lin. The remaining characters of the 9-character secret command could only be sought in future trials, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, recognizing her limited mental prowess, she understood that even the singular Lin command could not be fully harnessed. Coming to terms with this realization, Song Qingxiao managed to suppress her disappointment regarding the absence of the special reward in her current exchange. She perused the items available for exchange once more. Weapons and money were not her primary priorities, for currency could not guarantee survival during the trials, and weapons, as evidenced by the experience with the burly man, were easily snatched away. Her current prowess is not particularly formidable. In this round of trials, Her ability to eliminate the fourth candidate and the bespectacled man was primarily due to her unexpected stratagem and composure. During her confrontation with the sixth candidate, the reason she instilled trepidation in him was her possession of the enigmatic 9-character secret command technique, which he regarded as excessively mysterious, along with her 2 formidable weapons. Were it not for these hidden advantages, the disparity in strength between her and the sixth candidate would be stark. In terms of sheer stamina, she was significantly outmatched. In future trials, should she encounter opponents akin to the sixth candidate, all participants will have undergone several rounds, rendering them no trivial adversaries. Such serendipity is unlikely to manifest again. Revealing too many of her trump cards would not only diminish the fear she instilled, but could also provoke covetous intentions from others, who might seek to usurp her advantages. Contemplating her situation, she opted to enhance her physical form. As her consciousness lingered on the decision to fortify her body, a prompt resonated in her mind. Do you wish to enhance your physical form? She affirmed her choice, and a sensation of her points being deducted by 50 enveloped her. In the next moment, an inexplicable force surged through Song Qingxiao's entire being. Lying on her bed, she could almost hear her blood boiling, and the sound of her bones cracking echoed, as if that invisible power sought to shatter and reconstitute her very essence. Amidst the excruciating pain, torrents of sweat expelled impurities from her body. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingxiao exerted all her will to suppress any cries of anguish. This state persisted for nearly an hour. After a little over an hour, that peculiar sensation gradually dissipated. Song Qingxiao's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, and the deep, penetrating pain began to fade. She flexed her palm and felt that the strength in her arms had significantly increased compared to before. A wave of joy surged within her. This was merely the initial enhancement of her physical form. After deducting 50 points, she still had 950 remaining. Having tasted the sweetness of physical augmentation, she opted once more for further enhancement. This time, the cost was directly deducted by 100 points. A similar ordeal unfolded. The pain during this enhancement surpassed the previous experience and lasted even longer. In total, Song Qingxiao underwent 3 rounds of physical enhancement, resulting in a deduction of 350 points. By the time the enhancement was complete, dawn had broken outside. Despite nearly a sleepless night, she felt no fatigue due to her body's fortification. Her body was drenched in a copious amount of sweat, exuding a foul odor. Sitting up from her bed, she could hear the gentle rustling of the wind outside the window and the soft chirping of birds. Her senses were acutely heightened compared to before, allowing her to see the minute dust particles in the corners illuminated by the light streaming through the window. This sensation filled her with exhilaration. She retrieved a dagger that she had kept hidden at her waist, holding it delicately in her palm. After toying with it for a while, she aimed it at an old wardrobe before exerting all her strength to hurl it forward. In the faint sound of BU, the tip of the dagger effortlessly pierced through the wood, akin to slicing through tofu, embedding itself deeply while only the hilt remained within Song Qingxiao's line of sight. Residual force caused the dagger to quiver, colliding with the cabinet door and emitting a low hum. Chapter 63. Someone such a feat would have been utterly impossible for Song Qingxiao prior to her bodily enhancement. She shook her arm, and the vigorous throw did not elicit the usual tingling sensation of overexertion. Rather, she felt an abundance of energy coursing through her. Rising from the bed, she softly placed her feet on the ground and gracefully approached the dagger, her movements imbued with a remarkable lightness that was utterly delightful. Grasping the still trembling dagger, she effortlessly extracted it along with some splintered wood. The cabinet door, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick, bore the mark of the blade's penetration. She reached out to touch it, thoroughly satisfied with the results of her bodily enhancement. Her clothes, soaked with sweat and grime, prompted Song Qingxiao to enter the bathroom for a cleansing shower. As she clenched her arm, the warm water streamed through her fingers, allowing her to sense the latent strength within her limbs. Gazing into the foggy old mirror of the bathroom, she discerned subtle changes in her physique. Once slender and fragile due to malnutrition, she had always felt somewhat drained of vitality, even after consciously exercising post the initial trial. A significant transformation had yet to materialize in such a short span. After the physical enhancement obtained through the trial space exchange last night, her physique appeared sculpted and taut, devoid of any excess flesh, with contours distinctly defined. The benefits of this enhancement extended beyond mere strength. As she closed her eyes, she sensed that her mental fortitude surged beyond its previous limits. She gathered some water in her palm and carelessly splashed it outward, her fingers forming a seal as she softly intoned, drawing boundaries, confine. Under the pressure of her mental energy, the droplets of water, which had been cascading upward, momentarily slowed, ultimately freezing in midair. The water that had been dripping from the showerhead also ceased its descent due to her mental influence, and the once rushing sound of water in the bathroom fell silent. Within this nearly 1 square meter space, everything resided within the reach of her mental control. However, due to the limitations of her mental reserves, such control could not be sustained for long. After about 4 to 5 seconds, the suspended droplets began to quiver as her mental grip weakened, and the water from the shower resumed its steady flow, while the airborne droplets scattered in all directions, ultimately merging into the stream and vanishing. This time, the exertion of her mental power did not leave her feeling as drained as before. It seemed that her mental energy had also increased alongside her physical enhancement. Song Qing pursed her lips and again scooped some water into her palm. Recalling the incantation for the Lin character technique, drawing boundaries, confine. In terms of the literal meaning of the incantation itself, it suggests that when demonstrating the Lin character technique, one ought not to confine oneself to a single individual or object. Instead, one should harness their mental prowess to create an absolute domain, ensnaring the intended target within it. During this trial, she had previously employed the Lin character technique of confinement on subjects 4 and 6, primarily locking onto them with her mental energy. Yet she had not attempted to construct her own confining realm with this mental force. Now, devoid of onlookers and outside the trial space, her mental energy remained abundant after her initial attempt, allowing her to proceed without reservations. With this thought, Song Qingxiao felt an invigorating eagerness to try again. She replenished the water in her palm and released it once more, this time with even greater concentration on controlling her mental energy, striving to isolate the scattered droplets from the stream of water within the faucet. During her initial attempt, she encountered some difficulty, as her mental energy did not yield effortlessly to her commands. With a decisive gesture, she directed the energy outward, inadvertently imprisoning both the stream and the droplets. After exhaling, she withdrew her hand, allowing the droplets to fall. Yet, Song Qingxiao remained undeterred and attempted once more. It was only after numerous trials that she began to sense a breakthrough. With her remaining mental energy dwindling, she persevered against the encroaching fatigue, splitting her feeble mental strength into 2, gradually forming a sphere approximately the size of her fist, successfully enclosing a few droplets within. The water in the shower cascades down with a melodious splatter, flowing past a few trapped droplets that create a small vacuum zone amidst the torrent. As though isolated and untouched by the force of the current, a spark ignites in Song Qingxiao's eyes as she grits her teeth, channeling her mental energy to further constrict this self-created space. The droplets within tremble slightly, gradually drawn closer by the diminishing confines. However, this endeavor proves to be far more taxing than before. She barely sustains it for 2 or 3 seconds before her mental energy wanes, shattering the encased realm and dispersing the droplets into a billowing mist that vanishes into the dimly lit bathroom. This sudden burst of inspiration not only reveals a new offensive application of her Ling technique, but also unveils the versatility of her mental energy usage, transcending the rigid methods she previously employed. The brilliance of her Ling technique is vividly showcased during this trial. It holds the potential to save lives or take them in critical moments, representing the foundation of Song Qingxiao's confidence. Even during her daytime employment, she seizes every opportunity to practice, though the substantial drain on her mental energy often leaves her appearing weary at work. Her oversized security uniform conceals the enhancements she has undergone, and no one within the security system notices her transformation. All await the conclusion of her probationary period, anticipating her dismissal from the security team by Captain N. Despite the fatigue stemming from intensified training, there are indeed benefits to her relentless pursuit. Through relentless practice day and night, her mental fortitude has experienced remarkable growth. Previously, the domain she created could only be sustained for a mere 2 to 3 seconds. But now she can maintain them for approximately 5 seconds. Undoubtedly, this progress is closely linked to the enhancement of her physical constitution. With a newfound confidence, she believes that even the formidable number 6, should they stand before her, could be held under her control for at least 3 seconds. While this duration may seem fleeting, there are moments when these few seconds could mean the difference between life and death, and she is exceedingly pleased with such an outcome. Her body has undergone enhancement 3 times. The first enhancement cost her 50 points, the second doubled that amount, and the third was again a doubling based on 100 points. Currently, she retains 650 points. To enhance her physical form once more, she would need to deduct 400 points. Having tasted the benefits of physical enhancement, Song Qingxiao is more than willing to part with these 400 points, preparing herself for yet another enhancement. With the experience from her previous enhancements, she is acutely aware of the pain that accompanies the process of physical fortification, and she knows that the duration of discomfort tends to increase with each session. Thus, she has mentally prepared herself in advance. Once the confirmation is complete and the points deducted, the sensation of her body undergoing transformation washes over her once again. She eagerly relishes the gradual strengthening of her physique as it undergoes a metamorphosis of bones and blood. The pain elongates the passage of time. And after what feels like an eternity, she perceives a faint whispering sound in her ears. Clenching her teeth, she initially assumes it to be a hallucination brought on by excessive pain. Yet, in the next moment, she hears the unmistakable sound of footsteps, the soles of shoes scraping against the ground. At that moment, Mother Tang Yun had long succumbed to a stupor, having fallen into a deep slumber after dinner, and according to her usual habits, she would remain oblivious to the world until the dawn broke, driven by her craving for alcohol. Suddenly, the thought that someone was outside the door surged through Song Qingxiao's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. The Song family resided in a dilapidated area on the western outskirts, their home a welfare house allocated by the government for the impoverished at a meager rental cost. Such residences were typically in a state of disrepair, relics of years gone by, repurposed yet unrenovated. Although the western outskirts were often rife with brawls and various criminal activities, perpetrators seldom targeted these welfare houses, knowing that the inhabitants were unlikely to possess anything of value. Song Qingxiao's father had vanished years ago after accruing substantial debts, and while she was unable to repay the principal, she had diligently adhered to the custom of paying interest whenever possible. This practice had been a critical factor in ensuring the survival of the two women amidst the frequent harassment they faced. Generally, troublemakers would only come during the day to vandalize or lock them out, making it rare for anyone to appear at such an hour. She could not fathom who might be outside at this moment. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have felt untroubled, emboldened by her experiences of having taken lives within the trial space. Yet, tonight, as she fortified her physical form, she was gripped by excruciating pain, rendering her almost incapable of even turning over, let alone engaging in any other action. The sound of knock, knock, knock echoed through the air, and after a few resounding thuds, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the person outside the door was listening intently for any movements within. Song Qingxiao was drenched in sweat, laboriously attempting to move her arms to reach for the dagger at her waist. Is anyone there? A moment passed, and when no sound emerged from within, a man lowered his voice to inquire. It seems there is no one. Another trembling voice continued, and the locked door was pushed, the iron chain rattling ominously, echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. There were two individuals outside. Their actions suggested a lack of concern, as if they were unbothered by the possibility of disturbing those inside on such a night. It was inconceivable. Two women occupied this place. After a brief silence, the first male voice retorted, "They must be asleep." Following those words, silence enveloped the exterior once more. Song Qingxiao exerted herself to move her arms and legs. The absence of conversation outside did little to ease her anxiety. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, she heard the sound of items being shifted, accompanied by a raspy male voice commanding, "Hurry up with the task." As the voice faded, a sound akin to a cap being twisted open resonated, and a faint scent of gasoline infiltrated the crevices of the room, invading her nostrils. "Brother Mai, is everything truly all right? What could possibly be wrong?" The man addressed as Brother Mai rasped in response. This place is home to a mother and daughter, drowning in debt, with no man to defend them. Killing them would be akin to squashing an ant. He paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, where are we? This is the western suburbs, a slum. Death is a commonplace occurrence here." As he spoke, Song Qingxiao trembled slightly in the room, propping herself up on the bed and slowly sitting up. Even in the event of an incident, calling the police might not ensure that the guards would be willing to respond at such an hour. By the time morning arrived and someone came, if the place had not been reduced to ashes, the bodies, if unearthed, would likely be unrecognizable, perhaps considering the occupants of the room to be of little consequence. The man continued to speak. Even if someone were identified, such cases were abundant in the western suburbs. The archives of the Security Bureau were piled high with similar cases. Who would care? Sitting on the bed, Song Qingxiao's eyes shone like still water in the night. Clearly hearing the dialogue between the two without a ripple of emotion, she did not rush to address the troubles outside but instead clenched her fist. Feeling the wondrous changes within her body, following her fourth enhancement, Her physique had ascended once more, with the 400 points spent transforming into a more abundant strength, lying dormant within her. After the elevation to the fourth stage, her consciousness seemed to expand again, and her mental fortitude experienced a significant increase. It was as if everything around her fell within the scope of her perception. She tentatively drew inspiration from the prison technique of the temporal script, continuously enlarging the confines of her entrapment, no longer restraining her mental energy to form a domain, but rather releasing it, treating it as her senses, her eyes. She could see into the neighboring room where Tang Yun still lay in deep slumber, clutching a bottle, and she could smell the faint trace of gasoline in the air. At this moment, her mental strength was exerted to its fullest extent. Relying on the presence of her psychic energy, she could see the silhouettes of two lecherous figures hiding beneath the eaves. Guided by the scent of gasoline, she slowly opened her eyes. Song Qingxiao felt that each step she took upon the ground resonated with a newfound sensation, distinct from her previous experiences. Every muscle in her body sprang to life the moment she moved, rendering her agile. With each step, even without deliberate restraint, she made no sound. She opened the door, and the two men conversing outside remained oblivious to the subtle noise. Standing behind the entrance to the living room, she peered through the gap in the boarded-up window, catching sight of the shadows of the two men outside. Had it been before, she would have trembled in fear, too frightened to utter a sound. Yet now, she grasped the handle of the door lock, gently twisting it. The lock had not been opened in quite some time. Ever since the Song family had been pursued for debts, the front door had been secured with a thin iron chain and a lock from the outside, compelling her and Tang Yin to refrain from using the main entrance. The lock had rusted over time, and as she turned it, it emitted a piercing squeak. The two men outside paused at the sound. "Who is it?" The man referred to as Brother Mai inquired cautiously. Song Qingxiao unlocked the door, creating a narrow gap, through which moonlight spilled into the room. The iron chain clinked as it was pulled taut, and the dust accumulated on the floor stirred, floating in the moonlight. As she opened the door wider, her hand reached out, seizing a thin iron chain and yanking it forcefully. These iron chains, once seemingly indomitable to her, required a sharp tool and immense strength to sever. Yet, at this moment, with a mere tug from her hand, they snapped with a resounding clatter, falling to the ground and striking the door with a series of metallic clangs. "Have I interrupted your conversation?" she inquired as she swung the door open, revealing two astonished men outside. One appeared to be in his 30s, while the other seemed to be around 25 or 26. The older man held a cigarette, while the younger clutched a lighter. Chapter 65. Murder You. The unexpected turn of events clearly caught the two men off guard. The end of the severed chain, once secured by a nail, swayed momentarily before dropping to the ground with a crisp sound, as if rousing the men from their stupor. "Who are you?" In the dead of night, those familiar with the western suburbs knew that doors should be tightly secured, especially for a solitary girl, as venturing out posed significant peril. Yet here stood Song Qingxiao, emerging silently, aware of the noises outside. Instead of seeking refuge, she boldly opened the door, a display of naivety that bordered on foolishness. Brother Mai smirked, unable to suppress a laugh. His gaze shifted to the iron chains that Song Qingxiao had so effortlessly dislodged. The chains, about the thickness of a pinky finger, had been forcefully nailed between the door and the frame, secured with a hefty lock. However, with her vigorous pulling, several nails embedded in the wall had been dislodged, allowing the once-locked door to swing open. Even the rusted chains reveal that this lock has been firmly affixed to the door frame for quite some time. Yet attempting to forcibly detach it with mere human strength is no simple feat. The smile on my G's face faltered, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Clearly, he had some understanding of the homeowner's identity before taking action. The residence housed a mother and daughter. The mother, Tang Yun, was a chronic alcoholic, while the daughter, surnamed Song, had just graduated. Their lives were marked by hardship and a considerable amount of debt. Judging by age, Song Qingxiao seemed to align more closely with the profile of the daughter. Yet the information my Gu possessed indicated that Song Qingxiao was introverted and somewhat timid, having lived in the western suburbs for many years without daring to engage with others or offend anyone. However, in every respect, it was evident that my Gu found it exceedingly difficult to connect the Song Qingxiao before him with the description in the records. "Who are you?" He took 2 steps back and inquired once more, this time exhibiting a heightened sense of caution. The cigarette he had been holding was discarded onto the ground as he clenched his fist defensively in front of his face. The young man accompanying him, perceiving the oddity in my G's demeanor, also drew out a concealed knife. "You come to my doorstep and question my identity?" Song Qingxiao furrowed her brow. noting the two men gripping their knives with expressions of ill intent. From their earlier conversation, it was clear they were targeting her and her mother. Her gaze drifted past the two armed men to the eaves, where two blue barrels sat, from which she had previously detected a faint odor of gasoline wafting forth. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Song Qingxiao's gaze deepened with gravity. Her family was burdened with debt. Yet the creditors understood that individuals like her and her mother could scarcely repay even a fraction, regardless of the relentless pressure exerted upon them. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice growing icy. "I offer you the opportunity to articulate your intentions clearly." The man known as my exchanged a glance with a younger accomplice, remaining silent as they both lunged forward. Their silence spoke volumes. With a swift motion, Song Qingxiao shut the door, but the young man, quick in his actions, lunged at her with a dagger in hand. Despite lacking formal martial training, her harrowing experiences had honed her instincts, allowing her to deftly evade the attack. The enhancement of her physical capabilities, a result of rigorous conditioning, rendered her reflexes remarkably agile. To her, the two men's movements appeared sluggish and their reactions delayed. She seized the young man's wrist with a firm grip, applying pressure. Her strength was such that she had effortlessly torn apart chains once driven into wood. The young man found himself at her mercy, his wrist bones protesting with a sharp crack, eliciting a cry of agony that escaped his lips as he instinctively relinquished his hold on the dagger. Though he endured the pain, he swiftly extended his other hand to catch the falling weapon, aiming it menacingly towards her throat. In that moment, Song Qingxiao felt a surge of animosity. Nothing repulsed her more than the thought of someone attempting to stab her neck. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve. What had begun as a mere intent to teach a lesson transformed into a determination to incapacitate. Gripping the man's hand, she pivoted and kicked his knee, and with a resounding thud, the young man collapsed to the ground, kneeling in defeat. With a sudden fall, the young man's intention to slash at Song Qingxiao's delicate neck with his knife was thwarted. To maintain his balance, he was compelled to brace himself against the ground with his elbow. Just as he attempted to rise, Song Qingxiao had already lifted her leg and brought her foot down upon his back. Her kick was merciless. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured, and the man was pinned to the ground, rendered utterly silent by the excruciating pain that caused him to lose consciousness. This entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, transitioning from the young man's initial threat to Song Qingxiao's swift retaliation, leaving him incapacitated. Mr. Mai's gaze flickered, and he instinctively turned to flee. At this juncture, Song Qingxiao was determined not to allow him an easy escape. Reaching behind her waist, she retrieved her long whip. She had no intention of drawing blood in front of her own home, and thus wielded the whip with minimal force, aiming merely to ensnare him. The whip sliced through the air, wrapping around Mr. Mai's left leg. His right leg, propelled forward too hastily, caused him to stumble as Song Qingxiao yanked the whip, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. He let out a muffled groan, bracing himself against the earth in a futile attempt to rise. However, Song Qingxiao denied him any chance of recovery. She swiftly advanced, gripping his hair and forcefully driving his upper body back down. His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thump, and amidst his disorientation, he still attempted to resist. In response, Song Qingxiao clenched her fist and delivered a blow to the back of his head. Even though she had restrained her strength, her punch still inflicted considerable harm upon Brother Mai. When Song Qingxiao released her grip on his hair, his body slumped helplessly to the ground, unable to rise. She retracted her whip, secured the door, and then seized the two men, leading them along the narrow path in front of her house, deliberately avoiding the alley where she had previously faced an assassination attempt. She discarded them in a desolate corner before turning to depart. Upon returning to her doorstep, she brought the two barrels of gasoline inside, gathered the cigarettes and lighter left on the ground, and collected the dagger abandoned by the young man. She managed to rehang the iron chain that had been torn down onto the nail it had fallen from. Having completed these tasks, she circled around to enter her home through the window at the back. Perhaps due to a shift in her psyche, she felt no trepidation after inflicting harm that night. Next door, Tang Yin remained soundly asleep, oblivious to the events that had transpired. At this point, Song Qingxiao was certain that the night's occurrences were not coincidental. Although Brother Mai and the young man had revealed no significant information, she had overheard their conversation during her physical enhancement. They had come specifically for her and her mother. Having thoroughly inquired about their identities and background, suggesting a premeditated plan rather than reckless behavior, someone intended to kill them, but who could this assailant be? Her mother had been inebriated for many years, and throughout her life, she had adhered to rules and norms, her personality introverted for the first 20 years, avoiding trouble and striving not to offend anyone. However, over a month ago, she was inexplicably ambushed during her commute home, and now, a month later, two individuals have suddenly appeared, intent on taking the lives of her and her daughter. Who could be the mastermind behind these sinister plots? She retrieved the dagger she had taken from the young man earlier that night and compared it with the very dagger that had nearly claimed her life. At first glance, the two daggers bore no resemblance to one another. The dagger wielded by the young man shimmered with a deceptive silver sheen, yet it was insubstantial and simplistic, featuring a wooden handle that felt weightless in her grasp, devoid of any substantial quality. She ran her fingertip along the blade's edge. It was exceedingly thin, reminiscent of a cheap trinket purchased at a street market. In stark contrast, the other dagger possessed a distinctive design that was unforgettable at first sight. Its blade was entirely black and razor-sharp. When she flicked it, it emitted a crisp, resonant chime. Holding this dagger, she delicately traced its tip across the surface of the silver dagger, effortlessly leaving a deep scratch. As for the two assailants from tonight, their skills appeared to be those of mere petty troublemakers, far inferior to the man who had attempted to assassinate her in that alley. With her own growing strength, she could sense that the individual who had sought her life then was no ordinary foe. Regrettably, despite racking her brain, she could not recall when she had attracted such peril. Though their levels of competency differed, both sought her demise. Just as one wave of trouble seemed to settle, another arose, and unable to fathom the identity of her earlier assailant, Song Qingxiao chose to temporarily suppress her confusion. This evening, she wounded two men, and it is only a matter of time before those lurking in the shadows reveal themselves. She cast the marred dagger into the trash can, sighing as memories of the night's events flooded back. This place was perpetually tumultuous. Yet, she remained relatively undaunted. With her growing strength, the average individual no longer instilled fear in her. Even if she were to encounter another formidable assassin like the one before, escaping would not prove overly challenging. Furthermore, the existence of the trial space loomed over her like a ticking time bomb. She was uncertain of when her next trial would occur or what dangers it might entail. As the level of the trials escalated, her survival remained a question, and the fate of her mother weighed heavily on her mind. Perhaps it was prudent to make arrangements in advance. With this thought, she turned her attention to her sea of consciousness. After completing the trial scene of the psychiatric hospital, she had earned a reward of 1,000 points. However, after enhancing her physical capabilities 4 times, she had expended 750 points, leaving her with a mere 250. Initially, she intended to accumulate these points until the next trial was completed, at which time the items in the trial space would refresh, allowing for exchange. Yet, the events of tonight had sown seeds of doubt within her. Perhaps it would be wiser to utilize the remaining points to acquire some funds, settle her debts, and secure a better apartment, thereby fleeing this chaotic area. Resolute, she decided that after work tomorrow, coincidentally her day off, she would take care of these matters. That night, due to someone's disturbances, Song Qingxiao found herself utterly sleepless. Seizing the opportunity, she recalled the sensation of externalizing her mental energy after her recent physical enhancement. She calmed her mind and devoted her thoughts to the practice of her mental prowess. Upon awakening in the morning, although she had expended a significant portion of her mental energy, Song Qingxiao felt remarkably well. The application of her mental energy not only allowed her to experience the benefits of the confinement technique derived from the character Lin, but her practice the previous night also granted her a sense of release. These two distinctly different methods of utilization enabled her to master the secrets of honing her mental energy more swiftly, while also accelerating her progress. Throughout the night, she had tentatively expanded her mental energy outward, and with her current strength, the range of her projection was roughly confined to the perimeter of her home, lasting about 10 seconds. However, Song Qingxiao discovered that despite the overwhelming fatigue accompanying the substantial depletion of her mental energy, the recovery process was significantly swifter than before. Furthermore, after recovering, her mental energy seemed to possess a purer essence, as if it had been refined through repeated expenditure. As she emerged from her room, she found Tang Yin seated on the sofa, staring blankly at a bottle of liquor. In the small living room, 2 barrels of gasoline, which she had brought in the previous night, lay in plain sight, yet Tang Yin appeared oblivious to their presence, which did not belong to their home. Since her earliest memories, Tang Yin often exhibited such behavior. After a brief pause, Song Qingxiao called out, "Mom, are you awake?" Without lifting her head, Tang Yun replied with a nonchalant ahem, as she made her way to the kitchen, stating, I'm going to prepare breakfast. Often, there exists a dearth of conversation between the mother and daughter, which has contributed to Song Qingxiao's character of reticence. The government-provided welfare housing is modest, with the kitchen and living room merely a few steps apart. As she rinsed the rice and set the pot to boil, she recalled her intention from the previous night. I wish to change my place of residence. While speaking, she turned on the water to wash her hands. Droplets splashed down, and as she pinched her fingers together, her lips quivered, creating a small domain that ensnared several droplets within. Change places, where to? She lifted her gaze only to find her mother in the living room, her brows furrowed, seemingly awaiting an explanation. I wish to move to a safer location. It is too chaotic here. Do you have money? Tang Yun's voice sharpened abruptly. She even hurled the bottle she held, attempting to rise. Where did you acquire the money? Who provided it? I just graduated recently. I have found a job and earned a little. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's expression faltered, the fury in her eyes seemingly diminishing. Though her countenance remained grim, her chest heaved as she grasped the armrest of the wooden sofa. After a moment, she declared, I will not leave. Following her statement, silence enveloped them for a time, before she reached for the bottle she had previously discarded. I want to stay here. Holding the bottle, she attempted to drink from it. But it was nearly empty. She licked the remnants several times. In the Song household, Song Qingxiao's father is a taboo subject, seldom mentioned by either of them. This morning, after a minor clash with her mother, Song Qingxiao found herself in a rush to reach work. Upon arriving at the security hall, as she entered the changing room to don her uniform, a staff member abruptly burst in. Song Qingxiao, already halfway through changing her clothes, had not yet fully fastened the buttons of her uniform. The female staff member, catching a glimpse of the fitted white t-shirt beneath, was momentarily captivated by her exquisite figure, her slender waist and pronounced bust creating a graceful silhouette that elegantly accentuated her curvaceous hips. Someone is looking for you. Chapter 66. Silencing the woman clad in a black uniform skirt scrutinized Song Qingxiao several times. Within the security hall, Song Qingxiao had recently gained a certain notoriety. In contrast to many robust women around her, she appeared as an anomaly, seemingly out of place. Possessing a commendable education, she held a position that belied her academic qualifications. It was rumored that she had stumbled into the security hall out of sheer desperation for employment. At first glance, she did not exude an air of ferocity. Lacking the physicality to deter crime, she instead bore the pallor of chronic malnutrition, appearing quite frail. The oversized security uniform hung loosely on her, devoid of the commanding presence expected of an imperial guard. Initially, Captain N, the head of this security hall, had no intention of hiring her. However, with low wages and inherent risks associated with the job, the Western Suburb Security Hall perpetually faced a shortage of personnel. Under considerable pressure from higher authorities, the recruitment staff hastily filled positions whenever candidates appeared for interviews, signing them on for a 3-month probationary period. To avert unnecessary casualties during work hours at the Security Bureau, Captain N seldom entrusted any general danger reports to Song Qingxiao. This led to her lackluster performance after more than a month on the job, which indirectly incited discontent among some female colleagues, who subtly conspired to ostracize her. However, due to Captain N's previous declaration that he would dismiss Song Qingxiao upon the completion of her probationary period, a significant conflict among colleagues was averted. Everyone within the Security Bureau was acutely aware of Song Qingxiao's unpopularity, their impressions of her largely shaped by her taciturn nature and apparent fragility. After working for over a month, she had not forged any private connections with her colleagues, seemingly devoid of friends or family, existing in solitude. Therefore, when someone approached her today, particularly the identity of the visitor, it drew considerable attention. Someone is looking for me? The woman who entered to call for Song Qingxiao was not the only one taken aback. Song Qingxiao herself felt a tinge of surprise. During her school years, she had contemplated transforming her circumstances through diligent study, yet the disparities in their backgrounds had created a profound gulf between her and her classmates, resulting in little more than nodding acquaintances. Most of her former classmates had secured positions in more prestigious and glamorous departments, leaving her puzzled as to who might seek her out here. Indeed, the woman nodded, called out to someone, and then turned to leave. Her initial curiosity about Song Qingxiao dissipated, reverting back to the familiar and inconspicuous image that everyone held of her, and she vanished from sight. After the woman departed, Song Qingxiao placed her belongings into the locker, still pondering who had come to seek her. She considered the possibility of a classmate or the two individuals who had caused her trouble the previous night, Yet when she emerged from the changing room, she had not anticipated that it would be number 5, the man with whom she had completed a task during the last trial, who would be here. Surprised, number 5's expression brightened upon seeing Song Qingxiao. He bore little resemblance to the timid figure she remembered from the trial space. Having exchanged the familiar blue-striped hospital garb for a tailored suit and tie, his hair was slicked back neatly, presenting an air of confidence and vigor. The surrounding individuals instinctively assessed him, but he casually ran a hand through his hair, revealing an expensive watch on his wrist, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. "What brings you here?" Song Qingxiao felt a momentary tension in her body at the sight of number 5, instinctively reaching for the dagger concealed on her person. The emergence of a fellow trial participant in the real world, someone who should only have existed within the confines of the trial, was not necessarily a welcome occurrence. It could very well herald complications, especially in light of the knowledge that the trial participants were encouraged to compete against one another and even to harm each other. Song Qingxiao harbored deep-seated wariness towards her fellow participants. "I learned your name during the trial and made considerable efforts to find you after we emerged," number 5 remarked, seemingly oblivious to the caution in her gaze. Lowering his voice, he added, "I bought a plane ticket at the first opportunity to come see you. How's that for friendship?" Song Qing felt a moment of hesitation as she recalled the 2 men who had caused trouble at her home the previous night. Their arrival was closely followed by the appearance of number 5, which seemed far too coincidental to be mere chance. This individual, seemingly foolish and weak, was in fact quite astute. In the moment she had extracted him from the psychiatric hospital scenario. His calm analysis for the sake of self-preservation revealed his adeptness at disguise and profound depth of character. He was not oblivious to the relationships among the challengers nor to her wariness towards him, yet he chose to approach her now. A cold glint flashed in Song Qing's eyes as number 5, with an air of familiarity, reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, exclaiming, "Come, come. We are friends. Let us chat over a drink." Although they had collaborated in their previous trial and successfully completed their task, they were far from friends, especially considering that he had nearly met his end at her hands. Under such circumstances, there was little to discuss. She sidestepped his outstretched hand and retorted, "We are not friends." "How can that be?" Number 5 replied with a playful grin. "We have shared hardships. Such camaraderie is rare." With too many onlookers around, their conversation was ill-suited for public discourse. Song Qing retreated to a corner, followed closely by number 5. Lowering her voice, she addressed him directly, "What do you want?" Among the 9 participants in the first trial, she was the sole survivor, leaving her without other visitors. However, with number 5's appearance following this trial, it was evident that her tranquil life was now but a relic of the past. She had a premonition that the emergence of number 5 was merely the beginning. As the trials increased in frequency, a myriad of diverse individuals and events would inevitably weave themselves into the fabric of her life. "What could possibly happen to me?" Number 5 remarked nonchalantly, expressing nothing more than his own restless agitation. His eyes darted about, "You know, our existence is akin to living with a knife perpetually poised at our throats. I merely sought someone to converse with, but others simply fail to comprehend." Song Qingxiao's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by his words. She fixed her gaze upon him, awaiting his next utterance. Number 5 quickly faltered, his face momentarily frozen in an awkward expression, before reverting to the demeanor he had displayed during their initial encounter in the trial space. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his previously spirited gaze diminished into one of apprehension. "I'm being sincere," he insisted. Song Qingxiao offered a faint smile, one that did not reach her eyes, merely curving the corners of her lips. She swept her bangs aside, revealing her elongated, upturned eyes. Her gaze remained unperturbed, and that slight smile, rather than rendering her appearance any softer, only accentuated her aloofness. "You have mistaken the person you seek," she replied calmly. "Do I seem like someone with whom you share a common tongue?" She stated bluntly, "During the trial space, I spared you not out of kindness, but simply because you posed no threat to my interests. Wasn't it true that no one was ultimately killed?" The smile on number 5's face gradually faded as he quietly murmured a few words. Noticing Song Qingxiao's slight frown, it was evident that she was reluctant to engage in idle chatter. Sensing this, number 5 quickly bowed his head, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. "I came to find you because there is indeed a matter at hand." He clasped his hands over his abdomen, rubbing them together. "Do you recall the scene after the last trial, when that deranged nurse took her own life?" Song Qingxiao remained silent, prompting number 5 to continue speaking. The gun she wielded should have belonged to that burly man, and it was meant to be freely taken out of the trial space. After Song Qingxiao committed suicide with the gun, I had intended to seize the opportunity to acquire it. My hand was almost upon the weapon when, in the last 2 seconds, you threw something to distract me. Instinctively, I dodged, and at that moment, we exited the trial space, leaving me bereft of the gun. To be honest, every time I think about it, my heart aches tremendously. His words carried a subtle hint of reproach towards Song Qingxiao. Yet he refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction too overtly, aware of her formidable abilities. In the exchange of the trial, a single gun was valued at a staggering 100 points. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxiao felt a stirring within her, discreetly scrutinizing number 5. His appearance was unchanged since their first encounter. He remained clad in an expensive suit. He had previously boasted about converting his earned points into imperial currency to indulge in life's pleasures. However, his subsequent actions revealed his adeptness at deception, rendering much of his dialogue mere fabrications unworthy of trust. During the previous trial, her trump card was mostly revealed. She had seized a long whip, a dagger, and a technique from the 4th participant, and even in her scheming against the 6th, her cunning nature was laid bare. In contrast, the 5th participant, aside from exhibiting intelligence and restraint, had disclosed little information. Throughout the ordeal, he had merely engaged in verbal exchanges without taking any action, leaving one to ponder his true capabilities. Lowering her head, Song Qingxiao took the opportunity to adjust her sleeve as she inquired, "Once your task is completed, you will have ample points. Do you really need to concern yourself with a mere 100 points? You could simply exchange for another." A glint of cunning appeared in the 5th participant's eyes as he retorted, "Ample points, you say?" After posing the question, he glanced at Song Qingxiao's face with a hint of trepidation, only to find her lifting her eyelids, her gaze imbued with a cryptic warning that seemed to dance between amusement and caution. The 5th participant was swiftly reminded of the incident in the trial space where this girl had slain the 4th participant, sending a chill through him. He hastily diverted the conversation. "How many points could there possibly be? Aren't they all similar to yours? Those points are hardly sufficient for me to exchange for money." With an air of pride, he extended his arm to showcase the watch adorning his wrist, proclaiming, "Look, this is worth 1,000,000. This clothing, these shoes, even this hairstyle, all meticulously maintained. What do you truly want?" Song Qingxiao interrupted his boasting. The 5th participant's gaze flickered as he glanced around before finally fixing his eyes on her. "You see, I did not acquire that gun. And a person like me is indeed quite useless. Lacking any possessions is rather daunting. Your skills surpass mine. Would you be willing to sell the long whip you obtained from the 4th participant?" Indeed, he had come for a purpose. The long whip, which could be exchanged in the trial space, required 200 points. Number 5 muttered to himself that his points were the same as those of Song Qingxiao and number 6, which was evidence of his deceit. Song Qingxiao had amassed 1,000 points during this trial, including rewards for defeating number 4, the bespectacled man. Meanwhile, number 6 had undergone a change in identity and had killed an armed man, indicating that his points would differ from the other two. Number 5, having neither taken a life nor changed his stance, had not eliminated any threats in the psychiatric hospital trial scene, hence he would not have received any additional rewards. Therefore, starting from the initial allocation of 1,000 points for each member of the Guardian faction and deducting the 8 deceased civilians, he should only have 600 points remaining. If he truly intended to exchange for weapons, this 600 points, though not abundant, would suffice. "Are you buying the whip?" Song Qingxiao inquired, following his lead. Upon hearing her tone, which did not convey anger, number 5 felt a sense of relief and nodded, "Yes." The price for that whip in the trial space was indeed 200 points. The long whip of number 4, which had seemed quite valuable in the previous trial, was regarded as a commendable item, especially since everyone was still a novice with limited points. However, as the difficulty of the trials increased, such a weapon could only be classified as a common item, still far removed from the truly exceptional ones. Number 5 misunderstood Song Qingxiao's intentions, and he quickly replied, "I understand it is 200 points. He assumed that Song Qingxiao's words indicated a hint of interest. "Rest assured, if you are willing to sell, I would certainly be prepared to offer you a price exceeding 200 points. I would not allow you to suffer a loss." Perhaps driven by an urgent desire to acquire weapons, he momentarily lost his composure. "Aren't you in need of money? I can provide you with a price far surpassing the conversion rate of points to imperial currency. Whatever amount you ask for, I shall provide." As he spoke, he reached into the pocket of his suit to retrieve a handkerchief, attempting to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing his words, Song Qingxiao couldn't help but laugh. Are you offering me a price that exceeds the conversion rate of points to imperial currency for a whip? Number 5 nodded. And Song Qingxiao, still smiling, inquired, if that is the case, why would you still spend points to exchange for money? Isn't that redundant? As her words fell, Number 5's hand, which was wiping his sweat, froze instantly. She had cleverly unraveled his secret, feeling somewhat vexed at having fallen for her trick. He opened his mouth to salvage the situation, but just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the security office. Song Qingxiao instinctively turned to look. As Captain N briskly emerged from his office, appearing as if he was preparing to go out, his stern expression betraying a hint of urgency. His gaze swept across the security office and finally landed on Song Qingxiao, who was conversing with Number 5 in the corner. He pointed at her and commanded, "You, come with me." Number 5 still had words unspoken, but Song Qingxiao, now disinterested in entangling herself with him, simply said, "Excuse me." Number 5 hurriedly pulled a business card from her bag and pressed it into Song Qing's small hand. "Here is my phone number. I assure you, I am speaking the truth. After your shift, let us discuss this matter further." She scoffed silently, clutching the card tightly in her palm. Captain N was in a rush. Having finished his words, he had already taken steps towards the entrance of the security hall. As Song Qing followed, a vehicle was already waiting outside, and Captain N had opened the door to take a seat inside. 2 male bodies had been discovered on Shijia Guanghan Road, reported this morning. He crossed his arms and regarded Song Qing as she boarded the vehicle, noticing Number 5 on the other side of the glass wall of the security hall, still observing them. When Captain An's gaze fell upon her, Number 5 did not shy away. Instead, she waved at him. "I am short-staffed here, or I would not have brought you along." He tossed a notebook, clipped with a pen, towards Song Qing. "Once we arrive, you are responsible for taking notes. Do not faint from fright." When he mentioned the 2 male corpses found on Guanghan Road, Song Qing paused. Recalling the 2 men who had appeared at her doorstep the previous night, whom she had rendered unconscious and subsequently discarded on Guanghan Road. Lost in her thoughts, she barely noticed Captain N's impatience as he warned her, "If you cannot handle such a trivial task, even if your probation period is not over, I will expel you from my domain. The Empire has no need for parasites like you, who consume the taxes of the white-collar populace." After delivering his admonition, Captain N closed his eyes. After the car roared to life, Song Qingxiao tucked away her notebook and pen, her thoughts drifting to the 2 men mentioned by Captain N who had perished in the western suburbs. An unsettling premonition washed over her. These bodies discovered might very well belong to the 2 individuals she had incapacitated and discarded by the roadside of Guanghan last night. As the vehicle journeyed westward, Captain N reached out to other nearby guards on duty. Upon their arrival in the western suburbs, they found the area surrounding the bodies teeming with onlookers. The guards who had arrived earlier had cordoned off the scene with a temporary barrier, while some curious bystanders seized the moment to stir up trouble. A group of unruly individuals had encircled several early arriving guards, creating a cacophony of shouts and heated exchanges. Upon halting the vehicle, Captain N leaped out and, upon noticing the besieged guards, his expression darkened. He strode purposefully towards them, his towering and robust figure quickly commanding attention. As Song Qingxiao approached, she witnessed Captain N seizing one of the instigators and hurling him aside. The 2 men he had caught fell to the ground with a resounding thud, groaning in pain. "The guard hall is conducting an operation. Bystanders, step aside." Captain N admonished sternly, redirecting the ire of the crowd towards himself. "A homicide has occurred in the western suburbs. 2 of our own, family men." A man clad in a black sleeveless vest, his arms adorned with tattoos, fearlessly advanced towards Captain N, challenging him. "As the heart of the Empire, shouldn't the guard hall protect us, the law-abiding citizens?" The western suburbs, notorious for its frequent criminal incidents, witnesses an annual accumulation of numerous cases, with an overwhelming number of fatalities, rendering it the region with the highest rate of unnatural deaths throughout the Empire. Each year, the mounting piles of case files often remain unresolved. The deceased predominantly belong to various marginalized groups residing at the lowest echelons of society, their lives regarded as insignificant as insects, drawing little attention from the public. Even in instances where gang members engage in violent clashes leading to unforeseen casualties, there is typically an unspoken agreement to erase any traces of such events. These individuals maintain clandestine connections, with knowledge of one another's deeds often eluding the grasp of the authorities, yet they are acutely aware of the realities surrounding them. The western suburbs belong to these factions. However, The occurrence of such enigmatic deaths involving two gang members on Guanghan Road inevitably stirs unrest among the local populace, particularly in the absence of a clear perpetrator. Consequently, upon discovering the bodies, the residents promptly alerted the authorities and awaited the arrival of the security personnel, which precipitated the earlier confrontation. Captain N could not help but be amused upon hearing the brutish figure refer to himself as a law-abiding citizen. In truth, had the situation not been so dire and the security forces overwhelmed, he surmised that not only he, but also the other officers encircled by these thugs, would have shared a laugh at such a declaration. These individuals boasted extensive criminal records, some of which may even include homicide, rendering their self-identification as law-abiding citizens rather unconvincing. The Security Bureau, of course, has a duty to protect its citizens. Captain N skillfully rephrased his statement. Yet the group of burly men remained unappeased. Let us not speak too soon. If protection is indeed warranted, then you owe us an explanation as to how my brother and I met our demise. Having just arrived and not yet laid eyes on the bodies, he retorted, "How can I provide an explanation?" Captain N furrowed his brow in response. The guards, both men and women, trapped within the crowd, brandished their batons, appearing quite disheveled. "What is the situation?" Captain N inquired. One guard raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. His uniform crumpled from the earlier scuffle. "After receiving the report today, our colleagues in the vicinity rushed over and happened upon the two male corpses." He explained the circumstances. As Song Qing cautiously followed his gaze, she too peered through the gaps in the crowd, catching only a glimpse of a few legs. Upon revealing herself, the guards finally acknowledged her presence. Clad in identical uniforms, armed with either batons or weapons, she stood out with nothing but a notebook and pen in hand. The surrounded guards displayed expressions of disdain. Her presence seemed of little consequence and only likely to complicate matters. He had not anticipated that this seemingly timid newcomer would accompany him into the heart of the crowd under such circumstances. What was the age of the deceased? Had the bodies been moved? Were there any suspicious weapons discovered nearby? Captain imposed a series of inquiries. By the time we arrived, they were already here. The guard, tasked with providing an overview of the situation, swiftly diverted his attention from Song Qingxiao, vaguely gesturing towards the growing crowd around them. However, the throng continued to swell, nearly culminating in a violent confrontation, leaving even the earlier guards uncertain about the current state of affairs. Why utter so many words? One could simply observe to ascertain the reality. As the guards engaged in conversation, the burly men surrounding them grew increasingly displeased. One individual forcefully shoved the guard who had been explaining the situation, causing him to stumble until another guard steadied him, preventing a fall. "Please refrain from physical altercations," the pushed guard exclaimed, suppressing his anger. This was the western suburbs, where the adversaries were numerous and intimidating. In such circumstances, swallowing one's pride was not a prudent course of action, as it could easily provoke these unruly ruffians. "What of it?" retorted the man who had pushed him, unable to contain his irritation. His words incited the others from the western suburbs, leading them to become increasingly restless. Some even dared to attempt to shove the most robust guard among them, Captain N. In an instant, the previously quelled conflict was reignited. Following closely behind Captain N, Song Qingxiao found herself inevitably caught in the turmoil. At that moment, Captain N was preoccupied with his own safety and could hardly be expected to shield her. Amidst the chaos, a man raised his hand to strike her, and she instinctively turned her head to evade the blow. However, the notebook and pen she clutched were struck by another hand, falling to the ground with a resounding thud, only to be swiftly trampled underfoot. Song Qingxiao gazed at the man who had trampled on her notebook. He wore a black t-shirt, the already short sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, revealing muscular arms. "Get your foot off," she uttered, her voice barely rising above the cacophony of curses surrounding them. Yet, her tone was far from playful. The burly man, taken aback by her words, paused momentarily before processing what she had said. He scrutinized her from head to toe, and then erupted into laughter, doubling over. Compared to the other guards, she appeared fragile, her slight frame barely filling the oversized uniform, especially when standing behind the imposing Captain N. Resembling a rabbit lost in a jungle, surrounded by individuals capable of tearing her apart. Initially, her words elicited laughter from the man, but soon his expression soured. He raised his hand and aimed a slap at Song Qingxiao's face, seizing the opportunity to assert dominance over the Security Bureau and establish control. Captain N, noticing the commotion behind him, turned with an expression of shock and anger. He was astonished that, amidst such chaos, Song Qingxiao still dared to accompany him off the vehicle. Simultaneously, he felt exasperated that, in their already precarious situation, the bureau was stretched thin, forced to divert attention to such an individual. In this moment of panic, Captain pivoted, intending to intercept the man's hand. His intent was to protect not only Song Qingxiao, but also the dignity of the security bureau. Before he could reach out to restrain the man's arm, Song Qingxiao raised her left hand and struck the back of the man's right hand. To others, her actions appeared as futile as a mantis attempting to block a chariot. The disparity in their physiques became evident when her palm struck the back of the burly man's hand, producing a sharp slap that many found almost whimsical. Yet, upon being struck, the man's arm felt as though it had endured a heavy blow. His hand went numb, the strength sapped from him, causing his body to involuntarily lean. His hand, suspended in midair, fell helplessly, lacking the strength to rise again. The male security guard, previously encircled, had chosen to endure the provocation without retaliating. Song Qingxiao's decisive action drew several glances from Captain, as if he were encountering her for the first time. She did not exhibit the weakness that others had anticipated. Rather, in the face of danger, she displayed commendable composure, avoiding any disgraceful behavior. The man who had been struck shook his numbed arm. Visibly embarrassed as Song Qingxiao deftly pushed his hand aside in front of the assembly, leaving him in a rather awkward position, although he had previously suffered a minor defeat. Making him realize that this woman was not to be underestimated, he could not dismiss the stark contrast in their heights and builds. With a grim expression, he attempted once more to seize Song Qingxiao. Before making his move, the man had prepared himself, applying force to his arm. He initially believed that even if he failed to grasp her, it would not be as effortless for her to deflect him again as it had been before. However, this time proved no exception. His outstretched hand was once more repelled by Song Qingxiao. Moreover, as their hands collided, he sensed an unmistakable pressure emanating from her, as if she were subduing his accumulated strength. With a sharp slap, his hand was swatted away. Although he was prepared, his body swayed, causing him to take a step back before regaining his balance. A glimmer of wariness flickered in the big man's eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, after being rebuffed twice. Those around began to sense that something was amiss. A group of thugs encircled the man, casting menacing glances at Song Qingxiao. One of them called out to the big man, "Brother Guan." "Enough." Captain, observing the situation, quickly interjected to redirect everyone's attention towards himself. "You have gathered here to uncover the true culprit behind the deaths of these two individuals, not to oppose the security bureau, correct?" Regardless of whether Song Qingxiao was a naive novice or audaciously bold, her ability to maintain the dignity of the security bureau today was sufficient for Captain to regard her with newfound respect. Seizing the opportunity as Captain spoke, Song Qingxiao bent down to pick up the notebook and pen that had fallen to the ground. All eyes were on her as she brushed off the footprints on the notebook and glanced at the big man. Her gaze was calm and unassuming. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it sent a chill down the man's spine. He had begun to sense that Song Qingxiao was not to be trifled with. But in front of his comrades, it would be somewhat embarrassing if he could not even handle a woman. At that moment, Captain N's words provided a convenient excuse for him to step back, and it was clear that none of them wished to escalate matters with the security bureau. Thus, they each took a step back. The big man let out a cold snort, tacitly acknowledging Captain N's statement. As the throng dispersed, a collective sigh of relief emanated from the security personnel. It was then that Song Qingxiao beheld the two male corpses sprawled upon the ground. Though their faces remained obscured, she recognized their attire and build, identifying them as the men she had incapacitated and ejected the previous night. The scene, marred by the trampling feet of the crowd, had compromised any potential clues. The forensic examiner, after assessing the surroundings and climate, estimated their time of death to be between the hours of 3 and 4 in the morning. Both had sustained injuries prior to their demise, but the fatal wounds were attributed to severe cranial fractures inflicted with considerable force. Despite an extensive investigation, little of substance was gleaned, and as more security officers arrived, the denizens of the western suburbs who had gathered dispersed like startled birds. The more meticulous the perpetrator, the fewer traces remained, thereby increasing the likelihood of the case remaining unsolved. Silence pervaded the vehicle, yet the gazes directed at Song Qingxiao were now tinged with curiosity rather than disdain. "Song Qingxiao, it has been a while." The voice held a familiar cadence, prompting her to raise her gaze. Number 6 stood at the entrance of the security bureau, arms crossed, offering a greeting. She was attired in a dark green plaid skirt that accentuated her slender legs, paired with a loose-fitting black knit sweater. Her long hair was casually styled in a ponytail, and her striking appearance drew the attention of those entering and exiting the bureau. Number 6, however, remained impassive, her expression aloof until she spotted the individual she had been awaiting, whereupon she promptly approached Song Qingxiao. Her movements were slightly hampered as her left hand remained clasped around her right arm. Today proved to be rather fortuitous. Upon encountering number 6, Song Qingxiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her lips. She had anticipated the arrival of number 6 after witnessing number 5 earlier that morning. Yet she had not expected such a swift appearance, nor the fact that, like number 5, number 6 would head directly to the entrance of her workplace at the security bureau. As number 6 approached her, he raised an eyebrow, quickly discerning an underlying implication in her words. Has number 5 also been here? While he spoke, Song Qingxiao keenly observed two indistinct gazes trailing number 6 from within the confines of the security bureau. As he drew nearer to her, those scrutinizing gazes shifted their focus onto her, imbued with a sense of examination. Though the individuals observing her were exceedingly discreet, Song Qingxiao's heightened mental acuity allowed her to capture their presence with remarkable clarity. One of them was a man seated casually against the glass wall of the security bureau, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. A newspaper obscured his face and much of his body, leaving only the brim of his cap visible. Seemingly aware that his gaze had been detected by Song Qingxiao, the man paused momentarily, lowered the newspaper, and their eyes met. He appeared to be an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, with gray hair at his temples, clad in a gray jacket. Upon realizing that Song Qingxiao's gaze was fixed upon him rather than merely passing by, a look of unmistakable surprise crossed his features, quickly followed by a somber expression as he set down the newspaper and rose to his feet. When seated, this individual appeared rather unremarkable, akin to many ordinary figures within the security hall. However, upon rising, his presence transformed entirely. He towered impressively, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Song Qingxiao with a palpable air of warning and pressure. The security hall was bustling with people. Yet the elder's discreet examination was swiftly noticed by Song Qingxiao, a testament to her strength beyond her seemingly fragile exterior. A faint smile graced her lips, unyielding to his imposing aura. Meanwhile, she formed a seal with her hands, channeling her mental energy into a concentrated beam directed at the elder during their brief moment of eye contact. Having only recently begun to grasp the subtleties of her mental prowess, the impact of her attack was modest due to its relative weakness. The elder, appearing exceptionally skilled, was merely momentarily perturbed by her effort, owing to the distance between them. She preferred to maintain a low profile to avoid attracting undue attention. However, excessive modesty often invites scrutiny. The arrival of individuals 5 and 6 indicated that her private information was readily accessible to certain parties, necessitating a warning for these two. After locking eyes with her, the elder hesitated in his step, his brow furrowing, clearly affected by Song Qingxiao's subtle assault. Their exchange transpired in mere seconds, and as number 6, engaged in conversation with Song Qingxiao, sensed something amiss and turned to see the elder's grave expression. With a resigned sigh, she waved her right hand towards the elder, as if signaling him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resumed his seat. Do not take offense. The elderly gentleman settled back down, and, after picking up the newspaper, number 6 turned her head to gaze at Song Qingxiao, saying, as you know, I sustained my injuries without cause, and my elders are quite vigilant, hence their reluctance to let me venture out. At this point, she nonchalantly scrutinized Song Qingxiao, narrowing her eyes as she continued. However, you must have gleaned quite a bit from this trial, haven't you? As she spoke, her ponytail swayed behind her. The disguise of Ing Sheng is not easily discerned by the average person. After 2 trials, everyone had heightened their instinct for danger, and number 6 could sense that Song Qingxiao was far more perilous now than during the previous trial. Is your injury still unhealed? Despite her efforts to conceal it while walking, number 6's left hand was clearly not very nimble, betraying the gunshot wound she had sustained in the trial space. Although one could use points to heal severe injuries post-trial, number 6 understood her implication, and, once her fade was pierced, she candidly admitted, indeed, it remains unhealed. She paused for a moment, glancing at Captain Un and others in the distance. How about sharing a meal together? A great deal has transpired today. Besides the 2 men who appeared at my doorstep last night, the arrival of number 5 and number 6 has piqued my interest. Number 5 came with the intention of purchasing a long whip, and she was curious about number 6's motive. She nodded. I have 50 minutes until I finish work. Number 6 was momentarily taken aback, a look of incredulity flashing in her eyes. In her perspective, Song Qingxiao had exhibited exceptional performance in the previous trial. Individuals of her caliber, with the increasing frequency of trials, would undoubtedly transcend the realm of ordinary beings, provided they survived. She was astonished that such a seemingly mundane task still held significance for Song Qingxiao, who diligently undertook it. Upon submitting her notes from today to Captain N, perhaps due to her commendable performance in the western suburbs, his demeanor towards her softened considerably. He perused the notes she had taken, admiring her exquisite handwriting, noting that every word spoken by the on-site staff had been meticulously recorded without any omissions. Some remarks made casually by the personnel were also duly noted by her. Impressive indeed. Captain N offered a compliment, marking the first instance of praise he had bestowed upon Song Qingxiao since her induction. However, upon observing her unchanged expression, he recalled the earlier encounter with individual number 6, whose aura was far from ordinary. During their conversation, there had been an undercurrent of caution. A look of perplexity crossed Captain N's face. Initially, he had deemed Song Qingxiao merely an inept novice who had inadvertently stumbled into the security office to earn a few months' wages. Yet, the events of today had begun to reshape his perceptions. He closed the notebook and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Have you studied any self-defense techniques?" While crucial techniques were not to be disclosed, there was no need for Song Qingxiao to conceal this matter. She nodded affirmatively, and upon witnessing her acknowledgement, Captain N's satisfaction deepened. That should be noted in your resume. This way, others may gain a deeper understanding of you beyond superficial impressions. From Captain N's words, Song Qingxiao sensed that her position in this job had become relatively stable. After completing her probation period, as long as she did not perform poorly, it should not be a problem for her to remain in the company. After Captain N finished speaking, she changed her clothes and left work. Number 6 was still waiting outside, while the elderly man who had accompanied her earlier had vanished. Number 6 approached her with an invitation to dinner, having already made arrangements in advance. Their vehicle was parked in front of a private dining establishment in the Upper East Side of the capital, where someone was already waiting. Upon seeing Number 6 alight from the car, the leading figure among the waiting party stepped forward and said, "Miss Pei has arrived." Chapter 69. What about you? The Upper East Side of the capital was not a place that Song Qingxiao frequented. Compared to Number 6, she appeared rather inconspicuous in her regular attire. The individual who approached to greet Number 6 quickly scanned over her before his attention settled on Number 6, transforming into a display of warmth and enthusiasm. The restaurant's exterior was unremarkable, yet the ambience was tranquil. To carve out such a serene space in an area where land was at a premium clearly required more than mere wealth. There were not many people outside the restaurant, and judging by the manner in which the man greeted Number 6, it seemed that she bore the surname Pei. The elderly man who had accompanied her earlier was evidently skilled, able to halt any potential conflict with just a glance from Number 6, suggesting he was likely employed by her in a capacity akin to that of a bodyguard rather than a familial role. Being able to frequent such venues and being accompanied by a person of the elderly man's caliber indicated that Number 6 likely came from a distinguished background. Song Qingxiao found something amiss in the restaurant. As she observed the interaction between the man and the 6th individual, she perceived, without the need for deliberate concentration, several scrutinizing gazes sweeping over her from the shadows. While the 6th individual continued exchanging pleasantries with the man, Song Qingxiao, lost in thought, acutely sensed a probing presence intruding upon her mental space. This sensation was remarkably peculiar, akin to a tranquil pool of water being gently disturbed, sending ripples cascading outward, rendering her almost unable to maintain control. A chill crept down her spine, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Since acquiring the Lin character technique and honing her mental prowess, she had never encountered such a situation. The energy within her consciousness felt uncontrollable, instinctively resisting this incursion, as if her feeble mental strength was utterly inadequate against the invading force. With her head bowed, beads of sweat began to form, revealing the presence of formidable individuals within the group who had already taken notice of her. The mental energy entwined around her felt like a current, subtly attempting to penetrate her consciousness. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingxiao feigned confusion and raised her head, scanning her surroundings. She exaggerated her movements, and at the precise moment she lifted her gaze, she exerted every effort to stabilize her mental energy. The invasive presence, having circled her, swiftly withdrew its pressure. The man, Having concluded his conversation with the sixth individual, promptly announced, "I have arranged a place for you." Everything that transpired earlier seemed to escape the notice of the sixth individual. Upon entering through the door with her companion, she supported her left hand and remarked to Song Qingxiao with a playful smile, "The cuisine at their home is quite delightful. You should savor it." Song Qingxiao returned her smile, though the earlier mental clash, albeit not a physical confrontation, had drained her mental energy significantly. Her garments were drenched in cold sweat, and as the wind swept through, she felt an icy chill enveloping her. In the dim light of the night, her complexion appeared pale, and it was uncertain whether the sixth individual noticed this change. The dining locale was a secluded private room, and after they settled, the sixth individual scrutinized Song Qingxiao for a brief moment, saying, "I had thought you would decline my invitation to dine." The server had yet to arrive, and the room's decor exuded an ancient charm, with exquisite wooden carvings surrounding it. Half-drawn curtains woven from an unknown grass allowed a gentle breeze to waft through, while the lighting within the chamber was perfectly soft. "Would you truly cease your pursuit if I declined to dine with you?" The sixth individual, intent on uncovering more about her, could easily ascertain her background, her workplace, and thus her residence, where a defenseless mother awaited. Last night's events were no mere coincidence, and the sixth individual's presence could not solely be attributed to a desire for a meal. Both were acutely aware of this. They knelt on the floor to eat, a dining practice long obsolete with the passage of time, yet the sixth individual appeared accustomed to it, showing no signs of discomfort. On a crimson-hued, low table rested a teapot, accompanied by a water faucet and a canister of tea leaves. Number 6, moving at a leisurely pace, was engaged in the task of brewing tea and boiling water. Upon hearing Song Qingxiao's words, she refrained from retorting. "Aren't you afraid I might sell you?" Number 6 inquired, momentarily pausing in her actions as she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Song Qingxiao. Under the illumination of the lights, Song Qingxiao's expression was indifferent. Her bangs, which had obscured her eyes, were swept to the sides of her face. In truth, she possessed an appealing and graceful countenance. Yet her attire and demeanor led one to notice not her beauty at first glance. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before Number 6 suddenly chuckled. "I was merely jesting." Despite her claim of humor, Song Qingxiao offered no smile in return. Number 6 continued to amuse herself for a while, filling the teapot with water before placing it atop the induction stove. She propped her uninjured right hand against her cheek and remarked, "You did injure me during the trial. Is it too much to invite you for a meal?" In that context, I acted for the sake of everyone completing the task. Song Qingxiao felt no embarrassment from her statement. After all, due to your protection, you switched sides, and ultimately, we all survived. Upon hearing her words, Number 6 maintained her smile. Though it had dulled slightly, it was merely luck. Both understood implicitly that under those circumstances, with Song Qingxiao and Number 5 as protectors and Number 6 as the hunter, Song Qingxiao's intention in luring Zhang Xiaoyu to fire was perhaps not solely to ensure everyone's survival. It was merely a bold maneuver on her part to validate her assertions. Should Zhang Xiaoyu ultimately perish without fulfilling her mission, it would serve as evidence that the protection rendered by 6 was ineffectual and the allegiance remained unchanged. The rationale behind Song Qingxiao instructing 5 to accompany 6 was merely to facilitate the eventual elimination of 6 to accomplish the task. At that moment, had Zhang Xiaoyu's shot found its mark, it would have been an opportune means to eliminate a rival. Conversely, if her aim faltered and merely wounded 6, it would provide an opportunity to test whether 6 could shift allegiances while simultaneously allowing Zhang Xiaoyu to inflict significant harm upon 6, thereby disqualifying her from an equal confrontation with Song Qingxiao. In the circumstances at hand, the two were indeed adversaries locked in a relentless struggle, although 6, under Song Qingxiao's influence, might have made a similar decision. It was unlikely she would have meticulously considered every facet of the situation as Zhang Xiaoyu had. With a sense of caution, she refrained from mentioning past trials and instead inquired, "By the way, why did 5 come to see you?" 6's voluntary mention of this matter perfectly aligned with Song Qingxiao's intentions. She lifted her gaze and smiled at 6, responding, "He came to buy a whip." Upon concluding her statement, she noticed 6 slightly pursing her lips and then asked, "What about you? What do you seek by coming to see me?" Chapter 70. Anticipation. When Song Qingxiao mentioned 5's desire to purchase a whip, 6's expression remained remarkably composed, as though she had anticipated such a scenario long before. Initially, Song Qingxiao had speculated that sixth visit might mirror five's, likely for the same purpose of acquiring a whip. However, the dining establishment that number 6 chose for tonight is rather peculiar. It is frequented by individuals of remarkable skill. To afford such adept patrons, this restaurant cannot be considered ordinary. The long whip belongs to number 4, merely a basic weapon within the trial space. For newcomers, the cost of exchanging for such a whip may be quite burdensome. Yet, as the number of trials increases, the 200 points required for the exchange become less formidable. At least for Song Qingxiao, the points remaining after her second trial are sufficient for acquiring such a whip. For someone like number 6, being able to frequent such an establishment implies a respectable background. Thus, a single whip might not hold significant value for her. Moreover, if she can locate herself in reality, it stands to reason she could also identify other trial participants. For ordinary individuals, obtaining weapons from the trial space is no simple feat, yet for certain individuals, it is not particularly challenging. Number 6 visit might suggest a disregard for the whip, as she may be more inclined towards other treasures. Song Qingxiao pondered. What could possibly intrigue number 6 about her? Points? Outside of the trial space, it remains uncertain whether points can be seized after a kill, leaving her profoundly curious about this matter. If number 6 did not come for points, another possibility arises, the Lin technique. Number 6 has witnessed her utilize the Lin technique and has been subject to its control. The marvel of such an art not only excites Song Qingxiao but also piques number 6's curiosity, which is entirely reasonable. Regrettably, regardless of which of these two aspects number 6 finds intriguing, she is unable to provide either. As Song Qingxiao posed her question, she had already steeled herself for the response. However, as soon as her words fell, number 6 merely curled the corner of her mouth and remarked, "Rest assured. What I desire is not a whip." The water on the table had reached a rolling boil, the bubbling sound causing the teapot lid to emit a soft gurgle. No. 6 poured the water for tea, and amidst the rising steam, her eyelids drooped slightly, her visage appearing somewhat aloof and detached in the mist. "What I wish to acquire is that dagger of yours." Had she requested the Ling method, points, or something else, it would have been within Song Qingxiao's expectations. Yet, her insistence on such a demand left Song Qingxiao momentarily stunned. This dagger held profound significance for her. It was not only the weapon that had sought her life but also a crucial element in her entry into the trial space. She needed it to uncover the identity of the one who had tried to kill her. "No sale for the dagger," she asserted resolutely. "No." Six's pouring paused for an instant, only to resume with the sound of water flowing again. It seemed she felt a tinge of regret at Song Qingxiao's refusal. The latter noticed a slight tremor in her pouring motion, causing a couple of droplets of hot water to spatter onto the table, which no. 6 discreetly wiped away with her elbow. "What a pity," she sighed. "To be honest, I come from a lineage of martial arts. Having a dagger suited for close combat would be quite fitting for me." Song Qingxiao remained silent, yet her curiosity deepened due to number 6's words. The fact that she would express such sentiments over the dagger indicated its considerable importance to her. Within the arsenal of spatial weaponry, there exists an option for a dagger among the exchangeable items. As she articulated, a dagger suited for close combat aligns perfectly with her needs, allowing her the liberty to acquire it without any ostentatious display. During her encounter with the fourth entity, she had concealed herself in the shadows. And since she had witnessed her employing arcane techniques, it was inevitable that she also observed the dagger she wielded. The sixth entity approached with an intent focused on the dagger, seemingly disregarding the notion of points or mystical arts. This underscores the possibility that the dagger holds even greater significance for her than the latter two. Did she recognize this dagger? Or was she acquainted with individuals linked to it? Could it even be connected to the very assailant who sought her life? As these thoughts traversed Song Qingxiao's mind, her entire being tensed, her hands clenched tightly beneath the table. She pressed her lips together, and the atmosphere grew palpably strained. The steam billowing from the teapot, imbued with the fragrance of tea leaves, masked the expressions of both individuals. A gentle breeze wafted outside, causing the exquisitely woven half-hanging grass curtain to flutter against the carved railings, producing a series of soft tapping sounds. The lamp suspended above swayed lightly in the wind, casting moving shadows that tugged at their forms. Just as the awkward silence deepened, footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of the server with the dishes. The presence of the restaurant staff shattered the stillness, leaving Song Qingxiao's mind awash with doubts throughout the meal. The sixth entity refrained from broaching the subject of the dagger again. instead engrossed in dining as if the desire to procure the dagger from her grasp had never been mentioned. Upon finishing their meal, as they emerged, a black vehicle awaited them at the entrance of the restaurant, and the elderly man they had seen earlier at the security hall stood by, patiently waiting by the car. Upon witnessing this scene, Number 6 glanced at Song Qingxiao, seemingly filled with a sense of guilt. "It's all right," she replied, shaking her head. The arrival of numbers 5 and 6 signified that her tranquil existence was irrevocably altered. She harbored a premonition that something ominous might transpire that night. Having experienced life and death, her sensitivity to such matters was particularly heightened. Number 6, noting her words, scrutinized her expression but found it difficult to discern any clues from her countenance and ultimately relinquished the effort. The elderly man cast a glance at Song Qingxiao before opening the car door for her. Number 6, smoothing the hem of her skirt with her right hand, suddenly turned her head and remarked with significant undertones, "Do take care on your journey." Song Qingxiao smiled gently and nodded. "I have always been quite cautious." At her response, Number 6 released a melodious laugh, and with the elderly man's assistance, she entered the vehicle. The old man soon followed, and once the car door was securely closed, the driver in the front seat started the engine. Inside the car, Number 6 gazed out through the specialized glass window. Song Qingxiao remained motionless at the entrance of the restaurant, her silhouette elongated under the lights, merging with the reflections of the surrounding architecture, creating an oddly harmonious aura with the chilly night scene. Though she did not possess striking beauty, there was something about her that made her increasingly unforgettable with each passing moment. Number 6 had encountered many stunningly beautiful faces, yet few were as uniquely memorable as Song Qingxiao. She recalled the depths of Song Qingxiao's eyes, resembling a tranquil surface of water, concealing turbulent currents capable of inflicting harm. One wonders, did she sense it? The elderly man, who had remained silent, followed the gaze of Number 6 and glanced outside. Number 6 brushed her hair aside, contemplating whether it mattered if she was aware or not. This evening, she had invited Song Qing to dinner, leaving her no opportunity for refusal. She must have been well aware that her background had been thoroughly investigated, including her residence and workplace, and that she had a mother. Regardless of her presence, the outcome would remain unchanged. If she chose to flee, would she harbor resentment towards you in the future? At this point, the old man's tone grew grave. She is a highly promising individual. Should someone of her caliber escape, it could lead to repercussions for you. He had crossed paths with Song Qing earlier today, and the memory of her piercing eyes inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. His gaze fell upon the injured shoulder of Number 6. "You once remarked that this individual possesses depth of thought, cunning, and talent. The Chu family will not falter." Chapter 71. Beyond this, Number 6 continued, the old man appearing somewhat troubled. "The dagger. Perhaps I misjudged." Upon mentioning the dagger, Number 6 paused, adjusting her attire. "Her origins are humble. Her family has a criminal record. There is little chance of any significant connection between us." She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Song Qing watched as Number 6 vehicle departed, the back door of the restaurant feeling rather desolate. In truth, ever since leaving this private dining establishment, she had sensed an unseen presence probing her mind with psychic scrutiny. After honing her mental prowess, she became acutely sensitive to such sensations. The probing awareness shadowed her relentlessly, imbued with a hint of perilous malice. She understood all too well the implications of this situation. She did not retreat. In fact, since the appearance of the enigmatic Number 6 and the clues provided by the trial, her identity had been uncovered, leading to this inevitable confrontation. At this juncture, some matters could not be evaded. She was merely an ordinary citizen of the empire, having previously resigned herself to the currents of fate. Number 6 actions this evening bore no semblance of concealment before her. Those perched atop their lofty perches invariably disregard others. Yet, even the most inconspicuous individual, akin to an ant, possesses the intrinsic right to strive for survival. Regardless of what these individuals sought to extract from her, an account would eventually need to be settled between her and Number 6. After being targeted, Song Qingxiao lingered for a moment before departing. The instant she exited the restaurant, she sensed someone following her. As she meandered through the bustling streets of the Upper East Side, she aimed to seize the opportunity to expunge the lingering trace of that foreign awareness from her consciousness. In a crowded environment, the pursuer would be cautious and hesitant to act openly. As she navigated through the throngs of people, she clenched her mental focus, enveloping that presence and attempting to dissolve it. However, she discovered that the pursuit of her mental energy was far more tenacious than she had anticipated. Despite numerous attempts, she could not entirely eradicate this unfamiliar essence. At best, she managed to diminish its intensity. Upon realizing this, Song Qingxiao could not help but smile wryly, acknowledging that number 6 had, from some unknown source, summoned such a formidable adversary to eliminate her, having been branded with a psychological imprint by her pursuers, whose identities remained obscure to her. Song Qingxiao found herself in a situation that was perhaps not entirely passive. Realizing there was no escape, she initially moved slowly through the throng, but after approximately 10 minutes, she quickened her pace, breaking into a frantic run. Although she was a novice in the realm of spiritual cultivation, she was acutely aware that the power of the mind was not omnipotent. The extent of one's mental prowess was contingent upon individual strength, and since someone had meddled with her, it was evident that the practitioner of mental manipulation was nearby. As she fled, it was inevitable that her pursuers would pursue her to maintain their control. Once they closed the distance, they would undoubtedly reveal their true intentions. Concurrently, she ceased to suppress her mental energy, allowing it to expand in search of her surroundings. After running a short distance, the disgruntled murmurs of the jostled crowd reached her ears, amidst which she discerned 2 distinct sets of footsteps, markedly different from the others. One pair was light and agile, while the other was somewhat disordered. From this, Song Qingxiao surmised that she was being trailed by 2 individuals, one adept in mental manipulation and the other displaying superior physical prowess. Given the distance she had put between herself and her pursuers, it seemed that the mental attacker was becoming impatient, fearful of losing the trail. It appeared that this adversary held a slight advantage, yet their range of attack was likely contained within a span of 20 to 30 meters. Weighing her own capabilities against those of her assailants, she recognized that most of her trump cards were already exposed. Whether it be the presence of her dagger, her whip, or even her mental energy, her opponents were likely well informed of her abilities. A direct confrontation may lead to trouble, yet after the last trial, her physical condition had been bolstered through 4 enhancements. With this advantage, escaping was not entirely out of the question. She quickened her pace, while the 2 behind her pursued relentlessly. After approximately an hour, Song Qingxiao's speed showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, she had become swifter than before. Following the physical enhancement, her bodily functions had significantly improved. As she ran, every bone and muscle seemed to exert effort, allowing her to maintain her pace without exhausting herself excessively. Meanwhile, her pursuers began to show signs of fatigue, although one maintained a lighter footfall. The one relying on mental energy exhibited noticeably inferior physical prowess, their steps growing increasingly heavy. At this moment, they had reached the vicinity of Changyan Street. Beyond this thoroughfare lay the western suburbs. Few ventured out after nightfall, and Song Qingxiao slipped into a spacious alleyway. Her speed was remarkable, and under the streetlights, her figure cast a fleeting shadow. Once the surroundings fell silent, her pursuers could no longer contain themselves. As she sprinted ahead, a sudden dullness struck her mind. Pain swiftly coursed from her head to every extremity, a torment far more excruciating than any physical injury, leaving her drenched in sweat. The instant her feet met the ground, someone lunged toward her from behind. She blinked, suppressing the agony in her mind, instinctively rolling away. Drawing forth the long whip from her person, she flicked it as she rose, creating distance between herself and the assailant as they attempted to evade her strike. The individual lunging towards her was evidently unprepared for the fact that she still possessed the strength to retaliate, emitting a low, surprised sound. Moments later, a second mental assault arrived, and as the wielder of this psychic force drew nearer, its potency surpassed that of the initial attack. During the first onslaught, she had been caught entirely off guard. However, upon facing this second attack, despite being aware of the repercussions, she could not stifle a muffled groan as the dull, gnawing pain akin to a parasite clung to her mind. The man, who had previously been pushed back, seized this opportunity to advance once more. As Song Qingxiao attempted to evade him, she found herself struggling. Perhaps the lingering effects of the psychic assault had rendered her dizzy and her body somewhat numb, leaving her feeling out of control. Most alarming was the fact that after enduring 2 psychic strikes, her mental faculties began to spiral into disarray, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate. If this continued, it would not be long before she fell into the clutches of these 2 men. With a vigilant mind, Song Qingxiao bit down hard on her tongue, attempting to jolt herself into focus through pain. Yet, whether due to her body's numbness or her inability to exert force. The pain remained disappointingly subtle despite several attempts. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a man clad in a deep blue suit. Approximately 10 meters away, bowing his head as he seemed to prepare for a third assault. Chapter 72. Fortuity as the psychic assailant gathered strength for a new attack. The man closing in clenched his fist and stepped forward once again. Perhaps influenced by the psychic force, Song Qingxiao's reactions had noticeably slowed. As the fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, rushed towards her, she gritted her teeth and staggered backwards until her back collided with the wall, leaving her no room to retreat. It was only then that she turned to evade the blow. This moment was fraught with peril, although the man's fist did not strike Song Qingxiao directly. The force of his punch brushed against her shoulder, sending several strands of hair flying beside her cheek, and with a resounding thud, they struck the wall behind her. Fragments of stone and dirt from the wall cascaded down, and the debris that was flung out grazed her cheek. While some of the dirt found its way into her eyes, causing a sharp sting, the proximity of danger was palpable. He retracted his fist, transforming it into a claw, attempting to grasp Song Qingxiao. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed the dent he had created in the wall with his punch. The shoulder he had brushed against throbbed faintly, and as she shifted her body, she unintentionally evaded his claw. However, under the relentless assault from both assailants, it became clear to him that she was nearing her limits. The two pursuers, one embodying intellect and the other strength, worked in seamless harmony, their abilities augmented by a psychic prowess that rendered them nearly invincible. This situation was untenable. Rapidly, Song Qingxiao began to mobilize her thoughts. The intangible nature of the psychic attacks left her vulnerable, and unless she could first neutralize the psychic assailant, she would remain trapped in this dire predicament. Yet, the man before her was evidently more aware of the circumstances, launching his attacks with precision, effectively sealing off her escape routes. In this critical moment, a recollection suddenly struck her. During her application of the Lin technique, she had once managed to condense her psychic energy into a domain, effectively trapping water droplets. Within the absolute realm she had conjured, droplets of water were separated from the flowing streams. Although her initial intent in employing the temporary technique was to ensnare her adversary in future confrontations, the realm that could confine her opponent also had the potential to isolate her. Realizing this, she hurriedly formed a seal with her hands and rapidly chanted, drawing the ground as a prison, confine. The moment she completed the seal, the man attacking her hesitated, instinctively glancing back at the psychic not far behind, a look of evident delight crossing his face. This detail did not escape Song Qingxiao's notice. It was likely that these two individuals were not merely after the dagger. However, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts at that moment. The psychic's assault was primarily directed at her mind, and she established this realm around her head, shielding her consciousness as it unfolded. In the instant her mental power roamed, it steadfastly protected her brain. When the man in the distance launched another psychic attack, under the influence of the temporary technique, her mental energy formed a barrier, safeguarding her awareness. The sharp pain did not return. The psychic assault caused the realm to sway gently, and approximately a second later, both attacks dissipated without a trace. This tactic proved effective. Although it required her to balance two aspects simultaneously, the cessation of the assault on her consciousness significantly alleviated Song Qingxiao's concerns. Seizing the opportunity while the man had yet to regain his composure, she exerted force through her hands on the ground, lifting her upper body, and with all her strength. She swung the whip once more. The whip carved a crimson arc through the air, as the man, his expression grave, deftly evaded it. She reacted with agility, her skills evident. Clearly, the prior mental assault had failed to penetrate her defenses. How could this be? Zhao Xian, the man bellowed, swiftly twisting and leaping aside as the whip's tail struck the ground with a sharp crack. The long whip had already demonstrated its formidable power while in the possession of the fourth participant in the trial scene. Yet now, Song Qingxiao surpassed that fourth participant significantly. In the distance, the man, hearing the call, concentrated his mental energy, preparing to launch another attack. Song Qingxiao was not foolish. She recognized her mental prowess paled in comparison to that of the man before her. Even with the enhancement of the Ling technique, which allowed her to conjure a protective domain, safeguarding her from his strikes, the consumption of mental energy in such a scenario was immense. Facing a tenacious opponent, she knew that if she landed a hit, she would promptly make her escape. Upon seeing her attempt to flee, the man disregarded calling for Zhao Xian's collaboration. At the same time, A mental assault surged forth once more. As Song Qingxiao formed her seals to channel her mental energy, she sensed the man closing in from behind. It was as if he were an unrelenting specter. Turning to unleash another whip strike to deter him, she noticed that this time the man, seemingly aware of her intention to escape, altered his previous evasive demeanor. He extended his left hand, attempting to intercept the whip. Despite their close proximity and the hurried nature of Song Qingxiao's lash, the whip resounded with a sharp crack as it struck the man's palm. His face contorted in pain, yet inexplicably. He refused to release his grip, enduring the agony to seize the whip. The force of the lash caused it to coil around his arm. In her frantic state, Song Qingxiao craned her neck to behold his face, contorted in a grimace, looming over her. His right hand clamped around her throat, constricting with a force that threatened to lift her off the ground. Were the circumstances less dire, Song Qingxiao might have mustered a wry smile. Twice now she had found herself in perilous situations, each time with her neck seized. The first time, it was pierced by a dagger. The second, she was nearly strangled by Lu Yixuan with a mouse cord during a trial. Yet, on both occasions, fortune had smiled upon her. Now, it seemed her luck was about to run out. The man, seasoned in combat, simultaneously moved to kick her knee while a mental assailant, having witnessed the man's success, advanced menacingly. Was tonight destined to be her undoing? Song Qingxiao's eyes grew bloodshot, but in the nick of time, a long-dormant voice echoed within her mind, initiating God's trial. At the sound of this pronouncement, Song Qingxiao managed a feeble twitch of her lips. In the next instant, the man's kick met empty air. His hand, still clenched in anticipation of impact, grasped nothing. Her figure vanished from thin air. Chapter 73. Step aside. Welcome to the God's trial. As the sound of the trial space echoed, Song Qingxiao felt an immediate release of pressure from her neck. The man who had gripped her tightly abruptly let go, causing her body to descend rapidly. Maintaining her struggle, she landed on her toes, having transitioned from the alley where she was being pursued into the divine trial space. She surged forward several steps before coming to a halt. The whip she had once clutched was snatched away by the man who had restrained her and did not accompany her into the trial space. Once she stopped, Song Qingxiao swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Upon her entry, she noticed 4 individuals already present, each squinting and seated cross-legged in different corners of the space. It was evident that they had not engaged in conversation prior to her arrival, creating a somewhat aloof atmosphere. At this juncture, none of them were novices to the trials. Unlike her previous encounter with the gun-wielding brute, such intimidation was absent here. Those who had reached this stage had likely undergone at least 2 trials, demonstrating considerable skill. Having just entered the trial space, with circumstances still unclear, no one would be foolish enough to make enemies or reveal their trump cards immediately. Therefore, her abrupt entrance elicited little reaction from the other trial participants. Even though Song Qingxiao appeared somewhat disheveled, the others merely lifted their eyelids briefly before lowering their gazes once more. Her eyes quickly swept over the 4 individuals, noting that among them was only one woman. It was apparent from her appearance that this woman was of advanced age, her hair flecked with gray. Despite her calm demeanor, Song Qingxiao sensed that she was not to be underestimated. The remaining 3 men presented a striking contrast. One, with a crew cut, sat with his back impeccably straight and eyes closed, exuding an air of solemnity. Another, adorned in the attire of a cultured scholar, while the last, clad in a sharp suit, wore a countenance of indifference. After appraising the trio, Song Qingxiao nonchalantly shook her arms and sought a secluded corner, adopting a cross-legged posture akin to theirs. With her eyes slightly squinted, she discreetly observed her surroundings, still haunted by the earlier encounter. It was now evident that the assailants pursuing her were connected to number 6, who had inquired about her dagger. However, it was clear that their motives extended beyond mere interest in the dagger. They were likely after the Lin character technique she possessed. During her utilization of the Lin technique to fend off the men's mental assaults, the 2 pursuers had displayed expressions of surprise, indicating that they had not anticipated her capabilities until the moment of confrontation. This realization compelled the man with clenched fists to risk injury in his attempt to seize her whip, determined to prevent her escape. Although she remained uncertain of their intentions upon apprehending her, it was imperative that she did not allow these 2 men, privy to her secrets, to leave her presence. Otherwise, the repercussions could prove far more troublesome in the future. Within the trial space, time outside stood still, and upon completion of the trial, she would return to the exact location from which she had entered. Yet, while number 6 desired her dagger, these 2 sought her technique. If they were not acting in concert, it was plausible that number 6 had allied with someone else, leveraging her as a pawn for their own gain. She exhaled softly, suppressing her emotions and directing her focus toward the trial ahead. Regardless of how she would manage the aftermath upon her return, her foremost priority remained her survival. She blinked, and soon another figure materialized in the space. A tall, slender young man with a refined appearance, clad in a blue-green checkered shirt. Upon entering the space, he scanned his surroundings, quickly realizing that several positions had already been claimed by earlier arrivals. The distance between each trial participant was approximately 2 to 3 meters, forming a regular pentagon. Any newcomer would either disrupt this peculiar equilibrium or occupy the center, maintaining a relatively safe distance from the others. A look of frustration crossed the man's face as he shrugged helplessly, then adjusted his wrists and arms, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Song Qingxiao, striding purposefully toward her. Although the onlookers remained silent, they could discern from the young man's demeanor that he intended to create trouble. Song Qingxiao subtly furrowed her brow. As he approached her, he finally spoke, "Step aside." Even though she had been on high alert since his arrival, the moment he uttered those words, an instinctive surge of hostility welled up within her. The individuals around them appeared to be engrossed in their own affairs, yet they were acutely aware of the movements of each trial participant. Should this man choose to occupy a corner forcibly, the inevitable shift in distance among the participants could very well spark a conflict. In the midst of youthful men vying for positions, the onlookers remained detached, merely observing the spectacle with indifference, ready to exploit any misfortune for their own gain. The trial space did not hinder the contenders from engaging in conflict. Rather, it appeared to foster such competition. At this moment, escalating tensions would be unwise. Song Qingxiao suppressed the murderous intent boiling within her, rising with a smile and inconspicuously making her way to the center. This new position was certainly less advantageous compared to where she had been seated earlier. The individual positioned in the center would find their every move scrutinized by those around them. Hence, the young man who entered had never contemplated occupying that spot. After Song Qingxiao vacated her seat, he stretched his arms and settled in, casting a self-satisfied glance at the surrounding spectators. A derisive snicker reached her ears from the sternly dressed man nearby, yet she remained unfazed, crossing her legs and closing her eyes, fully immersing herself in her mental fortitude. Conversely, the woman who had kept her head bowed throughout the earlier events lifted it, casting a wary glance at Song Qingxiao before surveying the young man who had claimed the position, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Those who persevered through the trials were anything but ordinary, particularly the women, who, due to inherent physical disparities, had to exhibit far greater tenacity to survive in such a demanding environment. When Song Qingxiao first entered the trial space, it was evident to the discerning that her aura was distinct. Although she quickly concealed her murderous aura, those who had arrived earlier perceived her true nature with clarity. The young man, having missed the earlier scene, thought he had chosen an easy target, unaware that he was likely to encounter a formidable opponent. When faced with the man's provocation, she chose to retreat without a word. This remarkable patience and her ability to assess the situation had already raised the woman's caution. Chapter 74. The agreement. The young man remained oblivious to the derision in the eyes of the older woman. He took pride in having driven away Song Qingxiao to secure his position, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Silence enveloped the surroundings as he adjusted his already loose tie, preparing to speak. At that moment, another challenger appeared in the trial space. As the newcomer advanced, upon catching sight of Song Qingxiao, he instinctively stumbled and evaded, becoming a mere shadow in his swift movement. This individual moved with remarkable speed. Song Qingxiao glanced up and identified the newcomer as number 7. A strikingly youthful girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. Once she regained her balance, perhaps irritated by Song Qingxiao's earlier obstruction, she wrinkled her nose and let out a cold hum. Upon entering, number 7, much like the young man before her, scanned the area and, upon realizing there was no available space for her, chose to sit cross-legged approximately 1 meter away from Song Qingxiao. After her arrival, the trial space fell silent once more, with no further disturbances. The young man toyed with his tie, casting a glance at the silent assembly, before suddenly proclaiming, "It appears that this trial will consist solely of us few participants." As he began to speak, the previously expressionless trial participants lifted their heads in unison. The refined scholar nodded thoughtfully after he finished speaking, indicating his agreement. The atmosphere among the trial participants was considerably more relaxed compared to when Song Qingxiao first entered the trial space. Yet, She understood that this did not signify a closer bond among the participants. Rather, it reflected their learned restraint of true natures, masking their intentions with feigned amiability. While they appeared to share light-hearted banter, it was likely that, when faced with the trial, they would not hesitate to turn on one another without a flicker of emotion. "I entered as number 6, announced the young man, his spirits lifting upon receiving attention. "Regardless of what lies ahead, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. There may be opportunities for collaboration during the task." Upon hearing this, the cold-eyed man in the suit opened his eyes and retorted icily, "In the last trial, individuals like you, talkative and eager to seize control, were the first to perish." At this, the last entrant, number 7, could not contain himself and let out a chuckle. The young man's expression darkened momentarily. He clenched his fists and rose to his feet, while the suited man stood as well, mocking, "If you intend to make a move, be aware that I am not number 5. From this remark, the young man discerned that Song Qingxiao had merely entered the trial space a moment before him. He had previously worn a stern expression, but in the next moment, he suppressed his fury. "I am number 6, she is number 5, and number 7 entered last. It appears that the 4 of you entered the trial space first." Among those who had entered earlier, aside from the scholarly man with whom he had exchanged words and the man in the suit, the elderly woman with the crew cut remained silent. The young man inquired, "Among the 4 of you, who entered first?" The man in the suit retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Although the young man managed to extract the sequence of Song Qingxiao's entry from him, it did not affect him, yet he still wore an expression of displeasure. After being met with several retorts, the smile on the face of number 6 faded a little. "My inquiry naturally holds the intention of sharing something of substance with everyone." Upon hearing this, the others finally lifted their heads as he had wished. Song Qingxiao glanced at the man, who had yet to speak, seemingly intent on piquing their curiosity. After several seconds, he finally stated, "Since number 7 entered, no one has arrived in the trial space. It appears we are the only 7 trial participants." After waiting in anticipation, the others expected him to reveal something significant, only to find he had merely repeated his earlier trivialities. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the man in the suit. Just as he was about to speak, the young man continued, "However, I have not received any task prompts, have any of you?" At this point, the words that had been on the tip of the man's tongue were abruptly swallowed. This peculiar circumstance also struck Song Qingxiao as odd. During the last trial, a mere moment after the arrival of participant number 6, the mission prompt had materialized. Yet now, with participant number 7 already present, the trial space had not welcomed any newcomers, and the mission prompt remained conspicuously absent. She pondered whether it was merely her situation or if others shared the same experience. Should everyone else also remain without a mission prompt, her concern would dissipate. After all, during the first trial, the prompt only emerged once they had formally entered the task scenario. Her trepidation stemmed from the possibility that the prompt might not manifest in the consciousness of every trial participant. Indeed, in the previous trial scenario, the cohort of trialists had been divided into 2 entirely opposing factions, each with distinct tasks. The words of the young man inadvertently struck a chord with her unspoken fears. She observed that there were 7 trial participants, a singular number. The first trial she had participated in had consisted of 9 individuals, also an odd number, and ultimately, only one could survive. Conversely, during the last trial, 6 participants, an even number, had led to a division into 2 factions, one dedicated to hunting, the other to rescue. After the young man recounted his situation, the previously silent man with a crew cut was the first to shake his head. "No." Following his assertion, the cultured scholar paused momentarily before also shaking his head in denial. "No." With 3 individuals now confirming the absence of a mission prompt. The 2 silver-haired women soon followed suit, gently stating, "No prompt." Once everyone had voiced their thoughts, the man in the suit furrowed his brow and turned away. "No prompt." The young man felt a surge of spirit as his gaze fell upon Song Qingxiao and number 7, whose face bore an air of innocence as he remarked, "I haven't received anything either." Song Qingxiao shook her head, indicating that thus far, none had received a task prompt, suggesting that such a notification would only be triggered upon entering the task scene. A subtle shift occurred in everyone's expressions. The scholarly gentleman chuckled, "In light of this, why don't we temporarily join forces and proceed into the task together?" This proposal met with unanimous agreement, as no one wished to squander time in this place. Song Qingxiao gently rotated her arms. Her shoulders still ached from the earlier encounter with a man who had pursued her in the trial space. Coupled with the depletion of her mental energy during the chase, she found herself at a disadvantage among the other trial participants, which heightened her vigilance. Observing the pretentious banter among the trialists about cooperating once they entered the task, she noted that they had all made unspoken agreements not to betray one another. Yet, she harbored doubts about the sincerity of their words. It seemed that even the speaker might not fully believe them, despite their fervent claims, as if they were on the verge of swearing an oath to the heavens. Chapter 75. An accord upon entering the task scene, the notion of being friends persisted. Until the prompts became clear, cooperation was conceivable. The cultured scholar adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, suggesting, to maintain amicable relations, let us take an oath. I shall go first. As soon as he finished speaking, the others nodded with smiles. The literary scholar raised his hand and solemnly declared, I vow that once we embark on our mission, I shall not engage in any underhanded tactics. He lowered his hand, and the young man followed suit, asserting, I vow that prior to the commencement of our mission, while the circumstances remain unclear, I will not resort to any treachery. Subsequently, the suited gentleman, the crew cut man, and even the recently arrived number 7 raised their hands in affirmation. Among the group of trial participants, only the elderly woman and Song Qingxiao had yet to make their pledges. All eyes turned toward the two. The woman, with a knowing smile, echoed the scholar's words, while Song Qingxiao, observing this farcical scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation, realized the others were eagerly awaiting her response. Yielding to the group dynamic, she declared, I vow that after entering the mission, I shall not engage in any underhanded actions. This statement held no binding authority. In fact, due to the fierce competition within the trial arena, participants refrained from revealing their names during the pledges, and even dared not utter words that would betray their vows. Once everyone had made their pledges, the atmosphere shifted to one markedly more harmonious than before. When the young man proposed that they collectively enter the mission scenario, no one voiced any dissent. The group drew closer, with the suited gentleman, the literary scholar, and the crew-cut man huddling together, while the elderly woman maintained a slight distance. Among the last 3 to enter, number 7's gaze wandered between the young man and Song Qingxiao for a considerable time before ultimately choosing to stand beside her. Once prepared, the group took a step forward, crossing the threshold into the dense fog. As she stepped into the thick fog, Song Qingxiao instinctively clenched her hand into a fist, while her other hand pressed against the dagger concealed at her waist. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind filled her ears, prompting her to instinctively lean aside. A fist narrowly grazed her shoulder, and she swiftly drew the dagger from her waist, executing a precise strike. The owner of the fist, sensing something amiss, attempted to retract his hand, but was outpaced by Song Qingxiao. Although the blade did not inflict severe damage, it nonetheless left a faint scar on the back of his hand, causing flesh to part and blood to seep forth. From a distance, someone shouted, Hey, what are you doing? The young man's hand bore a gash of approximately 3 to 4 centimeters. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, yet blood flowed profusely, pooling in his palm and dripping rhythmically to the ground. Under his piercing gaze, Song Qingxiao nonchalantly relaxed her defensive posture and took a few steps back, widening the distance between herself and the young man. Nearby, a group of 7 or 8 individuals stood, frowning with evident displeasure as they observed the unfolding scene. These individuals were likely the characters from the task scenario. She glanced around, noticing that all 7 trialists were present, indicating that this mission was set within the same context. They found themselves aboard a grand vessel, surrounded by an expanse of endless sea. Seagulls skimmed above the water's surface, and under the glaring sun, the temperature soared, while the sea breeze carried a salty, humid essence. What are you doing? Several trialists, upon entering the scene, immediately violated the rules. Their altercation caught in the watchful eyes of those aboard the ship, who promptly intervened. The group exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain, before they withdrew their hands. The figures standing in the distance approached, furrowing their brows. This journey requires our collective effort. From her previous experience in the trial, Song Qing was acutely aware that the words spoken by the characters in the task scenario could provide her with significant clues. She nodded in acquiescence, indicating her understanding, and quietly listened intently. Unlike the previous occasion, there was no countdown echoing in her mind, nor did she perceive the familiar numerical countdown in her line of sight, suggesting that this task was devoid of a time constraint. However, the absence of a time limit did not imply that the task would be facile. She licked her lips, suspecting that this trial might be far more perilous than the last. Meanwhile, the narrative characters continued to voice their discontent. As Song Qing divided her attention between their incessant chatter and her own consciousness, she noticed that upon entering the task scenario, a prompt indeed materialized in her mind's eye. This prompt bore some resemblance to the one from her initial trial, yet it also possessed distinct differences. The similarity lay in the fact that this time, 6 circular shadows appeared, while the difference manifested in the arrangement of these shadows. Rather than forming a square as in the first trial, they were interconnected by dashed lines, creating a hexagonal pattern reminiscent of the seals found in legendary magical circles, with each shadow precisely positioned at the corners of the seal. From the experience of the first trial, it appears that these shadows require certain events to transpire before they can be illuminated. Beneath the hexagonal seal lies an additional prompt. Task? Completed. Points 2,000. Upon seeing the amount of points, Song Qingxiao felt a stir within her. This time, the point reward had been upgraded, doubling from the previous occasion, not to mention the subsequent rewards for killing. Based on past experiences, the higher the reward, the more perilous survival becomes. Moreover, amidst the completion of the task, 2 question marks had appeared. Every detail in the trial space's task prompts should not be overlooked. These question marks likely signify uncertain choices, suggesting that this task may very well require decisions to be made, just like the last one. In order to clarify the direction of the mission, taking a deep breath, she shifted her focus away from the prompt and observed the varied expressions of each trial participant. Some furrowed their brows, others could hardly conceal their joy, while some wore grave expressions and others appeared anxious. A young man from Group 6 cast a shadowy glance at her, biting his lip as he tore off his tie to wrap his injured hand, staunching the blood. Song Qingxiao noted the murderous intent brewing in him. Since he had entered the space and chosen to usurp her position, enmity had been established between them. Thus, the moment he swore an oath and entered the trial scene, he had immediately attempted to ambush her, intending to eliminate her. A person harboring such hostility toward her could not be spared. However, recalling the prompts in her consciousness, she vaguely sensed that she should not hastily eliminate the other trial participants, though the difficulty of killing has significantly increased with everyone's growing strength. This trial offers a staggering reward of 2,000 points, indicating that the task cannot merely involve brutal self-destruction. Chapter 76. Liangzi. After browsing through the prompts in her consciousness, the young warrior Song Qingxiao shifted her attention to the deck. The distance between her and the young man in number 6 had widened, and the other few contenders engaged in combat were separated by the emergence of figures in the scene. A series of footsteps echoed. Another group, likely drawn by the commotion outside the deck, emerged from the cabin. Song Qingxiao turned to observe. This newly arrived group consisted of approximately 15 or 16 individuals. At the forefront stood a man surrounded by a throng of both men and women. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a white shirt and wearing a fisherman's hat. Tall and robust, with a grizzled beard and piercing eyes, he surveyed the people on the deck. The slender young woman nearest to him, after glancing at Song Qingxiao and the others, stood on her tiptoes to whisper a few words into the man's ear. The distance between them, coupled with the strong sea breeze and the loud engine of the ship, made it difficult for Song Qingxiao to catch every word. However, she could faintly discern phrases like hired to and searching for experiments. Upon hearing her, the man nodded slightly, and those who had emerged alongside him began to encircle Song Qingxiao and her companions. These 7 or 8 men were all notably tall, and their breathing, physiques, and gazes suggested they were formidable opponents. Most importantly, as the man spoke, these individuals assumed a combat-ready stance. Song Qingxiao observed that several individuals had placed their hands upon their waists, where the outline of firearms was discernible. Although these people remained silent, an unspoken understanding of the perilous situation permeated among the challengers. Previously, there had been mutual suspicion and covert attacks, but now, confronted by the threat posed by the figures in the scene, a shared glance prompted them to instinctively draw closer together. They were all in the same boat, united by a common purpose, and until their objective was achieved, they hoped to avoid any unforeseen incidents. A man extended his hand, cautioning the group, "Cease your foolery. If anyone defies me again, I shall cast you into the sea before we reach the island." As he spoke, his gaze swept over each face aboard the vessel, and those he met involuntarily averted their eyes. "Do you understand?" he queried, while those beside him dared not even breathe. A chorus of affirmatives arose, with the individuals who had previously intervened to halt the fighting nodding first, followed by Song Qingxiao and the other challengers. The man, growing impatient, shot them a disdainful glance, and gestured with his finger. Only then did the men with their hands resting on their firearms comply, lowering their hands from their waists. Song Qingxiao heard someone beside her exhale dramatically in relief. Turning her head, she saw number 7 patting his chest, seemingly aware of her gaze, and he squinted at her, saying, "That was close." Once inside the trial space, resources were scarce, and aside from utilizing materials found on-site, all weaponry and means to commit violence had to be exchanged for points within the trial environment. During the trial, the exchange system remained inaccessible, rendering every possession extraordinarily precious. The tie around the young man's neck, for instance, could potentially be used to strangle someone if necessary. He would certainly not dispose of it lightly. The young man, designated as number 6, clenched his injured hand into a fist and scrutinized it closely. In the brief span of time, the bleeding from his wound had ceased, yet it still bore a long, prominent gash. The injury was not profound, merely a tear in the flesh, with remnants of blood that gave the impression of a more severe condition than the reality. Since the onset of the altercation, only a short while had elapsed. Yet the bleeding had stopped, which attested to the young man's commendable physical resilience, likely akin to Song Qingxiao, suggesting that his physique had undergone enhancement. This was evident from the speed and power of his previous punches. His movements were swift, and the force of his strikes could be felt even before they came close. "Be cautious," he warned, clearly displeased by his injury. Despite the prior warning from the other man, he refrained from engaging further, but continued to issue threats. Number 7 stood beside Song Qingxiao, observing the scene with keen interest. Upon hearing his words, she smiled and playfully tousled her hair, responding, "I am always quite careful." The young man, upon hearing her reply, let out a cold laugh, grasped his injured hand, and turned to leave. The cabin was the domain of the earlier man, and without a clear understanding of the situation, the trial participants did not recklessly enter. The young man chose a less populated corner to sit, and after his departure, Song Qingxiao leaned against the ship's railing and settled down as well. To her astonishment, number 7 did not leave. Instead, she mirrored her actions and sat cross-legged beside Song Qingxiao. The sun blazed overhead. "Do you have any sunscreen?" she inquired. Dressed in a red and white striped short-sleeved t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her short bob framing her face, she sat beside Song Qingxiao with her arms draped around her shoulders. Although Song Qingxiao understood that number 7 was unlikely to genuinely seek her out for sunscreen, she couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement at the question. "No, we are all engaged in this trial, and our lives are hardly guaranteed. Who has the leisure to prepare such items?" The girl seemed to have anticipated her response, squinting her eyes with a smile that revealed a set of tiger teeth. Pushing herself up off the ground, she declared, "I see. Then I shall inquire with them." She patted her backside and approached several individuals who had previously intervened to halt the fighting among the trial participants. Song Qingxiao observed as number 7 quickly struck up a conversation, asking about sunscreen, to which the group gestured toward the direction of the cabin. Other trial participants watched the scene with detached interest, though a few, inspired by number 7's initiative, also began to engage with the individuals on the ship. Everyone understood that in such circumstances, the first to acquire first-hand information would hold the advantage, naturally prompting them to seize the opportunity to establish rapport and extract details. However, the endeavor seemed fraught with difficulty, aside from number 7's trivial inquiry about sunscreen, which garnered some guidance. Number 6, a young man, faced cold shoulders from the crowd when he attempted to strike up a conversation. Perhaps it was due to the warning issued by a man regarding the combat behavior of the challengers upon entering the scene, which nearly implicated these individuals. Consequently, they harbored a profound discontent towards the challengers, a sentiment that was visibly etched upon their faces. Eventually, the group fragmented into several factions, each distancing themselves from one another. Number 7 made her way towards the cabin, yet was swiftly intercepted by the guards at the entrance. The lithe woman who had previously accompanied the man emerged, and number 7 flashed a smile, mimicking the gesture of applying sunscreen, only to be met with an outright refusal from the woman. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qingxiao closed her eyes. The shadow of the ship's railing shielded her from a portion of the sun's relentless rays. As the sea breeze caressed her, she remained undeterred, even as the piercing gaze of the young man from Group 6 occasionally drifted in her direction. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man dared not act rashly, and Song Qingxiao succumbed to slumber, awakening only in the evening. The sun was on the verge of dipping below the horizon, and the surrounding temperature had diminished with the waning light. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the ship, prompting Song Qingxiao to rise and stretch her limbs. As she surveyed the deck, she noted the absence of the scholars, the suited man, and both number 6 and number 7s, leaving only her and the elderly woman with a cropped hairstyle outside. Soon, individuals emerged from the cabin carrying large barrels of food, prompting the others on the deck to hastily converge. Yet, the elusive scholars remained absent, while the cropped-haired woman remained seated, unmoving. Observing the demeanor of those individuals, Song Qingxiao joined the queue. Up ahead, some voices murmured complaints. We are all employed by Mr. Zhou, yet while they indulge in lavish feasts within, we are left to subsist on communal fare outside. This seemingly simple grievance revealed a deeper implication to Song Qingxiao. It suggested that during this trial, both the participants and the characters present were under the employment of the enigmatic Mr. Zhou. This Mr. Zhou was likely the elderly man who had intervened to quell the ruckus during the earlier scuffle, exerting authority over the armed men. If Song Qingxiao's conjecture held true, then Mr. Zhou had previously indicated that they were nearing the island, demonstrating that his intentions for this journey were decidedly clear. Having employed such a multitude, it was plausible that he was aware of the unknown perils that awaited them on the island. Among those he had hired, there appeared to be a hierarchy. The privileged few, who had previously accompanied Mr. Zhou, enjoyed unrestricted access to the cabin and superior provisions. In contrast, the others, like the group before her, were confined mainly to the deck and subsisted on simpler, communal dishes. Nonetheless, they were grateful to have sustenance at all. As the complaint echoed, another individual chuckled softly, prompting the initial complainer to transform their frustration into laughter, joining in the mirth. Maintaining her composure, Song Qingxiao observed as several in front of her collected their meals and stepped aside to eat. Mimicking their actions, she too took her meal. The previously motionless crew member and a woman, witnessing this scene, rose and joined the queue to obtain their own food. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, several individuals on the deck began to make their way towards the cabin. After satisfying their hunger, Song Qingxiao commenced her exploration of the vessel, intending to familiarize herself with her surroundings. This ship was immense, comprising several tiers. Aside from the central area, which was guarded to allow Mr. Zhou and his companions passage, the first floor featured small rooms on either side, each adorned with the names of the occupants and their respective room numbers, suggesting that these were quarters for the hired personnel to rest. As Song Qingxiao strolled past the right side, she fortuitously encountered the previously elusive scholar, C. Upon their meeting, both exchanged wary glances and instinctively stepped aside to allow one another passage, refraining from any form of greeting. After completing her circuit, she finally located her designated room on the left side of the first floor, specifically the fifth one, marked with her name. The door was equipped with a smart lock. She placed her hand upon the fingerprint scanning system, and with a click, the lock disengaged, allowing the door to creak open. As she entered, a rush of cold air greeted her, the interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination, and accompanied by an eerie rustling sound that sent shivers down her spine. While such a chill might have been refreshing during the day, the sudden drop in temperature at night was unsettling. The cold enveloped her, causing her to involuntarily shudder as goosebumps prickled her skin. The darkness within was far more profound than that outside, rendering her hand invisible before her eyes. The muffled sound of waves crashing against the hull reverberated through the cabin, akin to the low growl of a beast, adding an ominous atmosphere to the night. Song Qingxiao extended her hand to touch the wall of the room. The air conditioning within the vessel was notably brisk as she reached inside. It felt even colder than the outside temperature. She encountered the switch and with a decisive click, illuminated the space. In stark contrast to the modern door lock and the highly efficient cooling system, the decor of the room was evidently antiquated and worn. The area measured approximately 5 to 6 square meters, furnished with a wire bed and a compact restroom. The ceiling, adorned with appealing decorative finish, displayed an air conditioning vent that expelled visible white mist. Dust had settled on the hanging light bulb overhead, casting a dim light that belied its wattage. Upon entering the room, Song Qingxiao was met with an overwhelming chill. The air vent's blades were encrusted with thick frost, causing the fan to emit an odd whoosh sound as it struggled against the icy accumulation. She sought the switch to turn off the air conditioning and, after a thorough search, discovered a concealed control panel near the restroom door. After adjusting the temperature upwards, the force of the air flow diminished slightly. Moreover, as the door opened, the cold air rushed out eagerly, causing the temperature to rise swiftly. As the warmth enveloped the room, the frost on the vent's blades began to melt gradually, transforming into tiny droplets that fell with an exasperating rhythm. Drip, drip, drop, drop. The restroom was obscured by a dilapidated wooden door, which, having succumbed to moisture, felt soft and decayed to the touch. When her fingers brushed against the wood, it felt as though they were sinking into it, and upon releasing her grip, remnants of splintered fragments clung to her fingertips. The cramped restroom, barely accommodating one person, housed a half-length mirror, its surface marred by scratches, which reflected the wall behind it. A square section, approximately 500 by 500 millimeters, had been hollowed out and replaced with glass, offering a glimpse of the boundless ocean beyond, while the daylight was tolerable. At night, under the dim glow of the mirror's lamp, Song Qingxiao stood before the mirror, and through the hazy reflection, she seemed to perceive something monstrous and menacing emerging from the vast sea behind her. Chapter 77. Caution. This trial, while advantageous in that she did not need to share a room with others, nonetheless revealed that within the trial space, no area was devoid of peril. Song Qingxiao, alert, turned her head and pressed the switch, the light in the restroom clicking off with a soft snap. Now, through the glass behind her, she beheld an endless expanse of pitch-black night sky. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight and starlight, rendering the night as if a vast inkwell had been spilled across the heavens. She pressed the switch again with more force, and the mirror lamp emitted a buzzing sound before flickering back to life, casting her indistinct reflection upon the glass. Along with the mirror behind her, Song Qingxiao reached up to touch the glass, which felt cool and solid, likely reinforced to withstand the winds and waves encountered by vessels at sea, thus exhibiting meticulous craftsmanship. The temperature in the outer room seemed to have been adjusted higher, causing the frost on the vent blades to melt at an accelerated pace, and the drip of the water resonated more urgently than before, almost resembling the footsteps of an intruder. After observing the room, Song Qing turned off the light and stepped outside, finding no one present. The open door swayed gently in the sea breeze, emitting a soft creaking sound. However, her cautious nature compelled her to meticulously inspect her surroundings once more, even stooping to examine beneath the steel bed. Supported by the bed, the bedding felt somewhat damp, and the bed emitted a jarring noise as it swayed slightly. The room was dimly lit, with large shadows lurking beneath the bed. Yet there was no one hiding, which allowed her to feel reassured. She exited the room, locking the door behind her before making her way down the corridor towards the deck. The deck was illuminated, and while the atmosphere had been tense during the day, it seemed much livelier at night. Although Boss Zhou, who had employed individuals for the island venture, had divided them into 2 tiers, he was not stingy. He provided beer and some snacks in the evening. Many on the ship were gathered in small groups. Even the men who had threatened everyone during the day were seated outside. The previously elusive suited man, along with the young man numbered 6 and another numbered 7, had successfully integrated themselves into the group, aided by the food and drink. Song Qing did not rush to join them. Instead, she chose a spot along the ship's railing that was shrouded in darkness, quietly waiting. The prompts in her mind remained unchanged, still presenting the mysterious symbol reminiscent of a sealed magical array, accompanied by the message, task completed, 2,000 points. From the current scenario, it seemed that the true essence of the task would only unfold after entering the island. From the shape resembling a sealed magic array, it is evident that this journey to the island will be fraught with peril, and the uncertainty surrounding the mission shrouds it in mystery. She must acquire a certain understanding of the island's circumstances before disembarking, in order to prepare adequately for the events that may unfold, thereby enhancing her chances of survival. The hired hands aboard the ship appear to be largely uninformed about Mr. Zhou's affairs, even if she attempts to glean information from them. It is unlikely that anything of value will emerge. The individual who possesses the most knowledge is undoubtedly Mr. Zhou himself, along with the woman who seems to serve as his assistant, as well as the group of scholars accompanying him. Song Qingxiao patiently awaited her moment. Outside, the revelers, intoxicated by drink, began to sing, their voices lacking in melody yet breaking the monotony of the sea winds and the rhythmic sounds of the ship's journey, injecting a semblance of life into the atmosphere. One voice led to another, and soon a chorus erupted, echoing across the vast expanse of water. The raucous celebration lasted over an hour, only intensifying the collective enthusiasm rather than quieting it. Life at sea can be monotonous, and earlier that day, tensions nearly escalated into conflict, creating an oppressive mood among the passengers. Now, however, they finally found a reason to rejoice, engaging in games. While even a group of armed men, previously seated at a distance, seemed to be swept up in the infectious spirit, gradually joining the gathering. The circle of revelers expanded. And after nearly half an hour of waiting in the shadows, Song Qingxiao observed as more people, unable to contain their curiosity about the merriment outside, began to emerge from the cabin. This time, the figure that emerged was not a bodyguard, but rather a man in his 30s. Under the glow of the lights, Song Qingxiao immediately recognized him as one of those who had accompanied Mr. Zhou during the day, someone whose relationship with Mr. Zhou was far closer than that of the individuals on the deck. Following him, a second and then a third person appeared, the commotion outside growing louder. After an indeterminate passage of time, a silhouette clad in a deep blue dress appeared at the entrance of the cabin. It was the woman who had been beside Mr. Zhou. Having waited all night for such an opportunity, Song Qingxiao formed a seal with her hand. As the woman drew nearer, she subtly moved her lips and swiftly recited the incantation of the Ling character spell. Her mental energy manifested as a small domain, ensnaring the woman's legs. However, in that fleeting moment, although the woman's foot halted, her body's inherent momentum propelled her forward, causing her to teeter precariously, her foot suspended in midair, nearly resulting in a fall. "Be careful." Song Qingxiao stepped forward to steady her. From this, it was evident that the woman was no novice. Her reflexes were commendable. Even without Song Qingxiao's support, she would likely not have fallen from such a stumble. Mr. Zhou was accompanied by a group of intellectuals and armed bodyguards. And even this seemingly alluring and graceful assistant was skilled in her own right. What exactly was Mr. Zhou's background? The woman carried a faint fragrance reminiscent of a post-bath freshness, her hair slightly damp. Once she regained her balance with Song Qingxiao's assistance, she glanced down at her feet, then turned her gaze towards Song Qingxiao. After a moment, she broke into a smile and said, "Thank you." Chapter 78. Small talk. The woman appeared somewhat skeptical about her near fall. She was wearing a pair of open-toed slippers, and the ground she trod upon bore no ropes or obstacles to hinder her steps. As she was about to tumble, Song Qingxiao stood a few paces away, and upon confirming that the ground was clear of tripping hazards, she quickly raised her head to express her gratitude. Song Qingxiao, feigning ignorance of her gesture, smiled and gently shook her head, releasing the woman's arm. The woman rotated her wrist and scrutinized Song Qingxiao, clearly recognizing her as one of Mr. Zhou's hired individuals. "Why didn't you go over there for a drink?" she inquired, perhaps owing to the earlier assistance Song Qingxiao had offered. The distance between them seemed to have lessened, melting away some of the chill from her demeanor. After regaining her balance, she tousled her hair and continued, "It's a bit loud. I wish for some peace and quiet." The lively atmosphere outside had drawn many, yet this woman had only just emerged, heading directly in the opposite direction of the crowd. It was evident that she was not fond of such noise. Indeed, it was somewhat noisy, but understandable, given that it was a journey of harvest. The implications of her words were intriguing, prompting Song Qingxiao to lean against the ship's railing, contemplating their meaning. The woman leaned closer, perhaps due to the scarcity of conversational partners aboard the vessel. This evening, considering Song Qingxiao's earlier act of kindness, she made an exception and spoke a few more words. "It's only a maximum of half a month. Just endure it. Mr. Zhou seems to have mentioned that we are approaching our destination. This should not be a forbidden topic, as Mr. Zhou himself had brought it up while warning the trial participants earlier in the day." The woman nodded. Indeed, Mr. Zhou reviewed the itinerary today, and in no more than 3 days, we shall arrive at the island. With this, the conversation finally shifted to the main subject. Song Qing felt a flicker of joy within, yet the woman appeared to be quite guarded, not someone easily drawn into casual conversation. She likely understood the doubts lingering in Song Qing's mind. If Song Qing were to pose her questions too directly, she might be dismissed with a few curt words, thus missing the opportunity for dialogue. Rather than immediately inquiring about the island, she chose to reference Mr. Zhou himself. "Speaking of Mr. Zhou, I have an impression of him, as if I have seen him somewhere before." If the woman displayed any surprise, Song Qing could easily feign having misremembered. As soon as her words fell, the woman regarded Song Qing with a significant glance, adopting a similar posture against the ship's railing, her gaze somewhat dreamy. "Mr. Zhou is the head of Zhou Biotechnology Company, frequently appearing in various newspapers and magazines. It would not be surprising if you have seen him before." The sea breeze tousled her slightly damp hair, a few strands clinging to her face as she turned towards the ocean, the shadows and twilight serving as the perfect adornment to conceal her expression. "He is engaged in numerous charitable endeavors and invested in many lucrative projects." Zhou Biotechnology is particularly renowned for its research in genetics on an international scale. She paused for a moment, revealing that she too was one of Mr. Zhou's charitable beneficiaries. At this point, the woman had inadvertently disclosed a considerable amount of pertinent information. Her reference to being a beneficiary rather than merely a recipient raised a flicker of suspicion in Song Qingxiao, who sensed an underlying issue in the woman's words. However, from this single statement, Song Qingxiao discerned that the relationship between the woman and Mr. Zhou was not merely that of employer and employee. Mr. Zhou was a wealthy individual with numerous investments, owning a biotechnology company primarily focused on groundbreaking genetic research. The woman, having benefited from Mr. Zhou's philanthropy, now assisted him in various matters. This indicated that while Mr. Zhou was engaged in cultivating his ventures, he also had precedents of reaping rewards. As a well-known and successful figure, it was understandable that he could afford to employ a considerable entourage, including some formidable bodyguards. Yet, Song Qingxiao found herself perplexed by the notion that such a busy man, with investments and a thriving business, who was also involved in philanthropy and frequently appeared in newspapers and magazines for interviews, would personally embark on a journey to an island with such a large group. She recalled the woman's earlier cryptic remark about this being a harvest journey. Thus, it could be inferred that there might be something of significant importance to Mr. Zhou's investments or endeavors on the island, which had reached a fruitful culmination, prompting his expedition to the coastal destination. With an entourage of bodyguards, scholars, and numerous laborers who appeared to be mere porters, it was evident that something of great significance awaited on the island. Upon realizing this, Song Qing cautiously spoke. Mr. Zhou seems to place considerable importance on this journey. Indeed. The woman chuckled softly. After all, it's been over a decade of research. Gradually, she rose to her full height. Previously, while leaning against the ship's railing, her posture had been alluring, her body supple and seemingly possessing an extraordinary resilience, almost as if devoid of bones. However, upon standing upright, she appeared as a completely different person. Perhaps sensing that Song Qing was attempting to extract information from her, she turned her head, her gaze turning somewhat frosty. The position she occupied was shrouded in shadows, as the deck's lights failed to reach her. Only faint glimmers of light filtered through, casting her face in half-illumination, with one side cloaked in darkness. Her eyes, perhaps reflecting the vastness of the ocean, shimmered with a deep blue-black hue under the night sky, exuding an intense pressure that left one feeling somewhat breathless. It was evident from her expression that she was incensed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The woman pressed her lips together in silence when, abruptly, a man's voice broke through. Surely? Her demeanor shifted instantly, and she instinctively turned her head. Song Qing mirrored her movement, both of them looking towards the source of the voice, where they beheld Mr. Zhou, whom they had seen surrounded by a throng earlier that day, now donned in a different attire, standing approximately 7 or 8 meters away. A playful smile gracing his features as he observed the two. I've been searching for you for quite some time, only to find you hiding here. Neither woman had noticed when he had arrived. Song Qingxiao was entirely absorbed in the thought of how to engage women in conversation, fearing that a single misstep might arouse their suspicion and prevent him from gleaning any valuable information. Consequently, he failed to notice the actions around him. Mr. Zhou approached silently, the deck bustling with noise, to the extent that he nearly drew near unnoticed. Had he not taken the initiative to greet the woman, it is likely that Song Qingxiao would have remained oblivious to his proximity. The woman referred to as Shirley smiled as she approached Mr. Zhou, her demeanor swiftly shifting from earlier indifference to respectful deference. What brings you out? She inquired. I heard the commotion outside and came to take a look, he replied. Shirley moved beside him, gently resting her hand on his arm, to which Mr. Zhou offered no resistance, merely smiling as he asked, What are you discussing? It's rare to see you so in tune with someone. His casual gaze fell upon Song Qingxiao, imbued with a hint of suspicion and malice. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Song Qingxiao, recalling Mr. Zhou's earlier warnings to the assailants during their trial, where he had ominously declared his intent to cast disobedient individuals into the sea. The criteria for disobedience were determined solely by him. The ship was his domain, and the armed men were his subordinates. If Mr. Zhou were to harbor murderous intent towards him, Song Qingxiao would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Even with her current capabilities, she was not intimidated by a few ordinary individuals. However, it appeared that those surrounding Mr. Zhou were seasoned fighters, and even Shirley alone was likely formidable. Not to mention, there were several challengers aboard, each harboring their own motives. Should she offend Mr. Zhou? These individuals would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate her as a rival. Mr. Zhou's gaze, akin to a radar, fixated on Song Qingxiao, as if he intended to scrutinize her thoroughly. Under such a penetrating stare, Song Qingxiao felt a subtle chill creeping down her spine, her skin erupting in goosebumps, and the hairs on her arms standing on end. A cold sweat seeping from her pores. In that moment, her mind raced desperately, seeking a means of escape. She had been somewhat careless tonight. Her earlier probing of the woman had likely not gone unnoticed by Sherry. The atmosphere between them had turned slightly awkward, and if Mr. Zhou were to inquire now, Sherry would undoubtedly recount their conversation in its entirety, leaving Song Qingxiao to bear the brunt of the consequences. Her heart began to race, pounding furiously in her chest. Though her expression remained composed, beads of sweat had formed at her temples and on her nose, quickly dried by the wind. Sherry's gaze, much like Mr. Zhou's, also settled on Song Qingxiao, her eyes cast down in what appeared to be a show of utmost respect. Upon hearing some commotion outside, she had stepped out to investigate and nearly stumbled. The lady had offered her assistance, and they had exchanged a few casual words. To Song Qingxiao's surprise, Sherry did not divulge the content of their earlier conversation nor mention her indirect inquiries about the island. Mr. Zhou's brow furrowed slightly at this, and for a brief moment, his breath caught in suspicion of Sherry's words. Doubt can indeed be a virtue, as it suggests that during their prior conversation, Song Qingxiao and Sherry's words eluded his ears, leaving him only to speculate. Have you expressed your gratitude? I have, Sherry replied, her demeanor remaining notably aloof, devoid of any semblance of warmth or familiarity. She leaned closer to Mr. Zhou, softly elucidating Song Qingxiao's background. Her surname is Song. Her name is Song Qingxiao. She comes from humble beginnings, raised solely by her mother. Concerned about tuition fees, she enlisted for this recruitment, meeting the criteria and subsequently being accepted into the ranks. With rapt attention, Song Qingxiao listened to Sherry's discreet introduction of herself, causing a slight diminishment of skepticism in Mr. Zhou's gaze. Upon hearing this, any lingering doubts in Mr. Zhou's mind dissipated entirely. The stark contrast between Song Qingxiao's impoverished existence and Mr. Zhou's stature rendered any potential connection between them implausible. From Sherry's words, it became evident that Song Qingxiao was merely an unsophisticated country bumpkin, incapable of forming any ties with someone like Sherry. Furthermore, Mr. Zhou had indeed observed that the atmosphere between the two women did not resemble amicable discourse, which swiftly alleviated his initial suspicions, leading him to dismiss any further conversation with Song Qingxiao. Having confirmed her ignorance of his actions, he coldly departed with Sherry. Once they were gone, Song Qingxiao exhaled a long sigh of relief. The fact that Sherry would shield her initially surprised Song Qingxiao, but she soon found it unsurprising upon reflection. After all, although she had gathered information and skillfully extracted words from Sherry, it was Sherry herself who divulged the information, revealing her own involvement, which may not bode well for her. Consequently, when Mr. Zhou inquired about the matter, she wisely chose to conceal the truth, safeguarding both Song Qingxiao and herself. Upon returning to her room, she entered by scanning her fingerprint. The air conditioning had raised the temperature considerably, yet it remained quite chilly, and the rapid melting of frost lent the room a damp sensation. On the bed lay basic necessities provided by Mr. Zhou and others for those in their employ. After Song Qingxiao took a shower in the bathroom and lay down on the bed, she began to organize the information she had acquired that evening. Undoubtedly, Mr. Zhou is a wealthy man who, over a decade ago, invested in a venture on the island, and now has reached the time for harvest. Thus, he has hired a group to journey to the island to reap the fruits of victory. However, during the journey, Mr. Zhou was exceedingly secretive about this matter, exhibiting a strong aversion to others discovering it, indicating that the contents of the island must be of utmost importance to him and cannot be leaked. This insistence on secrecy may stem from a desire to prevent suspicion or could imply that the undertaking is unsavory, potentially an illicit enterprise. In addition to hiring personnel for the island, he also brought along a substantial number of robust bodyguards, suggesting that his expedition to the island carries a certain degree of danger. Upon reflecting on the aforementioned clues, Song Qingxiao swiftly recalled the semblance of a magical seal array within the sea of consciousness, connecting this to what Sherry had mentioned regarding Mr. Zhou's biotechnology company, which was engaged in groundbreaking genetic research. Alongside the robust laborers hired for the transportation of goods, it became evident, at this juncture, if Song Qingxiao still failed to deduce the emerging signs of certain matters, it would be sheer deception. Mr. Zhou's company might be implicated in illicit genetic research. having conducted a series of experiments over a decade ago without proper legal authorization. Now, as these experiments approached their conclusion, Mr. Zhou was preparing to reap the fruits of his endeavors. Such experiments carry inherent risks, necessitating the employment of a significant number of individuals. Furthermore, due to their unlawful nature, Mr. Zhou predominantly selected individuals from impoverished backgrounds, those who had not been exposed to the world. When she mentioned to Sherry that Mr. Zhou seemed familiar, Sherry was not at all surprised and revealed Mr. Zhou's identity. As Song Qingxiao sat up cross-legged on her bed, a nagging sensation of having overlooked a grave issue loomed over her. Sherry, having once received assistance from Mr. Zhou, provided clarity on his identity. Thus, the nature of his intentions became increasingly apparent, and the island posed certain dangers. While Song Qingxiao had contemplated these circumstances, she was left pondering what might still be amiss. Suddenly, a series of thuds resonated in her ears, jolting her awake and prompting her to lift her head. It seemed someone was knocking at the door. The vessel was filled with noise, accompanied by the rhythmic dripping sound from the air conditioning vent, a persistent tap echoing through the room. Song Qingxiao, previously engrossed in her thoughts, remained motionless when the first knock resounded. The individual outside seemed oblivious to the commotion within, raising their hand to strike the door a few more times. Thud, thud, thud. This time, Song Qingxiao discerned the sound clearly. It was not a figment of her imagination. She maintained her seated posture, her gaze fixated on the entrance, pondering the identity of the person knocking. The atmosphere aboard the ship was lively, with numerous revelers singing and drinking. Who would come to knock at this hour? Were they merely testing if anyone was present, or had they come specifically in search of her? In the trial space, the personal details of the participants bore no secrets. Her name was inscribed on the ship's doorplate, and access to the electronic lock required her fingerprint for verification. The interactions among the individuals aboard appeared limited. Prior to this moment, the trial participants had not communicated with the characters in the scene. Aside from Mr. Zhou and other employers who could recognize the names and appearances of their hired help, even among the participants, the knowledge of one another remained scant. Despite seeing the doorplate numbers, the atmosphere of mutual wariness prevented any genuine introductions. It was challenging to associate names with faces. Could the visitor be Mr. Zhou or Shirley? The thought crossed her mind, her expression turning grave. It seemed they would not depart without achieving their objective. Song Qingxiao swung her legs over the side of the bed, the metal frame creaking in response to her movement. Slipping on her slippers, she opened the door to find the figure of number 7, head bowed, poised to knock once more. How curious! As Song Qingxiao suddenly opened the door, the light from within spilled out, illuminating the face of number 7. When she lifted her head, a smile graced her features, and her eyes sparkled like two crescent moons, utterly charming. I was about to knock again, but you opened the door. While speaking, number 7 peered inside the room. The layout of each room was likely identical, as the space was quite small, allowing a clear view that revealed no one else was concealed within. Song Qingxiao's hair was slightly damp, and she had already changed her clothes, indicating she was preparing for rest. Am I disturbing you? Is there something you need? From number 7's words, it was evident that had the door remained closed, she intended to continue knocking, implying that number 7 was aware of someone being present in the room and had specifically come to seek her out. Achieving this was no small feat. She must have at least discerned the identities of others to recognize her solely by the name on the doorplate. I merely wanted to inquire if you would like something to drink. Number 7 seemed unfazed by Song Qingxiao's cold demeanor, continuing to ask as she extended a hand that had been resting behind her back. In her grasp was a bottle of mineral water, presumably chilled. And even from a distance, the icy sensation emanating from the bottle was palpable. Her disposition was quite rare among the challengers Song Qingxiao encountered during the trials. Everyone else remained guarded, as life and death were at stake, and few would offer a friendly face to fellow competitors, let alone expend the effort to feign amiability. No. Thank you. Song Qingxiao politely declined the kindness of number 7, harboring doubts about her intentions, suspecting that her inquiry regarding refreshments was merely a fade. Even if number 7 genuinely wished to share a drink, she was hesitant to accept anything from her. This unguarded wariness elicited a sheepish smile from number 7, who, after a moment of contemplation, inquired further, "Isn't it rather dull to retire so early? Do you anticipate something significant tomorrow?" Chapter 80. Clue what could possibly transpire? Upon hearing number 7's words, Song Qingxiao furrowed her brow. It was implausible for number 7 to seek her out for mere idle chatter. Her posture was unmistakably inquisitive, likely confirming her suspicions that Song Qingxiao possessed some vital information. Memories of her earlier conversation with Shirley on the deck resurfaced, where, despite their secluded corner, Mr. Zhou had been present, indicating that number 7 might have also been observing them. Number 7 was no ordinary individual. She excelled in social interactions, adept at mingling and conversing over drinks, all the while keenly observing her surroundings. "What do you think is set to happen tomorrow?" Song Qingxiao asked, a slight smirk tugging at her lips as she echoed number 7's inquiry. Number 7's smile deepened, her eyes narrowing to crescent shapes as she responded, "For instance, when we might arrive at the island, especially since Mr. Zhou mentioned our imminent approach today." She grasped the doorframe with one hand, leaning her upper body slightly towards Song Qingxiao. Perhaps there might be some unexpected scenarios on the island related to the mission. Song Qingxiao was unaccustomed to being so close to others and instinctively leaned back as she approached. Observing her reaction, number 7 pressed her lips together. "Shall I come in and sit for a while?" "No, thank you." Song Qingxiao had no intention of maintaining this superficial interaction. She grasped the door as if to close it. She remained consistently indifferent toward number 7, showing no sign of softening her stance despite number 7's smiling face and friendly demeanor. The smile on number 7's face grew somewhat strained, her brows furrowing in realization that this tactic was ineffective with Song Qingxiao. With a sigh, she altered her approach. "I know your name, but you likely do not know mine or the identities of the other challengers. Would you not want to learn a bit more?" She presented a bait, expecting Song Qingxiao to be swayed by her words. However, to her surprise, Song Qingxiao remained unmoved. "I'm not interested." This reaction caught number 7 off guard. Tilting her head in confusion, she asked in disbelief, "Why? We are all part of the same trial, and as the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Understanding your opponent better could potentially enhance your chances of survival in the trial. It is evident that no. 7 has likely gained some advantages from this tactic against other challengers. Thus, when her seemingly infallible strategy faltered before Song Qingxiao, she could hardly suppress her astonishment. Following her instinctive inquiry, Song Qingxiao rarely smiled and replied, "What significance does it hold? Even if you, like number 7, can match every challenger's name to their identity. In the trials, a name merely serves as a code. It must manifest in reality to become truly beneficial. For instance, in the previous trial, after number 5 and no. 6 discovered my name, they sought me out through various means, creating trouble for me. However, such events hinge on the prerequisite of survival. Knowing my name means nothing if I perish in the trial. Likewise, your demise would bear no consequence for me. Hence, I harbor no excessive curiosity regarding such matters." As for the current trial, she pondered whether it posed significant danger. Upon articulating this thought, she felt it a rather absurd question. With each trial progressing in difficulty, the inherent peril was undeniable, as indicated by the number of individuals employed by Mr. Zhou. She meticulously scrutinized Mr. Zhou's identity, behavior, and demeanor, ensuring no detail was overlooked. She also considered Shirley's character, age, and even her origins, finding nothing amiss. She recalled the brief exchange between Mr. Zhou and Shirley after his arrival, where Shirley had whispered detailed information regarding Song Qingxiao's background into his ear. At this juncture, Song Qingxiao began to sense an unsettling disquiet. The criteria for the recruitment suggested a background of poverty, a low profile, and a solitary relative devoid of influence. Her motivation for participating in this examination was solely to secure funds for her education. However, the numerous indications she had gathered today revealed that Mr. Zhou's conditions for hiring were exceedingly generous. Under what circumstances would he expend such a considerable sum to enlist individuals of little significance and limited worldly experience? The island was fraught with peril, and it seemed plausible that Mr. Zhou was engaged in illicit enterprises shrouded in secrecy, with his true intentions obscured from a certain segment of his hires, those whose identities were aligned with the marginalized strata of society. In other words, individuals like her would cause hardly a ripple should they vanish. Thus, the rationale behind Mr. Zhou's employment of her and other trial participants might very well not be to gather results or transport goods, but rather to lead them to their demise. The realization sent a chill through Song Qingxiao. At this point, the task had begun to reveal numerous clues. The impending crisis stemmed not only from the island itself, but also from her fellow passengers, suggesting that the trial participants might face a dual threat. She recalled the hints in her mind, the enormous hexagonal magic circle, with 6 circular shadows, the significance of which remained elusive. It was highly likely that these represented threats from the island, potentially linked to the research products of Mr. Zhou's biotechnological company. breakthroughs in genetics that could involve either animals or humans subjected to experimentation. These species, possibly 6 or perhaps 7, corresponding to the number of challengers, will only be clearly identified upon arrival on the island. The air conditioning vent was directly facing her bed. She turned over, having just bathed. Yet her body was again drenched in cold sweat. The chilling breeze from the air conditioner pierced her to the bone. Fortunately, there were still 3 days remaining before setting foot on the island, during which she intended to replenish her energy in preparation for the impending events. Chapter 81. Observation. Realizing Mr. Zhou's intentions and pressed for time, Song Qingxiao was suddenly wide awake, uncertain if there were hidden cameras in the room. She closed her eyes and gradually extended her mental energy. This time, the number of challengers, including herself, totaled 7. Apart from having clashed with the young man labeled as number 6, she knew nothing of the other's capabilities. Before entering the trial space, she had encountered a psychic and was aware that fellow psychics are particularly sensitive to fluctuations in external consciousness and mental energy. Consequently, she carefully restrained her mental energy within the confines of the room to avoid detection and to prevent arousing suspicion among others. Although the nature of this task suggested that Mr. Zhou likely harbored intentions to eliminate witnesses, it seemed plausible that the challengers would form a team, united in their efforts to complete this mission. However, Song Qingxiao recalled the task prompt in her mind. In addition to the mysterious pattern resembling a magical seal, there was also a notification regarding point rewards. Task completion, 2,000 points. The 2 question marks indicated that there remained an element of uncertainty regarding this trial task. Mr. Zhou's intentions do not signify the sole course of action. The circumstances from the previous trial indicate that the alliances among participants may shift due to an individual's spontaneous actions. Until the task is triggered, no conclusions can be drawn prematurely. Moreover, upon entering the trial space, she has already established enmity with the young man designated as number 6, with both harboring murderous intent towards one another. In the absence of any miraculous intervention that could clarify the task's objectives, Song Qingxiao is not inclined to disclose her current knowledge to the other trial participants. Her mental energy radiated from her consciousness, allowing her to meticulously explore every nook and cranny of the room within her perceptual grasp. The aged air conditioning vent, the mottled ceiling above, the dim corners beneath the bed, and the open bathroom, all corners evaded her awareness. No surveillance cameras were discovered. Only severed communication lines were found, maintaining the room's antiquated ambience. Aside from the lock at the door and the air conditioning unit within, virtually no modern technological devices were present. Perhaps Mr. Zhou, in hiring these individuals, had thoroughly investigated their inconsequential identities, ensuring that his purpose remained shrouded in secrecy, without allocating additional personnel to surveil them. Upon uncovering this information, Song Qingxiao exhaled in relief. The absence of a signal is not a grave concern for the participants engaged in the task. Aware that no one was monitoring her within the room, she ceased her concealment, turned over, and sat up, forming her hands into seals as she commenced her practice of the Ling character technique. The revelry on the deck persisted for a considerable time, its sounds faintly permeating the confines of the room. Exhausted from her exertions, Song Qingxiao succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to sheer fatigue, her sleep was profoundly deep. She remained oblivious to the intermittent cheers and laughter from outside. Upon awakening in the morning, she discovered that her mental fortitude had regained approximately 50 to 60% of its vigor. Moreover, Song Qingxiao sensed that the more thoroughly she had depleted her mental energy, the more refined her subsequent replenishment became. After refreshing herself, she opened the door to a rush of briny sea air. The sounds of the ship's engine and the splashing waves grew markedly louder. Stretching her body, she stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the water below. As the vessel cut through the waves, she noticed schools of fish beneath the surface with ease, her enhanced vision a testament to her physical improvements. Captivated by the sight, she suddenly felt the gaze of another upon her. When their eyes met, Sherry did not flinch, for Song Qingxiao had discerned Mr. Zhou's intentions through her last night. Choosing not to act rashly, raising her arm in a feigned display of joy, she greeted Sherry, her expression void of fear or concern, seemingly unaffected. Breakfast on the ship was already prepared. Song Qingxiao heard the sound of a door opening from the lower cabin and turned to see the door on her left swing open. An older woman from the trial participants emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Qingxiao, before her expression reverted to an inscrutable mask. After the woman opened the door, the short-haired man swiftly emerged, followed by the challengers who appeared in succession, forming a queue to receive their meals. yet they remained silent among themselves. Throughout the day, Song Qingxiao felt as if Sherry's gaze was discreetly following her, whether she was dining or gazing at the sea from the deck, as though she were quietly scrutinizing her reactions. This situation further validated Song Qingxiao's suspicions about the island. Sherry's behavior was likely a manifestation of her unease after revealing certain information. Seeking to gauge Song Qingxiao's attitude and discern whether she had gleaned any forbidden knowledge from her words. Nevertheless, Song Qingxiao's composed demeanor seemed to have alleviated Sherry's concerns. Aside from the previous day's conversation with Sherry, she had not engaged with anyone else. Displaying no signs of agitation, she maintained a tranquil routine of eating and sleeping. By the following day, the once elusive gaze observing her had vanished. There remained 2 days until their departure from the island. In the afternoon, Mr. Zhou made a rare appearance, instructing the ship's chef to prepare a grand meal as a reward for the accompanying individuals. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Song Qingxiao noted the glimmer of joy in Mr. Zhou's eyes, indicating that the ship was drawing nearer to the island's departure. Over the past 2 days, Song Qingxiao had stood by the ship's railing, observing the waters, and by evening, she noticed the diminishing shadows of fish schools in the sea, a sight that inevitably weighed upon her heart. As she cast her bait into the water, the fishing line trailed behind the vessel, leaving a delicate trace upon the surface. Her posture while baiting the line lacked finesse. After a considerable time, the fishing line remained motionless. She reeled it in, suspecting that the bait had been swept away by the swift current created by the boat's rapid movement. Unperturbed, she diligently attached another piece of bait. After several attempts, she still caught nothing. In the distance, Number 7 and others observed her every move. Compared to the silence of the others, Song Qingxiao's actions were undeniably conspicuous. Hours later, Number 7 could no longer contain his curiosity and approached her, inquiring, "What is the significance of your fishing?" Chapter 82. Understanding as Number 7 spoke. His gaze remained fixed on Song Qingxiao's eyes, searching for some hint of her intentions. To the other trial participants, her actions appeared to be nothing more than futile endeavors. Number 7 and his companions had no prior connection with Shirley and likely possessed less detailed information than Song Qingxiao. Yet, those who had undergone trials shared an instinctive awareness of danger. As they drew closer to the island, an unsettling apprehension enveloped them. Yet, at this moment, Song Qingxiao seemed unperturbed, absorbed in her fishing. In the days leading up to this moment, the trial participants must have forged some unspoken agreements among themselves. As Song Qingxiao turned to glance at Number 7, she noticed, not far away on the deck, the suited man seated with the literary scholar. The young Number 6 still sported the bloodstained tie around his neck, languidly directing his gaze towards Song Qingxiao. When she turned to look at him, he immediately caught her eye, sneering twice and tugging at the tie around his neck, a reminder of the unresolved tension between them. Such provocative actions elicited a faint smile from Song Qingxiao. The young man in the 6th position stood not far from the suited gentleman and the scholarly figure. Before the arrival of the 7th, he was conveniently positioned between the two. In the trial space, the rapport between the young man in the 6th position and the suited man was evidently strained. However, at this moment, they found themselves together, suggesting that some unseen force was orchestrating their convergence. The crew-cut individual and the older woman occupied opposite sides, seemingly not integrated into this emerging alliance. If these two did not unite, the trial participants would effectively be divided into 4 distinct factions: the suited man and his trio, the crew-cut individual, the woman, and herself, each acting independently. What manner of fish could be found aboard the vessel? Why squander time in such trivial pursuits? Her presence here was purely driven by curiosity. As they drew closer to the island, an unsettling intuition gripped everyone, a sentiment forged from 2 harrowing encounters with death. At such a moment, all were eager to devise strategies, seize opportunities to enhance their strength, or glean information. Yet Song Qingxiao alone requested bait from those aboard and commenced fishing. Initially, her actions were met with skepticism. Her peers anticipated a spectacle of folly. However, as minutes turned into half an hour, then an hour, and eventually several hours, she persisted in her unwavering gaze upon the sea. Despite the lack of any indication of a catch, she tirelessly repeated the act of threading bait onto her hook, which piqued the curiosity of the 7th individual, prompting him to approach her. As she spoke, Song Qingxiao reeled in the line, finding the hook utterly bare. The bait long since vanished. She retrieved some bait from a nearby box, affixed it to the hook, and repeated the familiar motion, casting it once more into the water. Observing her actions, Number 7 felt a twinge of boredom and was about to speak when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something that brought a smile to her face. She turned and waved eagerly towards the second floor of the cabin, her expression tinged with anticipation. "Did you notice how much time I've wasted?" Song Qingxiao remarked, leaving number 7 momentarily taken aback. The afternoon's attention had not been solely on Song Qingxiao. Sherry had also been discreetly watching her every move. The contrast between number 7's cheerful demeanor and Sherry's icy indifference was stark. Number 7's enthusiastic wave failed to capture Sherry's interest, prompting her to smile and grumble. "This woman is truly insufferable. By the way, what were you saying earlier?" Number 7, grinning, remembered what Song Qingxiao had mentioned. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she suddenly recalled, "Oh, you were asking if I noticed how much time you've wasted." With that, she glanced down, counting on her fingers. "At least 2 or 3 hours, right?" Leaning against the ship's railing, she added, "After such a long time. There's been not a single sign of movement. I must say, if you lack the skill, perhaps it's best not to feign competence." Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet Song Qingxiao only regarded her with a meaningful look, unperturbed by the jibe. "Do you still not understand?" Originally, the 7th was intent on delivering a subtle jab to induce embarrassment, yet unexpectedly, Song Qingxiao remained unfazed and retorted with a question of her own. "What do you mean?" This inquiry left the 7th momentarily perplexed. Meanwhile, Sherry from upstairs continued to observe the two girls intently. Under her gaze, Song Qingxiao confidently raised her hand in greeting. To the 7th's astonishment, Sherry, who had previously ignored her, reciprocated with a wave after Song Qingxiao's friendly gesture. Though Sherry possessed a certain shrewdness, her youth betrayed her, as her expression fell in disappointment. Just as she was about to speak, Song Qingxiao, noticing Sherry's reaction, smiled and remarked, "We have already set sail. This stretch of sea is devoid of any vessels." The destination of Mr. Zhou remained a mystery to all except the key figures aboard the ship. The trial participants had been on the ship for 2 days, during which time, the signal was likely disrupted. This was evident from the deliberately severed network cables in the room, suggesting possible interference or a departure from the signal coverage area, rendering it nearly impossible for individuals to contact the outside world via phone or internet. Upon hearing this, the 7th was momentarily taken aback. From the moment she arrived, she had not anticipated extracting any valuable information from Song Qingxiao, especially since she had encountered a setback with her character on the very first night of the trial. Thus, receiving this unexpected insight from her left the 7th, both surprised and somewhat grave. Song Qingxiao's observations were indeed accurate. Without her reminder, no 7 might have overlooked this critical detail. All individuals involved are participants in the trials, and once the tasks commence, their phones and other devices become utterly disconnected from the outside world. With their mobile phones rendered useless, the inhabitants of this realm have minimal interaction with them, save for the tasks at hand. Consequently, no one initially recognized this issue, and it was only upon her mention that number 7 broke into a cold sweat. This scenario seems rather unusual in a modern society where each person possesses a mobile device. Even those who are not affluent typically carry a means of communication to reassure their families of their safety. The absence of such a device likely correlates with its ineffectiveness. Thus, Song Qingxiao's assertion regarding signal interference becomes comprehensible. Number 7's expression turned contemplative. She pondered how this might relate to what you mentioned about fishing. With a fleeting glance, Song Qingxiao conveyed a silent message that left number 7 feeling somewhat foolish. Chapter 83. There are fish. Number 7 quickly grasped the implications of Song Qingxiao's words. Those who have survived until now in the trials, regardless of their youth, should not be underestimated. Are you suggesting? Number 7 hesitated momentarily, noticing from a distance that Sherry continued to observe them from the second floor of a nearby ship. A sense of vigilance arose within her, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance on her face. Mr. Zhou intends to lead us to a remote island, and there are peculiarities in the vicinity? Song Qingxiao remained noncommittal. From the current clues, it was evident that Mr. Zhou's intentions were quite apparent, harboring preparations for a potential act of silencing. This trial may very well necessitate collaboration among all participants. Therefore, as they approached the island, she deliberately intended to offer a hint to number 7. However, due to her previous enmity with the young man from number 6, she resolved that, even if cooperation was essential for the trial, she would ultimately seek to eliminate him, extinguishing the threat at its inception. Thus, it was prudent to provide only partial guidance. It would be most advantageous if the young man from number 6 sustained some injuries during the trial, facilitating her opportunity to act. Should the allied trial participants doubt her intentions, She would then have to consider whether there existed an alternative plan for the trial. If necessary, she might ultimately have to acquiesce to Mr. Zhou's desires and leave the entire group on the island. After number 7 made this remark, she laughed lightly, questioning, "Could it be that you are overthinking this?" Her voice was soft, yet the skepticism within her words was unmistakable. Rather than doubting the motives of Mr. Zhou and his associates, she was more skeptical of a trial participant like Song Qingxiao. To number 7, despite the authority and wealth of Mr. Zhou and others within such a trial scenario, they were merely characters crafted by the game, incapable of stirring any real turmoil. Conversely, Song Qingxiao, having undergone several trials and engaged in exchanges within the trial realm, had left a mark on the young man from number 6 after their brief encounter. A scar that lingered as a testament to their confrontation. Though somewhat reluctant, number 6 had revealed to the temporary alliance a fragment of her thoughts, while she was uncertain of Song Qingxiao's abilities in other domains. She was undeniably formidable in terms of physical prowess, posing a significant threat. Perhaps it was true. After Song Qingxiao's admonition, she remained unconvinced and chose not to squander further words. Number 7 had initially hoped for an elaboration, but upon expressing her doubts, she found herself nodding in reluctant acknowledgement. The sensation was akin to having amassed strength only to strike at a soft pillow, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in its wake. The vessel sailed swiftly, perhaps due to the absence of fish nearby, which was hardly a novelty. Unable to contain herself, number 7 interjected, prompting Song Qingxiao to shift her gaze to the fishing rod, disregarding her. A scholarly observer caught a glimpse of her displeasure and quietly inquired, receiving a few responses from number 7, which elicited laughter among the group. At that moment, Sherry, who had been observing from the second floor, descended and approached Song Qingxiao directly. This woman held a certain pride. Aside from her respectful demeanor towards Mr. Zhou, she displayed little courtesy to others. Number 7 had previously encountered setbacks in her attempts to engage Sherry in conversation. Since the trial participants boarded the ship, nearly all who endeavored to strike up a dialogue with her had met with failure. She seldom left the cabin, or more accurately, she rarely strayed from Mr. Zhou's side. Yet, she now made the unusual choice to step out, prompting a peculiar expression on the faces of number 7 and the others as they watched her approach Song Qingxiao. Had she gleaned any insights? As Sherry approached, her footsteps were unrestrained, her long, straight hair elegantly gathered at the back, revealing her exquisitely adorned visage. "No," she replied. Song Qing cast a fleeting glance at the bucket at her feet. The water within it rippled with the force generated by the boat's movement. After more than 3 hours, it remained disappointingly empty. She had initially hoped to augment her meal that evening, yet perhaps due to her lack of skill, no fish had taken the bait thus far. It was possible that this particular stretch of sea was devoid of fish. In contrast to number 7, Shirley was undoubtedly quite perceptive. She quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Song Qing's words. She pressed her lips together, harboring doubts about whether her remarks from that evening had revealed any clues to Song Qing. It was indeed a possibility. With a smile, Song Qing rose to her feet, stretching languidly as her gaze drifted towards the horizon. The clouds gathered thickly in the distance, having obscured the sun since midday, casting a foreboding shadow over the meeting of sea and sky, as if the heavens themselves were about to descend. The wind picked up, since no fish were biting. It seemed prudent to call it a day. She turned to leave but paused after a few steps to utter, "The strong wind suggests rain may be imminent. Perhaps if we wait a little longer, we might yet be rewarded." Shirley had already made her way towards the cabin, while number 7 hesitated, contemplating whether to approach her for a hint of insight. However, Song Qing offered her no opportunity, once again turning her gaze towards the vast ocean. After Shirley departed, Song Qing did not retreat. Rather, she intensified her efforts, requesting that the crew send over several more fishing rods, all rigged with bait, which she promptly cast into the water. More than 2 hours had elapsed when Song Qingxiao observed that the dark clouds surrounding them had thickened compared to earlier, signaling an impending storm that everyone had begun to sense. Dinner aboard the ship was prepared earlier than usual. Even before nightfall, the crew began serving the meals. As she queued for her portion, the individual serving her glanced up, then bent down to retrieve a meticulously prepared box of seafood from the cart. Those around them were momentarily taken aback by this scene, until the server cheerfully remarked, "Miss Zhou instructed us to provide you with an extra meal." The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some were envious while others appeared dissatisfied. The trial participants quickly discerned that the Miss Zhou referred to was likely the woman accompanying Mr. Zhou, and they were surprised that this typically aloof woman would show such particularity towards Song Qingxiao. Song Qingxiao, however, only noted the surname used to address Sherry. Sharing the surname Zhou with Mr. Zhou, and with no familial connection between them, it easily reminded her of what she had mentioned about being supported by him. It seemed plausible that this surname was a reflection of gratitude. Observing the others on the ship who were also employed by Mr. Zhou, one of them jokingly lamented, "We are all employed by Mr. Zhou. Why does she receive special treatment while we do not?" Song Qingxiao paid no heed to these comments. And before the server could elaborate, a sudden exclamation erupted from the side. "It has moved." Her voice, tinged with excitement, interrupted the complaints of the crowd. Everyone followed the direction of her pointed finger and indeed saw one of the fishing rods, fixed beside the boat, sway twice. After Song Qingxiao had informed her that no fish had been caught, although number 7 had initially rebutted her, the matter lingered in her mind as she remained attentive to the fishing rods, which had been baited but still motionless. Just a second or two prior, one of the previously still rods suddenly dipped downward, as if snagged by something substantial. Upon turning her head, Song Qingxiao observed the rod trembling incessantly. After hours without a catch, they had finally hooked a fish. As number 7's words faded, the first rod sprang to life, followed swiftly by the second and third rods that began to shake with fervor. It was as though they had all agreed, when one rod failed to yield, none would. Yet once the first was hooked, they all seemed to swarm in unison. Chapter 84. The catch. Though it is not uncommon for schools of fish to appear and bite in succession, the sudden flurry of activity after a prolonged period of inactivity seemed rather peculiar, especially when considering that a few days prior, Shirley had mentioned that Mr. Shui had estimated their arrival on the island to be in 3 days. The fishing line first quivered and then erupted into a frenzy of movement. With fish pulling at the line, the rod bent dramatically, leaving Song Qingxiao no time to set down her lunchbox as the rod threatened to snap under the strain of the struggling fish. The surface of the water erupted with splashes as fish leapt into the air. The bottom of the ship's hull reverberated with a rhythmic thud-thud-thud, reminiscent of numerous individuals wielding hammers against the vessel. The commotion was so pronounced that even Mr. Zhou and his companions, who were nestled within the confines of the cabin, could not contain their curiosity and emerged onto the deck. The fishing rods, strained under the relentless pull, emitted a creaking sound, as if on the verge of snapping. All of this transpired within a fleeting moment, leaving the onlookers astonished. Aside from the challengers, the other hired hands possessed varying degrees of experience living by the seaside and were well acquainted with the water. Witnessing this spectacle, one individual, caught mid-bite, momentarily forgot to swallow. Mumbling in bewilderment, "What manner of fish is this, so ferocious?" Without hesitation, Song Qingxiao set aside her boxed meal and hurried to the ship's railing. The surface of the water was alive with splashing waves, while below, a dark mass loomed beneath the surface. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a throng of fish, densely packed and seemingly endless. Upon observing her actions, the others, including those from Team 7, exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, abandoned their meals, rushing over to mimic Song Qingxiao's stance at the railing. At that moment, aside from the silent fishing rod whose line had snapped, all other rods remained engaged, with fish voraciously biting and refusing to release their grip. Song Qingxiao first transitioned from an automatic to a manual reel, and as she took hold, the spool began to whirl chaotically. The fish below were immensely powerful, suggesting that more than one had taken the bait. A sense of foreboding settled over her. She steadied her grip and began to reel in the line. The fishing rod bent increasingly, and the line grew ever shorter. The sound of thud-thud-thud resonated ominously beneath the boat, growing more profound and frequent, causing the vessel to sway slightly. The onlookers were left speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Their emotions mirrored the taut fishing line, stretched to its limit, when suddenly Mr. Zhou's displeased voice broke through. The group's focus had been solely on the edge of the boat, and the unexpected sound startled them. Except for the trial participants, the other hired hands instinctively turned to look. Song Qingxiao and the other trialists continued to furrow their brows, fixated on the surface of the sea. Mr. Zhou, feeling overlooked, wore an expression of displeasure and raised his voice to inquire again. His tone carried a hint of anger, while the well-armed men flanking him formed a line. In a flash, something surged forward with the speed of lightning, a powerful force propelling it nearly 2 meters out of the water, heading straight for the side of the boat. Song Qingxiao observed keenly, noting that despite its impressive leap, a portion of its body remained submerged. In that split second, it aimed directly for number 7, who was taken aback upon seeing the fish, instinctively preparing to evade. Noticing this, Song Qingxiao shouted sharply, "Don't dodge. Bring it here." Heeding her command, as the fish soared through the air, number 7 unhesitatingly extended her hand. However, contrary to Song Qingxiao's expectation of her capturing the fish, she swiped at it, attempting to direct it towards Song Qingxiao. Yet, the moment her hand made contact with the fish, a scream of agony and anger escaped her lips. The fish was sent tumbling in Song Qingxiao's direction. From the voice of the 7th, which could no longer be suppressed, it was evident that she had suffered some setbacks while attempting to catch fish barehanded, likely incurring some injuries. The fish swayed its tail, exuding the scent of the sea, as it was thrust towards Song Qingxiao by her. Having learned from the lesson of the 7th, Song Qingxiao was not inclined to confront the creature unarmed. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a dagger from behind her waist and plunged it forcefully into the fish's body. At the moment the blade grazed the fish's scales, it emitted a jarring sound akin to scraping against a hard metal surface. Previously, while struggling in the water, Song Qingxiao had sensed the fish's considerable strength, but now, in direct confrontation, she realized just how formidable it truly was. She exerted greater force, and the dagger's tip pierced through the tough scales, allowing her to strike the fish's head and send it reeling. With that single blow, Song Qingxiao managed to withstand the fish's impact, and after gaining the upper hand, she used the dagger to lift the fish's head and forcefully heave it onto the deck. The fish, a deep brown in color and roughly the thickness of a woman's wrist, measured about 2 meters in length. Alarmingly, it was adorned with long, white bony spines that protruded from its flesh, reminiscent of a fishbone piercing through skin. Even as it fell, it continued to thrash its tail in a desperate attempt to escape, prompting those nearby to hastily evade. Finally, the fish landed with a resounding thud on the deck, causing it to shudder. In its struggle, the fish managed to dislodge the dagger embedded in its flesh, and just as the onlookers prepared to approach and observe, the fish's tail flicked, propelling its upper body upright with a swift motion, resembling a serpent. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the onlookers as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. To their disbelief, the fish, having regained its composure, lunged aggressively towards the gathered crowd. Clenching the bait firmly in its jaws, its fierce demeanor prompted the hired observers to scatter in panic. Standing directly opposite the creature, Song Qingxiao found herself the primary target of its assault. Her intention had merely been to bring it aboard the vessel in order to ascertain certain details. However, now that the fish was stranded on the shore, she instinctively stepped back, intending to allow others the opportunity to handle the creature. Yet, to her astonishment, as she retreated a single step, the fish seemed to harbor a grudge, extending its formidable body towards her in a relentless attack, a truly unusual occurrence. With immense strength and a sturdy, robust physique, she noted the fish's elongated tail, resembling a steel needle, which it anchored firmly into the deck, stabilizing itself and supporting its powerful upper body. It seemed to bear a singular focus on Song Qingxiao, disregarding the presence of the nearby number 7. As her gaze darkened and she realized evasion would prove futile, she resolutely grasped her dagger once more. When the fish charged at her again, she did not retreat but instead advanced, plunging the dagger towards its head. In an unexpected turn of events, the fish, which had been steadfastly clenching the bait, opened its mouth wide in surprise, releasing the hook as it attempted to seize the dagger instead. To her astonishment, its mouth was filled with a chaotic array of sharp teeth, which, when closed, formed a perfect seal, yet glimmered ominously when opened. This method of attack had transcended Song Qingxiao's understanding of fish. The dagger glided over its head, emitting an intolerable, shrill sound reminiscent of metal scraping against a chalkboard. The blade left faint white scratches on the fish's body, yet it appeared undeterred and charged at her once more. The onlookers nearby scattered like headless flies, evading the chaos. As Song Qingxiao collided with the fish again, she began to gauge its strength and resolved to no longer delay. Gripping the dagger tightly, she thrust the tip into the fish's tooth-filled mouth, just as it opened wide to bite her. Although the fish bore a grudge, its intelligence was evidently lacking. Upon sensing that it had latched onto something, it clamped its jaws shut, firmly biting down on the dagger. Undeterred, Song Qingxiao pressed down with force, driving the dagger along with the fish's head towards the deck. The flesh inside the fish's mouth lacked the hardness of its scaly exterior, and with 6/10 of her strength, the dagger pierced through, emerging from the corner of its mouth. The fish let out a strange cry of pain, while Song Qingxiao forcefully pressed the dagger to the ground. With an additional surge of strength, the dagger sliced through the ship's floor, embedding the fish's head into the deck, effectively pinning it down. Despite the heavy blow, The fish surprisingly still had the energy to thrash. With its head restrained, it managed to loosen its tail, which was anchored to the deck. Once the tail was released, it lashed about like a long whip, striking haphazardly. A man observing on the ship failed to distance himself adequately, and as the tail whipped through the air, it grazed his arm, which was wrapped around his chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream as several gashes instantly appeared on his arm, his body recoiling from the force. Stumbling back 2 or 3 steps before, unable to maintain his balance, he thudded onto the deck with a resounding thud. Witnesses to this spectacle changed their expressions, especially the several trial participants, whose brows furrowed in concern. Number 7 raised her hand, gasping in shock. Her palm trembled as she exchanged glances with Number 6, a young man, a suited gentleman, and a scholar, their eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. The strength of this fish was undeniable. Even those who initially lacked understanding could see it clearly after Number 7's previous encounter. She began to grow somewhat reckless, attempting to swat away the fish charging toward her, hoping to redirect its fury and gauge the capabilities of Song Qingxiao. This woman was not one to blend in, and her elusive nature sparked an instinctive wariness in Number 7, leaving her feeling unsettled. Ultimately, as she underestimated the fish's might and overestimated her own, she ended up with an unknown thorn embedded in her palm. Though the fish successfully veered towards Song Qingxiao, it left her with several deep wounds visible to the bone. Chapter 85, Slaying the Fish. Number 7's face paled from the pain, her hands still trembling, an expression of trepidation evident in her eyes. The other trial participants, in comparison to her demeanor, were not faring much better. The young man in the 6th position, alongside the man in the suit, had not engaged directly with this fearsome fish, yet its terrifying appearance suggested it was not a foe to be trifled with. This creature could leap several meters from the water's surface, and a single swipe of its tail could send even a robust man staggering backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. One could easily surmise the formidable nature of this fish. In contrast, Song Qingxiao faced it head-on, displaying no signs of retreat. Observant onlookers could discern that she likely possessed untapped strength. Her considerable power and agility rendered her unscathed from the creature's frontal assault while inflicting damage upon it. The stark contrast between Song Qingxiao's delicate facade and her impressive prowess left the young man in the 6th position furrowing his brow, recalling their previous encounters as adversaries. The man who had fallen to the ground let out a pitiful wail, supported by an acquaintance who helped him retreat several steps away. In an instant, a circle formed around the monstrous fish, leaving only Song Qingxiao, clutching a dagger, standing beside it. The creature's menacing head was pinned to the deck, yet its tail thrashed wildly in the air, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Its bone spines rose menacingly, aiming to strike at Song Qingxiao. She had not anticipated the ferocity of this beast. Its immense strength and terrifying spines posed a significant threat, for a blow from its tail would undoubtedly result in injury. In a moment of peril, Song Qing let out a cold snort, exerting force upon the dagger that was already embedded in the floor, pressing it down until the blade sank an additional 3 or 4 centimeters deeper, its hilt now flush against the monstrous fish's maw. She then swiftly rose and retreated, narrowly evading a fierce strike from the creature's tail. Her timely withdrawal left the ferocious fish to lash out in vain, its tail crashing heavily against the deck with a resounding thud, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. Following its fall, the creature's tail continued to thrash violently upon the ground, producing an unending series of thumping sounds. As it struggled, the wound on its mouth, previously impaled, tore wider. Blood mingled with tiny scales dripping onto the deck. The blood was peculiar, exceedingly viscous. As it dripped, it formed threads, exuding a foul odor that was nauseating to behold. Initially, Song Qing believed she had secured it firmly, thinking any retaliation would merely be a desperate thrash of a dying creature. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dagger, which had been thrust deeply into the floor, seemingly anchoring the creature's head, began to shift under the monstrous fish's tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the wavering dagger could no longer withstand the onslaught and finally broke free. Seizing the opportunity, the fish raised its head and forcefully swung it, casting the dagger from its mouth. The shock of this event shattered the group's perceptions, prompting them to scatter even further, now fearing they had not distanced themselves enough. The dagger, tainted with blood, flew sideways. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qingxiao's pupils constricted, and her lips pressed tightly together. This dagger was unlike any weapon exchanged in the ordinary realm. It was intertwined with the identity of her would-be assassin. serving as a crucial clue and linked to the enigma that the sixth individual had previously inquired about. The monstrous fish had flung it onto the cabin floor, and if it were to plunge into the depths of the sea, it would truly be lost. In her desperation, she formed a seal with her hand and swiftly chanted the Ling incantation, drawing a boundary to confine. Her mental energy manifested a domain, attempting to intercept the rapidly flying dagger. The attention of everyone aboard was captured by the monstrous fish as they hastily dodged, caught in a frenzy, thus oblivious to Song Qingxiao's actions. To prevent anyone from noticing her intentions, the moment she executed the Ling incantation, she quickly released her hand. Her mental energy successfully ensnared the dagger, momentarily delaying its swift trajectory by a second. In that fleeting moment, the dagger's velocity faltered, propelled by residual force an additional meter or two before ultimately clattering to the floor. Before the other trial participants could react, she swiftly advanced and retrieved the dagger. It was smeared with the fish's blood, foul and viscous. As Song Qingxiao regained possession, she sighed in relief but dared not let go again. The monstrous fish continued to rear its head, poised to attack the surrounding humans, causing chaos among the crowd. Mr. Zhou's bodyguards formed a protective line, shielding him from harm. "What are you waiting for?" Song Qing frowned as she surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding around her. "There are tools on the ship. Everyone, grab something and eliminate it," she exclaimed. "It is merely a fish that has been caught, yet it has thrown the entire crew into disarray." If her instincts were correct, the vessel should be nearing the island mentioned by Mr. Zhou, a location likely teeming with such fish. The panic was merely a symptom of the presence of one among many. Should they maintain this state of alarm upon reaching the island, it would not be long before they met their demise there. It was just a fish. The crew was understandably startled at the sight of this fearsome creature, and its ferocity only exacerbated their turmoil. However, with Song Qing's encouraging words, they began to regain their composure. Although some still harbored a healthy fear of the creature's formidable attacks, her leadership instilled a newfound courage in several members of the crew. Tools were indeed available on board. Mr. Zhou had equipped the hired hands with essential survival gear for their expedition, including knives and weapons. One burly man, brandishing a machete, prepared himself as the monstrous fish lunged toward him. Initially, he had observed Song Qing's confrontation with the creature with a sense of ease, emboldened by her apparent confidence. Yet, as he engaged directly, he soon realized the true strength of this formidable adversary. Confronted with the blade, the peculiar fish, seemingly devoid of intellect, exhibited an astonishing lack of evasion, thrusting its head directly toward the approaching danger. The robust man, convinced that this strike would surely sever the creature's head, was met instead with a resounding clang as his blade collided with the fish's skull, producing a sound reminiscent of metal on metal. To his astonishment, the fish's head remained intact. Rather, the impact caused the edge of his weapon to recoil violently, sending a tremor through his arm, rendering it numb and weak, ultimately causing him to relinquish his grip on the blade, which clattered to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events left him utterly bewildered, and in his disbelief, he neglected to dodge, watching helplessly as the creature's maw lunged toward him. Panic surged within him, a fleeting thought of doom flashed through his mind, and cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, yet the anticipated pain from the fish's bite never came. Instead, he was met with a deluge of viscous liquid, accompanied by the sensation of something cold and slick cascading over him, snagging at the collar of his garment. A repugnant stench assailed his senses, nearly provoking him to regurgitate the remnants of his earlier meal. Amidst the chaos, the fearsome cry of the fish echoed, prompting him to muster his courage and cautiously open his eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld the fierce woman who had previously engaged the creature, now standing resolutely with one foot pinning the fish's elongated tail. With a dagger in hand, she deftly pierced the fish's eye, and with a powerful stroke, she severed half of its head. Being in such proximity, the blood and remnants of the creature's cranium splattered directly upon him, drenching his face in a gruesome shower. Chapter 86. The finale. The man hastily discarded the grotesque fish head that had been hanging from his collar, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief after narrowly escaping death. He barely had time to utter a word of gratitude. As he wiped his face, he doubled over the ship's railing and began to vomit. The fish, with half its head severed, continued to thrash violently, blood oozing from the gaping wound, its elongated body writhing on the deck. Even in its dying state, it emitted an aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Song Qingxiao retrieved a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the blood from her dagger. She noticed the battered machete lying at the feet of the retching man, its edge rolled over. Mr. Zhou, having opted to hire men for the voyage to the island, would not have equipped them with inferior weapons. Yet, this particular weapon had dulled while attempting to slay the monstrous fish, hinting at the formidable hardness of its scales. What intrigued her, however, was that her oddly shaped dagger showed no signs of wear after multiple encounters with the creature. Even when Song Qingxiao initially underestimated the thickness and strength of the fish's scales, the tip of her dagger had clashed against it with a resounding clang, yet remained undamaged, revealing the dagger's extraordinary nature. Initially, she had merely been drawn to the dagger's unusual design, keeping it close not only for its usefulness in the trial space but also to aid her in identifying the assailant from earlier. However, after the encounter with the sixth participant during the previous trial, who inquired about the dagger and subsequently sought to eliminate her, coupled with the dagger's evident sharpness, Song Qingxiao began to sense that this weapon was far from ordinary. At this moment, it was not the time to ponder the origins of the dagger. After meticulously cleaning the blade, she sheathed it once more. The monstrous fish aboard the vessel continued to writhe in its death throes, but its strength had all but waned. On the deck, the expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of emotions. Once assured of the creature's diminished threat, the bodyguards standing before Mr. Zhou gradually dispersed, revealing the complex countenances of both Mr. Zhou and Miss Zhou Xueli. The other hired hands exhibited a spectrum of reactions, some surprised, others curious, and yet more filled with trepidation and speculation. Only the challengers displayed overt signs of wariness. Number 7's expression was intricate, her hands still dripped with blood, whereas Song Qingxiao, having dispatched a mere fish, remained remarkably composed. Amidst the thrashing sounds of the dying creature, Mr. Zhou, suppressing his ire, posed a question. As the blood of the fish pooled upon the deck, the metallic scent intensified, and the ominous clouds above seemed to loom lower, darkening the atmosphere further. The young lady then procured fishing gear and commenced her angling. With one person initiating, others soon followed with their brief exchanges. Initially, there were no bites. But unexpectedly, the fishing rods began to tremble as fish seized the bait, and this fish was soon reeled in. When the subject of the fish arose, the speaker paused momentarily. The existence of such a creature had surpassed the collective understanding of those present. Although it struggled less fiercely than before, its tail still writhed with an astonishing tenacity. Everyone now had the opportunity to scrutinize the fish closely. It measured nearly 2 meters in length. At first glance, its body appeared to be about the thickness of an ordinary woman's wrist, but upon closer inspection, its flattened form and the grotesque protruding spines made it seem considerably larger than its actual size. After its head was severed and cast aside, everyone recalled the fish's razor-sharp teeth when it had opened its mouth. Once aboard the vessel, it had injured several individuals, leading many to perceive it not as a mere fish, but rather as a monstrous entity. Mr. Zhou had already witnessed the scene unfolding on the boat. His countenance was exceptionally grim as he stood with hands on hips, casting a dark glare at Song Qingxiao. Did I not forewarn you all against causing disturbances aboard the ship prior to reaching the island? Mr. Zhou's intentions to admonish Song Qingxiao were unmistakable. The passengers remained silent, their gazes shifting towards her, imbued with a hint of reproach. This was especially true for those who had sustained injuries, who felt a profound sense of discontent, believing their wounds were somehow connected to Song Qingxiao's troublemaking. Had it not been for the formidable prowess she had displayed earlier, they might have vocally expressed their grievances. Thus, Mr. Zhou seemed to conclude that this predicament was instigated by her actions. In the face of Mr. Zhou's reproach, Song Qingxiao did not maintain her earlier silence. Instead, she posed a question in return. Isn't it so? Her retort momentarily stunned Mr. Zhou, who, as a person of considerable stature, was evidently unaccustomed to such defiance. His expression darkening further. If it were not for your catching such a fish, there would not have been injuries on board, nor would these incidents have arisen. The consensus among the others was evident, for as soon as he finished speaking, the injured passengers chimed in. Indeed. However, my perspective stands in stark contrast. At this juncture, the vessel was drawing near to the island, yet Mr. Zhou remained reluctant to disclose the truth. This situation was exceedingly perilous. Song Qingxiao intended to apply some pressure on him, instilling a sense of caution and preparing the others aboard, so that they would not find themselves in dire straits upon reaching the island. It is possible that none had noticed that just a few days prior, while the ship sailed in this direction, schools of fish could occasionally be spotted in the surrounding waters. As she spoke, despite some lingering discontent among the crew, they refrained from interrupting her, intimidated by the prowess she exhibited. However, since yesterday evening, the schools of fish have dwindled. By the time the voyage reached midday today, the fish were entirely absent. While Song Qingxiao articulated her observations, her gaze shifted toward the challengers. The crew, particularly the elderly woman with furrowed brows, the scholarly gentleman, the man in a suit, the youthful man number 6, and number 7, all fixated on her, awaiting her subsequent words. Number 7 had already been alerted by Song Qingxiao earlier, but initially dismissed her warnings, believing her to be merely engaging in theatrics. Yet, as she broached the subject again, especially in Mr. Zhou's presence, he began to sense that something was amiss. Surely, you comprehend what this situation signifies? This suggests that the marine creatures possess an innate ability to sense imminent danger, their instinct to seek fortune and evade peril preventing them from approaching this particular maritime area. Soon after, the ship resumed its course, and hours later, an unexpected surge of ferocious fish erupted into view, causing chaos among those aboard. Considering the remarks made by Zhou Shueli 3 days ago regarding the imminent arrival on the island, it becomes evident that this ferocious species of fish inhabits the waters surrounding the very island Mr. Zhou intends to visit. These fish are exceptionally aggressive, swimming in formidable schools, with a grotesque appearance that is both unprecedented and unimaginable. Song Qingxiao's gaze gradually swept over the individuals on the deck, and each person who met her piercing look felt as though they were under tangible pressure. Many instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to engage her in eye contact. I am not an expert in marine biology, yet I have never encountered such a fish. I wonder if anyone with knowledge of marine life could offer some insights. At this point, she paused momentarily, noticing that Scholar C was about to speak. But she did not grant him the opportunity and continued her discourse. We must ascertain whether this fish represents an undiscovered species or if it has been afflicted by some unknown contagion. The moment these words escaped her lips, the indigenous people within the employed scenario appeared utterly perplexed, while the trial participants, including number 7, were visibly shaken. Mr. Zhou's expression was complex, revealing a mixture of fear, apprehension, and a sense of guilt as though a hidden secret had been unearthed. This fleeting display of emotion from such a shrewd businessman was provoked by Song Qingxiao's words striking at his deepest concerns. However, he quickly masked his true feelings behind his narrowed eyes. The scholars could not conceal their astonishment, and the expression on number 7's face turned ashen. It was only after Song Qingxiao articulated her thoughts that she realized the implications of her words. A few days prior, Mr. Zhou had mentioned that they were approaching the island and advised them not to create trouble before their arrival. She was unperturbed by the prospect of the local natives causing a ruckus. However, the gravity of the situation concerning the survival of the trial participants weighed heavily upon her. They would not relent easily and would undoubtedly seek to extract information from Mr. Zhou by any means necessary. What exactly was the timeline for their impending arrival at the island? Was the existence of such fish merely a coincidence? With each inquiry posed by Song Qingxiao, Mr. Zhou's countenance grew increasingly grim, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The group of scholars trailing behind him exchanged bewildered glances, enveloped in uncertainty. Shirley, furrowing her brow, fixed her gaze on Song Qingxiao for an extended moment before interjecting to diffuse the tension. What are you trying to convey? Let us postpone any discussions until after we tidy up the deck. Meanwhile, the burly man leaning against the ship's railing, having endured a bout of nausea, regained his composure. In an attempt to ingratiate himself with Shirley, he deliberately shifted the subject. Spotting the severed fish head that he had previously knocked to the ground, he kicked it with his foot. This thing is causing trouble. Clad in flip-flops that exposed his toes, he inadvertently triggered an unexpected occurrence when his foot made contact with the fish head.